Once, the Supreme Staff Star Crusher, which the nation spent billions to acquire, is now being used as a broom to clean toilets. Even the janitor auntie scoffs at it for not being as sturdy as a cucumber. But the moment I laid eyes on it, I decided to spend my entire fortune to buy it. My classmates all mocked me as a fool, since no sane person would choose a broom as a weapon. But I didn't care, because sealed within it was the legacy of the strongest mage. Congratulations, host, you've successfully transmigrated and obtained the legendary profession Taboo Arcanist. Hearing the system's notification, Lu Xingzhou trembled with excitement. As a low-key transmigrator, he had waited for this moment for a full 18 years. He imagined himself standing tall in the future, shouting, "Who else dares? Warning, warning, due to the host's excessive show-off index, the system has encountered a data error and is now modifying the attribute panel." System, you're really screwing me over. I've kept a low profile for 18 years, and just when I got a little excited, you pulled this prank on me? Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but complain. Apologies, host, yesterday, I got too absorbed in watching videos, and my brain felt like it was kicked by a donkey. Your data has now been restored, the system replied. My dear system, you scared me to death. My heart rate must have hit 380 just now. Lu Xingzhou gasped, rubbing his chest vigorously. Just then, a large hand clapped onto Lu Xingzhou's shoulder. Bro Lu, don't worry, I've awakened as a fist master, the authority gatherer. From now on, I've got your back. Let's see who dares bully you. A muscular bald man grinned at him with a sleazy look. Damn it, Chi Yu, do I need your protection? Do you even know what profession I awakened? Saying it might scare you to death. Yeah, I know, it's just a magic apprentice, right? I can see it. Did you watch something you shouldn't have last night? I'm a taboo arcanist. How could I be a magic apprentice? Lu Xingzhou retorted. Hearing this, Chi Yu looked utterly confused. Bro Lu, I've always had principles, I never lie against my conscience. Besides, taboo arcanist is a legendary profession rarer than even the rarest classes. If you asked me to risk my life for you, I wouldn't hesitate. But asking me to blatantly lie and insist you're a taboo arcanist? That's a line I can't cross. Watching Chi Yu's expression, Lu Xingzhou's lips twitched. Cut the crap. Chi Yu, if you don't believe I'm a magic apprentice, just let me open my character panel. Why make this so hard for me? Chi Yu scratched his bald head and sighed bitterly. After the game merged with reality, everyone had a character attribute panel displaying their profession, level, combat power, attributes, skills, and more. Lu Xingzhou carefully examined his panel again. Yes, it clearly showed Forbidden Arcanist. Seeing his puzzled expression, Chi Yu comforted him. Brother Lu, don't dwell on your profession for now. Focus on how to pass the combat assessment in a week. If combat-oriented professions don't reach 10-star combat power, they'll be removed from the school's special training list. You know how high the casualty rate is in solo dungeons. Without the training class, you might not even make it to the college entrance exams. Let's go. After some thought, Lu Xingzhou decided to learn the skills first. With only a week left until the selection, he didn't want to dwell on the panel issue. The priority was to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Following the crowd to the school's library, the homeroom teacher reminded everyone, each of you has half an hour to choose up to 2 skill scrolls. The grade of the scrolls is unrestricted, but you must be able to learn and use them. This is the school's opportunity for you. Seize it, grow stronger before the selection, and meet the standards. After the teacher finished speaking, everyone lined up to enter the library. When it was Lu Xingzhou's turn, the teacher suddenly stopped him and said, once inside, try to pick high-tier magic skill scrolls. Your current profession is just a magic apprentice. If your skills aren't high-tier, no one will want to team up with you for dungeons. You know better than I do how hard solo dungeons are. The teacher looked at Lu Xingzhou with mixed emotions. After all, he had once been the student with the highest expectations. Lu Xingzhou nodded seriously and followed the others inside. Brother Lu, the teacher's right. Aim for tier 3 skills, or at least tier 2. Don't settle for tier 1. Chi Yu urged. Got it. Go pick your own skills, I know what I'm doing. Lu Xingzhou patted Chi Yu, signaling him to hurry. Alright, I'm off then. Brother Lu. Entering the room, Lu Xingzhou was awestruck by the densely packed skill scrolls lining the shelves on both sides. The shelves were divided into 4 levels. The bottom layer held first-tier skill scrolls, followed by second-tier, third-tier, and the topmost layer contained 4th-tier skill scrolls. Many classmates who had awakened to magic-based professions were currently selecting second-tier scrolls from the second to bottom layer. Upon seeing Lu Xingzhou enter, they all cast disdainful glances his way. Once a celebrated genius, he had now awakened to a low-level profession, and they were eager to belittle him to flaunt their own superiority. But Lu Xingzhou paid them no mind, his eyes swiftly scanning the shelves. Soon, Lu Xingzhou had examined all the third-tier skill scrolls. His lips twitched as he thought, damn, have I really become a magic apprentice? Why can't I learn any of these third-tier skills? Refusing to give up, He quickly reviewed all the 4th tier skill scrolls in the front row. Since there were fewer 4th tier scrolls, it took even less time. Yet he still found nothing. Closing his eyes tightly, Lu Xingzhou wished this was just a hallucination. Just then, a mocking voice sneered nearby. How amusing. Even with my intermediate profession, I can only learn 2nd tier skills, yet he's eyeing 3rd and 4th tier scrolls. Some people just can't accept their limits. Still thinking they're the school's top star, Lu Xingzhou opened his eyes and sighed deeply. With only minutes left of the 30-minute selection period, he had no choice but to pick a 2nd tier skill, but at that moment, Lu Xingzhou's eyes widened in shock as a golden notification suddenly popped up before him. 9th tier skill. Learnable. He froze. Am I seeing things? Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed it was real, and the next second, he nearly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, heaven never seals off all exits. But he quickly composed himself, recalling the adage, innocence invites no blame, but treasure invites thieves. He had no idea how a 9th tier skill had ended up in the school's collection, and if the school found out, they might reclaim it, a loss he couldn't afford. With that in mind, he swiftly suppressed his grin, hurriedly registered his student details on the shelf's console, and took the skill scroll. Coughing lightly to feign nonchalance, he discreetly tucked the scroll into his robes. Then, after glancing around furtively, he bolted. His odd behavior left everyone baffled. What's he sneaking around for? No idea. I just saw him grab a 1st tier scroll and run. Did he find some powerful high tier skill? The more they thought about it, the more plausible it seemed otherwise. Why would Lu Xingzhou act so suspiciously? Immediately, several students rushed over to check his registration details. After leaving the school library, Lu Xingzhou returned to the class gathering spot. Yu walked over with a smile and asked, Brother Lu, how did your skill selection go? Lu Xingzhou was still feeling pleased inside, but on the surface, he just responded calmly, all set. Damn, Brother Lu, did you pick a tier 3 skill? Not even close. After saying that, Lu Xingzhou pulled out his skill scroll in front of his surprised and curious gaze. How's that for steady? I'd say. Sun Qi watched for a moment, then, slowly typed a question mark. Brother Lu, this skill, you haven't learned it yet, right? Sun Qi hesitated for a moment and stammered. I've already learned. Lu Xingzhou grinned. Ruined. Lu, do you realize that we only have 2 empty skill bars in the initial stage? Skill selection is also important. Think twice before you act. If old Ben finds out about this, he's going to be pissed at you. Sun Qi also knew that although the homeroom teacher never expressed it in words, he still wanted Lu Xingzhou to develop better. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou held his arms and said with some defiance, No, I'm a 9th rank skill, and it's still unstable? Is your skin itchy lately? If not, let's go to the gym and practice, just in time to try out how powerful my skills are with you. 9th level skills? Sun Qi checked Lu Xingzhou's attribute panel. No, isn't this a small ing fire of the first order? Hate to admit it, but luck couldn't take the recent blow after blow and went crazy. Could he? No, I have to tell the pervert about this. Taking advantage of Lu Xingzhou's inattention, Sun Qi quickly edited a text message and sent it out. The text message was simple, just 6 words. Lu is crazy. Come quickly. After all the cadets had completed their skill selection, the classroom teacher watched from the classroom with a tally sheet. It has information on the skills chosen by all students in the class. Well, most of the students within the class chose skills of a higher grade still, and all of them fit well with their own occupational characteristics as well. Sun Qi deserves to be a good seedling who was internalized by the special training class. He even mastered a 4th rank skill. It seems that the only one who can compete with him for the first place in this year's whole school is that monster girl from the next class. After looking at most of the students, the homeroom teacher purposely found Lu Xingzhou's name and checked his situation. Before he looked, he had a rough idea of what to expect from Lu Xingzhou. I'm afraid that the low-level occupation that Lu Xingzhou had awakened was not up to the standard of learning 3rd rank skills in all aspects of his attributes. But, as long as the luck wasn't too bad, there was still no problem finding 2 suitable 2nd rank skills. However, when he looked closer, his gaze snapped. This kid just picked a skill, and a 1st rank one at that? Really? ing took my word for it, didn't you? The homeroom teacher took a deep breath and resisted the urge to kill someone. He put away the register and prepared to go find Lu Xingzhou and have a good talk with him about his life ideals. On the other side, the school's training hall, Sun Qi applied for a separate sparring room. Lu, are you for real? Don't be long-winded. Come on. Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth full of disinterest. Sun Qi shrugged and didn't say much. The training hall is equipped with professional safety testing equipment in each room to ensure the safety of students. Once an attack is detected that could cause a student's life to be in danger, the room is forcibly closed to separate the opposing sides. In this way, Sun Qi did not have to worry too much that he would accidentally injure Lu Xingzhou. Lu, take a shot. Don't hold back on me. Oh, then you be careful. Lu Xingzhou faintly answered. Don't worry, normal skills can't hurt. Yet. However, Sun Qi's words had not yet fallen. He then noticed that a blazing flame had already coalesced in Lu Xingzhou's hand. It blasted directly at him. Boom! Although he had prepared for it, the scale and power of the flames far exceeded his expectations. The terrifying waves of flame seemed like demons from hell, about to devour everything. In an instant, Sun Qi's spirit was tightened to the extreme. Not good. Almost subconsciously, he directly used his 4th rank skill to blast over against it. Extreme Intent Boom Fist, just at the moment when their skills came into contact. Detecting a risk that could kill a student, the alarm in the training room went off instantly. Protective measures initiated. Boom! The protective measures in the training room instantly activated. And the moment Sun Qi's right fist came into contact with the terrifying flames, it was directly separated. The next second, a loud blasting sound came from the other side of the wall. At this moment, Sun Qi, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly widened his eyes. No way? It was because of the steel-built, more than 10 centimeters thick, protective wall that could withstand the full force of a level 20 professional's strike. Surprisingly, it gradually began to melt under this terrifying flame. Voodoo! Sun Qi let out a cry of fright. It couldn't be that he was going to be the first unlucky person since the school's founding to be killed alive even with the training room's protective mechanisms fully activated. Could it? He was trying to make a name for himself, but not in this way. But the good thing was, Lu Xingzhou was only a level 1 professional who had just succeeded in transferring. Although the protective wall was already a bit shaky, it finally withstood the attack of the flame of extinction. The firelight converged and the protective wall opened again. The other half of the room was by now blackened by the horrific flames. Lu Xingzhou ran over with an apologetic smile on his face. Sun Qi, are you alright? Sorry, it's my first time using this skill as well. I didn't realize it was so powerful. By the way, you were talking halfway through your sentence and I didn't hear what you were trying to say in the second half? Sun Qi froze. The second half of the sentence? Lu Xingzhou couldn't be referring to the sentence he said before the competition. Normal skills can't hurt me yet, right? Are you concerned about me? Or are you afraid that I don't realize how humiliating I've just been? Grass. During the gap of silence between the two, Mr. Wang, who was in charge of managing the training hall, rushed over in a panic. You two, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you both? Teacher Wang, we're fine. We just messed up the training room a bit. Sun Qi said bitterly. It's good that people are fine. Even if you guys mess up the training room, how far can it be messed up? Chapter 3, Brother Lu. The pervert is here. Mr. Wang said as he turned his head and saw the mess of walls and the security containment equipment that almost certainly needed to be rebuilt entirely. Teacher Wang looked at these two students who were still a bit green with a strange expression on his face. The expression seemed to say, "Are you kidding me? How did you guys do it alone?" Those who know are just transferring students training. Those who don't think this is a post-disaster reconstruction site. Having worked here myself for over 10 years, I have never seen any student destroy the arena to such an extent. Good lord, even if Sun Qi was a rare profession, there was no way he could do such a thing, right? Teacher Wang couldn't help but look at the handsome young man with a calm face next to Sun Qi. Could it be? Is he? But Mr. Wang didn't pursue the matter too much as to who actually destroyed the school grounds. It didn't matter to him. Still, it's better than nothing that people didn't pass away. As for the cost of maintaining the training room, that's something that should be a headache for the school leaders. One just has to report it truthfully. After leaving the school's training hall, Sun Qi looked at his burned right hand with a slight fear in his heart. Just now, if it wasn't for the school's security measures that separated themselves in time, this arm of his own is probably going to be wasted. Not even lives are lost there. Brother Lu, is this your first rank skill, little flame? It's too exaggerated. It's just foul. Sun Qi took out a bottle of basic healing pill from his prop space and drank it. A few moments later, his right hand injury began to recover as far as the eye could see. This is the effect of producing props within the copy without reason. This bottle of healing medicine 1,000 gold coins it. So gone. Lu, give me reimbursement. Lu Xingzhou said with an old spirit, not taking it seriously at all. You didn't believe me when I told you it was a 9th rank skill. You can't blame me. Besides, your dog big family is so much better off than my family. What's the point of coming to me and crying poor? Sun Qi was speechless for a while, but of course he didn't intend to really ask Lu Xingzhou for money just now, so he didn't dwell on it. The topic changed and said, Hey Lu, what's your personal panel's combat power now? Let me take a look. With this one flame skill you just used, I estimate that your strength is no weaker than some 50-star battle power high professionals. Passing the selection for the special training class is definitely no problem. Lu Xingzhou also raised an eyebrow. After he finished learning the skills, he dragged Sun Qi to the actual combat test. So, he also hadn't looked at what his current battle rating actually was anymore. But after all, It's a 9th rank skill, and the bonus to battle power must be ridiculously high. That's at least a double-digit fight. And just as he was about to open the personal information panel, suddenly, old Ben's voice rang out directly from the distance. Lu Xingzhou, come here you bastard. Hearing the angry voice of the class teacher, Mr. Feng, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi both subconsciously took half a step back. Even though he hadn't done anything wrong, he still felt a little weak. There's no way around it. It's a common problem with students. Teacher, what do you want to see me about? Lu Xingzhou, I asked you to choose a skill. What the heck did you choose? A small fire of the 1st rank. You're kidding me, aren't you? Tonight physical fitness do group training 1000 times. Mr. Feng was furious, and fire was about to erupt from his eyes. Next to him, Sun Qi helpfully explained, Teacher, don't get excited. Lu isn't just any little flame. The 6th ranked howling fireball spell isn't this fierce. Really, even I can't do it anymore. Teacher Feng looked puzzled. Sun Qi, you're not joking with me? Sun Qi was a super genius who had mastered the 4th rank skill and had been internalized by the school's special training class, and he even said that he couldn't beat Lu Xingzhou? What a joke. Really, Mr. Feng, I'll send 4. If you don't believe me, look at his information panel. I estimate that his current battle power is conservatively 30 stars. Sun Qi, you think I'm a 3-year-old kid, right? 30 stars? How many level 15 professionals can't reach the battle power of 30 stars? Teacher, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Don't believe me, look at my hands. Sun Qi stretched out his right hand, which had been restored as good as new, and was awkwardly silent for 2 seconds. Old Ben looked at him like a little cutie, like he was looking at him silently, not saying a word. Sun Qi coughed twice and opened his mouth as if asking for help. Lu, show him your message panel. I'm embarrassed to death. Lu Xingzhou's mouth smiled slightly. I know, I just want to see you embarrassed for a little longer. Ha ha, just kidding. Lu Xingzhou confidently walked to the front of the old class and opened his mouth in a bland and incomparable manner. Gentlemen, then I'll make a contribution. Open the information panel. In the next second, the moment old Ben and Sun Qi saw Lu Xingzhou's personal information panel, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. The moment the information panel in front of Lu Xingzhou opened, both Sun Qi and old Ben froze. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, apprentice magician, low level. Level 1. Battle strength, 3 stars. Skill, small flame, 1st level. Silence. The class teacher's expression at this moment was like a volcano about to erupt. Playing me? And Lu Xingzhou was also a bit confused, because in his own eyes, his battle display was likewise 3 stars. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, forbidden arcanist, legendary. Level 1. Battle strength, 3 stars. Skill, flame of extinction, 9th rank. Doesn't make sense. Why is my battle only 3 stars? Do I learn a 9th level skill that only adds 1 star to my combat power? Is there any justice? When Sun Qi saw this look of old Ben wanting to get himself killed, he quickly said to Lu Xingzhou, you put a skill on old Ben. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Right, just put a skill to show Mr. Feng. He then found an open space and instantly prepared to unleash his skills. Duck away, teacher. Don't get hurt by mistake. Lu Xingzhou posed in an imposing manner to release a skill, and then terrifying energy coalesced in his hands. Instantly, the shocking might caused old Ben to frown. Shouldn't he be telling the truth? In the next second, Lu Xingzhou blasted towards the open space. BER. A small fist-sized flame sprang from his hand, then quickly disappeared into the air. It's like the little fire dragon farted. Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. When did my magic level get empty? Enough. Old Ben was completely enraged and pointed at Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi. You two, get your asses to the playground and do physical training 1,000 times. You're not going home until you finish practicing tonight. I was stupid enough to believe you just now, asshole. On the playground, the handsome young man and a bald man did physical training repeatedly. What does it have to do with me? I'm also a victim. Sun Qi complained helplessly. Lu Xingzhou, on the other hand, did not say a word. He was thinking about all the irrational things that had happened today. At this time, he has realized his own panel in some words seems to be so billion points different from others. The skill scroll that he had gotten himself was definitely a 1st rank skill. Little flame. However, it was the 9th rank skill flame of extinction in the words that he recognized. Moreover, one could indeed utilize the power of a 9th rank skill. The magic value that was emptied after releasing the skill just once was also able to corroborate this. Is it a misrecognition, or is this my golden touch as a traveler? What is certain, however, is that it does not happen 100% of the time that one recognizes words incorrectly. Rather, they are probabilistic events. As for how to trigger the wrong words, Lu Xingzhou couldn't summarize a rule at the moment, but no matter what, there was still no way he could pass the selection for the special training class now. Let's reach the 10-star battle first. There is still a week to go before the examination. It should be enough if you rely on brushing copies to raise your level. Hey no, if I empty my magic level with a single skill, there's no way I can solo a copy, right? I can't just go into a map and wait to die after I put a skill in, can I? Unless one buys magic recovery potions. But that stuff isn't much cheaper than a life recovery potion. How can a bottle cost 900 gold coins? His own sister-in-law was only able to earn about 5,000 gold coins a month by getting up early and making buns every day. It's a splurge you certainly can't afford on your own. Otherwise, you'll just have to hit your good buddy. And just then, all of a sudden, Lu Xingzhou heard a shout from the bald man beside him. Lu, the pervert is here. Lu Xingzhou's thoughts retracted and he just turned back his head, only to see a pair of snow-white, straight, tall, long legs flashing past his face. The black stockings gently strangled into her flesh, accentuating her gelatinous legs with a bit more charm and attraction. In the next second, a clear and pleasant female voice came. Bald head. Who are you calling a pervert? Getting tired of living, are you? Chapter 4. Hey wait, this bun, not right? Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. The young girl in front of him with shoulder-length black hair had delicate features, and there was a small tear mole next to her innocent and moving eyes. She was draped in a black leather battle dress jacket that looked flirty yet heroic. In terms of face value alone, this young girl in front of her could kill all the internet celebrities she had seen in her previous life. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's a sinking ship, and he recognized the identity of the young girl in front of him at once. That was his own fiancée, Su Ruyan. Said it was a fiancé, but really, it was just a joke from when I was a kid. Nowadays, when Su Ruyan's name was mentioned, what was more often thought of was the Su family's super genius, the strongest professional in Jianghai City this year, Jade Rakshasa. That young girl slightly raised her jaw. Her gaze inadvertently swept Lu Xingzhou, then pretended to be unconcerned. Sun Qi, you said Lu Xingzhou is crazy. Tell me what's going on. You're saying I'm crazy? Lu Xingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. It was an error in judgment on my part at the time. Sun Qi scratched his head, his eyes wandering. Hearing this, the young girl in turn looked like she was relieved. The corners of his mouth unconsciously showed a nice curve slightly. She then turned her words around and said, Lu Xingzhou, you really don't want to think about it? I've prepared the gold transfer book, which will allow you to become a high-level professional. Magic apprentices. It's hard to even pass the selection exam. Lu Xingzhou hadn't done anything to react yet, but Sun Qi raised his eyebrows instead. Gold transfer book. This thing can be a precious prop that has a price without a market. Even if the price is tens of millions of gold coins can't be bought. This is a rare item that can only be produced in high-level copies. Even a silver transfer book that could only transfer into a mid-level combat profession was worth at least millions, because such props can completely change the upper limit of one's development. A high-level combat profession was already a 1 in 100 existence. As for the awakening of rare-level professions, star-dazzling level professions, as well as the legendary level professions that can be encountered but not sought, that awakening probability belongs to touching the lottery and winning the jackpot. Such a precious prop, just give it to luck? She's really giving it up. If it were an ordinary person, faced with such a temptation, perhaps they would have just agreed to it without even thinking about it. However, Lu Xingzhou only spoke faintly. The test is not a problem for me. Su Ruyan's eyes with their teary moles trembled slightly, flashing with a hint of undetectable complexity. Of course she knew that this was Lu Xingzhou showing off. She was tempted to say, with your 3-star battle power, can you pass the test? Recognize reality. There's no shame in accepting my help. However, she knew better than anyone the pride in Lu Xingzhou's bones, so the words swirled around her throat and she swallowed them back. I expect you to pass the test, and I'm still busy, so I'll leave you to it. Bald head, take care of him or take you. Su Ruyan's eyes revealed a touch of threatening intent. Sun Qi subconsciously shivered. The Jade Rakshasa's name was no joke. She then got into a black business car not far away and left the place. Inside the business car, the old butler in a suit in the front row said in a low tone, Missy, Lu young master, he did not accept your good intentions. It is also expected. Young Master Lu is smart enough to know that you are no longer in the same world. You are honored as a Starburst class professional, and your future achievements are unlimited, and he's nothing but a low-level professional. As for your childhood pact, it was all a joke and can't be counted. The way I see it, it's time for you to consider who the family has arranged for you. His lordship has been getting a little impatient lately. In the back row, Su Ruyan's eyes were cold. Her long, delicate, snow-white legs were folded over the back car seat in a breathtakingly beautiful way. She had no intention of answering the butler Fubos' words, but only spoke slowly in a commanding tone. Drive. Looking out the window at the rapidly regressing scenery, it was as if she had returned to that afternoon sprinkled with warm sunshine when she was a child. I hope you don't talk a big game. Land Rover. Only after Sun Shi saw Su Ruyan leave did he let out a sigh of relief. Who? This pervert? Who are you scaring? Still really think I'm afraid of you? He let out a couple harsh words in a whisper, then turned his head and asked, Brother Lu, what to do next? The standard of 10-star combat power is not difficult for advanced combat professions, but it's by no means simple either. Lu Xingzhou skimmed his mouth and faintly said, What to do? Eat first. The training arranged by the old class is not done? Hey, Lu, wait for me. Lu Xingzhou's house, good taste bun shop, Auntie Chu Ching. I'll have 2 drawers of xiaolong bao with beef and scallions, please. Just as soon as he entered the door, Sun Shi shouted familiarly, and then with a smile on his face. He didn't see any outsiders at all and looked for a place to sit down. Lu Xingzhou glanced at Sun Shi, then smiled and greeted his sister-in-law. Auntie, I'm home. When Chu Qing saw that Lu Xingzhou and Sun Shi had returned, a warm smile came to her face. Xiao Lu, you guys are back. Quickly find a place to sit for a while. Auntie Xiao will make you buns to eat later. As in her previous life, Lu Xingzhou's sister-in-law was still the same gentle, sunny, and strong woman. Although Chu Qing let Lu Xingzhou call her sister-in-law, in reality, she was only in her 30s, and the years had not left too many traces on her delicate face. Although the two were not related by blood, they had been dependent on each other since Lu Xingzhou could remember. Later, after my sister-in-law awakened to the profession of a chef, she supported the small family by selling buns. Lu Xingzhou knew how much hard work and difficulty his sister-in-law had hidden under her seemingly strong exterior over the years, yet he never heard her complain about any of it. Just as he was thinking back, 2 drawers of hot xiaolong bao were brought to the table. The aroma of beef and scallions hit his face, pulling Lu Xingzhou's thoughts back. When the buns were on the table, Sun Shi smiled and was ready to reach for them. Thank you, Auntie Chu Cheng. I'm not polite. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly raised his eyebrows and grabbed Sun Shi's hand that went for the bun. Later, Brother Lu, I am just hungry. Can't I eat one and then go wash my hands? Sun Shi spoke in an aggravated manner. At this time, Chu Qing also looked at the perverse Lu Xingzhou with a puzzled face and asked, Xiao Lu, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the buns Auntie made? Lu Xingzhou didn't answer. He grabbed Sun Shi's right hand, and then, a wide smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha, if you want to doze off, someone will send you a pillow. This test is a sure thing, because at this moment, an information phrase appeared on the drawer of beef buns in front of him. Prop name, Intermediate Magic Recovery Potion. Effective use, restores 1000 points of magic power. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Chapter 5, Crazy. The two of them fought at the warrior level? Seeing Lu Xingzhou's face full of smiles, Sun Shi next to him was a bit confused. What's with the sudden smile about eating a bun? Could it be that luck is really crazy? Just crazy in a somewhat inconspicuous way? Lu Xingzhou did not pay attention to Sun Shi's slightly strange gaze, but walked to the steamer at the door. He wanted to see if the other packs had similar phrases. Unfortunately, none of them, except for the beef and scallion buns, showed the word error. Lu Xingzhou picked up a beef and onion bun and took a bite. The aroma of rich juices and beef fat instantly filled his entire mouth. My sister-in-law's buns were delicious as always, though what you ate was just a plain old meat bun. But in this instant, Lu Xingzhou instantly felt that the magic power in his body was rapidly recovering. Then, he opened his information panel. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level, 1. Battle Strength, 3 stars. Skill, Flame of Extinction, 9th rank. Equipment, not yet available. Life value, 450/450. Magic value, 890/890. Strength attribute, 6 points. Spiritual attributes, 9 points. Agility attribute, 7 points. Defense attribute, 3 points. Magic is back to full strength? Lu Xingzhou was secretly happy in his heart, although the words are wrong, but the effect is packaged really without having to worry about the magic consumption of skills. Then, it's not much of a challenge to brush up on your own copies. Originally, Lu Xingzhou was considering borrowing some gold coins from Sun Shi to buy some magic recovery potions, but now it looks like that money has been saved as well. It was important to realize that the price of an intermediate magic recovery potion was 5 times the price of a basic magic recovery potion. Each bottle costs close to 5,000 gold coins. However, the intermediate magic recovery potion was also much more effective, restoring 1,000 points of magic value per bottle. the basic magic recovery potion. However, only restored 300 points. Also, both have a 20-second cooldown for use. In other words, using the basic magic power recovery potion, one would need to wait at least a minute for their magic power to be restored to full strength. This vacuum of skill makes it easy for accidents to happen. With his sister-in-law's buns, he doesn't have to worry about being a 3-second man. It's perfectly possible to do consistent output with ease. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou smiled and said to Chu Qing, "Auntie, pack me 20 beef and onion buns tomorrow. I'm going out to eat." "Ah, good." Sun Shi scratched his head next to him and grinned. "Hey, Lu, I want some too." All right, auntie, pack 20 more for him, just count him 100 gold coins." "Holy, no Lu?" Lu Xingzhou looked at him with a smile and said, "Almost there, don't pretend, you don't even intend to pay either. Hurry up and finish eating and leave. I still want to take a look at the field copies later." Sun Chi, who had been told off, hemmed and hawed, and simply stopped pretending. Reaching out on the table, he grabbed 2 more buns and stuffed them into his mouth, muttering something. "Give me a minute, I'll be there." Zhanghai City, field copy. Every year after the seniors have completed their professional awakening, the place is at its peak. Many students chose to level up in low-level copies after completing their career awakening. Come, there's a shortage of intermediate-level professional magicians. Those who know fire magic are preferred. The wood attribute crystal core of a level 5 boss that just exploded is only selling for 30,000 gold coins off. Hands are slow, 7-star battle power or above. Brush adventure level copy. Come, there are cute girls in the team. Will shout 666. Outside the replica, a number of student-like youths bustled together. Find the teammate who will enter the copy next. With no intentional concealment, everyone's information panel is public. It was for this reason that when Sun Chi appeared here, quite a few squads gathered around, hoping to team up with this rare profession extreme fighter. "Handsome, do you have a team yet? Why don't you join me?" "Brother, I see that you have an extraordinary demeanor. Why don't you come to our team? We have big priests here, the big kind." Hey. First come first serve. Obviously it was me who first saw this brother with a very handsome haircut. The crowd surrounded Sun Chi in the center, directly squeezing Lu Xingzhou out of the way. Obviously, a magical apprentice really couldn't draw the attention of onlookers. In the eyes of the crowd, Lu Xingzhou's garbage is a waste of time. However, at this time, Sun Chi, who was in the middle of the crowd, suddenly squeezed out and said in a stern voice, "All wait, I'm here with my brother." The crowd froze slightly before they saw Lu Xingzhou next to them. An apprentice magician with 3-star combat power? Undisguised. A look of contempt appeared on the faces of the crowd. "Brother Bald, do you really want to bring this magic apprentice along? He's obviously a liability, and if he shares the experience equally with us, isn't that slowing down our upgrading progress?" Next to him, a skinny boy wearing round-framed glasses suddenly spoke up, his tone full of incomprehension. However, the moment Sun Chi heard this, his face directly went cold. "Hey kid, I'll give you a chance to retract that statement just now. My Lu is not a liability, and besides, I'm not the one leading him. He's strong enough to crush any of you present." The crowd closed their mouths and stopped speaking when they felt the terrifying oppression from Sun Chi, but you can see it in their eyes. Their contempt for Lu Xingzhou had not diminished in the slightest. No matter what era, people will only respect the strong. At this time, Lu Xingzhou pulled Sun Chi and waved his hand and said, "No matter them, let's go and try how difficult the copy is." With that, Lu Xingzhou led Sun Chi into the entrance of the replica. Not far away, after seeing Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi enter into the subdimensional rift of the game copy, the short and fat one who skimmed his mouth and said to Zhao Xiaofei next to him, "Grass, I really didn't expect Lu Xingzhou. This trash even came to the field copy. He's the only low-level professional in the class. Is it not good to be honest and resign to fate? He is afraid that he won't die fast enough, right?" Zhao Xiaofei also shook his head slightly in disdain. "Didn't you see him go in with Sun Chi? Still really good at hugging his thighs. TSK. Shay, even if it's Sun Chi, what can he do? When 2 people enter the copy, the difficulty will be doubled. Even if it's Sun Chi, he won't be able to pass it easily." "That's right." Zhao Xiaofei nodded in agreement. "It's fine if the copy Sun Chi brought him to fight is an ordinary level, but if it's an adventure level difficulty, it'll be hard for them to come out safely." As the two spoke, they curiously walked over to the copy to see which copy Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi had entered, but when they fixed their eyes on it, they were directly dumbfounded. What the hell? They're both playing on warrior level difficulty? Seek death. Chapter 6, refreshing the record. The Goblin King's Crystallized Core, a copy of Kobold Jungle, warrior level difficulty. The corner of Sun Chi's mouth twitched as he entered the copy. "Brother Lu, coming up to experience a warrior level difficulty copy? You're not kidding me, are you?" Lu Xingzhou shook his head. Who am I kidding? Wouldn't it be faster to upgrade to warrior level difficulty? That said, but warrior class copies are twice as difficult as adventure class ones. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for just the two of us to get through. After Sun Shi finished his serious analysis, at this time, a hideous looking goblin monster suddenly rushed up. Name, Berserk Kobold, Elite Monster. Level, 3, Battle Strength, 8 stars. Skills, Stick Attack. Roar, up here is an 8-star warrior elite monster? The difficulty of a warrior class copy really lives up to its name. Sun Shi raised his eyebrows, then he moved his body. Accelerating, he rushed to the front of the Berserk Goblin. Then, the 4th rank skill unceremoniously blasted out directly. Extreme Intent Boom Fist. The terrifying fist wind accompanied by a huge blasting power directly struck out. The Berserk Kobold felt the great threat from Sun Shi's punch in an instant. But, it was too late to run. Pa dash. In an instant, the Berserk Goblin's body was directly shattered by this punch. Defeat Berserk Kobold, Elite Level. Experience value plus 22. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Shi's ears simultaneously rang with this voice reminder. That's quite a bit of experience. For normal level copies, the experience for killing a monster was around 2 points, while adventure level was around 6 points. The experience of warrior class monsters can be quite lucrative. However, Sun Shi had just shown a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because of the sounds of the battle just now, it had startled the other kobolds around. Sun Shi's expression became serious once again. Though, pole fighters' single damage is very high, even when facing elite monsters on warrior level difficulty, you can still manage to kill them with a single punch. But, he was very bad at dealing with this kind of scene where monsters attacked in groups. It's all about professional identity. Sun Shi quickly bullied his way up and consecutively eliminated the nearest few goblin warriors. However, seeing the numerous goblin monsters densely gathered in the distance, he still felt a rush of scalp numbness. Damn it, he cursed. If we were to talk about skill power alone, the extreme fighter would even be able to level with some starburst level professions, and his skills do outstanding damage to bosses. But, it's just hard to deal with this situation where there are a lot of monsters. But the hard part is that kobolds are such swarming creatures. Sun Shi's face was a bit ugly. He knew that the power of Lu Xingzhou's skills was very terrifying, but likewise the consumption of magical value should be huge. Unsurprisingly, he had exhausted his magic value when he fought himself in the training hall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been punched in the face in front of old Ben. It was estimated that Lu Xingzhou couldn't send a second big move at this time. Brother Lu, why don't we just exit the copy? We're still in the newbie protection period, and we won't drop items or experience. Sun Shi was a bit hesitant. Quitting the copy would just result in some punishment, but dying within a copy is a real death. It's best to quit, for safety reasons. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou shook his head and said, "There's a limit to the number of times you can enter the replica each day. There's no need to waste this one opportunity." But, Sun Shi still wanted to speak. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou came directly in front of him and then spoke faintly. Besides, it's not like it's difficult. Didn't wait for Sun Shi to react. His right hand stretched out, after which a blazing, terrifying flame quickly condensed in his hand. 9th rank skill, Flames of Extinction. Boom! Lu Xingzhou casually flung it out, and in the next second, the terrifying flames that covered the sky directly gushed out. It directly swept and covered everything in front of it. Countless goblin warriors were directly burned to ashes the moment they approached over. These goblin warriors were simply annihilated before they could even let out a wail of pain. Very nuclear flat, very humane. The large swath of jungle and trees in front of them were burned to ashes by the flames in a matter of moments. The vegetation on the ground was instantly burned into a scorched earth, like a ruin under the end times. Then a series of intensive game alert tones rang in both of their ears. Defeat Goblin Warrior. Experience value plus 18. Defeat Goblin Archer. Experience value plus 18. Defeat Goblin Warrior, Elite Level. Experience value plus 22. Defeat Goblin Elder, Elite Level. Experience value plus 30. The massive amount of experience instantly caused both of their information panels to jump. Lu Xingzhou's ears cleared a bit after he blocked out the reminder of the experience gained from the game. Upgraded? Lu Xingzhou opened his information panel and muttered to himself. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level, 3. Battle Strength, 4 stars. Skill, Flame of Extinction, 9th rank. Equipment, not yet available. Life value, 450. Magic value, 2/890. Strength attribute, 7 points. Spiritual attributes, 11 points. Agility attribute, 8 points. Defense attribute, 4 points. At this time, Lu Xingzhou had risen 2 levels in a row and came directly to level 3. And the battle assessment has reached 4 stars. The magic value is really empty. But this upgrading speed, it's faster than I thought. Estimated that it won't be difficult to reach a 10-star battle power before the selection test. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and pondered in his heart. Next to him, Sun Shi looked at the empty space in front of him that had been blasted into ruins, his face filled with indescribable horror. I'll go. I can't believe I've risen to level 5 as well. He was overwhelmed with emotion. This upgrading efficiency was much faster than the fully armed 4-man squad had formed before. If he had known that, he would have hung out with Luck Ah. What's the point of having an elite team? Grass. But thinking about it, Sun Shi was relieved. Lu Xingzhou's performance just now is completely a humanoid nuclear bomb. Moving tactical shuffling. Can you stand this? Lu, although this big move of yours is fierce, your magic value should have been depleted and you can't use it anymore. But it's fine. I'll take care of the boss next. Just then, an angry hiss came from the distance. That was the cry of the Kobold King. Yo, say what you want. Lu, you stay away. I'm still confident in dealing with this kind of monolithic monster. Sun Shi moved his fists with a look of eagerness. Even if it's warrior level difficulty, touch me and solve the fight in 5 minutes. Not far away, the gigantic Goblin King stepped on the ground and walked slowly. Anger was written all over its pupils. It vowed to tear the 2 humans in front of it, who didn't know what they were doing, to pieces. At this time, Lu Xingzhou took out a bun from the pocket that his sister-in-law had packed for him. Silently, he ate. Lu Xingzhou finished eating a bun in 2 bites, and then, his magic power value instantly recovered once again. The moment Sun Shi was ready to fight the other party, Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth. Get out of the way. Don't get hurt. Next, the Goblin King's pupils contracted violently, reflecting a dazzling crimson light. Boom! Defeat the Goblin King, leader level. Experience value plus 200. Congratulations on refreshing your current copy clearance record, and will trigger an additional drop reward, the Goblin King's crystallized core. Chapter 7. Earn Hemp Ah. After the replica's audible reminder went off, a red crystal gem emitting a dazzling crimson glow slowly floated in midair. At this moment, Sun Shi's eyes were indescribably shocked. Surprisingly, the Goblin King's crystal core exploded in one go? We're rich, Lu. Monster crystal cores can be used as refining rare materials, high-level potions, and even some alpha equipment. Therefore, the price of crystal cores has remained high. Even the crystal cores dropped by some ordinary elite monsters were worth tens of thousands of gold coins, not to mention the props dropped by alpha-level monsters, which were worth even more. If Sun Shi conservatively estimated it, the value of this crystal core was at least 50,000 gold coins or more. That's already what most average people make in a year. Do you reward boss crystals every time you set a new record? Lu Xingzhou had a bold idea in his mind as he surveyed the red gemstone crystal core in front of him. Sun Shi shook his head and explained, "No, every time you refresh the copy record, the rewards you get are different. What rewards are handed out depends entirely on the mood of the replica. And it also seems to have something to do with how much it boosts the replica record. If you only raise it for a second, the reward might only be some gold coins, and only those who drastically refresh the copy record like you will be rewarded with rare props like boss crystal cores, right?" Lu Xingzhou nodded. The copy had a set of its own way of judgment. Trying to jam a buge in a copy is almost impossible. Oops, shame, Lu Xingzhou said with a sigh. Let's go back and sell this stuff, and then we'll split it 50-50. No, Lu, you keep it. I didn't contribute anyway. Sun Shi scratched his head, very self-conscious about being a jerk. But then again, Lu, how is it that you can put up moves like that in a row, when you think it's a flat A? Just now Sun Shi wanted to ask. It was impossible for Lu Xingzhou to continuously release skills with almost no consumption even with how much magic value he had. However, at this moment, Lu Xingzhou raised the bun in his hand. When you're full, you're strong. Understand? Sun Shi was full of doubts and could not understand, but he didn't press the issue either. After all, too many irrational things have happened to this good brother of his, with the #1 potential in the entire school, but only awakened magic apprentices. The promised first-rank skill Little Flame came out like a forbidden spell washing the ground. If Sun Shi were to summarize it, he could probably only say it was because you can't generalize between people's physiques. I guess. Let's go. Clean up the battlefield and we'll do it again later. Just now, a shot of the Flame of Extinction directly finished off numerous small monsters, dropping a lot of materials of the props have not yet had time to pick up. Thus, the two of them were transformed into relentless battlefield clearing machines, frantically picking up dropped materials and various items. Outside the duplicate, seeing Lu Xingzhou and Sun Shi delayed in coming out, Wang Hu and Zhao Xiufei both sneered. Surprisingly, you didn't exit the copy in the first place? It can't be that you died in there before you had the chance to exit. Who knows? Letting the two of them pretend that they deserve to die. Oh, how popular was Lu Xingzhou when he was ranked number 1 in potential? At that time, whether it was the class flower or the teachers at school, they all surrounded him. Now that times have changed, does he still think he's that unbeatable genius? There are always some people who can't recognize reality and still bring Sun Qi to challenge the warrior level copies. They really don't know how to die. Wang Hu was obviously also a bit impatient to wait, so he opened his mouth. Alright, I was going to taunt them a few times after they exited the copy, but now it looks like they should be dead inside. Let's go! Hurry up and upgrade. Even though we're advanced professions, it's not that simple to pass the test. Zhao Xiaofei also thought he had a point, and the two were just about to leave. But just then, there was a flash of light outside the copy. The two silhouettes then appeared unharmed at the entrance of the replica. They were none other than Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi. This trip to the replica was a rewarding one for them. The various basic materials dropped by the monsters had a total value of over 3,000 gold coins alone, and it also dropped several pieces of silver-level equipment, and a boss crystal core. If sold at the auction house, it should still fetch around 60,000 gold coins. All in all, earn hemp. But no sooner had the two come out than they heard a guttural taunt coming from them. Speak of the devil and he's here. If you guys don't quit, I'm going to think you're not dead inside. Lu Xingzhou turned his head and saw Zhao Xiaofei looking at him with a sneer on his face. Wang Hu was also beside him, holding his shoulders and looking at him with a smirk. Lu Xingzhou looked at the two with a calm expression. I know you guys have been getting the short end of the stick from me at school, and it's kind of a bad feeling. I can understand and sympathize when I finally found out that I've awakened a low-level profession and wanted to come and taunt a few people. In the end, it's only because of your low self-esteem, right? Wang Hu, Zhao Xiaofei both froze. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. That one sentence directly dry breaks the defense for both of them. Grass. Lu Xingzhou, say that ing again. The two of them were raging, looking like they wanted to go out and teach Lu Xingzhou a lesson. But a cold grunt from the bald man next to them made their sanity retake the high ground. Wang Hu endured the anger in his heart and spoke coldly. Lu Xingzhou, don't talk to us about such useless things. You should pass the special training test first. Lu Xingzhou didn't care and spoke faintly. You'll have to break our record first. What? Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei were both stunned. Then, they saw the name on top of the copy record leaderboard. Refreshed. At this time, quite a few people who were originally watching from the sidelines also gathered around. Want to see which of the greats broke that record again? The original first place was a record of 7 minutes and 24 seconds set by Qin Xian's 4-man squad. This record is exaggerated enough to be well off the record of the rest of the teams who are 8 minutes out. After all, that Qin Xian was the top student of the college entrance examination in Shanghai City 3 years ago. 1 in a million starburst level professionals. But, when they looked at the names and times after the records were refreshed, everyone was shocked beyond words. Their 3 views were completely shattered. First place, Lu Xingzhou, Sun Qi, passing time, 1 minute 13 seconds. Second place, Qin Xian, Wang Yu, He Haizhou, Shen Lingling, passing time, 7 minutes and 24 seconds. Third place, silence, a good long silence. The expressions on Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei's faces were almost frozen. How is that possible? 2 people, breaking the record of Qin Xian and his 4-man squad? And, it was almost overwhelming to set their record. How is this possible? At this moment, many of the people around who were originally watching, they looked at Lu Xingzhou's expression. It's all changed. The look was no longer like looking at a piece of trash, but like looking at a monster. Chapter 8 Lin Yishui's Pride. Challenging the warrior class. Shanghai City No. 2 Middle School. Inside the principal's office, Principal Chang Yuanshan looked at the report on the destruction of the school's training ground submitted by Mr. Wang with a grave expression on his face. Are you sure that this was caused by 2 students? You think I, Chang Yuanshan, am a little cutie, eh? Mr. Wang's face was ugly as he said to the principal, Principal Chang, what are you talking about? How dare I fool you? This was indeed caused by a fight between 2 students, and our registrations and records prove it. Chang Yuanshan's eyes narrowed slightly as he sucked in a breath. Mr. Wang didn't have the guts to dare lie to himself. So it's really 2 students who caused this kind of damage? Can this really be done by 2 students who haven't completed their awakening for long? In the photo, that barrier is just a little bit too close to being destroyed. Chang Yuanshan's finger tapped the photo on the table, then said with a serious face, show me the registration information for these 2 students. It's all here. For you, Mr. Wang apparently prepared the matter in great detail in order not to be held responsible. Chang Yuanshan pondered slightly after receiving the message from the 2. Sun Qi, this kid he knew, awakened the pole fighter. This is one of the few professions with the highest damage among the rare professions. It could even be comparable to the destructive power of a starburst-level profession. But, looking at this destruction of the training room, it doesn't seem to be from the handiwork of the pole fighters. It looked more like it had been damaged by some sort of high-level flame spell. Chang Yuanshan looked at another list that recorded Lu Xingzhou's details. For a moment, he murmured, Lu Xingzhou, magic apprentice? In the school's library, only one first-order little flame was registered as taken. Although, the small fire is also fire magic when all is said and done. This is a bit too much of a difference, isn't it? Couldn't figure it out. Even with Principal Chang's insight, he couldn't understand which part of the process had gone wrong. Mr. Wang rubbed his hands together and looked a little nervous. In the back of his mind, he thought that the principal wouldn't blame himself after reading this information, right? But at that moment, Principal Chang looked at Teacher Wang in front of him, then slowly spoke. Go, call Sun Qi and Lu Xingzhou their homeroom teacher. Oh, okay, Principal. This, then, has nothing to do with me. Hurry up and go. Where's all the nonsense? Principal Chang snapped. It's not as simple as the training hall being destroyed. If this was really done by some student, that means this year, there is going to be an extraordinary guy in Jianhaino, 2 middle school, perhaps, a chance to compete for the top prize in Jianhai City? But it was all just his fantasy for now. Chang Yuanshan had reached level 39 10 years ago. What great storms and demonic geniuses has he not seen before? Despite the slight decline in the results of JHII in the past 2 years, but he wasn't ready to give his hopes to an apprentice magician. Let's investigate and see. If this Lu Xingzhou is really a seedling, cultivate him, Chang Yuanshan thought in his heart. On the other hand, in front of the entrance to the field copy, the chaos caused by Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi caused the crowd here to grow bigger and bigger. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Seriously, 2 people cleared the warrior-level goblin jungle in 1 minute? Monsters, these 2 are open for business. I know that Sun Qi. Isn't he one of the 2 strongest students in Jianhaino, 2 middle school this year? Oh, could that Lu Xingzhou be the strongest other? No, the strongest in Jianhaino, 2 middle school should be a girl. What is her name? Lin Yi Shui. At this time, a cold female voice suddenly spoke from the side. The man was reminded of this and said with a sudden realization, yes, it's called Lin Yi Shui. Thanks for the reminder. Pretty girl, you're welcome, and I hope you call me by the right name next time. The crowd froze slightly. It was only then that he reacted to the fact that the young girl in front of him with a light temperament was none other than the strongest person in Jianhaino, 2 middle school, Lin Yi Shui. I'll go. I didn't expect Lin Yi Shui to be so pretty. I thought she was strong alone. I didn't realize. She's really beautiful and capable of fighting. By the way, Lin Yi Shui, do you know what this Lu Xingzhou from your school is all about? This record he said is too outrageous. Yeah, 1 minute? What is this Lu Xingzhou, so strong? At this moment, Lin Yi Shui was also slightly mesmerized as she looked at the record leaderboard in front of her. A moment later, an inexplicable smile unexpectedly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, as if explaining to the crowd, she said to herself, he, who was once the strongest. The crowd could not understand what it meant to be the strongest at one time. Of course, they're not students in the 2nd grade. Naturally, he also couldn't understand the terrifying talent that Lu Xingzhou had once displayed during his potential test. At first, everyone thought, Lu Xingzhou's future transfer result, guaranteed starburst, upper limit legend. Lin Yi Shui's expression was a bit playful, and her eyes gradually became a bit firmer. She whispered softly to herself, seemingly determined, Lu Xingzhou, even if you come back, but I won't give up the number 1 position so easily. Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei among the crowd naturally recognized Lin Yi Shui. The 2 of them came over and opened their mouths with smiles on their faces to extend an invitation to her to team up. Lin Yi Shui, do you want to team up with us? We're from class 17, and we're all senior professionals. We should be able to upgrade faster if we team up together. Lin Yi Shui, the strongest person in Jianhaino, 2 middle school, was awakened to the rare profession of elf mage. It is possible to use the elf's magic to attack, as well as summon elemental elves to assist in battle. But she's not just called the strongest because of the strength of her profession. More so, because she has a companion skill. The power of this companion skill would follow and automatically increase as she leveled up, without the need to use items such as skill enhancement scrolls to raise the skill level like normal skills. In the future, there was even the possibility of evolving into a high-level skill of rank 6 or higher. Without a doubt, if Starburst didn't hadn't come out. Lin Yixue was the most deservedly strongest. If they could team up with her, Wang Hu and Zhao Xiufei firmly believed the two of them could definitely suppress Sun Qi and Lu Xingzhou in terms of upgrade speed. Breaking records? A minute is either a stroke of luck or a bug stuck. When I team up with Lin Yixue, I'm going to show you two pieces of trash how good you are. However, at this moment, Lin Yixue shot a glance at the two of them. Faintly speaking, just now I heard you guys say bad things about Lu Xingzhou, right? Yeah, that kid just owes a scolding. He's obviously a low-level profession, but he's still pretending. I can't stand to see his face. Wang Hu despised. Zhao Xiufei also nodded and followed. That's right, it's really disgusting for such trashy goods like low-level professions to also touch base with our high-level professions. Hearing the mockery of the two, Lin Yixue's expression imperceptibly turned cold for a few moments. She then opened her mouth with a cold smile. But you two, in my eyes, are just as much trash. Get lost. In the next second, the banishing magic in her hand lit up. Boom! The two of them, Wang Hu and Zhao Xiufei, were filled with shock and couldn't react in time. In an instant, he was blasted backwards by the enormous repulsive force. The two men fell heavily onto the wall and immediately sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Lin Yixue ignored both of them and turned her head to ask the nearest person beside her. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi. Well, there is a bald one among them. Where did they go now? The crowd was shocked by Lin Yixue's tactics just now, directly striking out without warning. He seriously injured two senior professionals with a single move. It's too hard. This time they were asked and they answered honestly. That handsome guy and that bald guy just now went into the copy again. In again? Or a warrior level copy? Right. Lin Yixue's face was cold. Warrior level difficulty. Even though she was now level 5, she hadn't dared to try it. But, somehow mentally, she pulled out her cell phone and called her teammates. Come gather at the Goblin Jungle replica and get your stats up to the best. We, 4-1, are going to challenge the warrior class. Chapter 9, can't fight anymore? It's the eating that doesn't work. Inside the copy, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi were both frantically practicing in the warrior level copy at the moment. Only this time, Sun Qi no longer rushed ahead to face the enemy. Instead, they are frantically picking up props and materials. Asterisk. Lu, can you slow down and play? I can't pick it up. One skill in seconds. What can I do? Less complaining. More work. Lu Xingzhou had his hands behind his back and was walking idly, looking like a tall man. Sun Qi was tired enough to run forward and backward. His already shiny brain was a few shades brighter from some sweat. Lu, isn't it a bit too big of a deal for you to let a rare profession pick up props for you? Lu Xingzhou ate a bun and casually threw out another flame of extinction. Boom! Once again, a series of reminders of the experience of the kills came to his ears. He spoke faintly. What's wrong with rare professions? Don't even need you to brush up. You're still wheezing. Hurry up. Sun Qi wanted to retort, but he was speechless. The two of them quickly arrived in front of the boss once again, and this time the Goblin King hadn't had time to roar and snarl. Lu Xingzhou was hitting with a flame of extinction in advance. The wind blows. The ash is gone. In just a few minutes of time, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi had already cleared the level for the 4th time. Lu Xingzhou's level had also rocketed straight up to level 6, and his various attributes had also received a considerable increase. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level, 6. Battle Strength, 7 stars. Skill, Flame of Extinction, 9th rank. Equipment, not yet available. Life value, 520/520. Magic value, 1008/1008. Strength attribute, 8 points. Spiritual attributes, 17 points. Agility attribute, 10 points. Defense attribute, 4 points. In just less than half a day, Lu Xingzhou's battle power had already reached 7 stars. It's not far from the standard of assessment. Sun Qi had come to level 7 at this time because he was originally a higher level. Okay, after we're done picking up, let's have another hand? Sun Qi wiped the sweat from his head and said, general replicas were limited to 5 entries per day, and now they had one last chance. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou unexpectedly waved his hand and said, I can't, go home. Sun Qi was slightly stunned, obviously a little surprised by Lu Xingzhou's answer. Can't fight? But then, he understood. After all, such a terrifying flame spell would certainly be a great load in consumption for the body. No, it's not enough to eat. Lu Xingzhou slowly spoke and burped. This bun made by my sister-in-law is too real. One bun must have 3 2-meat fillings. The average adult is full after just 2 or 3 at a meal. From just now until now, Lu Xingzhou had already eaten 9 buns. It's hard to hold on to my stomach right now, although the level up has been raised, but the amount of food has not been raised. It's still for nothing. He swore that this was the only time in his life that he hated his sister-in-law for why she wasn't an adulterer. The corner of Sun Qi's mouth twitched. Can't eat anymore. What's the reason for this? But today they had gotten more than they expected and were almost ready to leave. That's fine. Let's go to the trading house in a while and take stock of today's harvest. When Lu Xingzhou and Sun Shi left the copy, it turned out the place was surprisingly ubiquitous with a large group of people gathered around. Good lord, is this lining up for eggs? Lu Xingzhou spat out a sentence. Just then, he saw a light and moving figure next to him. Lin Yixue? So she's the one who's here, which means all these people around are here to spectate. At this moment, Lin Yixue and her 3 teammates, already fully armed, were preparing to enter from the copy, just in time for Lu Xingzhou to come out. Lin Yixue and him exchanged a glance. After that, Lin Yixue, with her teammates in tow, brushed past Lu Xingzhou with broad strides. At this time, Sun Shi scratched his head and came to Lu Xingzhou's side. Somewhat puzzled, he asked, "What is this mad about? Makes so much noise." "I go." Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and said, "Perhaps she is trying to challenge our record." "Alright, forget about her. Let's go to the trading house first." Sun Shi nodded his head, and the two of them left from the periphery of the crowd, heading straight to the trading house in Zhanhai City. After Lu Xingzhou left, warrior level, inside the goblin copy. "Heal, quick, our knights are a bit overwhelmed. Damn, this magic consumption is much faster than I thought. Knight, top it off again. I'll take a magic potion. I'll step up. The Kobold King's blood bar is only halfway down. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Humph, this monster is a bit interesting. Is a decent opponent. Eat your grandpa Knight Hammer." Lin Yixue and the 4-member squad they had formed were playing very hard, and each of their expressions were quite serious. When the boss's blood bar passed halfway, Lin Yixue suddenly opened her mouth. "Watch out, the Goblin King is going into a berserk state." As soon as the words fell, at this moment, the Goblin King's berserk voice shouted, and then, it directly jumped into mid-air. A heavy hammering of the ground followed, forcing back the few people in front of him. Nurse took the opportunity to quickly restore status to the crowd, but the Goblin King's speed and strength had increased by a large margin, and the crowd had somewhat failed to react. In the next second, it hissed and rushed into the crowd, attacking as violently as a raging wind and rain, making everyone a bit overwhelmed. "Holy, that fierce?" the knight exclaimed in surprise and hastily offered his own move, Steel Guardian. It was the first time everyone had challenged a warrior level difficulty copy, even though they had heard before that warrior level was hard to beat. But that's just a rumor after all. Only after experiencing it for themselves did they realize that warrior level difficulty and adventure level difficulty were 2 completely different copies. The crowd continued to maneuver around the Goblin King against the pressure. The priest's recovery speed, however, obviously couldn't keep up with the Goblin King's rate of consumption, and soon his blue bar was empty. "It's broken. Out of magic. Take your medicine. It's still cooling." When he saw that the Goblin King in midair was about to jump down and deal a fatal blow to the crowd, a cold aura flashed within Lin Yixue's eyes. Companion skill, Curse of the Ice Queen. Boom! In an instant, the huge-bodied Goblin King was frozen into a huge lump of ice. It fell heavily to the ground. "What are you waiting for? Quick, set fire to kill him in seconds." Lin Yixue cried out anxiously. The companion skill just now had used up all of her magic value, and there would not be a second chance like this. The crowd then reacted and unleashed their skills, blasting at the Goblin King. Bang, bang, bang. Congratulations on killing the Goblin King, leader level, gaining plus 200 experience. When they heard the duplicate's beep sound, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Good lord, how did I just realize that this Goblin King is so hard to fight? Warrior level is really difficult, but the rewards are quite generous. Plenty my ass. I've taken 5 bottles of magic potions, and I'm not making enough money to buy medicine. So which one of you is going to reimburse me? As the crowd spoke, Lin Yixue suddenly spoke. "How long did it take us to get through?" The priest replied, "It should be pretty quick. We basically didn't miss much this time." The knight put his shield and hammer away, then said, "What about checking the records?" The assassin who had been silent all this time spoke faintly, with a slight undertone in his tone. 5th place, 8 minutes and 21 seconds. The crowd was silent. A doubtful thought flashed through his mind. They think they have done as much as they are capable of, but this also takes over 8 minutes to pass. And Lu Xingzhou and Sun Shi, what kind of precision did the 2 of them manage to achieve to get through the level in a minute's time? Can anyone answer how they, in fact, did it? On the other hand, the Blood Knights Guild headquarters. Big Brother Qin Xian, one of your former copy records has been broken. The low man sitting on the main seat in the center of the Great Hall raised his eyes slightly and spoke without anger. "Oh, interesting. How many records he broke for me? 3 seconds? Or 2? I should have done the current limit for each of my records. Broke over 6 minutes. Put." On the main seat, Qin Xian sprayed out a mouthful of soda, and the generation of powerhouses almost choked to death directly. He stifled a cough and struggled to compose himself before speaking again. Wait, you show me his info. Chapter 10, it's only right that I spend money for my father. Trading house, Jianghai City. Sun Qi led Lu Xingzhou inside and introduced him to the main business areas of the trading house. Since he often followed his father in and out of the trading house, Sun Qi was still familiar with the place. These materials we popped out today will probably sell for around 15,000 gold coins combined. And count those silver equipment and boss crystals. It's estimated to add up and sell for at least 80,000 gold coins. I stole my dad's trading house gold card today. Not only is the fee 50% off, but the lounge has as many nutritional supplements as you want. It doesn't cost me anything anyway. Hey, how's it going, Lu? I'm all set here. Lu Xingzhou froze. Stole it? Aren't you afraid your father will find out? Sun Qi was unimpressed and said lightly, even if he finds out, it's just a beating. The money is spent and I've enjoyed it. It's not a loss. If he doesn't find out, then it's blood money. Lu Xingzhou gave a thumbs up. Okay, you're worthy of it. A great filial son. I won't let you work for nothing. I'll share half of it with you after I sell the stuff later. Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth. I don't want it. Sun Qi waved his hand. You don't get paid for nothing. Brother Lu, just keep it. There's a sea of places to spend money in the future. Lu Xingzhou didn't push back any further and just fell into thought. 80,000 gold coins? The rules of the world have changed radically since the game came down. The old social order was also completely upended. But the only thing that has stayed the same over the years is that life for the average person is always so hard. Auntie got up early and worked hard, throwing away rent and utilities. She couldn't even earn 80,000 gold coins a year. And one has made so much money that one hasn't even used it for a day. This huge gap made Lu Xingzhou more determined. In today's world, only strength is the basis for standing firm, whether it's for a better life for my sister-in-law or for my own future prospects. Become stronger first and pass the school's special training test. If memory serves, after passing the school's special training test, not only will the school teacher lead the students to explore the high-level copies, and crucially, the school will also hand out a range of resources and rewards for the best students. Exploring copies was actually not difficult for Lu Xingzhou nowadays, but the resources and rewards, they still made him a little bit excited. Sun Qi, why are you here? Suddenly, a low man's voice next to him pulled Lu Xingzhou's thoughts back. When he turned his head, he saw a burly middle-aged man with a similarly bald head, looking over with a big smile. It was just that the smile looked, more or less, kind. Why is my old man here? It's broken. Sun Yangzhou slowly walked over and touched Sun Qi's little bald head with a smile. Slowly, he spoke. I said how I found the card gone this morning. So it's you boys enjoying yourself here? Sun Qi was embarrassed. Good lord, who would have thought they'd be caught in the act? Solely, Sun Qi directly closed his eyes. Isn't it just a beating? Come on, let the storm come harder. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou, who was next to him, suddenly spoke. Hello, Uncle Sun. Sun Qi, he was just preparing to sell some items for some money afterward and then give you a surprise. Oh, Sun Yangzhou was also an old man, so naturally he would not be bluffed by Lu Xingzhou's few words. Lu Xingzhou smiled back and then took out the materials he had just gotten from brushing copies with Sun Qi, as well as that one most valuable boss crystal core. The moment Sun Yangzhou saw the Goblin King's crystal core, he raised an eyebrow. Afterwards, he surveyed Lu Xingzhou with interest and asked with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, is this what you acquired? Right, good boy. Lu Xingzhou, right. I always hear Sun Qi mention you. You've made a big impression on me when we first met. Sun Yangzhou still maintained his smile, but it was clear that his smile was soothing a few points at the moment. Lu Xingzhou responded blandly, Uncle Sun overpraised. Sun Yangzhou nodded appreciatively to Lu Xingzhou, then ruthlessly slapped down towards the bald head next to him. For the sake of Lu Xingzhou's face today, I won't bother with your brat. Hey, it would be nice if you kid could be so out of your league with people like that. Sun Qi wanted to cry. I don't care if you hit me when you're not happy. Why do you hit me when you're happy? Sun Yangzhou ignored his sultry little eyes and continued. I can help you sell this crystal core for 100,000 gold coins if you plan to offer it. Although this Goblin King's crystal core is not of a high grade, it is precisely because of its low grade that its production is pitifully small, and it is often impossible to buy it even with money. It just so happened recently that some ingrate wanted to build his family's child a piece of alpha-level equipment. So, what do you think? 100,000 gold coins, completely beyond Lu Xingzhou's expectations. He barely hesitated and nodded directly. Then I'll trouble Uncle Sun. Ha ha, good. Sun Yangzhou took the crystal core from Lu Xingzhou's hand and put it away in his arms. In about 3 days or so, I'll ask Sun Qi to give you the money. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Bye, Uncle Sun. Only after seeing Sun Yangzhou leave did Sun Qi let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thanks Lu. If it wasn't for your wit just now, I'd have to be beaten to death by my dad today. Let's go. Let's go sell the rest of these materials you're holding, and then pick 2 pieces of equipment for you while you're at it. Equipment is also a big boost to combat power. The 2 of them arrived at the service counter of the trading house, and the staff received the 2 of them warmly. There is no lame bridge that treats them differently because they are students. These materials, as well as these silver-grade equipment, after taking out the handling fee, our recovery price today is at 26,591 gold coins. The price was fair, and Lu Xingzhou didn't intend to bargain. After the heavy gold coins arrived, the 2 asked the staff if there were any equipment suitable for level 5 mages. The staff brought out an itemized book of equipment for them to choose from. However, Lu Xingzhou suddenly spoke. I'd like to see it in the flesh. Is that okay? The staff member hesitated for a moment, obviously having rarely heard such a request. Guest, our registers are all truthful about equipment information. You can rest assured that there will be no such thing as pictures for reference only. I understand. I just wanted to see it for myself. Well then, 2 guests, please follow me. The staff member gave a professional smile and then led them towards the warehouse. On the way, Sun Qi asked quietly, what kind of play is this? Lu, could it be that you want to do him a big favor? Can you have some normal thoughts in your head? Am I that kind of person? So what are you thinking about? It's always more reassuring to see it with your own eyes. Lu Xingzhou only said half of the words. In fact, he wanted to look at the equipment in the trading house. There are no word errors. Only, Chapter 11, someone is trying to hurt me. Feed me peanuts. The 2 arrived at the equipment warehouse, after which they saw a wide array of equipment that was meticulously categorized. Honored members, this is our warehouse. Each piece of equipment we encapsulate individually and then register it, so you can pick and choose as you wish. Lu Xingzhou came in front of a nearby transparent glass cabinet containing a black longsword and pressed his face against it to observe. A word message then popped up. Name, standardized longsword, silver grade, use level, 5. Equipment attributes, strength +2, agility -1. Additional effects, none. A mediocre outfit, priced at 1,000 gold coins. It's not cheap. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi walked deeper into the warehouse. His eyes kept sweeping over the gear on either side of him. When the staff saw that Lu Xingzhou was observing so carefully, they also introduced it with a smile. Guest, you are relieved now, aren't you? Our equipment information is all registered according to the facts, and it's all fair game. Lu Xingzhou nodded and continued to carefully observe each piece of equipment. After 10 minutes or so, he finished his walk. Any other gear? The staff froze. Although this was only one of the many warehouses in their trading house in Zhanghai City, there were at least 1,000 pieces of equipment inside. It didn't even fit. A level 5 journeyman who's kinda picky? We do have some other equipment, but it's all stored in warehouses in other divisions, and that's all I can show you. Okay. Lu Xingzhou nodded, slightly regretting it, but he didn't care too much about it. After all, for him the current copy was not stressful even if he passed it without equipment. Just as Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi were preparing to leave, his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a strawberry stored on the shelf of the consumable warehouse. Lu Xingzhou had also learned in his school textbook that this was just the most common grass fruit with detoxification effects. The taste is very unpleasant, astringent, and with a strong irritating odor. However, it can remove poison status up to level 10. The selling price will not exceed 200 gold coins. However, the words that flashed before Lu Xingzhou's eyes made him feel a little surprised. Item name, Clear Moon Spirit Spring. Item grade, Starburst grade. Restriction level, none. Effective use, permanently increase 1 point of mental attribute. Cooldown time, 3,600 seconds. Lu Xingzhou's expression hesitated slightly before his head tilted. Coming, Clear Moon Spirit Spring. This is a high-quality rarity. Props are graded in the same way as awakened profession grades. It's common, advanced, rare, Starburst, epic, and legendary. And the Starburst quality Clear Moon Spirit Spring, it is only spawned among the high-level elf-type replicas. If memory serves, each unit of Clear Moon Spirit Spring was worth over 200,000 gold coins. But then again, dog system, how did you rule a fruit as a spiritual spring? Can this be right? Lu Xingzhou put away his spit and asked the staff next to him. What's the price of this? Antidote fruit? Priced at 180 gold coins apiece. How much inventory do you have? Well, this is all the last stock from before, because recently a more effective antidote potion has appeared on the market with a more acceptable taste, so the stock is not much and there are only the last 103 of them. Lu Xingzhou nodded. 100 or so, that's quite a lot. Pack it up for me. I'll eat it as a snack. Sun Chi, staff? At this moment, Sun Chi's face was filled with confusion. This antidote fruit wasn't expensive though. 100 or so package didn't cost much. But, it's really not necessary to eat this as a snack, is it? The staff was also a little confused for a moment, not knowing whether to load up Lu Xingzhou or not. After all, it was something he'd had the pleasure of tasting once. Honestly, the only difference between the antidote fruit and the history, it's just sure and the dog love it. This is why. The price of a basic antidote made by an alchemist is 10 times that of a natural antidote fruit. But, still a big hit. But just as the staff was shocked, Lu Xingzhou had already been very quick to take money out to pay the bill. It wasn't until he filled up the pocket full of antidote fruits for Lu Xingzhou that he was sure. The teenager in front of him was not kidding himself. And as Lu Xingzhou looked at the antidote fruit in his hand, he also subconsciously twitched the corner of his mouth. He certainly knew how this antidote fruit tasted. As the old saying goes, it's all about the chocolate. However, the system said that this is the clear moon spirit spring. Lu Xingzhou cannot do anything. Taste? He took one of the antidote fruits and then put it to his mouth. He reconfirmed the words displayed before him. Name, Clear Moon Spirit Spring. Grass. Bet on it. Lu Xingzhou's throat moved slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then threw it into his mouth with his eyes closed and chewed. Next to them, Sun Chi and the staff's expressions were all very grave. Hearing the sound of the antidote fruit bursting in Lu Xingzhou's mouth, Sun Chi already had some hidden physical discomfort. Empathizing falls under yes. Hiss. So impatient? Lu is such a tough guy. I'll go. However, when the antidote fruit entered his mouth, it was not as unpalatable as Lu Xingzhou had thought. Instead, it was like drinking fresh and sweet spring water, which revitalized his entire spirit. Yummy! I didn't realize that the flavor had changed as well. Lu Xingzhou closed his eyes and savored it, then revealed an intoxicated, cozy expression. He could clearly feel that the clear moon spiritual spring was nourishing his spiritual energy. The feeling overwhelmed him, intoxicated him. But next to them, Sun Chi and the staff member who didn't know what was happening looked dumbfounded when they saw the expression on Lu Xingzhou's face. Enjoying yourself? Is that the antidote fruit he ate? It's not right. It's very much 12% wrong. Lu Xingzhou smacked his lips uninterestedly after finishing an antidote fruit. This stuff tastes like a clear moon spirit spring. The effect is also a clear moon spirit spring, but it only sells for less than 200 gold coins apiece, so it's too good a deal. To be honest, Lu Xingzhou wanted to eat another one. However, the cooldown of the props has not yet ended, and eating them will have no effect. At this time Lu Xingzhou turned his head and saw Sun Chi, who was full of surprise. Suddenly he had a bold idea. Does this word work for anyone else? Sun Chi, you eat one. Sun Chi took half a step back and shook his head frantically. I don't eat. Have one. It's delicious. Lu Xingzhou hemmed and hawed and took out an antidote fruit. Really? Really? Thinking of the intoxicated expression that appeared on Lu Xingzhou's face just now, Sun Chi was a little shaken. Then I'll try one? Come on you. Lu Xingzhou didn't give him a chance to refuse and directly stuffed him into his mouth. Next, Sun Chi's face instantly became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten beef jerky on the railroad tracks. Wow, someone is trying to hurt me. Feed me peanuts. Chapter 12. Wait, why are you level 6? At this moment, Lu Xingzhou revealed a hint of doubt. He asked calmly, what? Is it hard to eat? What do you say? Sun Chi was full of speechlessness and didn't even know how to spit it out. Said, the strategist entered the game with his body, and beat me by half a sun. Lu, I'm convinced that you were eating so enjoyably just now. Tough guy, you are indeed tough. The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth turned away. Then he said with hatred, just don't eat it. Don't waste my little snack. Lu, don't pretend, okay? I don't believe you can eat all of this. Lu Xingzhou didn't say much. However, he could also tell from amongst Sun Chi's reaction just now. This stuff is the original flavor of the antidote fruit. Lu Xingzhou secretly thought in his heart, the word this thing shows up here in my place is still clear moon spirit spring, but when I give it to Sun Chi to eat the word doesn't take effect? It seems that the wrong words can only be used on my own. The test results he was about the same as originally expected. After all, you can get a glimpse of it from the buns of your sister-in-law. As for why it was retested again this time, for insurance purposes, of course, there's nothing else to think about. There really isn't. At this time, Lu Xingzhou opened his information panel and checked his attributes. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level, 6. Battle Strength, 7 stars. Skill, Flame of Extinction, 9th rank. Equipment, not yet available. Life value, 520/520. Magic value, 1008/1008. Strength attribute, 8 points. Spiritual attributes, 18 points. Agility attribute, 10 points. Defense attribute, 4 points. Sure enough, the mental attribute increased by 1 point. Cool. However, just at this moment, Sun Chi suddenly spoke. "Hey Lou, how come fat 4? Your message panel is full of question marks?" Bald asked with a confused look on his face. Lu Xingzhou didn't take it seriously. Is this guy eating antidote fruit to eat his brain bad? Where is the question mark when your own information panel is so clear? Before leaving the trading house, Lu Xingzhou spent another 10,000 gold coins to buy a random skill book for the life class professions. It was one of his gifts to his sister-in-law. This time, Sun Qi did not accompany Lu Xingzhou home, because after eating that antidote fruit, he covered his stomach and yelled that he wanted to go to the hospital to have his stomach pumped. It was late in the day by now. Plus, Lu Xingzhou thought he was too noisy and let him go. When I got home, the bakery was closed and shuttered, and my sister-in-law was resting in front of the counter. Lu Xingzhou walked over and gave the skill book to sister-in-law Chu Qing. "Xiao Lu, this is? I made some money today. This is a gift for you," Lu Xingzhou said with a smile. "Is this a skill book? This should be expensive." Although Auntie Chu Qing was a life class professional, she also knew quite a bit of common sense. "You child, if you earn money, keep it for yourself. You'll have a lot of places to use it in the future. What's the point of spending it in a place like this? Your thoughts are appreciated, sister-in-law. Take it back and buy yourself something." Although Chu Qing's words were harsh, they did not have the slightest tone of blame. Instead, there was a pleased smile at the corners of her mouth. "No, that's nothing to me. I've got $100,000 coming in a couple of days." $100,000? Chu Qing exclaimed. "Xiao Lu, let's not break the law and discipline." "Don't worry, Auntie, it's all I've earned in the duplicates." "Copy earned? I have heard that copies are very dangerous. Where is it so good to make money? People and their physiques cannot be generalized." Lu Xingzhou spoke faintly. Chu Qing's slender eyelashes blinked slightly, then slowly nodded her head. "I know you've grown up, and it comes across as a bit of a nag when your sister-in-law still treats you like a child sometimes. It's just that it's too expensive, so Auntie really can't take it." Lu Xingzhou knew that Chu Qing would definitely say this, so he continued to speak. "It's fine. Besides, it's an investment. If you are able to awaken new skills, it will be good for our family's bakery. I'm sure we'll make more money in time." No less. Hearing this, my sister-in-law was also a little moved. "Well, thank you, Lu. It's fine. Sister-in-law, you use it now and see what new skills you can awaken." "Good." Chu Qing placed her right hand on the skill book, followed by a dazzling flash of light. Buzz. A moment later, Chu Qing opened her eyes. "What skills have been awakened?" Lu Xingzhou asked. "Well, advanced and pasta skills," Chu Qing said. Lu Xingzhou was silent for a moment. The skills awakened by life class professions were really that special. "Auntie, why don't we try out what effect the new skill has?" "Good." Chu Qing was obviously a bit eager to try as well, and immediately got up and went to make the noodles. Lu Xingzhou also went over to follow and help. In fact, he was also curious if his sister-in-law's skill enhancement would have an impact on his own word identification. However, when the buns came out of the oven, Lu Xingzhou was still a little disappointed. The words of your own identification have not changed in the slightest, but texture-wise eating the wrappers did make them fluffier and more flavorful. Perhaps it's a quantitative to qualitative process? Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and fell into deep thought, and just then, there was a sudden knock on the door of the bakery. Auntie Chu Qing went over to open the door. Then, a cold and familiar female voice came through the door. "Auntie Chu Qing, good evening." "Oops, it's Ruyan, come on in." Chu Qing turned her head and looked at Lu Xingzhou in greeting. "Lu, Ruyan came to see you." Su Ruyan's cool eyes blinked slightly, and the tear mole at the corner of her eye looked extra flirtatious under the moonlight. Hearing Chu Qing's words, Su Ruyan said in a mosquito voice, "I'm not here to see him." She had just stepped inside and then 2 buns were brought to her. Lu Xingzhou said with a big grin, "No, oh, Auntie just made buns. Have 2. "Ah, thanks." Su Ruyan subconsciously took the bun and then thanked her. With that, she suddenly thought of the purpose of her visit and immediately said, "Ahem, that's not why I'm here today." Lu Xingzhou also seemed to realize what the other party wanted to say and directly interrupted. "I understand your good intentions, but I can handle the selection test, and I don't need the gold transfer book. I'm not talking about that. I just happen to understand that there's a level 5 team looking for regular teammates and I can refer you there." Su Ruyan spoke naturally, a pair of slender legs rocking back and forth on the ground unobtrusively. "But, is it really that just so happen to know?" Lu Xingzhou smiled slightly and lit up his information panel. "Why does no one believe me when I tell the truth? I told you I really don't need help." When Su Ruyan and Chu Qing saw Lu Xingzhou's information panel, both of them were slightly stunned. "Are you 6 leveled?" Su Ruyan didn't expect that Lu Xingzhou's level had risen so quickly. Obviously, when he saw Lu Xingzhou today, he was still only level 1. Originally, she had wanted to find 3 level 5 professionals to take Lu Xingzhou to upgrade relationships she's made. As a result, when he turned his head, Lu Xingzhou had directly risen to level 6. Su Ruyan smiled helplessly. It seems that one's fears were unwarranted, but at this time, she suddenly raised an eyebrow, and then, she pointed at Lu Xingzhou's panel. Slightly hesitantly, he spoke. Wait, you have this panel. Detailed data there. Why all the question marks? Chapter 13, all parties gathered. All for the purpose of breaking my record? Lu Xingzhou's head tilted. This remark, why did he seem to have heard it somewhere before? Oh yeah, Sun Chi said something like that today. Lu Xingzhou turned his head and looked at Chu Qing's sister-in-law. Auntie, look at my information panel. It's a question mark too? I can see your level, battle power, and skills, but the attributes below that are all question marks. Chu Qing replied seriously. At this time Lu Xingzhou also realized that something was wrong. Bad. The dog system, it's not like it's playing up my message panel. Throughout these 20 years of history since the game's arrival, has there ever been an attribute panel like this one with all question marks? I'm not going to be captured by some mysterious organization and experimented on, am I? The corners of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched as he realized that something big was wrong. Instantly, he considered a possibility. Is it because of the clear moon spirit spring that my real data panel and the displayed data have deviated, causing the two sides to be out of alignment? It's quite possible. Grass. Lu Xingzhou's brain was thinking frantically, but at this time, Su Ruyan slowly spoke. Your shielding props work well. They're that special type of shielding prop, aren't they? Oh, right. Lu Xingzhou froze, then agreed and said, that's a good reason. The corner of Su Ruyan's mouth sketched out a smile. Then she took the 2 buns that Lu Xingzhou handed her. Then he was going to turn around and leave. Before she left, she seemed to say in order to remind Lu Xingzhou, this year, the city's elite special training class will be organizing an assessment together, and if they can make it into the top 10, there will be additional contract rewards, and the prizes are said to be very generous. After saying that, she looked at the smiling Chu Qing beside her. Thank you Auntie Chu Qing for the buns. I'll come back to visit next time. Watching those long legs step inside the business car, Chu Qing suddenly opened her mouth as if with emotion. What a nice girl. Xiaolu, you have to take advantage of it. Car. Su Ruyan carefully put away the 2 buns given by Lu Xingzhou. Then he spoke slowly to the butler. Fu Bo, who was in the front row, heat it up for me in the morning. I'll have it for breakfast. After silently putting away the 2 buns, Uncle Fu once again spoke. Miss, did young Master Lu, did he promise? No. The butler, Uncle Fu, was not surprised by this, and he spoke solemnly. Miss, you have already done enough for young Master Lu, and young Master Lu is a strong person. It is normal for him not to admit some things. Su Ruyan's entire body leaned back within the leather seat, her proud figure outlined to the fullest. He's not talking big, he's level 6. Hearing this, Fubuki froze slightly. A flash of doubt then appeared on his capable face. Don't make fun of me, miss. Su Ruyan smiled faintly. I never joke about him. Fubo raised an eyebrow, and then his expression fell into deep thought once again. But even so, the family sighed. Su Ruyan's expression was cold, as if she was very disgusted with certain things about the family. She said with a cold face, resuming her usual flatness, I'll figure it out. Drive. Yes, ma'am. Su Ruyan knew that there must be some unknown secrets in Lu Xingzhou, but it is up to Lu Xingzhou himself whether or not he can hit the top 10 places in the city's elite special training class. There are 6 days left before the special training test. Lu Xingzhou wasn't worried about whether or not he would be able to meet the assessment standards. 10-star war power. When he levels up, it shouldn't be too difficult to reach 10 stars. Before going to sleep, Lu Xingzhou also threw an antidote fruit into his mouth. Gabba gabba. The relief brought about by the increase in mental power allowed Lu Xingzhou to sleep peacefully. Early the next morning, Lu Xingzhou went out with a pocket of beef and onion buns. Antidote fruit, as a kind of copy props, can be put into the space props bar. Therefore, he didn't have to go out with a bunch of antidote fruits. Otherwise, he's likely to be recognized as an omnivore. Lu Xingzhou arrived not far outside the replica, where he and Sun Chi had met the hard-faced bald head. What's with the ugly face? Don't mention it. When I went to bed last night, I kept feeling a strange, unpleasant taste in my mouth. What's that weird smell? Lu Xingzhou said, took out an antidote fruit from his system props bar and threw it into his mouth. Come to think of it, I hadn't taken the antidote fruit myself this morning. Crunchy and delicious. Sun Chi's face changed as he watched. Brother Lu, you don't have to be so desperate, do you? Can't I just give in? It's so hard to eat. Why bother with yourself? Lu Xingzhou asked suspiciously. Who said this antidote fruit is hard to eat? This antidote fruit is fantastic. Sun Chi didn't dare to open his eyes, hoping that it was all a hallucination of his own. Lu Xingzhou didn't tease him when he saw his expression and opened his mouth. Not messing with you. Let's go. Brush up on your copies. The 2 of them arrived outside the door of the replica. The number of rewards for the day had been refreshed and they were still able to swipe the replica 5 times. In order to ensure his ability to keep fighting, Lu Xingzhou purposely didn't eat breakfast. prepare to settle on a copy. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the replica, they suddenly realized that the people who had gathered outside the replica's door today, surprisingly, there were even more people than yesterday when Lin Yishui came to challenge him, and there are a lot of unfamiliar faces among them. I didn't expect that the top geniuses of our Jianhai No. 1 middle school, Jianhai No. 4 middle school, and Jianhai No. 7 middle school are all here. I go. Zhao Jinhu from the City Experimental High School is here too. Are they all here to challenge the warrior-level Goblin Camp replica? Looks like they're all here to challenge the record set by that Lu Xingzhou guy yesterday. But it's rumored that the guy named Lu Xingzhou, he cheated to raise the record to 1 minute. There's still that? Of course. Otherwise, do you think that Big Brother Qin Xin's record has been held for so many years? How could it be refreshed by so much at once? I see. I told you how it's possible for such a monster to appear. Cheating? No wonder. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi heard the crowd talking, but did not pay any attention to it. After all, it's their business to think what they like. Lu Xingzhou and the others didn't come here specifically to refresh the record of the replica. They just upgraded and accidentally refreshed the record. But, aren't you making a bit of an impact here? Lu, whatever. It's none of my business. Lu Xingzhou did not linger outside the copy of the Goblin Jungle. Instead, he led Sun Qi into the deeper depths. There is also an entrance to a subdimensional space here, a copy of the Frost Jungle. Restricted entry level, 6 to 14. There were significantly fewer people here than outside. Only a few scattered squads could be seen stationed here and there, adjusting their status. Moreover, these people were all above level 10. After all, there's a consensus that it's best to stick to the limited level cap for swiping copies, because the higher the level, the higher the personal attributes and battle power, the greater the margin of error in more difficult copies. As a result, very few people would just run in when they had just met the Frost Jungle's entry level. The two people, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi, were the alternative here. Chapter 14, Warrior Great Zombie King. Seems to be just like that. After all, the restricted entry level of the Goblin Jungle replica was level 1 to 9, enough to satisfy the upgrade needs of most newbies. Almost everyone would choose to level up to level 10 in the Goblin Jungle and then challenge the Frost Jungle replica afterwards. Although this will be a slightly slower upgrade, but the win is safe. Even if it was a top-notch genius, then it had to grow up before it could be called a genius. As a result, when these professionals outside the Frost Jungle saw Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi, their gazes were slightly strange. Good lads, 6th class are here? This is really a newborn calf. Aren't they all afraid of death? There's something strange about this magic apprentice's information panel. Is he wearing some kind of shielding type prop? Who knows? As long as they're not here to brush up on their copies, that's tantamount to looking for death. The crowd looked at the duo of Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi with measured gazes, but the latter didn't care about them. The two ran straight for the entrance to the replica and dug in. There was not the slightest hesitation in the movement. Crowd, the nearest few level 12 professionals froze, and the two of them went in? Seek death. Holy, are these two boys tired of living? The crowd went up to check up on the replica challenge, and as a result, the crowd froze at the first glance. They challenged, and it wasn't even the usual normal level of difficulty. Straight up warrior level difficulty? The group of level 10 plus professionals looked at each other in disbelief. Inside the copy, a thick layer of frost hung among the trees within sight. Even the soil, which was supposed to be loose and soft, was frozen hard from the extreme cold. This place is pretty cold, Sun Qi said and took out a level 5 leather armor top from his props bar and threw it to Lu Xingzhou. Lu, put it on, don't freeze. Lu Xingzhou smiled and threw the leather jacket back again, saying, I don't wear it, and when I'm cold I'll just burn a fire. Where's the bother? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. You know fire magic coming up. However, Sun Qi's words had not yet fallen. Lu Xingzhou directly struck out with a 9th rank flame. Boom! Instantly, wherever the flames passed, the original primitive jungle, which was still freezing cold, was directly blasted into nothingness under this scorching heat. Even the snowflakes falling from the sky were directly vaporized at this moment. It turned into a gush of water vapor. Sun Qi looked dumbfounded. Good guy. Set fire to the mountain. The bottom of the jail. Ah, Lu, it's in a copy. What are you afraid of? It's too cruel. I can't watch this kind of thing. Where's the cruelty? Monsters don't hurt. I'm very humane. Lu Xingzhou said rightfully so. Where's the cruelty? Cruel to me. You're so fast. I'm tired of picking up props, right? Hurry up. We still have to fight the boss later. Sun Qi was speechless. Lu, you're killing seconds left and right anyway. Why don't we bring a few people who specialize in picking up props? Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and felt that Sun Qi had a point. Anyway, his experience in painting the map wouldn't be diluted by more people. After all, the number and strength of the monsters was related to the number of people entering the copy. If you bring a few more people, picking up props faster, brushing the efficiency of the map, it will also follow the improvement. Okay, that makes sense. Let's get some teammates when we get back. Well, Well, Lu is wise, but this round is still up to you. Sun Qi's smile froze. Hey, that's my life. Brushing the monsters was a split second for Lu Xingzhou, and picking up the props was slightly delayed. Of course, most of the time was wasted by Sun Qi's general ouchie complaints. Watching him pick up the props, Lu Xingzhou then understood why all the previous farmers held a small leather whip in their hands. It's no good just yelling go work. Okay, stop yakking. Are you done picking up? Done. Sun Qi held his old back and said. Lu Xingzhou stood up and said as he patted the leaves on his butt, let's go find the boss. The boss of the frost jungle was a frost zombie king that exuded an eerie cold aura. The zombie king's cold and withered body was covered with fine frost. Between its breaths, a thick layer of ice mist could be seen erupting. At this point, roar dash, the moment he saw a living person. The zombie king let out a roar and charged up towards the two. Lu Xingzhou toasted the bun and then, directly afterward, he struck out with a flame of extinction. The violent explosion instantly engulfed the zombie king. Then, a copy reminder tone came to Lu Xingzhou's ears. Kill Frost Zombie King, leader level, get experience bonus plus 440. Congratulations, you have set a new copy record. You have received an extra reward for your copy. Equipment, Zombie King's Ice Bracelet, gold level. Another new copy record? Brother Lu, after hanging out with you for the past 2 days, why do I feel like copy records are a bit worthless? Sun Qi let out a sigh of emotion, then ran up to pick up the props very consciously. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. Well, grow up and get it. A few moments later, Sun Qi finished collecting the equipment and other materials, then came to Lu Xingzhou's side. From the props bar, he took out a dark blue bracelet that emitted a cold aura. That's good equipment, or boss jewelry. Sun Qi pulled up the equipment's information panel and lamented. Equipment name, Zombie King's Ice Bracelet, gold level. Use level, 6. Equipment attributes, spiritual strength plus 5 points, defense plus 1 point, magic value limit plus 80 points. Special effect, when wearing the bracelet, the attack will be accompanied by a chilling effect, level 10, which will cause the enemy to fall into a slowed down state and continue to receive chilling damage when hit. Set attribute, triggered when wearing the Zombie King's Ice Jewelry 3-piece set. This equipment could be fully described as extreme equipment for a low-level professional. It was even an extremely rare gold-grade set of jewelry. If it was sold at the trading house, its value shouldn't be lower than the Goblin King's crystal core. Lu, what are you going to do with this thing? Sell it, or use it yourself? Originally, Lu Xingzhou was planning to exchange money. After all, his damage is currently completely overflowing. Until now, he hadn't even equipped a silver-ranked staff. It's just because it can't be used. However, when he saw the bracelet, he changed his mind, because in his eyes, the word's special attributes are completely different from Sun Qi's eyes. Special effect, when wearing the bracelet, the attack will be accompanied by the 6th rank skill Extreme Ice Storm, which will cause the enemy to fall into a slowed down state and continue to receive ice damage after hitting. Attacks come with a 6th rank ice attribute attack skill? So does my Flat A count? Chapter 15. I report that his Flat A is a big move. What are you going to do with this equipment? Lu, Sun Qi waited on his hand and felt that this cold ice bracelet was still very good. Equipment grades are categorized into bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, etc. But in gear under level 10, gold level equipment would already be the ceiling. Plus, this equipment was still an extremely rare alpha equipment. If Lu Xingzhou wanted to sell it, then he would ask his father to help him, and he would surely be able to sell it at a good price. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou reached out and took the bracelet and said as he carefully examined it, "It's better to keep this equipment. I plan to wear it myself." Good. Lu, have a vision. Sun Qi gave a thumbs up and said, "Do you want me to take another look at this equipment set for you? Maybe it's still for sale on the trading floor right now." "That won't be necessary." Lu Xingzhou put the bracelet on his hand and then slowly spoke. "I'll take the equipment, and when I sell that crystal core of mine, I'll compensate you for a portion of the gold." Lu Xingzhou was not the type of person who loved to take advantage of others. Although he was short of money, he didn't take it very seriously. However, Sun Qi was not a calculating master. He said with a direct wave of his hand, "All right, Lu, I've told you many times. I didn't put in much effort. Just keep the materials and equipment you swiped for yourself. Besides, if I'm short of anything, I can just ask my old man for it. I'm his son. It's only right that I help him spend his money." Lu Xingzhou suddenly burst out laughing. "Hey, not bad for your own good buddy. Urinary." However, Lu Xingzhou did not accept the other party's good intentions with peace of mind. One size fits all. Sun Qi could not want it, but he couldn't not give it to himself. If there were suitable equipment or materials in the future, let's give Sun Qi a few more. Lu Xingzhou brought the equipment to his wrist. it looked like the thick layer of frost should be cold, but in reality, there was only a silky cool touch after bringing it to the wrist. It didn't say it was a particularly cold and unpleasant feeling. Lu Xingzhou casually sent out a normal attack. Magic Bullet. The consumption of magic power for this skill was almost negligible. Just like a warrior's sword-wielding swing, normal attacks by themselves were not very destructive, and even the damage they caused to monsters in general was limited. But, the moment the magic bullet struck, a cold, chilly wind blew through. In the next second, the whistling frosty cold air gathered. The roll carried the attack of the magic bullet and instantly blasted out. A cold and piercing ice storm that almost froze the air. When it blasted into the trunk of the tree next to it, the extremely cold temperature instantly froze the tree to a very fragile state, and the dense ice crystals in the storm. Again, it instantly shattered the large tree that was as thick as one person's ring directly into powder. On the side, Sun Chi looked dumbfounded. Wow, this is an incidental ice attribute attack? What the can this cause a level 10 freezing effect? If this were to hit the body, it would be bruised and purple? Sun Chi's expression was very surprised. It was completely beyond his perception of equipment. How can that be right? Lu Xingzhou was clearly stunned by the effects of this equipment as well. That's a lot of damage? It seems that the power of 6th rank skills is pretty fierce. 2. Lu Xingzhou was very happy in his heart. The most crucial thing was that the effect of this equipment's collateral attack didn't consume any magic value. It was important for him in this current situation of strained magic values. I was already prepared to eat buns until I was full this morning, but now it seems like I don't have to. Next game, just try out the new gear. If the speed of brushing the map was not much different, then the Flame of Extinction could be completely used as one's base card in the future. Cool. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou opened his information panel. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level, 6. Battle Power, 10 stars. Equipment Attributes plus 3 stars. Skill, Flame of Extinction, 9th rank. Equipment, Zombie King's Ice Bracelet, Gold level. Life Value, 520/520. Magic Value, 1088/1088. Equipment Attribute plus 80. Strength Attribute, 8 points. Spiritual Attribute, 24 points. Equipment Attribute plus 5 points. Agility Attribute, 10 points. Defense Attribute, 5 points. Equipment Attribute plus 1 point. Unexpectedly, this piece of equipment had directly raised the battle power by 3 stars to 10 stars. However, the school is not allowed to wear the equipment during the test selection. So, this total battle strength can only be used for reference at this point. With a thought, Lu Xingzhou took his bracelet back to the props bar. All props, consumables, and equipment produced in the duplicates can be taken out and stored from the game props bar at any time. It's just a matter of a thought. The two of them made sure that there were no other equipment or materials that hadn't been picked up within the copy before leaving the copy. After the two of them left the copy unharmed, the crowd outside the copy cast strange gazes. Not dead? It's out? These two boys, they've got a lot of lives. Just as the crowd was so emotional, they suddenly realized that something was not right, because right after Lu Xingzhou and the others came out, the Frost Jungle's copy record was suddenly refreshed. First place, Lu Xingzhou, Sun Chi, clearance time, 3 minutes 2 seconds. Second place, Smiley Face, passing time, 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Third place, Big Brother Qin Xian's record, broken again? This is no ing joke, is it? You too? The crowd pointed at Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi with expressions of looking at monsters. They couldn't figure out even if they thought about it. How in the world did these two student-looking guys in front of them do it? Lu Xingzhou turned his head to see the record and said with a bland expression, "It seems like we wasted too much time picking up materials this time. It took more than 3 minutes." "Well, I told you I had to get 2 people to help pick it up," Sun Chi replied. Lu Xingzhou nodded. There is strength in numbers. It does make sense. He took out an antidote fruit from the props bar and threw it into his mouth. Asked a few people next to him as he ate, "How about it? Are you guys interested in picking up props for us so we can take you to the warrior level for free? Setting a new record and calling it a waste of too much time? One of you level SAXS and one of you level 7s are going to take a bunch of us level 12 warrior levels? And you want us to help pick up the props? And what's the point of having an antidote fruit for nothing, Mr. Ho?" There was some confusion in the crowd's expressions. His face changed for a moment, and he didn't know what to say anymore. Although Lu Xingzhou and the others were speaking Xia characters, but combined together, how did they make it so unintelligible? Lu Xingzhou looked at the crowd with this expression and didn't seem to have any intention of brushing up with himself, solely and not at his own peril. Ask in the Goblin Jungle. There are more people in that place. Good. The two of them, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi, walked towards the outside. But just as they arrived outside the Goblin Jungle copy, suddenly, two middle-aged men noticed them. Those two middle-aged men had a pair of gazes, then instantly walked towards Lu Xingzhou's side. The two of you, if I'm not mistaken, you are Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi, right? Oh, you are? Lu Xingzhou sized up the two people in front of him. They didn't look like they were low-leveled. All of them were at least level 20 or above turn 2 professionals. All combat class professionals will experience another professional awakening every time they level up by 20 levels and complete the professional awakening quest. Like Lu Xingzhou and their class teacher Lao Feng. He was a level 31 turn 2 arrow rain archer. A professional who was able to complete turn 2 was considered a mainstay among professionals. Professionals who could achieve 3 turns were few and far between. I don't know how many people have been stuck at level 39 all their lives and not allowed to advance an inch. So, facing two turn 2 professionals who were clearly rushing to find themselves, Lu Xingzhou was still a little wary. But, the two middle-aged men spoke up. Don't worry, we were just sent here to say hello and mean you no harm. Who sent you guys? Sun Qi took over. Those two middle-aged men looked at each other and revealed a complicated smile before speaking faintly. Blood Knights Guild, Zhanghai Branch President, Qin Xian. Chapter 16. Is it too late to return? Qin Xian? After hearing this name, Lu Xingzhou felt a bit familiar. At this time, Sun Qi next to him said to him, "It's the one where we broke the record." Oh, no wonder. It dawned on Lu Xingzhou. When the two middle-aged men next to them saw Lu Xingzhou's reaction to them, their expressions unconsciously twitched. Nice guy. You too. Can you at least show due respect to Big Brother Qin Xian? But thinking about how President Qin Xian had instructed him before he left, the two readjusted their tone and said, "It's an honor for you two that our President Qin Xian has noticed you. Sun Qi, our President invited you by name to join our Blood Knight Guild, including you Lu Xingzhou. If you can pass our Blood Knight Guild's internal examination, you can also become our official member. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although you guys broke President Qin Xian's record in the Goblin Jungle 3 years ago, you shouldn't be too proud. With this kind of low-level copy, people don't put much effort into it and have immature equipment and skills. Although we still don't know exactly how you managed to set his record by so much, I can tell you responsibly, by the time you wait for a slightly higher-leveled copy, you guys definitely won't have a chance to refresh the record left behind by Big Brother Qin Xian, because at that point, their equipment and team configurations are well established, and they're trying more often because the upgrade cycle has gotten longer. This record, too, is even more extreme. Take this opportunity, Sun Qi. It's already a great thing to be able to join the Blood Knight Guild, especially you, Lu Xingzhou. You are nothing but a low-level combat profession. The president is willing to give you such a chance to examine. I hope you won't waste it." After the two of them finished saying this, they looked at Lu Xingzhou and the others in front of them with a big grin. The Blood Knights Guild, one of the few A-class guilds in Zhanghai City. Every year, the Blood Knights Guild would not absorb more than 10 people in Zhanghai City. And the criteria for recruiting new people, that are the absolute elite. Students like Sun Qi and the others who hadn't even stepped out of school yet should definitely be grateful to be invited by them. After the two of them made their intentions clear, a confident smile appeared on their faces. How about, if you're going to say yes, hurry up. We've also brought a cultivation contract, and if you perform well, you'll also be able to receive the guild's resources worth 300,000 gold coins for cultivation. But, at this time, Sun Qi's dull eyes unexpectedly revealed a trace of mockery. Lu, look at their uneducated appearance. 300,000 gold coins. We'll earn it in 2 days. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Indeed. I didn't realize that this big guild came out so stingy. Hey, Sun Qi said as he waved his hand at the two men. I refuse to join your so-called Whatsit, Blood Knights Guild. Eyesight is too low. The bottom line is that you guys didn't even invite my brother Lu? Do you know that as far as that Qin Xian of yours is concerned, my brother Lu can just break his record? Those two middle-aged men obviously froze for a moment after hearing Sun Qi's reply. First, they were surprised by Sun Qi's refusal. Then after that, there was their contempt for Sun Qi's words. My big brother Qin Xian's record is something you can break just because you say you want to? I told you you're fat, but you're really panting. And again, even if it could break the record, it definitely wouldn't be something that a low-level professional like Lu Xingzhou could do. The expressions of these two middle-aged men had become a little less pleasant from their initial smiles. You mean you're going to refuse? Yeah, I thought I made it clear enough. Sun Qi waved his hand and said easily. These two middle-aged men sneered. You will regret your ignorance in the future. And, you will realize what a great opportunity you missed. After saying that, the two middle-aged men were ready to leave. But just as they turned to leave, Lu Xingzhou suddenly added, by the way, the record you guys said couldn't possibly be broken seems to have been broken again. Oh. The two middle-aged men stopped slightly in their tracks. Turning his head, he asked, what records? You say? The Frost Jungle. Maybe you guys would be interested in checking it out. After saying that, Lu Xingzhou didn't care about the wonderful expressions on the faces of those two middle-aged men. Left to his own devices, he went off to find his teammates. free with upgrades, just 2 random ones that can pick up props. Immediately after Lu Xingzhou said this, he received 2 applications to join the team. After he casually agreed, he said to the 2 men, "Follow me." Most of the people who gathered in the copy area were professionals who had a need for upgrading. Otherwise, it doesn't smell good when it honestly improves its combat power through weekday training. Those 2 professionals were a man and a woman, and they looked to be of a similar age to Lu Xingzhou, should be a senior this year too. Those 2 followed Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi's footsteps and gradually moved away from the Goblin Jungle copy. At this point, both of those men were a bit puzzled. "Brother, where are we going?" the male professional asked. Lu Xingzhou replied, "Take you guys to brush the map." "Ha, but the entrance to the Goblin Jungle isn't here." Lu Xingzhou didn't answer again and just talked to him. "Just follow me." Their group walked around for a while longer, and then they came to the outside of the Frost Jungle replica. The many level 10 plus professionals here saw Lu Xingzhou and the others go and return. There were also 2 other level 6 professionals in the group, and their expressions were all odd for a while. "Good boy, you really didn't take this warrior class zombie king boss as a human being." That male professional instantly realized something was wrong after seeing a bunch of level 10 plus professionals around him. "Wow, this is a copy of Frost Jungle? You're crazy." But before the words fell, Lu Xingzhou had already led the team into the copy, and there's no doubt about it. The choice is still warrior level difficulty. WOJ, you 2 are crazy. What kind of strength would you dare to take us to brush the warrior level Frost Jungle? Let's see. Wow, a level 6 magic apprentice? You're a ING pitbull, aren't you? Well, I, Wang Ritian, will remember you too. You 2 wait for me." Wang Ritian glanced at these high-level monsters of the Frost Jungle. He then gave Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi an indignant look, and then resolutely chose to exit the copy. Although Lu Xingzhou didn't expect Wang Ritian to directly exit the copy, he didn't have a big reaction. Instead, he turned his head to the young girl next to him and asked, "Are you going to back out too?" "I don't want to back out. I want to get into the city's elite special training selection. Why don't we try it? Maybe we can fight our way through?" That young girl chose to believe Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi even though she didn't have a clue in her heart. Sun Qi, who was on the side, smiled. "All right, I said I don't need you to brush the map. Just be responsible for picking up the props. Lu, we'll take care of everything." "Lu?" That young girl's eyes blinked. Then she opened her mouth with a face full of surprise and asked, "Could you be Land Robot? The Land Robot that set a new record for Goblin copies?" Before she formed the group, she hadn't expected at all that she would be grouping Lu Xingzhou. "Yo, brother Lu, you're getting a reputation now," Sun Qi joked. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. "Hey, don't be obsessed with brother. Brother is just a legend." "Alright, you 2 get ready to pick up the props. I'll clear the field." "Sun Qi, didn't we agree that it's okay with me if someone else picks it up? I have a bad back. Didn't that Wang Ritian retire? Besides, a man can't say no. Hurry up." "Holy, Wang Ritian, I'm at loggerheads with you." Sun Qi was grieving. Lu Xingzhou turned his head to look at the many replica monsters in front of him. The difficulty of the warrior class copies was already extremely perverse. Plus, when entering in a 4-man squad, the copy ramps up in difficulty accordingly. So, at this moment, a large number of densely packed elite and ordinary monsters stood in front of them. Unusual teams that want to fight usually choose to pull monsters in batches and then fight. But at that moment, Lu Xingzhou let out a shout towards the front. "You, come here." At this moment, the dense swarm of monsters turned their heads in unison. The young girl next to him looked creeped out. "Is it too late to return?" Chapter 17, The Gap Between Man and Man. Is it that big? The young girl panicked a little. Even if it was a more powerful team, they wouldn't dare to pull monsters like this. The ants have bitten the elephant. With so many monsters, even an elemental mage with a wide-range attack profession like this would definitely not be able to handle it. However, at this time, Sun Qi next to him was not the least bit flustered, and even had the effort to snicker too. "Yo, Lu, you're not a warrior, but your taunting skills are self-taught." Lu Xingzhou was calm and silent, slowly extending his hand a flat A hit out. Boom! Next, the terrifying blizzard with the power to freeze everything instantly struck towards the group of monsters in front of them. The monsters had long since adapted to the cold temperatures of the Frost Jungle though. However, Lu Xingzhou's blizzard instantly crushed through. Visible to the naked eye, the monster's body slowed down, and the damage from Ice Storm is just as effective. Boom boom boom. The bodies of the monsters in the front row were constantly shattered by the ice storm. The sharp ice crystals sliced through the monster's flesh and blood as easily as slicing and dicing. At this moment, the panic in the young girl's eyes visibly settled down. Her expression as she looked at Lu Xingzhou also gradually became a bit surprised. Is this a magic that a magic apprentice can master? This should, at least, be a 5th rank or higher skill. right? She looked at the 2/3 rank skill she had mastered in her skill bar and fell into deep thought. Originally she thought she was good enough. After all, many people have only mastered 2nd rank skills. But, not expected. Is there such a big difference between people? And just as she was lamenting, all of a sudden, she realized that the sound of Lu Xingzhou's extreme ice storm was gradually weakening. But, there were still quite a few monsters in front of them that hadn't been killed by the blizzard of blows. Skill over? Damn. Every time this kind of high-level skill was activated, the consumption of magic power value must be quite huge, and the CD won't be short. It seems that Lu Xingzhou underestimated the difficulty of this copy. If he waits until he's leveled up to 10, dealing with these monsters should be easy. But this time, Lu Xingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly after seeing that his skill seemed to be ending. Well, didn't realize that 6th rank skills couldn't all give them seconds at once? But think about it. After all, one's current base attributes were still relatively low, and this skill also belongs to the half output, half support type of skill. It's not just about dealing damage to the enemy, but the slowing and frostbite effects are also important. Fine, after all, it doesn't consume magical value, so don't ask for any bikes. Then Lu Xingzhou blasted out a few more normal attacks in succession. Then, the extreme ice storm followed suit and lifted up again. Boom! Under the extreme ice storm, the group of monsters in front of them was like a rabble, directly blasted to pieces. In his ears, countless experience-boosting alerts sounded. The young girl's eyes widened. Wait, this isn't right? This high-level skill with no CD? Hearing her surprised voice, Lu Xingzhou turned his head and said, "What high-level skill? It's a flat A." The young girl's eyes widened, and there was an unspeakable horror in her expression. Flat A? You call that a flat A? The young girl looked incredulously at the swarm of monsters that had been blown to smithereens in front of her. He also looked at Lu Xingzhou, who had a breezy face. She rubbed her eyes hard in disbelief. However, at this time, Sun Chi said from the side, "Okay, don't froth. Pick up the props." Good. The young girl nodded her head in a hurry as she looked at the floor full of materials that had fallen in front of her. Lu Xingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly spoke. "You go too. I am your brother. Lu, can you bear it? Equal treatment." After that young girl picked up the materials, she handed them all over to Lu Xingzhou. "The materials and equipment just now, all for you." Lu Xingzhou glanced at it and was in no hurry to take it. "Just put it inside your props bar for now and give it to me along with it when the time comes." "Ha?" The young girl froze slightly. "Aren't you afraid I'll run off with these materials?" Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. "You should be able to tell that other than us. You'll be hard-pressed to find another team that takes you upgrading so quickly." Well, the young girl smiled bitterly. What Lu Xingzhou said was indeed correct. Teams that were a notch above her strength were having a hard time looking at her, not to mention a top-tier professional like Lu Xingzhou who could casually take copies. Although the information panel looked like Lu Xingzhou was nothing more than a magic apprentice. But, at the moment, she didn't believe that anymore. This phrase displayed by Lu Xingzhou is absolutely false. "By the way, what's your name?" Lu Xingzhou thought about it and suddenly asked. "My name is Zhao Qian, from Zhanghai No. For middle school," the young girl replied. "Okay, Zhao Qian, stay close to us later. We'll be going to the boss soon." "Ooh, okay." The young girl nodded, then asked timidly, "But don't you need to adjust your condition? Like, restore some magic power value or something like that?" "Adjusting the state? I didn't consume it just now either." "Don't worry," Lu Xingzhou replied blandly. These words gave Zhao Qian an earful. A bigot is a bigot, and it's not unusual for them to speak in a bolder manner. Can understand. Only what she didn't expect was this Frost Jungle's dreaded zombie king boss. Surprisingly, it will die a horrible death. Lu Xingzhou's continuous flat A, the terrifying blizzard was endless. Boom boom boom. Since the beginning, the zombie king hadn't moved half of his feet. The frost directly froze him to the ground, and the huge amount of damage caused by the endless wash of ice crystal storms directly gave him a wave. "You have killed the Frost Zombie King, leader level, and gained plus 440 experience. That's it?" At this time, Zhao Qian looked at the time. It had only passed more than 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Gosh, this, for sure, is going to set a new copy record. Could it be that his name will also appear among the records of this copy? Zhao Qian's heart was overwhelmed with anticipation. She believed that if Wang Ritian, who had just exited the copy, had known that Lu Xingzhou had not only cleared the level, but had also casually broken the copy record, he must be gutted right now. "Hey, Lu Xingzhou, it is worthy of being the man who broke Qin Xian Big Brother's record in the Goblin Jungle. It's too strong." However, when she checked the replica leaderboard, she realized that her name was not on the record. It was only when I fixed my eyes on it that I realized Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi's names were at the top of the leaderboard, and the speed, surprisingly, is even faster than this one. Could it be that the two of them are brushing the map faster than this handful? Zhao Qian was unimaginable, even a little unbelievable. He felt like this round was pretty much just seconds and seconds the entire time. "Lu Xingzhou, there's still power left?" "I went to bigot no less. At the same time, Zhao Qian also secretly thought in her heart that she must hold Lu Xingzhou's thigh. Where are we going next, big guy? At this time, Zhao Qian looked at Lu Xingzhou with a few more points of admiration. The name calling changed along with it. Keep brushing. Good. 10 minutes later, Lu Xingzhou, Sun Qi, and Zhao Qian walked out of the copy. At this moment, they had already cleared all 5 of today's copy counts. Wang Ritian had planned to teach Lu Xingzhou a good lesson at the door, the sinner who victimized himself. But when he saw Zhao Qian's information panel, he froze. You, how come you're level 7? Chapter 18. It has nothing to do with Lu. If you want to punish me, punish me. Chapter 19. Then let's set a small goal first. The class teacher was the person who knew Lu Xingzhou's situation best. Therefore, the shock in his heart at this moment definitely far exceeded that of any other person. In just less than 24 hours, Lu Xingzhou's level had rocketed up 7 levels in a row. This is simply unthinkable. Even if the first few levels are not that difficult to upgrade, after level 5, the goblin copies provide much less experience. 3 or 4 days to get a level up is the norm. But, how did Lu Xingzhou do it? Could it be that he used a secret treasure prop that could boost his experience? No, it can't be. He was aware of Lu Xingzhou's family's situation, and this kind of secret treasure that could enhance experience was hard to find even for those second-generation descendants who paid a lot of money for it. Not to mention an ordinary family like Lu Xingzhou, whose parents died early and grew up with her sister-in-law who sold buns. How can one afford such rare props? But if that wasn't the case, then how did Lu Xingzhou do it? 8 levels in just 1 day? 3 years ago, that Qin Xian, who was known as Jianhai's first genius, wasn't this terrifying. Puzzled, old Ben pressed the 2 men on what was going on. Wait until they have told the events of the past 2 days in their original form. The homeroom teacher slowed down for a long time before she spoke with disbelief. You mean, you guys have been painting warrior level copies? After you reach level 6, you go back to challenge the warrior level Frost Jungle directly, and then, incidentally, set the all-time record for 2 copies, and turn down a recruitment from the Blood Knights Guild? And all of this, that's what happened in less than a day. Lu Xingzhou nodded his head lightly with a deserving face. In fact, he had a trip to the trading house that he didn't talk about. But, it did kind of blow the old Ben's mind if he found out that he'd made his year's salary in the last 2 days. Solely, I didn't say. Old Ben kept taking deep breaths, but he still couldn't calm down for a long time. He tapped his fingers unconsciously on the tabletop, his voice trembling slightly. It's like this. Lu Xingzhou, you should know about the special training class selection, right? But what you don't realize is the significance behind what this represents. The professionals selected through the special training class will be brought to the middle of a specialized replica for assessment. And in previous years, the 10 people with the best performance were rewarded by the Zhanghai City Professionals Association. Moreover, professionals who perform well will also receive invitations from major colleges and universities, and even high-level guilds, and even get their resources to cultivate. That's the key. And this year, for some reason, Principal Chang Yuanshan has also come up with 5 in-school cultivation slots that will help you improve your strength before you take the citywide test. This, for you, is an opportunity. Lu Xingzhou listened and contemplated for a moment, nodding slightly. Similar words, he had heard Su Ruyan speak before, but I didn't realize that Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School had also come up with 5 training places. Mr. Feng, what do you mean? Contend. Of course we have to compete. And, better yet, fight for first place, the homeroom teacher said without the slightest hesitation. If you have such strength, then why are you letting this opportunity go? Let them see that the once number 1 in the school, Lu Xingzhou, is back. Next to him, Sun Qi muttered in a low voice. Why do I get the feeling that old Ben is more excited than you are? Kid, I hear you. Old Ben, I was wrong. I didn't say anything. The homeroom teacher snorted coldly, unwilling to get on his bad side. Sun Qi, you kid also give me a good performance and try to win over Lin Yishui. Got it. Baldhead was helpless. On the side, Lu Xingzhou was thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Although he had heard that Lin Yishui was very strong, but he shouldn't be able to surpass himself. Nope. Lu Xingzhou shook his head. He shouldn't have focused his eyes only on the scope of Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School. And, it's still another story if you're allowed to eat in the middle of this kind of selection contest. In case you're not allowed to wear gear or eat, then wouldn't both of his 2 major killing moves be restricted? It seems that there is a real need to prepare properly. It is best to master a skill that consumes less and can sustain combat. Furthermore, Lu Xingzhou did not want a 9th order skill to raise the ashes of his classmates. That's not good for the environment. Teacher, I'd like to ask, if I get first place in the whole school, what are the so-called cultivation rewards prepared by Principal Chang? The homeroom teacher said with a smile. 2 million gold coins worth of resources, or equipment, and a skill enhancement keystone. Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. The reward is so generous? $2 million worth of resources and equipment goes without saying. Skill enhancement keystones, that's good stuff. Every 10 levels, a professional can enhance the skills they have mastered. A reinforcement keystone, that is, a necessary consumable. Because of the usefulness and scarcity of this item, the price has been high for a long time, and the current market price is certainly over 6 figures. But exactly how much, Lu Xingzhou did not know in detail before. After all, such rare items were too far away for ordinary people. But for free, Lu Xingzhou had to get it. At this time not only Lu Xingzhou heart, even the landlord's stupid son are a little heart. Sun Qi asked, scratching his brain, "Old Ben, what about the reward for second place?" "Second place, rewarded with $500,000 in resources. No more?" Sun Qi was slightly stunned. "Nope, how much more do you want?" "No, that's too much of a difference between first and second, isn't it?" "It's too little, so you try to go for first place then," the owner said calmly. However, Sun Qi seriously turned his head to look at Lu Xingzhou next to him. Think of his terrifying fire high-level magic. The warrior-class zombie king couldn't even carry a single move from him, and he himself was competing with Lu for first place. Isn't that a light in the toilet? Looking for history? Sun Qi touched his nose. Forget it, second is also quite good. Old Ben sneered and said faintly, whether it's the school or the entire human federation, everyone's primary goal is to produce the genius of geniuses. You'll know when you guys reach a certain level in the future. From the perspective of human survival, 10,000 level 90 mediocre talents are not as good as one level 100 genius. A lot of precious resources are naturally supplied to the best people on a priority basis, and the second, naturally, gets a lot less resources. Alright, it's too early to tell you that. Anyway, you two remember, if you can fight for the first, don't fight for the second. Especially you, Lu Xingzhou, regardless of what you're thinking. I'm ready to report you to the school's priority watch list. The homeroom teacher said this originally to put a little pressure on Lu Xingzhou, but who knows? At this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly spoke calmly. None of the school's internal tests matter. Since it's all said and done, let's set a small goal first. Number 1 in Jianhai City. Chapter 20. No one would really dare to hit on me, right? No. 1 in Jianhai City. Is that what he said? Right. Jianhai no. 2 middle school. Inside the principal's office. After teacher Fang reported the situation, Chang Yuanshan stroked his chin. He then said with a smirk as he sat down in his wide office chair, if this kid really breaks Qin Xian's record, then it's really possible for him to become the number 1 in Jianhai City this year. However, this year, both experimental middle school and Jianhai no. 1 middle school seemed to be hiding some kind of killer awe. Chang Yuanshan smiled and shook his head, feeling that he was thinking a bit too much. But then again, his heart couldn't help but rise in anticipation. In the past 2 years, Jianhai Second Middle School has been pressed by Experimental Middle School and Jianhai First Middle School. If there was a chance to raise his eyebrows, then naturally he would not let it go. He then said to Mr. Feng, in these 2 days, observe them secretly. If these 2 lads make any other big moves, remember to inform me in time. Okay, principal. Mr. Fang knew that this was going to be a stakeout for him. It seems that although the principal did not say anything on his lips, he was still quite optimistic about Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi. Go back. Lu Xingzhou still ate an antidote fruit every hour. His mental power had increased by 7 points since he started. Finally, the star rating of the battle rating followed suit and went up by 1 star. It's not easy. Lu Xingzhou let out a long sigh, and for the next 2 days, Lu Xingzhou continued to brush up with Sun Qi and Zhao Qian. With 2 people picking up props, the brushing does go a lot faster. It's just really much harder to upgrade going forward. It took 2 days to raise 1 level to level 9. At this point in time, Lu Xingzhou's battle rating without equipment had come to 11 stars. Totally meets the base criteria for special training selection now. But, because his goal had now become number 1 in Jianhai City, therefore, Lu Xingzhou did not have the slightest bit of slack, and it was at the end of this day's scrubbing that Lu Xingzhou received the 100,000 gold coins that Sun Yangzhou had entrusted Sun Qi to hand over to him. The football-sized money bag contained a heavy bag of gold coins. When you hold it in your hand, there will be a clattering sound of gold coins hitting the ground from time to time. This was the cost of selling the Cobalt King's crystal core at that time. The visual impact of such a bag of gold coins in front of them was still very strong. Even Lu Xingzhou, who had always been displeased with color, showed a rare smile. I didn't realize that there was really an unjust buyer. It was just that he was a bit puzzled that this kind of low-grade crystal core would be eliminated after a slight increase in grade. Why, when there are still people willing to pay big bucks for it? Sun Qi appeared calmer as he said, my dad didn't tell me either. But I'm guessing it's the son of some big family who wants to hit certain records or rankings, right? Whatever. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. He really didn't care. he also never purposely did certain things for the sake of breaking records or chasing a ranking. The 2 records he broke were purely incidental. Lu Xingzhou asked Sun Shi to convey his gratitude to his father. After all, at that time, he only intended to sell this crystal core for about 60,000 gold coins. Sun Yangzhou, however, helped himself to nearly double the price. This friendship, Lu Xingzhou also silently remembered in his heart. Sun Shi acted naturally about it and didn't take it seriously. Alright Lu, remember to hurry up and put the money away in the props bar. It's not good if you don't get targeted. 100,000 gold coins. That's a lot of money for the vast majority of people. Lu Xingzhou nodded and smiled. Don't worry, it's still safe within Zhanghai City. Besides, whoever dares to hit on me, it's his bad luck. That's true ha. Line. Lu, I still have some things to do this year so I'll leave first. Tomorrow we continue Okay, we'll continue tomorrow. After waving Sun Shi away, Lu Xingzhou had wanted to go home and take a rest. By the way, I'd like to share with my sister-in-law the joy of being rich. However, just a short distance away from the replica, Lu Xingzhou noticed a group of professional hunters dressed as a group of professional hunters setting up a stall in a crowded area. Hunters are a group of professionals who make a living by hanging out in duplicates all year round, hunting for all kinds of valuable materials and equipment. They may not be of high rank, but when it comes to experience in copying and hunting, they are absolutely no less experienced than anyone else. Lu Xingzhou came to their booth and casually looked through it. Wanted to see if there would be something I needed in this mess. Lu Xingzhou didn't expect that there were quite a lot of stalls here. It should be that this group of professional hunters had just returned from their copy of No Man's Land, and their final destination was most likely the trading house in Zhanghai City. Lu Xingzhou walked as if he was shopping, his eyes constantly sweeping over the various props and materials. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a booth. Cocking his head, he looked at one of the skill books on top of the booth. At this moment, the stall owner's mouth was holding a straw, and he was boredly surveying these passers-by around him. Che, are some poor students? So sell on. When can they gather enough 200,000? At this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. Hello, may I ask how to sell this skill book? Oh, the stall owner spat out the straw in his mouth and looked at the direction Lu Xingzhou was pointing. It's just a trashy first rank wood skill book. Then he surveyed Lu Xingzhou's information panel again. Magic Apprentice. No wonder you're interested in this trashy skill book. The stall owner let out a lazy yawn, then held out 2 fingers. 2,000 gold coins. Lu Xingzhou was a bit impressed. He wanted the skill book badly, but he cut the price. How about 1,000 gold coins? A first-rank skill book is worth that price. The stall owner narrowed his eyes somewhat impatiently. Hey, this thing has been popping out on its own for a long time, and it hasn't been sold. The thought of selling the trading house itself doesn't sell for much, so it's nice to finally have an asking price. So he waved his hand and said, 1,500 gold coins, take it if you want it. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment, then nodded. Good. Then, he took out a money bag from among his props bar. Whoa dash, here's 15,000 gold coins, we'll settle for money and goods, goodbye. After Lu Xingzhou handed over the gold coins to the other party, he picked up the skill book on the stall and turned around to prepare to leave. But, what he didn't notice was this. The moment Lu Xingzhou pulled out the money bag, the stall owner's eyes went straight. The impact of that bag full of money was too much for him. That bag of money is at least 100,000 gold coins, right? He's a trashy magic apprentice, and he has this much money? Various thoughts kept flashing through the stall owner's mind. Hands? No, this is no longer a no man's land. This is within the city limits of Zhanghai City, under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Department. But the other party was just a magic apprentice, and if he really wanted to move quickly, no one would notice. His sanity fought his greed for 3 long seconds before losing the battle. A man can't get rich without a fortune, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. Damn, I'll wrestle. Thinking of this, that stall owner directly got up and chased after Lu Xingzhou in the direction he went. Chapter 21 9th Grade Divine Skill, Wanxian Sunluo. Chapter 22 On the Eve of the Examination, Unexpected Guests. Chapter 23 Good Dogs Don't Get in the Way. Chapter 24 You Kid, opened up? At this moment, a small smile of embarrassment appeared on Mr. Fong's face. After all, it seemed that the previous matter of Principal Chang Yuanshan allowing himself to secretly follow his students had been exposed so easily. Although, he was thinking about the future of his students. Lu Xingzhou should understand, right? Teacher Fong pondered for a moment before finally narrating the cause and effect of the whole thing. It dawned on Lu Xingzhou after hearing this. Mr. Fong, You mean now unnoticed by the principal? That's right, Principal Chang Yuanshan thinks that you have a lot of potential. Lu Xingzhou naturally knew Chang Yuanshan as a professional who was only a hair's breadth away from the third turn. Chang Yuanshan's strength, even if he looked at the entire Jianhai city, it was one of the best. You know, career awakening opportunities like second and third turns. The benefits are many, although it will give the overall strength of the professional a boost. But it wasn't for nothing. Professionals often need to prepare a large amount of professional awakening materials and complete awakening quests. Only then can the transfer be completed. Principal Chang has been settling in the realm of level 39 for many years, and if he breaks through to turn 3 someday, then I am afraid he will not just be the principal of a secondary school, he will most likely go on to be the dean of some institution of higher learning, or some key position in the regional sheriff's department. Of course, even if Chang Yuanshan was currently only level 39, that would be difficult for the average person to look up to. This is properly considered a big shot in Jianhai City. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment. It is true that one's current word error should never be exposed. After all, who knows if this matter will be vigorously cultivated when it is exposed, or if it will be pulled for human research? But obscene development doesn't mean you have to keep your head down. It shouldn't be too much to ask for a proper show of strength to take first place in the city, right? After all, he himself was the student with the best potential in Jianhai Second Middle School when he tested before. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Now, I, Lu Yen, will take back everything I have lost. Lu Xingzhou, why don't you say something? Seeing that Lu Xingzhou kept his head down and didn't say anything, Teacher Fang asked with some concern. A nice kid. It's not supposed to be a shock, is it? Lu Xingzhou returned to his senses and smiled as he said to the other teacher. It's okay, Ms. Fang. I just wanted to ask. Principal, will you give me any extra resources? Although Lu Xingzhou was able to recognize the wrong words and save a lot of money for him. But, on this path of raising his strength, he still needed a lot of resources, and only by rapidly increasing his strength would he be able to gain a firm foothold in this era of gamefall. Seize the opportunity to get out of that original life of struggling at the bottom. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou would do everything possible to improve his strength and obtain resources for himself. I can't say if I give it directly, Mr. Fang. He naturally knew Lu Xingzhou his family's living conditions, therefore, he rubbed his chin and analyzed. But, I've heard a rumor that the school's special training test, Principal Chang seems to have specially invited a big shot to watch. If you perform well, plus Principal Chang put in a good word for you, maybe there will be some extra benefits besides the 2 million reward. An added bonus? That's quite fascinating. Lu Xingzhou smiled and nodded as he said to the other teacher. Alright then, I know about this matter. I'll try to perform well and strive for a hit. Well, you kid, don't embarrass me, Mr. Fang smiled in relief as well. To be honest, as the most winning student of his class, Lu Xingzhou's character was still very much to his liking. After all, it's not just anyone who can climb out of the valley even after several blows. Speaking of which, Ms. Fang asked curiously, by the way, what's your current battle rating now? Let's see. Lu Xingzhou opened the information panel, but in that instant, Mr. Fang was stunned. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level, 10. Battle Strength, 27 stars, plus 3 stars. Skills, Flame of Extinction, 9th level. Manga Maro, 9th level. Equipment, Zombie King's Ice Bracelet, Gold level. Life value, 595.90. Magic value, 1241 plus 80. Strength attribute, 10 points. Spiritual attributes, 113 points, plus 5 points. Agility attribute, 12 points. Defense attribute, 7 points, plus 1 point. Of course, in Mr. Fang's eyes, Lu Xingzhou's detailed attributes are all question marks. However, that didn't stop him from seeing what was displayed above Lu Xingzhou's battle power assessment. That terrifying battle power of up to 27 stars. How did you get to level 10? And how did you? You do it, 27-star war power? Even if you throw away the 3-star battle power bonus from your equipment, you still have 24 stars. You kid, open up, Mr. Fang, even though he was already a well-informed veteran. However, when he saw Lu Xingzhou's detailed attribute panel, he still couldn't help but be viciously surprised. It's outrageous. This kind of battle power is just too outrageous. In previous years, out of the more than 1,000 senior students in the entire school, those who were able to awaken a combat profession would have to brush away half of them, and of the remaining 500 people, less than 50 were left who could awaken advanced professions, and out of those 50 people, in the end, only about 30 or so will be able to meet the criteria for the 10-star special training selection. As for Lin Yishui, who was claimed to be unrivaled under the starburst this year, according to his understanding, her battle power today was only 16 stars. Even in the last 10 years, the strongest off these 30 people. The battle rating is also 19 stars at best, and this is the man who 3 years ago fought all over the river and sea, Qin Xian. Back then, Qin Xian's terror had left an indelible shadow on all the other students in Zhenhai City that year, and it was also that year that Qin Xian had refreshed all the records of almost all the novice copies in Zhenhai City. But even then, he hadn't broken through the 20-star battle power mark. As a result, this has become the consensus of almost all students and teachers. No one can go beyond 20 stars of battle power before the special training test. But Lu Xingzhou just did it in a watery way. And here's the kicker. He's still 24 stars. It's outrageous, Mr. Fong rubbed his eyes, not daring to look a few more times. Then he suddenly laughed to himself. Originally I was worried about you and wanted to give you some instructions, but now it seems that I, as a teacher, was a bit overthinking it. Lu Xingzhou, for tomorrow's test, go do what you want. Let everyone in the entire school see that the record set by Qin Xian is not the limit. Starting tomorrow, your name will be forever circulated in Zhenhai No. 2 Middle School. You will become the next Qin. No, you will be the first. Lu Xingzhou, Chapter 25, What Copy Raider? I don't have one. Looking at Mr. Fong's face full of excitement, Lu Xingzhou did not say anything, because, actually only he knows, that's a 24-star battle rating, definitely lower. This was because among the personal panel's determinations, one's mastery was all first-rank skills. The bonuses to battle ratings are pitifully small. Moreover, when other professionals grew their attributes, they raised all 4 dimensions at the same time. Lu Xingzhou, on the other hand, because of the clear moon spirit spring, his attribute points were added to the spiritual power that was the most important for mages. What is the effect of this slightly skewed 4-dimensional attribute? That was that at this time, Lu Xingzhou already had a terrifying magic explosion ability comparable to that of a turn 2 professional, plus the 9th rank skills he had mastered. Damage, ridiculously high. Should we tell Mr. Fong? Well, forget it, he's happy enough now. It's too late. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and came to a conclusion. Teacher Fong laughed loudly for a while before collecting himself and then looked at Lu Xingzhou, who had a calm face next to him. A slightly appreciative nod followed. Good boy. The waves are not arrogant. Even though he had achieved so much, he still didn't show it too obviously. Not bad for one of his best students. Alright, go back and get ready. Look forward to your performance in tomorrow's test. Good, Lu Xingzhou answered and then turned to leave. Teacher Fong glanced at Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei, who were sprawled on the ground at his feet and passed out. A slight sigh followed, shaking his head in disappointment. Although the two of them had awakened advanced professions and were considered a second generation of warriors. But, you're messing with the wrong people. This time Mr. Fong saved them both out of professional ethics. But if these two brats were to be ungrateful again and mess with Lu Xingzhou, so what happens to them? What's going on in the copy? He can't control as a teacher. The next day, the day of the special training selection. Early in the morning, Chu Qing's sister-in-law made a cage of beef roasted wheat and put it on the table. Xiao Lu, this is a new dish I developed after using the skill book you gave me last time. How about you try it? Lu Xingzhou smiled and finished all the still steaming siumai, then gave a thumbs up and said, Yummy, Auntie's handiwork is delicious as always. Just as long as it's delicious, when you come back from your test, Auntie will also make you delicious food. Chu Qing gave a warm smile. Even after so many years in society, she still maintains, at the bottom of her heart, the warmth and kindness that embraces all things. Moreover, although Chu Qing had never expressed it in words, Lu Xingzhou knew it very well. She never complained about hard work, but would seize every opportunity to change her family's condition. He had only just bought Chu Qing a life-type skill book himself, and she was already working on new recipes. This kind of action and execution is not for the faint of heart. However, Chu Qing had worked so hard, but it had always been difficult to save up any savings over the years. Countless taxes, increasing prices, all kinds of injustices. Lu Xingzhou didn't understand the world, no matter how much it has changed. But, when on earth has it ever given them ordinary people a glimmer of life? Lu Xingzhou lamented in his heart. Both in the last life and in this one, the rules of the game are set by the strong, and the weak only have to obey. But, this life, he, for one, is going to be the one making the rules. Auntie, wait for my good news for this examination. Aha! Chu Qing revealed a bright smile, not the least bit distrustful of Lu Xingzhou. After having breakfast, Lu Xingzhou arrived at the school's examination hall and found that everyone was already waiting here early. The hall was buzzing with chatter. Who will be first in today's test? I think that Sun Chi from our class should be the strongest, right? After all, He was able to set a new copy record with that punk Lu Xingzhou. Definitely. Who doesn't know now that Sun Chi has refreshed Big Brother Qin Xian's record? I heard that even those monsters from experimental middle school couldn't imagine how Sun Chi managed to refresh so many records like that. But have you guys heard? Sun Chi and Lu Xingzhou's records were actually cheated. What? Is there even such a thing? How did they do it? It doesn't matter how they did it. What matters is that they both cheated. In that case, then this year's number one will definitely be our goddess Lin Yixue. Definitely. Without a starburst rank, the strongest is definitely our goddess Lin. It's said that our goddess Lin's strength today has already reached 16 stars. Holy, 16 stars, that's properly number one for sure. AI, don't even talk. Goddess Lin is here. When Lin Yixue arrived in the middle of the class, the overall sound of the class instantly quieted down, and everyone's eyes were instantly on her. While Lin Yixue's cold and arrogant gaze didn't care at all about the gazes of the people around her, she directly turned her head to the side after entering the examination hall. He then saw Lu Xingzhou, who was unnoticed in the corner of the hall. Then she just straightened up. The gazes of the crowd that followed were also attracted. Lu Xingzhou looked at Lin Yixue, who was walking over, and wondered what the other party wanted to do. So he opened his mouth and asked, "What do you want with me?" Lin Yixue's expression was serious, and although her face still looked as cold as ice, it was clearly much softer than looking at other people with that kind of eyes. "I'd like to ask you for a copy of the strategy to pass the goblin jungle." After Lin Yixue said those words, everyone in the entire class was shocked. They looked over with an incredulous look, an expression as if to say, "Did I hear that right?" The number one goddess in the whole school, Lin Yixue, actually asked Lu Xingzhou for a copy guide? You're kidding, Goddess Lin. What are you asking him for? He's just a stinking cheater. Yeah, what does he know about copying cheats? You can't ask anything if you ask. Hey, Goddess Lin is confused. Lu Xingzhou ignored the opinions of the people around him and looked at Lin Yixue, then smiled non-committally. Honestly, there aren't really any cheats, just play through normally. When Lin Yixue heard Lu Xingzhou's reply, she pondered for a moment, not knowing what to say. After a few days of sleepless drilling, Lin Yixue realized that there was no way she could break the copy record of the Goblin Jungle set by Lu Xingzhou no matter what. Even Qin Xian's record is impossible to break. She had always thought of herself as a proud daughter of heaven, and had believed the compliments of her school teachers who said that there was no one under the starburst. But she realized when Lu Xingzhou returned strongly, Lu Xingzhou, once again, had left himself far behind, and she asks about it nowadays, and also just to, well, lose. However, when she saw Lu Xingzhou's clouded expression, she was unwilling to admit that she had lost. Her lips moved slightly, then she clenched her teeth as she was about to speak. Chang Yuanshan, coming. Good morning, dear students. Chapter 26, Surpassing Lin Yixue? How can that be? Teacher Fong followed behind Chang Yuanshan and silently stuck out a thumb after seeing Lu Xingzhou gesture him to behave himself. Lu Xingzhou understood, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in an arc. After seeing Principal Chang Yuanshan come inside the classroom, the students in the class came forward to greet him, but it was clear that this Principal Chang didn't come here just to chat and make fun. His gaze swept over the crowd. Then, it landed on Lin Yixue's body. High-level professionals are able to master the scrying skill. Even if the other party doesn't have their data panel actively displayed, it can still be viewed. Chang Yuanshan nodded without moving his head, and in his heart, he was still very satisfied with this number one in the whole school. Level 9, 16-star battle force. Judging from last year's experience, Lin Yixue's battle power today should be able to rank in the top 5 in the city as well. Not bad. However, when he turned his head to look at Lu Xingzhou next to him, the principal suddenly raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but let out a soft suspicion. Because Lu Xingzhou's panel, he couldn't even see the detailed data himself? A piece of the question mark. Did you bring some kind of shielding prop? But the information that could be seen also surprised Principal Chang to no end. Level 10 Apprentice of Magic. Battle rating, 24 stars. This kid has surpassed Lin Yixue by so much, even that Qin Xian from 3 years ago is not as good as Lu Xingzhou at this stage? Although Chang Yuanshan's face was as normal, his heart was already in shock. Even if, however, he had seen a lot, still, he had trouble believing what he saw before him. Principal Chang took a deep breath and suppressed the feeling of surprise within himself. He had come here himself to make sure of what Mr. Fong had said. I didn't realize that there was no moisture at all. Scary as hell. However, the city's number one spot this year, it's also finally coming back to our hands at JH2, right? Experimental Middle School and Zhanghai First Middle School. Even if you have any hidden trump cards in your hands, they are all useless. 24 stars. What a little monster. I'm relieved to see that everyone's doing fine, so do well in the test later. Principal Chang waved his hand and was about to turn away. Just then, a bald man suddenly rushed in from outside the door of the hall. Oi 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 oi, almost too late. Ouch, my dad got up late this morning. Can't blame me. Old Ben, Goo, Principal Chang, you're here too. Good morning. Sun Chi smiled and snorted, then saw Lu Xingzhou in the crowd and jogged 2 steps over. Lu, coming so early? I just got here too. Hey, didn't I rise to level 10 after brushing copies with you yesterday? My dad was so happy that he had to take me out for some good food, and as a result, I got up late today. After Sun Chi finished saying this, the expressions of the people inside the hall instantly changed. What the hell? Up to level 10? One should know that inside the hall, the highest ranked person was Lin Yishui, but she's also only a level 9. As for the others, the highest was only a level 7 senior professional. The gap, it's too big, isn't it? Principal Chang's gaze swept over Sun Chi's body, and then, he also looked surprised. Level 10, 17-star war power? Surprisingly, it was even higher than Lin Yishui's battle power. It was not as strong as Lu Xingzhou's 24 stars, but it was strong enough. At that moment, however, a flash of doubt passed through the principal's mind. Also both at level 10, Lu Xingzhou had mastered 2 first-rank skills as a magic apprentice. How did his battle power exceed that of Sun Chi, who had 4th-rank skills? Principal Chang couldn't help but add a few more points of curiosity to the way he looked at Lu Xingzhou. Alright, since everyone is pretty much here now, let's start today's special training test. At this time, on the test bench in front of the hall, Mr. Wang, who was in charge of maintaining the order of the scene, opened his mouth and said, he had a bunch of troubles lately, and the damage that Lu Xingzhou had caused to the school's sparring room last time had not yet been repaired. Finish today's test as soon as possible and call it an early night. Next, please remain quiet and come up to the stage to complete the test as I read your name. As the test began, Principal Chang other school leaders also came to the observation room on the 2nd floor, waiting for test results to come in. Principal Chang, how are you doing? Seeing you so happy, what good things are you not sharing with me? When Chang Yuanshan walked into the observation room, a man cloaked in crimson robes slowly spoke. Seeing this person, Principal Chang instantly revealed a big smile. Ha ha, elder brother Zhao, making fun of me again aren't you? I'm happy that you're here. Where are the other good things? Zhao Feng turned around, revealing the red sword and shield medal on his chest. This is the symbol of the Blood Knights Guild. Ha ha, but you did tell me that there are 2 good seedlings in your school this year, and that's why I came here on purpose. Elder brother Zhao, this news, I'm afraid there's a change. Oh, Zhao Feng was slightly stunned, then pretended to be angry. What? Is it that there are no good seedlings? Is Principal Chang making fun of my old Zhao? Principal Chang smiled slightly, then shook his head. Ha ha, nonetheless, it's not that there are no more good seedlings, but, rather, good seedlings. One more. Oh, Zhao Feng raised his eyebrows, then asked with slight curiosity, what's the name of this extra good seed? His name is Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou? Zhao Feng stroked his chin and fell into thought. Why did he feel that the name seemed familiar? Like, I've heard that somewhere. After thinking for a while, he realized that he didn't have much of an impression, so Zhao Feng didn't think about it in detail. As the vice president of the Blood Knights Guild, Zhanghai chapter, he was in charge of everything every day. It's not unusual to not know where you've heard a name. He and Principal Chang sat down in front of the screen in the observation room and then watched the live test. Ho ho! Your panel battle strength rating is 8 stars, your actual burst damage rating is 9 stars, and your rating is unqualified. On the test bench, after enduring the full force of the student's attack, the technological metal sphere floating in mid-air emitted a burst of mechanical sounds. The first part of the test consists of 2 elements. Verify that the battle level of the personal information panel has reached 10 stars, as well as testing whether the actual explosive power of the professional matches the rating of the information panel. Hey, it's too hard to pass the test. That's to say, is it simply too strong to break through the 10-star battle power in such a short period of time? Even if I used some precious props to forcibly enhance the attributes of the information panel, but the actual explosive power is not enough, it won't work either. Hey, it seems that the qualification for special training is out of my reach. On the stage, Mr. Wang looked at the test results on the list and shook his head slightly. The grades this year, they're all average. However, the next one should bring some surprises. Tester, Lin Yishui, please come up to the stage. Chapter 27 S-Class Test Results. Dazzling Heaven's Pride. When Lin Yishui walked onto the stage, the originally noisy crowd on the stage had all quieted down at this moment. Obviously, they were all looking forward to what kind of results this number 1 heavenly daughter of the whole school would come up with. Lin Yishui, Information Panel Battle Strength rating 16 stars, please use skill to attack the test sphere with full power. The mechanical tone of the test ball slowly sounded. Then, a cold glint flashed through Lin Yixue's eyes as a terrifying frost power surfaced from within her arm. Boom! Instantly, the temperature of the entire venue felt like it dropped along with it. A powerful burst of frost blasted the test ball in front of him. It made Zhao Feng's expression inside the observation room follow some surprise. Yo, this is actually a companion skill. Awesome. Obviously, the vice president of the Blood Knights Guild was very knowledgeable. His eyes were quite old and he saw the mystery at a glance. Chang Yuanshan nodded along. Yes, the power of this skill is truly terrifying, and as Lin Yixue leveled up, this skill evolved. Nowadays, this move, Ice Elf's Curse, seemed to be a bit stronger than the other day. It had even surpassed the power of most 4th rank skills. At the end of the skill, the test sphere trembled slightly. On the surface of the sphere, a fine layer of frost condensed, but after a moment, the frost was absorbed by it. A mechanical tone then sounded again. Your panel battle strength rating is 16 stars, your actual burst damage rating is 19 stars, and your final evaluation result is S rank. The moment they heard the mechanical sound, the students in the hall were stunned. Holy, S rank passes the test. Awesome. Worthy of our goddess Lin, number 1 in the whole school. Steady. S grade is already the highest rating, right? That's awesome. Something I couldn't even dream of. I'm not even looking for an S grade to pass. Even if I press the line to pass, a C grade will do. Lin Yixue took a deep breath. His face moved slightly, and in his expression, it seemed that there was still some dissatisfaction with his performance just now. However, this emotion was quickly collected by her, followed by a walk off the stage. Lu Xingzhou said as he applauded from the stage. That's a great score. Congratulations, Lu Xingzhou. We are competitors. I don't need you to sympathize with me, Lin Yixue said coldly. But, Lu Xingzhou was a bit puzzled. Just now, this little girl said she'd let herself be merciful, but now she's turning her back on me? Good lord, a woman's heart is not a joke. After Lin Yixue ended the test, one after another, a few more people passed the first stage of the test behind them. Only, the evaluation rating when you finally pass is not as high. All C's and B's, not even an A. Principal Chang shook his head and smiled bitterly in the observation room. Hey, sure enough, the weakening of Zhanghai No. 2 middle school in the past few years was indeed visible to the naked eye. The quality of the students, too, is getting worse every year. Usually, there are still a few A-rated students out there, but fortunately, next, it was Sun Qi's turn to take the stage, making Principal Chang's mood a little better. Sun Qi was also very excited when he came on. He moved his wrist for a moment, and then, towards the test ball in front of him, he directly unleashed his 4th rank skill, Dash, Extreme Intent Boom Fist. Boom! Instantly, a loud blasting sound resonated throughout the room. The test ball was actually slightly deformed by the blast under this punch just now, but soon, a sound of mechanical assembly rang out. The test sphere returned to its original state once more and emitted a reminder tone. Your panel battle strength rating is 17 stars, your actual burst damage rating is 21 stars, and your assessment result is S-class. Sun Qi smiled happily after hearing the test results. Then he said to Mr. Wang, who was next to him, "Hey, scared me. I also seek to just give this machine broken. I am afraid that you let me pay that I cannot afford to pay." Sun Qi knew very well that the cost of the test balls were all tens of millions of gold coins, and it's federal government property, so you can't even buy it outside. It's much more expensive than a school sparring room, both in price and value. However, at this moment, Mr. Wang smiled slightly, revealing a young man don't blow awesome expression. This is only a beginner's test sphere, but it can withstand skills up to 33 stars. I'll pay for anything if you can pop him. Mr. Wang looked like he was watching the show, then waved his hand and finished taking notes. Go down. The next student hasn't been tested yet. Inside the observation room, Zhao Feng's eyes lit up again. He spoke with some surprise. This youngster called Sun Qi's strength is also quite good. That one just now was a 4th rank skill, right? To be able to master that kind of skill before even turning 2 is already amazing. It's a seedling. Zhao Feng nodded with an expression of recognition. Cheng Yuanshan also opened his mouth next to him and asked, "Then would you consider taking these young men into your Blood Knights Guild?" Zhao Feng stroked his chin and pondered for a few seconds before speaking. "Since you've asked, it wouldn't be a problem for me to take it upon myself to help these 2 young men." Cheng Yuanshan instantly smiled with satisfaction, his face full of light. Well, that would be great. As the Blood Knights Guild was a famous top guild in Zhanghai City, its strength and heritage were naturally not to be underestimated. This was evident when even the super genius from 3 years ago, Qin Xian, chose to join the Blood Knights Guild, and with the resource support of the Blood Knights Guild, then, the rate of progress of the 2 young people, Sun Qi and Lin Yixue, would be raised by another notch, and, in the future, you can also directly join such top guilds. It's also an opportunity that is available to most people. However, at this time, Zhao Feng also suddenly remembered something seemingly and asked, Hey, by the way, didn't you say there was another good seedling called Lu Xingzhou? That kid, how does he compare to these two? Chang Yuanshan was non-committal and said in a pretentious manner. You'll find out later. Zhao Feng was slightly stunned. Then he released a smile and didn't ask any more questions. Then take a look. Next tester, Lu Xingzhou, on stage. When they heard this name, inside the hall, many students' expressions looked very contemptuous. I'll be damned. A magic apprentice still comes to take the test? Isn't this a waste of everyone's time? That's right. This kind of guy who only hugs Sun Chi's thigh is useless even if he comes. Pathetic. This guy probably isn't dead yet. Still thinks he's that former grade 1? Oh. Hearing the words of the crowd, Zhao Feng's expression was a bit strange. A magical apprentice? Isn't this a low-level combat profession? The seedling Chun Yuanshan told me about. Is it really this guy called Lu Xingzhou? He held his skepticism and was silent for a moment. However, when the mechanical tone of the test ball slowly sounded, everyone at the scene, all shocked. Lu Xingzhou, occupation, magic apprentice. Information panel battle strength evaluation 24 stars. Please use your skill to attack the test sphere with all your strength. Chapter 28 Air. Broken. Really don't need to pay for it, right? Chapter 29 No. You're saying the A-level guild is short-sighted? The crowd had only just recovered from the shock they had just experienced, and as a result, Zhao Feng's words had directly ignited the entire room. Everyone on the scene was looking surprised and looked incredulously at Lu Xingzhou next to them. For all the professionals in Jianhai City, they were well aware of the gold content of the words Blood Knight Guild, one of the few A-class guilds in Jianhai City, and the guild's power was as terrifying as it was. The threshold of an A-ranked guild like this was something that almost 90% of professionals, in their entire lives, would never be able to come into contact with. But, at this moment, Zhao Feng was shouting in front of everyone to take Lu Xingzhou under his wing. What an endorsement! I didn't expect that this Lu Xingzhou guy is really lucky. Grr, why? He's just a magic apprentice, but this magical apprentice, he can shatter the test ball in one move. Can you? Then I'm not convinced either. Why should a low-level professional be able to step on my head too? It's not fair. Lu Xingzhou looked at the middle-aged, red-robed man at the entrance of the hall, recalling the words he had just said. The Blood Knights? It sounds as if it might sound a little familiar. If I remember correctly, hadn't there been two professionals who had come to find themselves before as well? Lu Xingzhou hadn't taken that incident to heart. However, in his heart, he definitely couldn't say anything good about the Blood Knights Guild either. However, Zhao Feng didn't know that Lu Xingzhou had dealt with the Blood Knights Guild a long time ago. He smiled and walked over, then introduced himself. Little friend Lu, my name is Zhao Feng. I'm the vice president of the Blood Knights Guild, Jianhai City chapter. Just now I watched your test performance, and I think your talent makes me feel very envious. Although you are only a magic apprentice, I think you are fully qualified to join our Blood Knight Guild. And, as long as you're willing to join, we'll go all out to train you according to the standards of the next president. And, we won't interfere with your future choices. You can also go to an institution of higher learning to continue your education. Or you can sign various contracts with the military. We only have one request, and that is, to join our Blood Knights Guild. Well, Zhao Feng finished saying this with a brain, then revealed a smile of determination, because in his eyes, the offer he had just given was already generous enough. And, it hardly required Lu Xingzhou to pay any price. As long as he nodded, then all sorts of resources and cultivation would be sent to him. When all these temptations are in front of you, even the second generation of officials in war, they definitely can't afford it either. Not to mention young people like Lu Xingzhou who had little vision and little family background. He would definitely choose to join the Blood Knights Guild. Moreover, after letting President Qin Xian know about this, he would definitely not blame himself. Instead, he would vigorously commend himself for recruiting such an outstanding talent for the guild. While Zhao Feng was fantasizing in his head, Principal Chang also came inside the hall. Looking at Lu Xingzhou with an appreciative face, he said, "Don't worry about the test ball just now. There's a spare in the storeroom, and the school will always be your strong backing. You have a wide road ahead of you. Just take your time, but wherever you go, remember that you are a student of our Jianhai No. 2 middle school, and this is your home." The surrounding students saw Vice President Zhao Feng and Principal Chang's affectionate expressions. It all feels a little strange. Is this, or are those usually high and mighty people anymore? If memory serves, in the past, even if they were a little late, they would be lectured by the teacher. You really treat the school as your home. As a result, Lu Xingzhou broke a test ball worth 10 million gold coins, and the principal not only did not blame, instead, they also let Lu Xingzhou make the school his home? Is that right? However, students like Lin Yixue and Sun Qi, whose families were quite good, their eyes, then, look a little wider. The attitudes of Chang Yuanshan and Zhao Feng nowadays both just indicated one thing. They are doing their best to pull Lu Xingzhou to stand in line. Getting a good relationship going when a talent hasn't developed yet is called snowballing. If Lu Xingzhou really became a famous big shot in the future, then he would want to make good relations. That would just be called icing on the cake. The weight of the two is completely different. Only, they spend such a high price at this time to make good relations with Lu Xingzhou. How certain is the belief that he will grow up in the future? At this moment, Lin Yishui and Sun Qi, too, were in deep thought, feeling the envious and jealous gazes around him. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and thought for a moment. It was followed by a remark that took everyone by surprise. Haven't I already refused your Blood Knights Guild once? Zhao Feng froze. Chang Yuanshan froze. Lin Yishui also froze. The surrounding students froze even more. Only Sun Qi nodded approvingly and spoke. Yeah, the Blood Knights Guild is a bunch of short-sighted rookies. We're not joining. You, what did you say? Zhao Feng wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Little brother, A-class guild understand what the concept we're short-sighted rookies? You're kidding. Between little brother and us, is there some misunderstanding? After pondering for a moment, Zhao Feng also realized that there might be circumstances in it that he didn't understand. So, opening his mouth, he asked. At this time, Sun Qi briefly explained to the other party what had happened to those two professionals that they had met last time, especially adding to the description the other party's kind of overbearing attitude. After hearing this, Zhao Feng's expression could be described as very ugly. There's even such a thing? Little brother Lu, little brother Sun Qi, I am completely unaware of this matter. I will definitely go back and talk to President Qin Xian properly, and I hope that the misunderstanding between us can be cleared up. Lu Xingzhou spread his hands non-committally and said, Chairman Zhao, this is your business. Zhao Feng knew that Lu Xingzhou still had a problem with that matter. There's no point in talking about it. He's going back to his duties. The special training test of Zhanghai No. 2 middle school ended in the shocked gazes of the crowd. In the end, there were only 22 students in total who managed to pass the special on-campus training test. Among them, Lin Yishui, who was originally thought to be sure to become the strongest in Zhanghai No. 2 middle school, had unprecedentedly only gotten third place. The first and second places, on the other hand, were bagged by Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi. Naturally, the school's extra rewards were taken in stride. Lu Xingzhou looked at the bag filled with 2 million gold coins and his heart was overwhelmed. $2 million, $2 million. You can't spend it all in a lifetime. The principal still had high hopes for Lu Xingzhou and the others, and after giving them the school's bonus, they were also instructed to improve their strength as soon as possible to cope with the upcoming experience of the city's elite special training class, and to strive to get a good grade. And the principal also asked all classroom teachers in the senior class to control their students. Everything that happens in today's school test must not be publicized. This was also done to save Lu Xingzhou, the bottom of the barrel, for the competition between the schools. But, other side, Zhanghai First Middle School, Zhanghai Experimental Middle School, however, had already received the news. Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School, a monster has come out. Chapter 30, how much? Give me a number. Chapter 31, what I'm talking about. Is your money for your life? Chapter 32, all I see is a desperate little girl. Chapter 33, you have to hit at least 10, right? After a night of great conversation, Xu Qing also basically had a general understanding of what happened to Lu Xingzhou. This was a great relief to him as a sister-in-law, and Lu Xingzhou smoothly told his sister-in-law about taking him to the trading house for a spin on the second day. At first, Xu Qing was considering the fact that she didn't have time to go to the trading house because she had to open a store. However, under Lu Xingzhou's strong persuasion, he finally agreed to Lu Xingzhou's suggestion. Consider it a vacation. The next day, the doors of the Good Taste Bakery were closed. Lu Xingzhou brought Xu Qing to the trading house in Zhanghai City, and at the entrance of the trading house, at this time, Sun Qi was waiting here early. Brother Lu, Auntie Xu Qing, good morning. Sun Qi greeted the two in a meaty tone. Xu Qing purposely changed into a casual outfit today, a sharp little yellow halter with a short floral skirt, although there was no intentional grooming, but because of the usual proper maintenance. Xu Qing stood beside Lu Xingzhou, looking no different from his sister who had just graduated from college. Good morning, little Qi. Xu Qing revealed a warm smile and responded. Lu Xingzhou skimmed his mouth and said with a look of disgust, what are you doing being so mushy? Talking properly won't It's not a pleasure. Sun Qi scratched his head and hammed and hawed. You don't know. Last night when my dad heard that I got second in the whole school straight away and ed over Lin Yishui, he was so happy that he gave me another 500,000 gold coins credit, letting me pick whatever I like today. Brother Lu, thank you so much. Otherwise it would still be a bit difficult for me to win over Lin Yishui. I don't even know how to repay you. Why don't I give my body to you? Lu Xingzhou waved his hand in great disgust. Go, 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 stay away. I can't sleep at night with the lights on. Lights on at night? Sun Qi touched his shiny brain before reacting. Vulgaria Lu, you mock me, don't you? It can't be helped. I'm hereditary. Don't you beat yourself up when you mock a person's flaws? Inside your heart, isn't there even a hint of pain? No, I feel very good, Lu Xingzhou said blandly. Auntie Chu Ching, you have to help me out, Sun Chi sued. However, Chu Ching on the side just covered her mouth with one hand and smiled like a flower. After exchanging greetings, the three of them walked through the door of the trading house together. Hey, Lu, you don't know how happy my dad was yesterday. He even took me out to a dragon at night. What? Lu Xingzhou was full of questions. Are you sure? Is this legal? Sun Chi is also a bit confused. How is it not legal? Eating, singing, bathing, this does not pull consumption code? Oh, ahem, that's what I meant. Lu Xingzhou covered his mouth. Sun Chi didn't dwell on it much and then asked, by the way Lu, how did you guys celebrate yesterday? Wasn't it quite a party too? Lu Xingzhou pondered slightly, then spoke blandly. It's quite lively. Yesterday a fat man with 2 level 19 warriors came to our house looking for trouble, and I handily ed them over. Sun Chi subconsciously but in the next second, he turned his head to look at Lu Xingzhou in surprise. What, brother Lu, you ed over 2 level 19 warriors by yourself? Lu Xingzhou, why? What's the surprise? Sun Chi shook his head slightly and said, it's a bit too bullying. You have to fight at least 10 to be considered evenly matched. That's true. Lu Xingzhou nodded deeply. Seeing the two of them in a serious manner, the crowd inside the hall of the trading house thought that the two of them had lost their minds. It's blowing awesome out there. A senior and you want to hit 10? You think you're LP man? It's ING loaded. However, Lu Xingzhou and the others ignored the gazes of the people around them. The trading house staff led the way inside the members' lounge. The staff recognized Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi. These two boys had rummaged through the treasury for a while last time, and in the end, they only bought more than 100 antidote fruits and a life skill book. Also, all that was being looked at was some low-level equipment around level 5. I guess this order, the profit will not be too high but their profession, after all, was to do service, so there wasn't much impatience in their expressions. But in his heart, he must still be a bit envious of those colleagues who serve big customers who spend more than 100,000 to 200,000 gold coins at every turn. However, Lu Xingzhou spoke directly. First, buy my sister-in-law a couple of life class profession skill books, and then, take me to look at gold class equipment around level 10. Hearing this, the staff member froze. Level 10 gold ranked equipment? If I remember correctly, a few days ago, weren't these two only like level 5 or 6? How long has it been? And you're looking at level 10 gear? If it were anyone else, it would take at least a month or so to rise to level 10 before it was possible, right? A few young people did come to the trading house today to pick up level 10 gold level equipment, but those are all famous super geniuses from major high schools. Could it be that the two young men in front of them were also super geniuses from some middle school? Words can't describe the shock in the hearts of the staff, but he also felt even more of a snicker. Level 10 gold grade equipment basically cost more than 20,000 gold coins. It seems that this time, there is a profit to be made. Please follow me to. Spreading a bright smile, the staff member led the three of them to pick out a few skill books for lifetime professions. When Chu Ching saw the price, she desperately shook her head, thinking that the price was indeed too expensive. To buy these skill books, it was almost as much as a year's profit of one's own bakery. However, Lu Xingzhou said in her ear, have you forgotten how much money I have? Listen to me and buy. Lu Xingzhou had enough funds this time, so he was eager to try to see if his sister-in-law's life class skills had increased after her level. It's also able to make foods that have more special word effects. It's kind of an investment, as long as one's ideas can be validated. Well, it's worth whatever it costs. Lu Xingzhou paid the money and received a skill book from the staff's hands of roar. These cost him a total of more than 70,000 gold coins. It's a significant expense, but definitely worth it. Chu Ching was very touched. He knew that Lu Xingzhou was doing it for his own good, so he didn't push back much. Then he put the skill book away in the props bar. Alright, take us to see the gold level equipment, Lu Xingzhou said. Okay. The size of the storage warehouse for level 10 equipment is just a little smaller than the one you've been to before for level 5 equipment. And the staff took Lu Xingzhou and the three of them in a circle and walked to a small room next to them. Here, it's just half the size of the warehouse from earlier. Guessed, what's placed here are all gold level equipment around level 10. There are detailed descriptions next to each piece of equipment, so please feel free to pick one. After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou nodded. What the trading house had to say about the equipment didn't matter to him. He was going to pick it out himself. Lu Xingzhou was like this, walking slowly, and while walking, he also appraised the words to these equipment placed in the warehouse. As he walked, Lu Xingzhou suddenly found two cabinets that were interesting. Only the equipment displayed there was somewhat similar to his own bracelet. Lu Xingzhou checked the firmament words and the names of the two pieces of equipment instantly appeared in front of him. Zombie King's Ice Ring, gold level. Zombie King's Ice Necklace, gold level. Chapter 34, Is This the Pin? Chapter 35, Dude, you're an assassin with that physique? Chapter 36, I can tell you you're too weak. In an instant, Shirshyohu felt the gust of pressure coming from the terrifying ice storm in front of him. His sweaty hairs stood on end as the danger signals rang in his head. It was a feeling that instantly tightened his nerves. Danger. Extremely dangerous. In that instant, Shirshyohu gave up his attack. Escape as fast as you can, exploding with all your might. However, he still underestimated the terrifying speed of this ice storm. Even if the shadow assassin was fast, his level was too low. Speed still couldn't outrun the extreme ice storm released by Lu Xingzhou. Ah! A mournful scream instantly came from the arena. Then, the crowd saw a figure fall out at an extremely fast speed, rolled several times in a row on the floor. Bang! 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 Shirshyohu's right leg had been completely frozen by the extreme ice storm, and the horrifying chilling effect caused his right leg to almost lose consciousness. Moreover, the slowing effect attached to this skill spread throughout his entire body. At this moment, Shirshyohu only felt that his body was very cold. It was as if the blood was going to freeze. The whole body, it couldn't lift its strength. What kind of skill is this? Damn! Shirshyohu's face was shocked and, with a slight look of panic. How could you, a magic apprentice, master this kind of advanced ice attribute spell? Damn! Shirshyohu crawled on the ground while bracing himself, trying to use his left leg to stand up. At this moment, the surrounding crowd saw this wretched appearance of Shirshyohu. On their faces, incomprehension and doubt were written. It's not right. It's not right. What's going on here? Isn't Shirshyohu the top genius of Jianhai First Middle School? How come he can't even beat a magic apprentice? Are you stupid? That's no ordinary magic apprentice? Didn't you see the power of that ice storm just now? I think even a level 20 professional would be half dead if he took a hit. It shouldn't be. Why would a magic apprentice be able to beat a shadow assassin? Does that make sense? The expressions on the faces of the crowd were quite puzzled. Just now, they had also seen that the power of that one ice storm of Lu Xingzhou's was indeed ridiculously powerful. It was not at all like the power that a senior student could hit. It's so over the top. And at this time suddenly a great wise man opened his mouth to inquire. Hey, do you guys think there's a possibility that ice storm of his isn't a skill that he typed out, but an incidental effect of his equipment? This statement also caused many people to react instantly. Yeah, that's right. It must have been an effect that came with his equipment. Why else would he be so much better than us? Many nodded along, deeply impressed. But at this time, Sun Shi beside him said in a salty manner, By equipment, do you mean the frost bracelet? But that set of equipment. Shirshyohu has two of them. How come I haven't seen Shirshyohu hit such a skill? Instantly the crowd was silent. Yeah, that ing makes sense. Is it the apprentice magician who was the son of the version? Just as the crowd was caught up in thought. On the other side, Shirshyohu sort of reacted. Wait, no, you wouldn't be that. The secret weapon of Jianhai No. 2 Middle School. That monster? If you're that monster, then it's not surprising that you have such a terrifying ice attribute skill. I didn't expect that the principal was right. Lu Xingzhou smiled faintly in a non-committal manner and then said, As for monsters and stuff, I don't know who I'm talking about. What I can tell you, though, is that you're too weak? Weak? After hearing that, Shirshyohu's face showed a hint of anger at being provoked into action. Very upsetting. He had merely not used his full strength, but he had actually been taunted by a magic apprentice. Does this guy have a death wish? Since you think I'm weak, then I'll have some fun with you. Let's see which of us is stronger and which is weaker. Obviously because of the excitement of that speech just now, Shirshyohu also took out his best skill of looking at his family's background. Only a flash of his body was seen, and finally he mouthed the words, 3 Shadow Burial. The moment they heard this, the other onlookers students shuddered. It can't be. This is that so-called 4th rank skill, right? A divine skill that a shadow assassin can master, dividing his body into 3 near-solid shadows through high-speed movement. No, that's the skill, isn't it? And at this moment, only Sun Shi rippled and opened his mouth to ask, 3rd Battalion Commander, so you have Italian artillery like the 2nd Battalion Commander? Crowd, what's wrong with this guy? Instead of worrying about your friend, you're here making these, not at all funny, jokes. This man is confused, isn't he? Lu Xingzhou looked at the 3 shadows of Shirshyohu that suddenly appeared in front of him, slightly feeling a bit curious. He spoke, It's kinda interesting. This skill looks pretty cool. Humph, it's too late to be afraid now. Shirshyohu snorted coldly and said condescendingly, I know your skill power is good, but I also see the problem with your skill. That is, this skill is far beyond the level that the skills you can master right now should have, and your use of this skill should put a considerable load on you, right? Humph, and the ice storm of your skill can only target one direction at all. So even if you want to unleash your skills to attack me again, can you do it and guess which one is me among my 3 doppelgangers? I'm afraid you can't do it either. Can you? Ha ha ha. After the surrounding crowd heard Shi Xiaohu's analysis, they all revealed a look of dawning realization. I see. It seems that this kind of game between skills doesn't necessarily mean that the higher the rank, the stronger it is. Other problems that may be encountered in actual combat should also be considered. It seems that Shi Xiaohu really deserves the name of a genius. This ability to improvise in battle is not comparable to the average person. Having his weaknesses seen through, that kid is definitely going to lose. Yeah, he's definitely going to lose. Even the staff watching the game from the sidelines couldn't help but nod at this point. They were completely neutral as the staff of the trading house in Zhanghai City, and they didn't favor anyone. However, from their perspective, this young man called Shi Xiaohu clearly had more combat experience than the teenager on the other side, to be able to keenly observe such important information in the midst of battle. If nothing else, he has won. But accidents come. Lu Xingzhou gently scratched his head with his right hand before revealing a helpless smile. That's a nice thought, but doesn't work on me. Next, Lu Xingzhou directly threw out a normal attack in each direction towards the shadow doppelgangers standing in his three directions. Boom boom boom. A horrible blizzard covered the entire field directly. Shi Xiaohu, D. Chapter 37 Gold Level Set. Unexpected Harvest. Chapter 38 Investment in Zhanghai Trading House. The wailing did not come from Lu Xingzhou's side, but from Sun Qi, who made the move. Even though he was wearing gloves, the backlash was still directly on his body. At this moment, Sun Qi covered his right hand with a very painful expression, and Lu Xingzhou was not affected at all. This was because a thick layer of frost armor had been built around his body where it came into contact with Sun Qi's fist, exuding a haunting chill. And that's when Lu Xingzhou also looked at his information panel. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level, 10. Battle Strength, 36 stars, plus 12 stars. Skills, Flame of Extinction, 9th level. Manga Maro, 9th level. Equipment, Zombie King's Ice Bracelet, Gold Grade. Zombie King's Ice Necklace, Gold Grade. Zombie King's Ice Ring, Gold Grade. Life Value, 660 plus 100. Life Value, Armor 2863/4000. Magic Value, 1870 plus 330. Strength Attribute, 11 points, plus 1 point. Spiritual Attributes, 120 points, plus 12 points. Agility Attribute, 14 points, plus 2 points. Defense Attribute, 9 points, plus 3 points. After wearing the jewelry set, the battle power does get a considerable boost. And not only that, but next to his life cap, there was an additional layer of armor on the blood bar. This is surprisingly several times higher than my life cap. Not bad for a level 30 frost armor. That's outrageous. Even a top-tier output class occupation like Sun Qi couldn't break my frost armor with an all-out strike. It looks like from now on, you can stake out your output. Lu Xingzhou had even dodged himself when he exchanged blows with Shi Xiaohu just now. If he had put together a 3-piece set just now, then what's the point of hiding? Standing still by himself. When Shi Xiaohu got tired of fighting, he was probably half dead himself. Great. I didn't really expect any extras. Lu Xingzhou was secretly happy in his heart and was satisfied with the harvest this time. However, it had to be said that Sun Qi's single attack ability was indeed ridiculously strong as well. If it were an ordinary person, there was probably no way to deal more than 1,000 points of damage to frost armor at once. On the other hand, Sun Qi looked at his right hand with a face full of heartache. Oh my dear right hand, why is it always you who gets hurt? Geez, Lu, why do you keep hurting me? Auntie Chu Ching, look at him. He's always like this. Sun Qi cried out as he took out a bottle of basic life recovery potion from inside his props bar. Then with a tilt of his head, he drank it. Cuddly, on him. Subsequently, the wounds on his hands gradually recovered, and the pain goes away. Lu Xingzhou saw this and spoke faintly. Loser, what about 1,000 gold coins a bottle? Asterisk. Who's to blame then? Sun Qi said angrily. Who to blame? Blame yourself. Who made you hit so hard? Lu Xingzhou seemed to be smiling. I'm not looking for a rare opportunity. Sun Qi scratched his head with a very awkward expression. He admitted that there was an element of gambling on his part, but alas, he lost his bet. Who would have thought that Lu Xingzhou's side would have a counter-injury? Around them, gathered these seniors, and some professional hunters. They all looked stunned. Sun Qi's strength is so fierce. Just now that move Extreme Intent Boom Fist, they are expected to be directly put down. Who knew that after such a fierce punch, Lu Xingzhou was not only not injured, instead, Sun Qi was counter-injured by Lu Xingzhou's cold ice armor? Can this be right? Are all young people so brave nowadays? After the farce on Shi Xiaohu's side ended, the staff took Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi to other equipment placement areas to stroll around. The shock that the match just now had brought to others was profoundly buried in the hearts of everyone present. Lu Xingzhou also surprised surprised and scandalized the staff and onlooker professionals because of his strong performance. The heart of the staff member who originally served Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi also began to suspect. Could it be that this kid is the genius son of some big family? Otherwise, how could such a terrifying monster appear in a third-class city like our Zhanghai city? Completely dangling geniuses of the same level. Sure, Xiaohu is as unbeatable as an elementary school student in his eyes. This is too outrageous. From time to time, the staff's gaze glanced at Lu Xingzhou next to them. In his heart, there was an incomparable shock. Unconsciously, even his face became a little more serious and respectful. Lu Xingzhou then strolled around this warehouse. Professionals at their stage could wear a total of 9 pieces of equipment. They are 1 weapon, 3 pieces of jewelry, and 5 pieces of defense. Lu Xingzhou was currently equipped with 3 pieces of jewelry, but weapons and defenses are not worn. Lu Xingzhou looked around and didn't find any equipment that was too good, so he casually acquired some gold-level defense equipment, sort of as a sign of respect for these opponents we're about to face. However, when it came to the choice of weapons, Lu Xingzhou was a bit stumped. There's no such thing as too much gear. Instead, there are some staffs that match their class, but there's really nothing too cool about restricting the staffs that a magical apprentice can wear, and most of the attributes, compared to a staff that a high-level professional can wear. The difference is not small. This caused Lu Xingzhou to be very stifled. Why should a magical apprentice be inferior? It was also a level 10 staff and the grade was gold. But the magic apprentice's staff attributes is going to be lower than the wizard's staff attributes, more than half. Isn't that a bit too much of a bully? After looking around, Lu Xingzhou was furious and decided not to pick. Targeting magical apprentices is right. Those damn value monsters. Seeing Lu Xingzhou turn around and leave. At this time, Sun Qi next to him asked in confusion, Hey, Lu, wait a minute, your weapon hasn't been bought yet? Unlike Lu Xingzhou's suffocation when picking equipment, Sun Qi was able to choose a full range of equipment. He swiped his dad's card to buy a set of gold-level defense and jewelry, sort of pulling their gear full. Lu Xingzhou said without looking back, let's go. Not buying. When the staff saw that Lu Xingzhou didn't seem very satisfied, they hurriedly chased after him. Honored member, you can tell me anything you're not satisfied with. We, the trading house of Zhanghai City, will be at your service. In this case, you wait for me for a moment. I will call our manager here right away. Lu Xingzhou just wanted to reach out and stop the other party, saying that there was no need. The result was that in the twinkling of an eye, the staff member had run out of sight. Speed can even be said to be comparable to Shi Xiaohu's shadow assassin. Originally, Lu Xingzhou had no intention of ignoring the other party again and turned around, ready to walk out of the trading house hall. However, a woman with a mane of long black hair and wearing a professional outfit directly blocked Lu Xingzhou's way. Hello, distinguished guest, I'm Yi Wanqiu, the manager of the trading house in Zhanghai City. She pulled a strand of hair around her ear and then extended her hand towards Lu Xingzhou. Yi Wanqiu slightly bent over, and instantly the buttons on the collar of her professional outfit were directly taut. The almost exaggerated curves of that one tiny button put pressure on it that it shouldn't have. It even made Lu Xingzhou feel unconsciously emotional at this time. It is really too great. Hello, Manager Yi. Hello, I actually don't have much to ask of you. I've picked out everything I want. Lu Xingzhou graciously shook the other party's hand and then slowly spoke. However, Yi Wanqiu obviously did not believe Lu Xingzhou's words, and so it continued. No, Mr. Lu, our trading house is very concerned about the customer's trading experience, so if you don't pick the item of your choice, we will help you keep an eye out for it in the future. Next to him, Sun Qi muttered in an untimely manner. That's not what you guys said when I was shopping before. Manager Yi turned his head to Sun Qi next to him and was about to open his mouth. However, her gaze suddenly saw Chu Qing next to Sun Qi. Between the two men's eyes meeting, Manager Ye's eyelids involuntarily fluttered, revealing a hint of doubt. This change in her expression was very subtle, but in the next second, it was well hidden, not noticed by anyone else. Then, she seemed to have a few more moments of respect for Lu Xingzhou's tone, opened his mouth. Mr. Lu, in order to show our apologies for your bad experience today, this is our trading house's black and gold card. Please accept it. With this card you will be free of all handling fees for your purchases at the trading bank, and enjoy all the favorable treatment of our trading bank. When Manager Yi took out this black gold card, in the hall, the expressions of the crowd of onlookers were stunned. Black gold card. Most of them have only heard of it. Issued for ordinary people. But the bronze card, silver card, like Sun Qi's father, a famous and renowned professional in Zhanghai City, was only a gold card. As for the diamond card and black gold card, they were all for the really big shots in Zhanghai City, and were only issued in order to befriend each other. And Lu Xingzhou is just a senior who hasn't even grown his hair. He What gives him the right? Could it be that this kid is actually the descendant of some family with a very scary background? The surrounding crowd was in deep speculation, and the reason why Manager Yi did so was because he had heard what the staff had told himself. Lu Xingzhou's impressive and outrageous performance on the opposite field just now casually beat Shi Xiaohu, even if he wasn't the son of any great family, but just such an out-of-the-blue genius. Using a black gold card to befriend him never counted as a loss. After Lu Xingzhou received such a black and gold card, he briefly played with it. The front and back of the card are made of an obsidian-like material, and at different angles in the light, it will also flash like a flowing light golden lines, looking gorgeous. In contrast to the gold card in Sun Shi's hand, it was not a class at all. If I hold this card and want to purchase anything, will the trading house help acquire it? Sure. Manager Yi smiled and nodded his head, and the greatness of his chest trembled slightly with him. As long as Lu Xingzhou had a need that was the best, she wasn't afraid that Lu Xingzhou was going to buy some rare item, an absolute orphan. She was only afraid that the other party wouldn't even ask. As long as Lu Xingzhou was able to open his mouth to go and make a request, it would be a good thing for their trading house in Zhanghai City, not to mention equipment around level 10. Even if they wanted the stars in the sky, they could help find them. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and spoke. Do you still have antidote fruits here? I'd like to buy some. Manager Yi blinked, and his passion came to a screeching halt. There was doubt in his eyes. She kind of wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. What did you say? Chapter 39. What weapon? I'll use whatever you pick up. Do you want the antidote fruit? Yi Wanqiu froze slightly and said after a moment of thought, if I remember correctly, after this item was bought all by one customer last time, our trading house has not received any more goods. After all, the sales of this antidote fruit, it really isn't very good. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou nodded and then spoke. I know, because I was the one who bought it last time. So it's you. Then, what about those antidote fruits you bought earlier? It's already been eaten. Yi Wanqiu couldn't remember how many times this expression had appeared on her face today. No. She's a professional. When faced with an honored guest like Lu Xingzhou, it was natural to respond to any request. How can there be any extra thoughts? It seems that I am still not practicing enough. Thinking of this, Yi Wanqiu shook her head and then spoke firmly. Alright guest, don't worry, I will immediately go and acquire the antidote fruit for you. You leave me an address, and I will deliver for you at that time. Good. Lu Xingzhou nodded and then left an address and contact information. Then, he left the trading house with Sun Shi and little Aunt Chu Qing. After leaving the trading house, Sun Shi asked with an envious face, I'll go. Lu, show me your black and gold card. It's too powerful, isn't it? Lu Xingzhou casually threw it to him and laughed. Why are you so out of it? It's just a membership card. Is that so? Brother Lu, you don't understand. Sun Shi admired it fondly, then handed it back to Lu Xingzhou and said, Hey, why can't my old man give a damn? Sun Shi smacked his lips and suddenly had a flash of insight and said, Hey, Lu, why don't I recognize you as? Later, Lu Xingzhou was suddenly alert and reached out to stop the next word he was about to say. Think twice before you act. Be careful of Uncle Sun's fatherly kindness when you get home today. Sun Shi rubbed his hands together and his eyes drifted to the sky, said with a look of nothing happening, I didn't say anything. Then he changed the subject. But Lu, why do you think you didn't buy a staff? Although the attributes of these equipments aren't quite considered high, it's better than nothing. Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. He just felt that it was a bit of a loss to spend his hard-earned money on this kind of place, especially when you spend the same amount of money and the attributes of your own equipment are not as good as others. You don't understand the pain of having been targeted. If I have to get a weapon, then I might as well even just pick up a random wooden stick off the side of the road. Sun Shi didn't take it seriously and retorted, Lu, you say this. Again, gold-level equipment is much stronger than a wooden stick. You are just angry. I'm not being angry. Why not? Well, I'll get you a stick. Do you want to use it? Use. What am I afraid of with strength? Okay, you got it right. I'll go get it for you now. Hearing this, Sun Shi narrowed his eyes and smiled, then walked into the green belt next to him and started rummaging around. Just wait for me. I'll get you one right away. Hey, what is this? Air-dried beef jerky? And not beef jerky. Blah blah blah. Grass. Hey, I picked up a gold coin? Wealthy. Looks like I'm really having traitorous luck today. Not bad, not bad. Next to it, a gust of Sun Shi's shouts came from the bushes, attracting a lot of passers-by to cast strange gazes. Lu Xingzhou held his forehead with one hand, crying and laughing. He really didn't want to admit that this was his best buddy. Forget about anything else you don't understand. Can you just eat beef jerky next to that tree root? If it wasn't for Chu Qing's sister-in-law saying that it wasn't good to leave him alone here, Lu Xingzhou was really going to walk away and ignore this stupid kid. But don't say. Sun Shi was busy in the bushes for half a day, and it really let him find a superb wooden stick with a straight body and smooth surface, and at the top of this stick, there was a hollow knot formed by the interlocking and twisting of the trees. Come on, Lu, I found it. Look at this stick. Nice, isn't it? Superb. When it's time for the citywide test, you'll have this equipment with you. No problem. Right. Strength? Sun Shi said playfully with an expression of watching the fun. Lu Xingzhou hummed and laughed. Good boy. How dare you taunt me? Ha! But as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Xingzhou froze, because when his gaze was placed on top of this wooden stick, a phrase instantly appeared in front of Lu Xingzhou. Equipment name, Starry Eyes, Diamond Grade. Use level, 1, can be leveled up by building. Equipment attributes, spiritual strength plus 1 point, defense plus 1 point, armor plus 1 point, life value limit plus 10 points, magic value limit plus 10 points. Special effect, infuse the vast power of the stars into the gemstone, turning the power to your own use. Gemstone setting hole, 1, can raise the quantity limit by crafting. Lu Xingzhou froze in place and was silent for a long time. A level 1. Diamond quality weapon? Are you kidding? And it's still growing. The value of this equipment is immeasurable. At this time, Sun Shi saw this expression on Lu Xingzhou's face and spoke with a smile. Hey, why don't you say something? Strength? Ha, I really didn't think you'd have a day. I'll pretend you didn't just say that if you admit right now that it doesn't work. Yet the words had not yet fallen. Lu Xingzhou directly held Sun Shi's hands tightly. Sincerity followed. Thanks, Sun Shi. You're my best brother. From today on, this is my weapon. Sun Chi? No, wait, how is this plot a little less than what I expected? He's actually going to take a wooden stick as his weapon? You're kidding. Sun Chi saw Lu Xingzhou as if he had seen a stunning beauty, and took this wooden stick in his hands to admire and play with it properly. The feeling of love. Don't know. Really thought Lu Xingzhou got what the world's best weapon it. Lu, stop it. I'm a little scared. Afraid of what? Lu Xingzhou patted his shoulder and then said, Man, get hard will you? I am not my business. I am afraid you really crazy. Sun Chi was a bit regretful. He really felt that he had told Su Ruyan at that time that Lu was crazy. That thing. Nothing wrong with that. Lu Xingzhou lazily ignored him and then received the wooden stick into the props bar, because under his word recognition, it wasn't the slightest bit different from normal equipment. It also belongs to the props in the game. So even though it's essentially just a stick, it can still be included in the props section. Seeing the wooden stick disappear instantly, Sun Chi froze. Woohoo! Lu, where did you get the wooden stick? Since it's my equipment, it's natural to put it away. Sun Chi was puzzled, but greatly shocked. Good guy, a random stick picked up on the side of the road can be put into the props bar? It's outrageous. Could it be that Lu's actual real profession is not magic apprentice, but Doraemon? Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth and laughed. Come on, as a thank you, I'll buy you dinner tonight. Hey, is not a home and banquet right? Chu Qing's sister-in-law. You have to protect me safe. Sun Shi was being carried towards home by Lu Xingzhou while Chu Qing covered her mouth and snickered. In her eyes, Lu Xingzhou being safe and happy was better than anything else. It's nice to just live an uneventful life. Chapter 40, Another Vice President. Fat Dragon. Chapter 41, The Great Plan to Make Buns. A Qualitative Change? Chapter 42, Props. Heart of the Stone Giant. Chapter 43, No? They both entered the warrior class? The call was obviously from Zhao Qian. Lu Xingzhou asked after picking up the phone. What's up? What is it that you wanted to see me about? Zhao Qian on the other end of the phone said. Big brother, isn't this the special training test in school that has already been completed recently? I wanted to ask you if you want to keep painting the map. Let's take me on another one. After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou didn't have any intention of refusing, but said with a smile, that would be fine. But we are now ready to play the copy of the City of Stone Giants. If you can come along, then it doesn't matter if we're all together. After hearing these words, a trace of shock appeared on Zhao Qian's face. Oh big man, why are you starting to fight the City of Stone Giants now? Didn't you just level 10? Lu Xingzhou asked rhetorically with a smile. What's the matter? What's wrong with level 10? Zhao Qian slowly said after a moment of contemplation. It's not a problem. It's just that level 10 is already past the novice protection period. If you enter the copy and then exit, not only will you lose a large amount of experience value, but you will also randomly drop the props or equipment on your body. That's why people usually don't challenge these more difficult copies without being fully prepared. Although I know that you're very powerful, big brother, but for this kind of high difficulty copy child, I suggest that it's better for you to be more careful. Zhao Qian on the other end of the phone did say this out of consideration for Lu Xingzhou. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou just smiled and responded. You don't have to worry about safety. As soon as you reach level 10 on your side, you can come to me. Okay, big guy, then you must be safe. Zhao Qian suddenly asked after finishing a concerned sentence. Hey, by the way big brother, I heard that Xiuhu from our school seems to have been defeated by an expert from your school who uses ice attribute skills. It's rumored to be Lin Yishui, but why do I think it should be you? Big brother? Zhao Qian believes that there are only a handful of people who can defeat Xiuhu in the entire Zhanghai city. Although Lin Yishui was also very strong, she was only in between compared to Zhao Jin, who definitely can't do anything to beat the other guy to a pulp. So Zhao Qian guessed that this person could only be Lu Xingzhou. Aha! Lu Xingzhou didn't deny it. However, he clearly didn't take this matter of defeating Xiuhu seriously. He changed the subject and then opened his mouth to ask, by the way, have you ever heard of the prop Stone Giant's Heart? I'd like to know what effect it has. Stone Giant's Heart? That I do know. It's a crystal core that only warrior class bosses will drop. It's not very high level, but its effects are outstanding, Zhao Qian said thoughtfully. Lu Xingzhou immediately became interested and continued to ask, what effect? The effect is that, for all skills below level 20, the enhancement level is +1. Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. Wimpy? Add 1 level to all skill enhancement levels below level 20? The effect does seem a bit overbearing. For the vast majority of professionals, skills below level 20, although their grade wasn't too high, were definitely considered the mainstay skills for damage output. A +1 enhancement level for each skill is equivalent to all of them being enhanced once with a skill enhancement keystone. And the later you get, the more skill enhancement keystones you need to spend to raise your skill enhancement level. And the effect of this prop is the enhancement level of the skill, directly adding 1 level. So for high-level professionals, this prop will not be eliminated, but rather more valuable. It was no wonder that Vice President Fat Dragon was also so interested in this prop. After learning this, Lu Xingzhou's desire to get this prop was even greater. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone grow silent, Zhao Qian suddenly asked, Big brother, it's not possible that you're planning to go for a direct challenge of a warrior-level difficulty copy, is it? That copy isn't fun. The danger factor is high. Even back in the day, when Big Brother Qin Xin challenged this copy, he was only at level 15 before he dared to attempt the warrior-level difficulty. It wasn't until he was late level 16 that he figured out the correct strategy for the replica, setting a new record for replicas. Zhao Qian's side said that she was very worried, fearing that the big man wouldn't be able to think of anything else and go directly to challenge the warrior-level difficulty. At that time, if there is a 3 long and 2 short, how can this let her live? However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou did not answer, but only responded with less concern. Then, it hung up. Lu Xingzhou heard Zhao Qian's meaning that it was that this copy was different from the previous 2. It seems that copy rating has a huge impact on the time it takes to pass a copy. Whatever, let's try it first. Lu Xingzhou searched his heart and then said to Sun Qi next to him, Go, brush up. Next to them, the Blood Knights Guild's 4-man attack squad was preparing in earnest. They were all clear at level 18, and the equipment they wore were all level 15 gold level boss sets that the guild had prepared for them. It's safe to say that it's already fully armed and imperative. Just as they were about to enter into the copy, suddenly, he saw 2 grade 10 student-like teenagers next to him, slowly walking in. No, why is there an outsider here? The congregation of that squad turned their heads to the flamboyant armed man next to them, their tone questioning. The flower-armed man there spoke with a smile. Harm, the 2 of them are just level 10 professionals, so I guess they're just here to see what's going on and won't affect our plans. As you all know, these things our guild has been doing lately have triggered no small amount of social pressure. I didn't feel the need to bother with them, so I let them in. The flower-armed man voiced his considerations. The burly man at the head of that squad slowly spoke. Well, if the 2 of them are only level 10, it won't affect us. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the team's nurse suddenly spoke up. Wait, they too just now went in. Is the warrior level difficulty copy ah? Hearing this, a question mark appeared on the faces of the crowd, and the man with the flowery arms is even more slowly typing 3 question marks. What? No kidding, 2 level 10. Hairless students dare to challenge the warrior-level city of stone giants? Get a death wish. And they both certainly don't have a strategy guide for the city of stone giants. I guess you can't even beat a normal level copy, and you want to beat the warrior level? Isn't this a case of the old man hanging himself and thinking he's lived too long? The burly man shook his head slightly, then said, Never mind the 2 of them, let's hurry in. Although the 2 of them won't pose much of a threat to us. However, lest the night grows long, it's better to get through as soon as possible. On my command, go! Chapter 44 Raiders? That's for ordinary people. Chapter 45 They, I'm sure, are struggling in pain. Chapter 46 Brother Lu, can we be like this for the rest of our lives? After Sun Qi saw the scene, his entire body directly froze. Woohoo! He yelled, but wasn't slow to react, realizing that things were not good. Sun Qi's first reaction was to quickly dodge to the side. However, he had just stood under the stone archway and was completely under the range of his opponent's attack. There's no way to hide. You can only fight hard. Good, sneak attacking old me. Then let's compare whose fist is harder. After Sun Shi finished speaking, he directly threw a punch towards his head. He wasn't at all afraid that his opponent's fists in size were dozens of times larger than his own. Extreme Intent Boom Fist. Because of the increase in rank, at this moment, the power of Sun Chi's Extreme Intent Boom Fist had also increased dramatically. The domineering fist wind, carrying a terrifying destructive force, directly blasted against the other party. Bang! Shasta! The power of Sun Chi's Extreme Intent Boom Fist directly blasted out deep craters on that huge stone fist. Howl! The stone giant roared angrily as it suffered pain. The moment he raised his arm, his massive body followed suit. He was at least 20 meters tall. Standing there, it was as tall as a small 7-story building. Damn invaders, die for me dash. Then, the stone giant with a metallic luster emanating from its body directly smashed down again with its right fist. At this moment, Sun Chi's eyes narrowed and he shouted that it was not good, because, at this time, his skills were still on cooldown. There's no way to throw another punch. It's gone right through. Grass. This old boy doesn't talk about martial arts, and his flat A can go toe-to-toe with his own skills. Didn't we agree that villains die from talking too much? What? No bull asterisk 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 at all. Just blast over again? It's over. This offense is so fast. Even if Lu had the ability to finish off his opponent, it would be too late to block this blow from his opponent. God's jealousy. Sun Chi was preparing to take the opponent's skill hard and listen to the sky. Suddenly, he saw Lu Xingzhou appear in front of him, slapped him on his shiny head, then spoke faintly. Get down and hide. Sun Chi froze, then very obediently fell to the ground. Then, the stone giant's fist had smashed down. Die. Bang dash. A loud explosion sounded above Sun Chi's head. A moment later, Sun Chi felt no pain at all in his body. Only then did he open his eyes and look above his head. Oh, nothing? At this moment, a blue-colored frost armor was surfacing in front of Lu Xingzhou's body, blocked the attack for him, and it was after receiving this attack so solidly, the frost armor didn't even have a single crack, hard as nails. Instead, at this moment, the stone giant was suffering from the backlash of his own skill just now. The pain cried out again. This time, the screams were even more painful and tormenting than when Sun Chi's attack just now. Ow dash! Accompanied by a cry of pain from the stone giant, Lu Xingzhou then took Sun Chi and pulled back a distance. Then, the monster's information appeared in front of the two. Monster name, Stone Giant Kaiser, Chieftain. Battle rating, 31 stars. As it turns out, the stone giant is called Kaiser, belonging to a level higher than the elite class, Chieftain class monsters, and his battle power reached 31 stars, terrifying as it was. Holy, I actually threw a punch against a monster with 31 stars of battle power? I'm awesome! After Sun Chi saw the other party's message, he didn't have the fear he had earlier. Instead, there was some complacency. The very moment Kaiser took the pain, next to him, the ground around him also instantly stood up, large and small. Dozens of huge figures. These are elite-level stone giants. Looks like this isn't going to pretend and is ready to swarm. Lu Xingzhou laughed. If I'm not mistaken, behind these stone giants should be the stone giant manipulators that had been spying on them along the way, thinking that Kaiser is their leg up, so they have something to fall back on. Is that it? Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly, and then, just at the moment they were about to rush up, Lu Xingzhou once again struck out with a flame of extinction. Boom! At this time, Lu Xingzhou's power of the flame of extinction had not only increased quite a bit because of the increase in level, and most importantly, his magic value cap was already enough for him to launch 2 flames of extinction attacks without having to replenish his magic power additionally. So he didn't hesitate and went straight for it. Boom dash! Hot flames swept across the room. In an instant, a continuous reminder tone of the game copy instantly sounded in Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi's ears. Defeated the stone giant manipulator. Gained experience plus 1088. Defeated the stone giant manipulator. Gained experience plus 1088. Defeated stone giant Kaiser manipulator. Gained experience plus 1799. After hearing the reminder tone for this copy of the game, Sun Chi's face was stunned. I'll go? That's all seconds? He really didn't expect Lu Xingzhou to make another move to kill him in seconds this time. That stone giant, Kaiser, was over 30 stars in strength. If it was any other squad that encountered it, it was estimated that they would at least have to maneuver with this monster for a while. Even if you are not careful, you will be killed directly in seconds. Gee, sure enough, following a reliable man is full of security. Lu, can we be like this for the rest of our lives? Lu Xingzhou? Dude, if you say that, I'm going to have to think about whether you're straight or not. At that moment, suddenly, the ground trembled. Then, a huge stone giant altar slowly broke out of the ground. All the surrounding buildings were instantly squeezed, while causing them to collapse and shatter. Lu Xingzhou's eyes looked towards this altar. For, as he saw this altar, there seemed to be a glittering object. Could it be, that's the heart of the stone giant? Is that the material he had his heart set on? Go! Lu Xingzhou shouted and then rushed up. Sun Qi froze, then shouted, Hey Lu brother, can you be a little more stable? Just now that situation how dangerous? But after the words were said, he suddenly reacted. It seemed like the danger wasn't Lu Xingzhou, rather, it's himself. Aha! Then, following Lu Xingzhou seemed to be the safest instead. After a moment's thought, he shouted again, What's the harm in being dangerous? Brother Lu, I'm willing to accompany you on the mountain of swords and into the sea of fire. Hey, wait for me Lu brother. I'm coming. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Blood Knight Guild's 4-man squad had just passed through the area outside the city at this moment. The crowd ran to the next stop with tired faces. Stone Giant Kaiser's guarded area. Captain, if I remember correctly, the Stone Giant Kaiser will launch a sneak attack on us, a move that if taken hard, will either kill or injure us. Do we have to go seduce him? Trick him out of his skills first. The captain looked at the time and then said, Well, while it's the safest way to go, we're running out of time. It just took us 5 minutes to get through the first area. To set President Qin Xian's record, we have to clear the level within 11 minutes and 21 seconds. So, we must try to set up a direct fire and try to kill the Stone Giant Kaiser in one wave. Understand? Otherwise we won't have any time to deal with the final Stone Giant leader. And, according to Big Brother Qin Xian's strategy, this boss seems to have hidden mechanics that haven't been triggered. If there's enough time, we have to try it. I've heard that there will be unexpected rewards if the hidden mechanism is triggered. The crowd nodded, thinking that the captain did have a point. Okay, Captain, all yours. Chapter 47, Flame of Extinction. Not working? Meanwhile, outside the copy. Since the Blood Knights Guild had taken control of the entire copy, there was no one else left who could enter this area now. But that didn't stop the outside of the replica, which was very lively at the moment. It was because Vice President Fat Dragon himself had come outside the replica to check out the situation. How's it going? What's the progress now on arranging for you? At this time the man with the flowery arms immediately came over, then said with a very respectful expression, Hello, Vice President. I'm in charge of our entire copy of this clearing task. Fatty Dragon asked after giving the other a look. Oh, what's your name? President, you can just call me Fa Fong Fong. The flower-armed man rubbed the back of his head with some embarrassment, then said. Hearing this, Fatty Dragon's eyes narrowed. Good lord, what kind of name is that for a grown man? It's all for nothing, your big flowery arms. However, Fatty Dragon didn't dwell on it too much and directly opened his mouth to inquire. How is this situation now? The team we sent, how long have they been in there? Hua Fongfang said in a serious report. Reporting to the vice president, they've been in there for about 5 minutes now. Oh, after hearing this, a trace of satisfaction appeared on Fatty Dragon's face. Looks like I timed my visit pretty well then. No surprises, they should be coming out soon in another 5 minutes or so. Yes, Vice President. Good, then I'll be waiting for the good news. The flower-armed man smiled and handed over a tray filled with fine food and various expensive fruits. The fat dragon swaggered into a flashy seat that had been specially prepared for him and reclined comfortably, eating fruit and waiting for the squad to set a new record. And at this time within the copy, Lu Xingzhou had already stepped onto the altar that had just appeared, came in front of the gleaming stone he had just seen. As he got closer, he realized that the rock didn't seem to be the same thing as the prop he thought it was. It was a jumble of many pieces of colored hard stones, a huge pile of stones, refracted in the sunlight in a variety of different dazzling colors. It may seem like the heart of a stone giant, but really, it's not that at all. Happy for nothing. At this time, Sun Qi also followed and patted his horse to arrive. He came to Lu Xingzhou's side and spoke under his breath. Oops, I go Lu. Can you slow down? This is too fast. I can't keep up. Sun Qi didn't understand. How in the world could there be a magic apprentice that ran so fast? It's a monster. And just then, Sun Qi looked at the pile of colored gems on the altar. Then suddenly, his eyes became serious and said, My chow, Lu, this is the boss. Lu Xingzhou turned around, but at that moment, he realized that the pile of scattered gems just now had actually stood up. A large, thick humanoid body was formed. Howl, Shasta. Lu Xingzhou then felt the other party's great sense of oppression, completely different from both the soldiers and elite monsters just now. This colorful stone giant exuded a strong energy fluctuation. Name, King of the Stone Giants, Chief, Battle Strength, 40 stars, Level, 20, Skills, War Trample, Rock Punch, Guardian, Landslide, Talent, Toughness, Adaptability, Intruder. How dare you manage to break in here? Damn it. I, King of the Stone Giants, hereby pronounce sentence. You, death. The King of the Stone Giants seemed to be emitting a gurgling buzzing low roar from his chest. His voice was very angry and seemed to be in defense of his people and territory. However, at this moment, Lu Xingzhou spoke with great disdain. Intruder? Funny, it's not clear who's the intruder who's turtled up. You're just a bunch of wretches hiding behind stone giants, manipulating a bunch of soulless bodies. How dare you call us intruders too? That's funny. Hearing these words, the stone giant king's voice instantly became a few degrees angrier. Though, no change in expression could be seen on his huge colored gemstone head, but it was possible to feel that the other party was now furious, as well as wanting to get Lu Xingzhou killed. Who are you calling a turtle-dove wretch? Damn you! I'll make you pay with your life dash. The words just fell. The ground around Sun Qi and Lu Xingzhou then shook again. Only this time, it came even more violently than before. Rumble. Then, above the altar, mysterious and ancient runes were illuminated by the various colors of light reflecting off the king of stone giants. Immediately afterward, it seemed to be summoned and sensed in some way. A 7-colored halo of light suddenly descended from the sky. It shone on top of the stone giant's body. The 5-colored gemstones in his body suddenly lit up as if they had been activated, emitting a dazzling light. Rumble. Immediately afterward, after a strange sound, the stone giant king's surrounding aura once again erupted. Continuous skyrocketing. Battle ratings, 2. Sword for no money. I go. Not right Lu, this guy's battle rating has reached 49 stars. How can there still be this kind of temporarily stronger boss? Why haven't I heard of it before? It's broken. Why don't we just run away? There's no need to be afraid of burning wood when you've got a green hill to climb. Although Sun Qi had an iron head, he was still relatively stable. He would not challenge with his life in the face of such obvious risks. 49 stars. With this kind of strength, even if it was Mr. Fong who came against it, it would still be in no small danger. Not to mention Lu Xingzhou, though Lu was strong, testing at 24 stars on his own. However, the strength of the other party was more than double that of Lu. This is no joke. Battle power ratings, often 1 or 2 stars difference between top geniuses is quite a lot. Even when they fought across levels, it was all just a difference between single digits. This next challenge to a 49-star alpha level boss can be won? Absolutely not. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou was not panicking. After seeing the change in the other party, Lu Xingzhou was certain. It wasn't that he had triggered some unlucky certain death mechanism. Instead, it should be that he had discovered some hidden clues, triggered the hidden mechanism of the copy. He had once heard that some copies did have some hidden mechanisms. This is a challenge and an opportunity. After triggering the hidden mechanism, it is easier to drop some rare props or materials. This is why the copy of the past strategy is very precious and will not be easily spread out. If you have mastered one of the hidden copy of the past strategy, then the value of just one cheat is worth more than 10 times the value of the most precious prop material of that copy. Lu Xingzhou didn't intend to quit, but was going to try something. Things, whether or not they are as they seem. Between thoughts, he had taken out 2 buns and stuffed them into his mouth. This was the bun with beef and scallions that my sister-in-law had prepared for herself earlier, and because she hadn't finished it, she had put it into the prop space and stored it. I'm surprised it's still hot when I take it out now. On the opposite side, the king of stone giants let out a burst of laughter and said as he looked scornfully at Lu Xingzhou in front of him, "Kid, it's too late for you to run now. Pay with your life for your words." Lu Xingzhou didn't care and spoke directly. "Why should I be afraid of a guy who's afraid to show his face? Cut the crap and wait to die." Immediately after that, Lu Xingzhou didn't care what the other party said and directly struck out with a flame of extinction. Boom! A terrifying heat wave swept through, instantly sweeping the entire altar. Those steel of the surrounding altar were all bent and melted as they were burned due to this terrifying flame of extinction. Lu Xingzhou had thought that this move of his would definitely be able to directly resolve that unknown manipulator hiding somewhere. But what was not expected, not only did the stone giant harden its own move, but the copy surprisingly didn't pop up. The reminder of defeating the stone giant manipulator just now. Oh, kind of interesting. Lu Xingzhou's eyes narrowed in some surprise. However, Sun Qi, who was next to him, was shocked and filled with disbelief. Voodoo. Lu's move didn't even give him a direct second. Sun Qi, who was used to Lu Xingzhou resolving battles with a single move, saw that the king of stone giants was actually intact. It's unbelievable. At this moment, a burst of red light emanated from the stone giant's right arm gem. Placing it in front of him, he strongly blocked down Lu Xingzhou's attack just now, and it didn't seem to have suffered any fatal injuries. "Oh, your flames, nothing more than that," the low voice of the king of the stone giants roared, and then he spoke again as he pounded the ground with his right fist. "But now, it's my turn." Chapter 48, The Key to Victory. Dropping rewards? As soon as the words fell, the stone giant instantly accelerated and rushed in front of Lu Xingzhou. Immediately after that, he directly slapped his palm. Boom! Instantly, the ground raised a cloud of gray mist and sand. Then Lu Xingzhou was blasted away like a cannonball. It slammed right into the altar pillar next to it. There was a popping and crashing sound. It happened in a flash. It was so fast that even Sun Qi next to him didn't react. By the time he realized that things were bad, Lu Xingzhou had already been slapped out of the way. "Lu, Sun Shi turned his head and roared in anger with his eyes wide open. Damn, if you have the ability to get tough with me, grass. As soon as the words left his mouth, he took all of his equipment out of the props bar and, subsequently, put it on his body. Straight away, his legs stomped on the ground, instantly exploding close to the side of the King of Stone Giants. Then he pressed his entire body weight onto his right fist. Boom! A fist collapsed. The air currents from the counterblast instantly exploded like waves underneath the soles of the two men's feet. The punch was actually powerful in place, but a slight golden glow flashed from the gem on the chest of the King of the Stone Giants. Then, it blocked the blow almost harmlessly. Sun Shi raised an eyebrow, very puzzled. What's going on? Even if the opponent is strong, he shouldn't have no damage at all, right? He was incomparably shocked in his heart, but, at this time, under the anger, he didn't care about that at all. Asterisk 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 Q. All you up. Fist rain. Successive punches came down like rain. Boom boom boom. The King of the Stone Giants did not move, and the golden light shining from the jewel in front of his chest became a bit more dazzling. Then, with a backhanded swing, the King of Stone Giants edged Sun Shi out as well. Bang! Sun Shi was smashed like a cannonball onto a nearby pillar and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Oh, crap! The King of the Stone Giants made a mocking-like sound. However, Sun Shi climbed up from the ground and without any hesitation, drank a bottle of basic life recovery potion. Then, with his right hand, he wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. Nima, old me today, I must make you pay. Just the moment Sun Shi was about to strike again, suddenly, the voice of Lu Xingzhou sounded next to him. Don't worry, I can already see what to do with this guy. Sun Shi turned his head and looked at Lu Xingzhou in surprise. Holy Lu, you're even okay? Or what? You expect me to be a little bit of everything? Lu Xingzhou slowly stepped out of the smoke and dust, and all over his body, he was surrounded by a layer of fine, crystalline frost armor. His body, however, was spotless and not affected in the least. Sun Shi was relieved to see that Lu Xingzhou was fine. Lu, am I that kind of person? Moreover, the beneficiary of the accident insurance you bought is not me. Don't be poor. Get him first. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand, then turned his head to look at the King of Stone Giants with a serious face. After the King of Stone Giants saw Lu Xingzhou, there was a slight surprise in his countenance. Oh, surprisingly not dead? Oh, that's kind of funny. But, who gave you the courage to think that you could challenge me? Lu Xingzhou said with a smile. Because, I already know. Your defense mechanism. The King of the Stone Giants laughed contemptuously and said, ha ha, bluff. Whether it's a bluff or not, you'll soon find out. The words just fell. Lu Xingzhou directly hit a normal attack, accompanied by a terrifying blizzard. It instantly blasted at the stone giant's huge body. 6th rank skill, Extreme Ice Storm. The terrifying ice storm froze the body of the King of Stone Giants almost instantly. His movements, visible to the naked eye, slowed down. Then, it became stiff, almost on the verge of turning into a big icy lump. But, the next second, a dazzling burst of icy blue light lit up within the King of Stone Giants' right arm. Under the glitter of the gems in it, the ice storm on the King of the Stone Giants' body gradually disappeared its effect on him. A few moments later, the King of Stone Giants' actions returned to normal once again. Ha ha ha, I told you, that's nothing but carving and bluffing. Having said that, Lu Xingzhou directly stretched out his right hand and the Wanxiang Sinluo unfolded. Then, the terrifying wooden dragon roared and rushed out of the ground, like a fierce tiger pouncing on the huge body of the King of Stone Giants, directly smashing it into the ground. Bang dash! The King of Stone Giants had one of his arms shattered in an instant, and his body had been hit with a noticeable dent. At this point, Sun Shi was stunned. Holy, Lu, what's this new skill? The power is so fierce. One should know that the King of the Stone Giants was not even injured in the slightest by his own full-force punch blast just now. Lu just hit it with a random skill and the effect was so good? Lu Xingzhou smiled without saying anything. In fact, this King of Stone Giants was not invincible. It's just that the 5 gems on his body represent the 5 defense resistances. When the red gem lights up, one's own flame attack is immunized to the fullest extent. When the blue gem lit up, his own ice attribute attacks wouldn't be able to do much damage to him. So, answer, isn't it obvious? If there was only one major output profession among the 4-man squad, then it would be easy to be crushed by the Stone Giant King's super high resistance, well targeted. Plus, the Stone Giant King's own attack and speed were all top-notch existences, so the difficulty of trying to defeat the other side can be quite enormous. But, sadly, he met himself. The King of the Stone Giants stood up once more, his body glowing with a green jeweled light that had lit up. However, this time Lu Xingzhou's attack attributes changed again. Flame of extinction. The terrifying flames of extinction swept over everything once again, and at the same time, several magic bullets in his right hand were instantly struck in conjunction with the extreme ice storm. Boom dash. Ice and fire are intertwined. A powerful ice and firestorm was formed. The red and blue gems of the King of the Stone Giants lit up alternately, and to hesitate is to die. The ice and fire skills directly hit the King of Stone Giant's body. Roar dash. Miserable screams that echoed above the altar. That indestructible huge body gradually crumbled. Crystalline fragments scattered in midair. King of the Stone Giants, pawn. The smoke cleared and a hunched, ragged humanoid monster lay on the ground. There's not as much air in as there is out. Apparently, this was the same manipulator that had just boarded the Stone Giant King. I didn't expect you to be inside the Stone Giant King's body. No wonder even the wide range of attacks just now didn't manage to kill you, Lu Xingzhou said in a flat tone, and by this time that manipulator was powerless to refute it. He swallowed his last breath unwillingly, and then, Lu Xingzhou had a reminder tone of the game copy ringing in his ears. Congratulations on successfully refreshing the record of the Stone Giant City replica. Rewards are being issued for you. Reward weapon item, Stone Giant's Iron Fist Gloves, gold grade. The moment he saw that the reward for the drop was this gold level boss weapon, obviously, a hint of disappointment was revealed on Lu Xingzhou's face, because he had thought that he could give himself the prop he wanted for that Stone Giant's heart after this record was set. I didn't realize this didn't fall out even though it was a new record. It seems that the rarity of this prop is, indeed, exaggerated. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made Fat Dragon, the vice president of the Blood Knight Guild, want this prop so badly. Hey, it seems that if you want to brush up on this prop, you'll have to play a few more rounds yourself before you can do so. Lu Xingzhou casually threw this iron blood gloves to Sun Shi next to him and prepared to open another copy. Go ahead and swipe the heart of the Stone Giant. However, in the next second, another voice once again rang in his ears. Again, a reminder of the game copy. Congratulations on successfully clearing the City of Stone Giants, warrior level difficulty, copy and unlocking the hidden mechanism. Congratulations, as the first player to trigger the hidden mechanic and complete the pass, you have been issued a copy of the only certainty reward, the Shining Heart of the Stone Giant, and the other side. Because of trying to force a group with the Stone Giant Kaiser, the four-man squad sent by the Blood Knights Union was just destroyed. It was clear that they had greatly underestimated the strength of the Stone Giant Kaiser. Ultimately, very helplessly, he chose to exit the copy at the last minute. It would drop some equipment and experience value, but there was no way around it. Outside the copy, Fatty Dragon, who was waiting for the good news with his heart in his mouth. At this time his mood could be said to be quite bright, because he suddenly saw it just now. The words above the duplicate record jumped around a bit. Someone set a new record? Chapter 49 What strength is the jailbird? Cutting in here? Chapter 50 I pretend I didn't see it. Ha. Originally, Fatty was prepared to bring these two little brothers of his to teach Chu Qing a lesson, but who would have thought that before entering the door, directly by a group of do-not-know-where-to-come angry customers, in the name of Q jumping to give a beating. Hey, stop fighting, you guys know I'm, ouch, do you guys know who my brother is? Hey, hit the man not hit the face light kick Fatty went from threatening at first, to a bit of a wimp, to pleading at the end, but that didn't make their hands any lighter. After Chu Cheng, who was making buns in the store, saw this scene, she originally wanted to come up and stop it, but after he saw that it was Fatty who had been beaten, Chu Cheng was silent for a moment, turned her head as if she didn't see it, and said to herself, I think there was something to do just now? Why did I forget? After seeing that Chu Cheng did not stop it at all, the crowd was even more reckless and ruthless. There are those who major in the upper third and those who major in the lower third. Brothers, beat this dog coin of an interloper to death. Beat him up. I've been waiting in line for an hour and you're here to cause trouble? Get you killed. You stupid fat. After the crowd got tired of fighting, they stopped. After all, you can't make a scene here either. The crowd in attendance looked at the three swollen sandbags that had been rounded up before speaking slowly. Damn you, if we see you at this door again, we'll beat you up once we see you. Hear that? Fatty and the two professionals behind him nodded. Frantically, they were beaten so snotty that they knocked out a few incisors. Speech leaks, and you can only convey meaning by nodding your head. Okay, get the hell out of here if you know. Hearing this, Fatty was relieved and prepared to run with his two minions, and at this time, it was just in time for Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi to return to the bakery as well. Both of them were a bit puzzled when they saw the scene in front of them. Hey, what's with this guy? Fighting with someone because he couldn't get a bun? I don't know. Lu Xingzhou rubbed his chin. Thought the three people in front of him looked a bit familiar. It took a moment of thought before it suddenly occurred to me that it wasn't the desperate little girl. Fatty? Those two minions behind him, aren't they also from the previous Blood Knight Guild? But at this moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and his mind searched. Surprisingly, it came. Again today the heart of a thief is not dead. At this time, Lu Xingzhou once again moved to kill. Originally, Lu Xingzhou only wasted this fat man, and if the other party did not come to pester him about it, he would let him live. But now it looks like there's a way to heaven and you're not going. Lu Xingzhou strides into the store and bypasses the crowded crowd to find sister-in-law Chu Qing. Auntie, I saw Fatty coming just now? Well, are you alright? Did he find you in trouble? Lu Xingzhou asked with some concern. It's okay, he got away. Lu Xingzhou hesitated for a moment before spitting out 2 words. Bin. Who? By the customers. After Chu Qing's sister-in-law finished speaking, Lu Xingzhou reacted for a moment. It was only after she gave Lu Xingzhou a detailed explanation that Lu Xingzhou understood. You mean, they thought Fatty was coming to make trouble, and were afraid to delay them from buying the buns, so they gave him a run for his money? Right. Chu Qing nodded, then sneakily whispered in Lu Xingzhou's ear, somewhat snickering. Actually, I saw it all, but I didn't stop it. I'm pretending I didn't see it. Ha ha ha. Lu Xingzhou laughed. My sister-in-law was a few years older than myself, but, at times, she was still simply like a child. This time the customer knocked the guy off his feet, but he might not be so lucky next time. This incident also gave Lu Xingzhou a wake-up call. If you have the chance, you'll have to find a way to keep your sister-in-law safe too. It's the kind of thing you don't fear. Sun Qi walked in with a big grin at this time, then slowly lamented. I'm going to. Shu Cheng auntie, your place is doing really good business. You'll have to hire someone in the future. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou instantly clapped his hands. Makes sense. Hire someone. Man, you woke me up. Indeed, we need to hire some people. So Lu Xingzhou turned his head to look at his sister-in-law and said, Auntie, let's hire some help. Half amused, my sister-in-law nodded. Ah, good. The whole hiring thing is really something to think long and hard about. Preferably, they just need some help that can fight and dare to fight. And there is no fear of any so-called guild forces. Trying to do both of these things makes this thing a little harder. Many people were not afraid of any large forces, but they were too weak. It doesn't offer much protection either. As for the other ones, although their strength was good, they were all cowering in front of the major powers. This kind of is also not the candidate Lu Xingzhou wants. Well, really have to think about it. To find one that's strong and then crazy, it's kinda hard. When he thought about this matter, in fact, a candidate suddenly came to his mind. Inexplicably, the figure of a man came to mind. Ruyan Su. It was just that there was absolutely no way Su Ruyan would have the time to protect his sister-in-law for him is all. He knew what a dazzling genius Su Ruyan was, and he also knew how high the Su family's expectations for Su Ruyan were. However, this is something to maybe ask her if she has any recommendations. So, Lu Xingzhou dialed Su Ruyan's phone. Across the way was Su Ruyan, who was sitting in the back seat of the commercial vehicle, preparing to head to the No Man's Land copy for her training. She was sitting on the back seat boredly fiddling with her cell phone, her delicate feet constantly swinging under those beautiful legs in tall black stockings. When she received a call from Lu Xingzhou, Su Ruyan's entire body was directly excited and almost stood up. Adolescent girls are always so clueless, obviously caring about his every move, but it was never expressed. Su Ruyan had wanted to pick up the phone in the first place, but she hesitated for a moment, then calmed her agitated feelings. Only then did he return to his usual high-pitched voice, then spoke up. Lu Xingzhou, what is it that you want to see me about? Lu Xingzhou didn't care how the other party's tone really was, he just opened the door and asked, there's something I want to ask you. I wonder if you know some such people who are powerful and unafraid of large guild backgrounds. I want to invite them to come and help protect my sister-in-law. Then, I also want to ask you if you know any powerful refiners, and I hope you'll help me introduce one. Su Ruyan was silent for 2 seconds after hearing this matter, then said to Lu Xingzhou, do you have any plans for later? Let's meet up and talk. Lu Xingzhou said, I'm going to make a trip to the trading house in Zhanghai City in a while. I asked them to purchase some things for me last time. After hearing this, Su Ruyan directly spoke. Good, then let's meet at the trading house in Zhanghai City. It just so happens that I plan to go there as well. After Fu Bo, the butler in the front row, heard this, he looked at Su Ruyan in the back row with a face full of questions. Very puzzled, he asked, Miss, aren't we going to a copy of No Man's Land? Su Ruyan turned her head and gave him a don't talk too much look. Then it went on to say, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Is that okay? Good. Lu Xingzhou is not far from the trading house in Zhanghai City, and the two should arrive there at about the same time. After hanging up, Fubuki turned his head and asked, Miss, then where exactly are we going next? Master gave you a hard time to get the entry qualification for this exploration type copy. Do you really want to? However, Su Ruyan's reply was unusually resolute. Speaking directly, there's no need to ask. The trading house in Zhanghai City. Chapter 51. Take the equipment you want to strengthen, and bring it out. After arriving at the trading house in Shanghai City, Lu Xingzhou met Su Ruyan, who had been waiting here for a long time. Didn't we say 10 minutes? How did you get there so fast? Lu Xingzhou had some questions. Su Ruyan still maintained the same cold and arrogant expression she had in the past, the tear mole at the corner of her eye blinking slightly along with her skin. Instead of answering Lu Xingzhou's question, she changed the subject and opened her mouth. Say, what's up? Actually, I'm looking for you mainly to ask if there's a suitable candidate to recommend one to me. Also, I've been wanting to build some weapons lately, so if you know someone who can introduce me to them, that would be great. Hear that? Su Ruyan was actually still very happy inside because she liked that Lu Xingzhou was able to think of himself when he had something going on. She spoke slowly. If you need an introduction to a bodyguard, I do have someone suitable. As for what you said about equipment building, I know that there is a master teacher in the trading house in Shanghai City. His craftsmanship is known to be the best in Shanghai City. After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou revealed a smile. A smile followed. That would be great. Thank you. Su Ruyan's beautiful eyelashes blinked slightly before her gaze turned slightly to the side. Speaking softly, it's just a favor. It's not like I'm doing it for you specifically. Next to him, Sun Qi, who hadn't said anything, suddenly said in an untimely manner, "Hey, pervert, why do I feel like you're a little shy?" In an instant, the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. Su Ruyan's icy eyes looked toward Sun Qi next to her. Then, Sun Qi directly shrunk his neck. He would rather fight the king of the stone giants one-on-one than be targeted by this pervert. It's just too scary. After Sun Qi shut up and stopped speaking, Su Ruyan used the corner of her eye to look at Lu Xingzhou next to her. It was only after realizing that the latter didn't seem to think much about it that he let out a slight sigh of relief. But, inexplicably, she was a little lost. The three of them arrived at the trading house hall, after which Su Ruyan took out a black card that shone with golden ripples. Black and gold card. The moment the front desk staff saw this card, they directly called out Manager Yi. Yi Wanqiu bowed respectfully to Su Ruyan, and then, she saw Lu Xingzhou behind her. Didn't realize, Lu Xingzhou actually knew this Ms. Su as well? Yi Wanqiu was still relatively well informed, and she had also heard about how terrifying the Su family's power and heritage was. Not to mention in a small city like Shanghai City, even if you look at the entire Jiangbei province, it is an existence that should not be underestimated. Therefore, it is possible to make friends with Miss Su. It seems that this Mr. Lu, it's not as simple as it seems, either. Sure enough, he hadn't made a mistake in giving the black gold card before, and this would definitely leave some good impression on Lu Xingzhou. Ms. Su, may I ask what you need? Yi Wanqiu spoke respectfully. At this time, Su Ruyan directly spoke. Take us to Zhou Li and Master Zhou. Okay. Yi Wanqiu didn't ask more questions and directly opened her mouth to answer. However, she turned her head to look at Lu Xingzhou and spoke respectfully. Dear Mr. Lu, the antidote fruit that you arranged for us traders to purchase for you last time has now been acquired to 500 pieces. May I ask if this is sufficient? Lu Xingzhou pondered for a moment that he could probably eat about 12 of them a day. That's enough food for 40 days or so. Give me those first, then buy some more. Okay. Lu Xingzhou was just about to pay, when Su Ruyan directly handed out her membership card. Use my membership card. There's a discount. She didn't mention the matter of helping Lu Xingzhou pay. She knew that Lu Xingzhou's pride and self-respect would not allow her to help pay. But, who knew that at this time? Yi Wanqiu said, Miss Su, you may not know, but this Mr. Lu is also a black gold card member of our trading house in Shanghai City. Su Ruyan froze slightly. Then, without moving, he put away the card and said nothing more. However, there was an indescribable horror in her heart. He himself had gotten this black gold card because of this sign of the Su family, and Lu Xingzhou even got the same black gold card as his own by virtue of his own ability. Sure enough, he's not all talk when it comes to promises. A soft color flashed in Su Ruyan's eyes. Next to him, Lu Xingzhou paid the money and then put the antidote fruit into his props bar. Lu Xingzhou didn't know how much of this stuff to eat to be considered the upper limit, and from the textbook, something like the clear moon spirit spring had no side effects at all. But, there shouldn't be anyone so extravagant as to take hundreds or thousands of clear moon spirit springs and eat them and continuously to see the effect. After all, for the same amount of money spent, the enhancements will be greater in other areas. The three of them followed Yi Wanqiu's lead and arrived at Zhou Li and the teacher's workroom. The profession of a refiner, although it also belonged to the life class. However, this profession is very popular and sought after. If the level is gradually increased, it is even able to refine a lot of high-grade, high-quality equipment, even upgrading some of the equipment to liberate the potential. As such, high-level refiners, their status was often higher than combat class professionals of the same level. Master Zhou, someone is looking for you. Inside the room, an older man with short white hair wearing heavy insulated gloves and special black protective goggles on his head turned his head at the sound. Manager Yi, Who's looking for my old man? It's these 3 VIPs. They want your help in building equipment. Hearing this, the old man's expression came to interest him. Anyone who could be called a VIP by Manager Yi was either rich or noble. The equipment they took out must have been first-rate as well. This time, Lu Xingzhou slowly spoke. Hello Master Zhou Liha, I have a piece of equipment that I hope you can help me build. I wish to take this gem and set it into my staff. Afterwards, Lu Xingzhou took out a fist-sized, sparkling gemstone with 7 colorful colors from his props bar. Prop name, Shining Stone Giant's Heart. What is this? Zhou Liha's expression was very shocked. He had been refining weapons in Jianhai City for over 20 years. And yet, I've never seen this gem before. Is this the heart of a stone giant? Rumor had it that he had heard of the city of stone giants, which would drop an extremely rare prop material. Heart of the Stone Giant. Ability to level skills up to level 20. All +1. But, this material in front of him seemed a little different from the profiles he had seen in books. Heart of the Stone Giant. Is it that boing boing? Lu Xingzhou was silent for a moment before he said, not exactly the same, I guess, since it's the heart of the Shining Stone Giant. What the hell is this? Never heard of it. The shining heart of a stone giant? Zhou Liha looked at the effect of the props in front of him. Then, with a surprised expression, he directly burst out. Woohoo! Why are you so outrageous with the effects of this gem? +1 level of enhancement for all skills? After hearing this, even the always calm Su Ruyan froze. So, she also checked the prop effect of the Shining Stone Giant's heart in front of her. It's still true. +1 enhancement level for all skills. This, with its effect and value, was unknown to be many times higher than the Heart of the Stone Giant. Enhancement levels for skills up to level 20, and all skill enhancement levels. It's obvious to the naked eye how big the difference in effect is. If given to a level 60 plus turn 3 professional, the value of this prop was even more incalculable. Apparently, it was also the first time Zhou Liha had seen such a rare material. He instantly cupped the gem in his hands and loved it. It's like surveying an absolute treasure. Young man, what equipment do you want to get this gem on? Quickly, the old man's sledgehammer is already hungry and thirsty. For smiths like them, top-notch gear, top-notch gems, that's what makes them the happiest in the world. It's this outfit. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment, slowly from the props bar, pulled out a wooden sticks. Chapter 52, Principle. Can I have this book? Zhou Liha blinked when he saw Lu Xingzhou pull out a wooden stick. A question mark followed. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke slowly. Lad, have you got the wrong equipment? In Zhou Liha's eyes, it seemed that this kind of top-tier gemstone should most definitely be paired with top-tier equipment. A level 60 diamond grade. No, a level 80 supreme grade weapon is only qualified to appear with this kind of top-grade gem. He had no doubt that this Shining Stone Giant's Heart would be traded at the auction house in Jianhai City if it was placed there. Then, it will definitely attract countless traders to go crazy over it. It even sells for an unimaginable sky-high price. It's absolute. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou directly opened his mouth. That's the one. No mistake. I would like you to take this gem and build it into this staff of mine. Hearing this, Yi Wanqiu beside her was shocked. Su Ruyan's brows also frowned slightly. The corners of Zhou Liha's mouth twitched, filled with shock and doubt. Only Sun Qi, who was extremely moved, spoke. Lu, good brother, for life. Zhou Liha took the staff and carefully scrutinized it. The stick is straight, even in color, and does look pretty good for its length. But, well, isn't this, to put it bluntly, a stick picked up anywhere on the side of the road? It's a joke. Zhou Liha looked at Lu Xingzhou and then, in a serious and very serious manner, said, Little brother, to be honest, do you really want to take this gem and set it into this wooden stick? If it's really inlaid, it's not going to be taken down. After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou nodded. I have no intention of taking it off. Just set it for me. Silence, it's Cambridge tonight. Zhou Li and the old man were in tears. Waste. That said, the customer is God. What could he say? Do it. Please wait for an hour or so. I will now immediately prepare the materials needed to build your equipment. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi went out to wait for them. Black and Gold members have their own dedicated lounge. Luxurious, atmospheric, and most importantly, it doesn't cost anything. An hour passed quickly. Still, then, with an incredibly complicated mood, Zhou Liha sent that staff to Lu Xingzhou his hands. I have finished setting this gem for you as you requested. Please check. Zhou Liha was incomparably hard to bear. A feeling that was tantamount to having gold on your wasteful, so wasteful. But Lu Xingzhou was very satisfied. The gem is set right into the front of the staff, and both the build and the craftsmanship are all over the place. It's perfect. At this time, Lu Xingzhou followed suit and checked the attribute panel of this wooden stick. Equipment name, Starry Eyes, Diamond Grade. Use level, 10, can be leveled up by building. Equipment attributes, mental strength plus 50 points, armor plus 10 points, life value limit plus 1,200 points, magic value limit plus 800 points, full attribute magic resistance plus 50%. Special effect, infuse the vast power of the stars into the gemstone, turning the power to your own use. Gemstone setting hole, 0, can raise the quantity limit by building. Gemstone set, shining heart of the stone giant. Introduction, 10% of star power has been unlocked. Well, this is really worthy of the props that I have gone through so much trouble and swiped. Only painted it once though. But, who says it wasn't a lot of work? And the overall effect of one staff went up a huge step after gemming, especially in terms of life cap and armor, both of which increased extremely scary stats. Lu Xingzhou wasn't sure if this was due to the increased effect of the properties of the gemstone itself that he had built on top of his equipment, or something else. What he was able to determine was his current lifesteal paired with his ultra-high armor, plus the defense of the frost armor, and the double lifesteal from the field unfolding. He was definitely more resistant to punches now than all meat shield professions of the same level. It was completely impossible to see any semblance of a crunchy mage on the body, and after Lu Xingzhou equipped the staff, his skill levels, all of them, followed by one level of enhancement. At this time, he also began to check up on the effects of his skills and what kind of changes had occurred. Skill name, Flame of Extinction, 9th rank, enhancement level 1. Restricted occupation, Forbidden Arcanist. Skill description, possessing a forbidden might capable of destroying everything. The skill can inflict a wide range of burning damage to the area in front of it when it is activated, and any object stained with the flame of absolute destruction will be burned to death. Detailed attributes, 20-64% plus 8,000 fire damage to enemies in front of you, and the flames deal constant 95% fire burning damage to all life forms. The skill can be stored, and when stored, the damage increases by a percentage based on the additional magic power consumed. When skill proficiency is sufficient, you can control the exact strike location of the flames and the flame form. Although it was only strengthening level +1, the power had increased by more than a fraction of a star. The original fire damage inside the detailed attributes was 1,655% plus 7,200 points of damage, as well as 80% burn damage. It's safe to say that the lift, this time, is pretty huge. If he now dealt with the King of Stone Giants who had triggered the hidden mechanism again, Lu Xingzhou estimated that he would push hard even if he directly relied on the power of the flames. It can also cause great damage to the other side. As for his own Wanxiang Senluo skill, similarly, the skill effect was also greatly improved. Skill name, Mangekyo Moro, level 9, +1, enhancement level 1. Restricted occupation, Forbidden Arcanist. Skill description, after using the skill, a range field will be generated around the user of the skill, and the user can consume magic value to manipulate all plants within the field at will. Within the range of the field, the life value of all team members will be increased by 100%, and the effect of all recovery skills will be increased by 100%. Detailed attributes, generate a field within a radius of 50 meters. You can manipulate all plants within the field to attack, dealing 280% plus 1330 would attribute damage to the enemy, can be manipulated up to a limit of 12 bars. Within the field's open range, all lifesteal caps of self and teammates are increased by 100%, and the effects of all recovery type skills are increased by 100%, especially for the range of fields you can manipulate, and the number of wooden hands. It's all a huge improvement. From the original radius of 30 meters and only being able to maneuver 10 wooden hands, it was directly upgraded to a radius of 50 meters and 12 wooden hands. Scary as hell. It seems that the increase in skill enhancement level for level 1 is quite a lot. If the school skill reinforcement keystone rewards are handed out, one would really have to make good use of them before doing so. Speaking of this matter, Lu Xingzhou suddenly remembered. Why hasn't the school's award been handed out to him or her? The gold rewards, after all, have been in place for a long time. A mere skill enhancement keystone shouldn't be so much as to be in arrears to one's own. Go back and ask if you have time. The equipment was built well. I'm satisfied. Lu Xingzhou nodded to Zhou Lihat and smiled. Master Teacher's craftsmanship is really good. Thanks. No, thanks are not necessary. Zhou Lihat took a deep breath and said, that's where our professionalism comes in. But after saying this, he turned his head to look at Yi Wanqiu next to him and then continued. Manager Yi, don't pick up any work for me lately. I need to recuperate for a while to heal my mental wounds. Manager Yi looked at Zhou Lihat's haggard eyes and could not imagine what kind of mental struggle this Jianhai City's best craftsmanship refiner had gone through. After the three of them left from the trading house in Jianhai City, Su Ruyan left a contact information for Lu Xingzhou. Just call and contact the opposite side. When it comes to this aspect of protection and security, they are professionals. So, Lu Xingzhou phone dialed out. After explaining his intentions, the other party made an offer to Lu Xingzhou. Payment of 1,000 gold coins per day, plus enough buns to manage. Lu Xingzhou agreed. So, the next day, he saw two muscular brothers and sisters in soft and cute lowly dresses and big bodies appearing outside the store. "We're here to apply for a job as helpers. May I ask if Brother Lu is here?" Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned after opening the door. Almost exploded. "Woj, this isn't a joke, is it? What a muscle loli. Hey no, I should say Lolita brother and sister. What kind of talents did this Su Ruyan recommend to herself?" Said himself that he wanted some madness, but it doesn't say it's that crazy. However, after Lu Xingzhou looked at the other party's attribute panel, Lu Xingzhou fell silent. Level 24 fighter with 38-star combat power. This definitely belonged among the best of the two-turn professionals. Well, strength is here. Not much to say for myself. Welcome, come in. Thank you, Brother Lu. The scene of the two muscular brothers and sisters thanking Lu Xingzhou in a dainty voice was really a scene that one didn't know what to do with. But what I didn't expect was that my sister-in-law was very receptive to the two new waiters she hired. The three even chatted amicably. "Yeah, your clothes are quite nice. Where did you buy them? Give me a recommendation if you can." "Of course there's no problem, Sister Chu, you're so pretty. You'll definitely look better in it." "Hey, the two younger brothers look pretty good in them too. Ah, I hate you, Sister Chu. I'm a sister." The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched and decided not to participate in their conversation. It's disgusting. Originally, Lu Xingzhou was going to go find Sun Qi to continue his copy, but after going out, he received a call from Chang Yuanshan. On the other end of the phone, Chang Yuanshan said that there were some things he wanted to talk to Lu Xingzhou. As it happened, Lu Xingzhou still wanted to ask the principal about the skill enhancement keystone, so he just agreed. After arriving at the school, Lu Xingzhou walked into the principal's office. "Coming, Lu, sit down." After Lu Xingzhou sat down, the principal said straight to the point. "Before you won the reward for being the first in the whole school, there was a skill enhancement keystone prop among them. You still remember it, right?" "Remember. There's a problem at the moment. The original skill enhancement keystone was stolen, and now the school is going through the procurement process to repurchase it, and the time is going to be after the city's special training test is over." Chang Yuanshan was obviously a bit less than honorable when he spoke about this matter. It's really quite embarrassing when word gets out about the theft of items on campus. "So, I'd like to ask if you're going to fight to replace the reward item you want. As long as the school has them, you can take your pick." Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin, a little puzzled about who could steal the school's inventory. He casually asked, "Did you catch the thief?" "No, and the surveillance didn't catch anyone going in or out of the warehouse, which is odd." Chang Yuanshan was also in thought when he talked about this. Obviously, he felt strange about this matter as well. Lu Xingzhou didn't understand, but didn't think much about it and nodded. "Okay, so the other stuff, I'll go look at." "Good." However, just as the two of them were about to leave, Lu Xingzhou's gaze suddenly landed on the corner of the pile of books exposed at the foot of Chang Yuanshan's table. Lu Xingzhou walked forward and pinched the corner of the pink-colored cover of the book, then pulled it out. Chang Yuanshan had wanted to go up and stop it when he saw this, but ultimately, it was a step too slow. Lu Xingzhou had already drawn out that book. Chang Yuanshan's mouth twitched in embarrassment, and he coughed gently and said calmly, I just like to keep up with what's going on the cutting edge of fashion and clothing." Lu Xingzhou didn't retort, but looked at Chang Yuanshan with an expectant look and said, "Principal, did you just say I can have anything the school has?" Chang Yuanshan was slightly stunned before he nodded. Yes." Lu Xingzhou pondered for a moment, then, hesitantly spoke. "So, can I have the book, Chang Yuanshan?" Chapter 53, Researching Little Magazines? Honestly, it's really just a magazine, an ordinary magazine that couldn't be simpler. What's there to study? And, really, there's nothing to see here. To be honest, he was very reluctant to give Lu Xingzhou, because he hadn't finished his own research. Ahem, that's not the problem. The main reason is what does he need it for? But after he saw Lu Xingzhou's sincere and passionate eyes, he faltered. If there's nothing to see, then why can't you give your student the chance to satisfy his curiosity? Okay, here you go. Lu Xingzhou was all smiles after accepting this pink-colored cover fashion magazine. It was as if he had no regrets in his life. He didn't really want a fashion magazine. You can get as much of this stuff as you want at the little bookstore downstairs on the corner. The reason why Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth to want this thing, it's because this little magazine shows a line of words at the top. Skill name, 3 phases of return. Rank, restricted occupation, forbidden arcanist. Skill effect? Lu Xingzhou was puzzled, so he wanted to study it properly. He tucked the little magazine away in his arms and then didn't mention it again. Chang Yuanshan saw Lu Xingzhou so naturally, so he guessed that the other party didn't think much about it. Pure appreciation. no offense. Then there was no more mention of it, but he was shown what there was to want. As a result, Lu Xingzhou went around the school's warehouse and finally realized, I don't want anything. And Principal Chang Yuanshan didn't expect that the only thing he had heard Lu Xingzhou ask for, it's your own little magazine. A moment later, Lu Xingzhou scratched his head and asked, Principal, how about a discount? At this time, Principal Chang Yuanshan's expression was also very helpless. Of all the things in our school's resource library, you don't have a single thing to look at? I still want the money. Lu Xingzhou just felt that with cash in hand, he could do more. And none of these things in the school warehouse moved themselves too much. The principal nodded after a moment of silence. Okay. He thought that Lu Xingzhou had acted this way because he was considering his family condition situation, so there wasn't much of a rebuttal, but he also made his own request saying, however, you kid have to give me a guarantee, that is, among the city's special training test, must get the city's top 2 results. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou came to be interested and said without a ripple, why don't you take first place? Is it a dislike? The corner of Chang Yuanshan's mouth twitched. This kid, does he always talk so angry? Good boy. Isn't this my way of not stressing you out so much? Chang Yuanshan had actually hoped that Lu Xingzhou would be able to get the first place in the city. After all, in any competition, everyone would only remember the first place. But Chang Yuanshan is not the kind of person who is not pragmatic. He knew very well how strong Chen Jinqi, from experimental middle school, was. It is said that he has even surpassed the super demon, Qin Xian, from 3 years ago. So even he knew that this kid Lu Xingzhou was ridiculously strong, but he still didn't expect that much. It still left a little cushion for Lu Xingzhou. Top 2. However, who would have thought that this kid Lu Xingzhou would be so arrogant instead? You're not giving yourself any leeway at all, are you? Don't worry, headmaster, if I dare to say that, I have the means to do it. No, one in Jianghai City, just in the bag. Seeing Lu Xingzhou speak so calmly, inexplicably, Chang Yuanshan surprisingly did not worry anymore. He spoke slowly. In that case, I won't ask any more questions. By the way, has the misunderstanding between the Blood Knights Guild and you been explained clearly before? Chang Yuanshan had wanted Lu Xingzhou to go back, but suddenly remembered this matter and opened his mouth to ask. Lu Xingzhou didn't avoid it and said directly, no, and it wasn't a misunderstanding. I think that this kind of grand guild is a little too fond of, well, bullying. I can't see them very well. After Chang Yuanshan patiently listened to what Lu Xingzhou said, he then let out a slight sigh. There was a hint of admiration in his gaze, yet a sigh that was complicated. Only then did he speak slowly. That's the way this society works, by the rules that have been in place since the beginning of time. I know what you're thinking, because when I was young, I was just like you. I think the world is full of injustice, full of bullying and oppression, and that's true of the big families, that's true of the big powers, and that's even more true of the big guilds. I do not care to be in their company or to be dependent on them. What a spirited person I was back then. Speaking here, Chang Yuanshan let out a cold laugh as if he was lamenting. When Lu Xingzhou heard it, ooh, nice guy. This principal is a man with a story, too. At this time Lu Xingzhou how much he wanted a classic quote. Please tell your story. But good thing he held back. Just listen quietly. Chang Yuanshan lamented for a moment and continued to look at Lu Xingzhou. Back then, I was really similar to you, young and ambitious, thinking that my fate was not in my hands. But really, when the storm comes, the power of the individual, it's just too small. Level 39. I've been stuck in this realm for I don't know how many years. If I had joined an organization like the Blood Knights Guild back then I would have, by now, definitely broken through to turn 3 a long time ago. As he said this, he looked back for a moment before speaking. Kid, the reason I want you to join the Blood Knights Guild is because it's good to have your back against a big tree. You want to challenge the authority of an entire community on your own. It's too hard, because there will always be existences in this world that are stronger than you can imagine, and they can crush you at the drop of a hat. I've suffered losses, so I don't want you, a young man with potential, to fall in the same place. When Chang Yuanshan said this, it was exactly as if he was chatting between friends. This is all from the heart. Lu Xingzhou didn't expect Principal Chang to say so much to him. Between his words just now, Lu Xingzhou also thought of the Su family behind Su Ruyan, thought of Fatty, thought of the Blood Knights Guild, and so on. But, the strong, are right? If this is the case, then he, himself, will be the only truth in the world. Lu Xingzhou spoke faintly, calmly, if I'm strong enough, won't I? Principal Chang laughed, not knowing if he was laughing at Lu Xingzhou's naivety or envying his purity. If you can be so strong that you can crush everything with your invincibility, naturally you can. Then, try it. Lu Xingzhou laughed. The teenager's face was filled with the confidence of a young man and a calmness that hardly belonged to his age. Chang Yuanshan didn't say anything else. He had pretty much said what he had just said. That's all there is to say. It's good. The skill enhancement keystone discounts you 900,000 gold coins, and it will be directly credited to your bursary account when the time comes. Remember, you promised me. Number 1 in Zhanghai City. Lu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow. Discount 900,000 gold coins. He just went to the trading house when he also took a look in passing. As if, black gold card purchase as long as 800,000 gold coins off. Wouldn't that still be 100,000 gold coins for nothing? Don't worry, principal, this Zhanghai City scholar, you'll get it. He wasn't voting for this extra 100,000 gold coins from the principal. He just had a stronger sense of honor. Well, it really is. On the other hand, at this moment, Chen Jinqi was practicing his new skills in the underground training room of his house, and next to it, there were 24 or so pieces of the skill enhancement keystone that had already been absorbed. Just one step away from my skill metamorphosis. As long as I can do it, then even in the entire Zhanghai province, no one will be my opponent. It's only one step closer, and I'll make it before the city's special training test. Chapter 54, Mysterious Skill. 3-phase return. Chapter 55. If I say this is all a misunderstanding, do you believe me? Seeing the other party's sincere attitude, Chu Qing was slightly shaken that much, but before she could make up her mind, Lu Xingzhou slowly walked out. Auntie, whole tuban stuffed with sauerkraut and pork. As a result, when he turned his head, he saw Fatty Dragon standing in the doorway, as well as Tension and Su Dazhuang behind him. Oh, a rare guest. Lu Xingzhou smiled and then opened his mouth with a smile after walking down the stairs. After seeing Lu Xingzhou, Fatty Dragon squeezed out a seemingly warm smile on his face that was filled with horizontal flesh. Then, that's when he opened his mouth. Hey, Lu Xingzhou little brother, I came here today to apologize to you. However, Fatty Dragon had only just said this. Behind them, Tension and Su Dazhuang directly rushed out, standing beside Fatty Dragon on the left and right. Then, shouting, for S sake, Vice President Fat Dragon, there's no need for you to pretend with these two dumbasses anymore. Just them and be done with it. Yeah, Vice President, we've tricked them out now. No need to put on a show. Vice President Fatty Dragon, quick, help us take revenge and get these big fools killed. However, the last word then had not yet been uttered. A sandbag-sized slap was swung directly to the right side of Su Dazhuang's face, coming into a close contact. Pa dash. Very crisp. In an instant, Su Dazhuang was directly in midair, making a 360-degree spiral turn, like a gyroscope that's been jerked around. Next to him, Tension was dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. Wait a minute. Fat Dragon Vice President, is it the wrong person to call? It's not right. However, at this moment, the Fat Dragon Vice President didn't feel that he had hit the wrong person, but instead, he broke out in a curse with a face full of anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You Sabi, your whole family is a big Sabi. Vengeance? I'll avenge your mom. Didn't I say that I was asking you to come and apologize to Lu Xingzhou? What are you doing? Su Dazhuang was already unconscious at this time, and the Tension next to him shivered and did not say a word. The Fat Dragon turned his head and looked at him. Mute? What? You're not talking now. Come on, explain to me what you're trying to do. Zhangli was silent for a moment before he slowly explained. Because 2 days ago, we and your brother just came here and got beaten up. I thought you were coming to avenge us today. Hearing this, the Fat Dragon became even angrier. Voodoo, is this where you and my brother came to look for trouble the other day? Tension nodded vigorously. At this point, the Fat Dragon's face turned green. Nice guy, isn't this thing done to offend people to death? He turned his head, and that's when he realized that Lu Xingzhou was looking at them with a teasing face, and at some point he even got a popcorn in his hand. Eat while watching them perform. The Fat Dragon thought for a moment and squeezed out a smile once again, saying, Little brother Lu, if I say this is all a misunderstanding, do you believe me? Do you think I believe that? Silence, deep silence. The more the Fat Dragon thought about it at this point, the angrier he became. Zhangli had thought that he had escaped and didn't need to be beaten up. As a result, the next second, another slap came. Pa dash. Zhang Li's face, which hadn't yet lost its swelling, once again sunk deeply, and then, swelled even higher. Then, it fainted. Zhangli, the two minions that Fatty Dragon had brought with him were both unconscious at this point. It was then that the Fat Dragon rubbed the palms of his hands before slowly speaking. Lu Xingzhou, no matter what you think, I came here today to apologize to you. We did have some misunderstandings before, but I hope we can turn weapons into gold. Fatty Long quoted from the scriptures, but nay, he hadn't even graduated from elementary school, so he finally came up with such a word. The Chu Qing beside them were silent as they listened to the conversation between the two. The line he's not trying to say is, turn it into something else, is it? Lu Xingzhou surveyed the other party's face that was piled with smiles. Then, slowly, he spoke. I won't be joining your Blood Knights Guild. Take your time. Just kidding. These two minions didn't know if they were here to cause trouble or to apologize until a minute ago. You call that sincerity? Besides, even if he did come to apologize, Lu Xingzhou wouldn't really take it seriously. As the saying goes, dogs, they can't change their ways. Seeing Lu Xingzhou so determined, Fatty Dragon's face gradually stiffened and went cold. It's, not negotiable? No. Good boy. Fat Dragon nodded, then said coldly, I hope you'll, in the future, be able to stay so hard-headed. Lu Xingzhou indifferently threw another handful of popcorn into his mouth before he slowly spoke. Remember to take these two dogs of yours with you. The corners of Fatty Dragon's mouth twitched, dragging these two fainting unlucky bastards by their collars and leaving the bakery in a grayish manner. Lu Xingzhou looked at the other party's back and his eyes gradually went cold. Then he pulled a black leather-covered journal from his own bosom and filled it with 2 names. At this point, above, there are 4 names. Chu Qing came over and asked, Hey, Lu, what are you writing and drawing? It's okay. Lu Xingzhou closed his diary and then smiled. Just documenting the good life. Oh, don't say it if you don't want to. You have secrets from your sister-in-law. Chu Qing pretended to gently wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes in a chaste manner. This time, Lu Xingzhou slowly spoke. Okay, really don't remember anything. Night we go out to eat? It'll cost money. Although Chu Qing's eyes lit up, she was still a little distressed about the money. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. Hey, we have money now, and the Baozi store business is also getting better. Didn't we earn more than 20,000 gold coins yesterday? That's true. Chu Qing nodded, then revealed a bright smile and said, So let's, have fondue? Up. Tonight's consumption. Mr. Lu is paying for it. Chu Qing pursed her lips and snickered, revealing 2 shallow dimples. At that moment, however, a bald man came sniffing around. Mr. Lu, how come I heard that someone has to pay for tonight's consumption? No, you put surveillance on my house? Ha. This is called a heart-to-heart. It means that the two of us are truly in love, brother Lu. Sun Shi touched his bald head and opened his mouth with a smile. Lu Xingzhou was too lazy to bother with him. How much can a meal cost? Come on, don't be poor. Let's get together tonight. Oh yeah, long live Lu. As Sun Shi cheered, Lu Xingzhou asked, By the way, what the hell are you doing here? Hurry up. Oh, only then did Sun Shi react and get down to business. I heard a little news today. I heard that Chen Jinqi from Experimental Middle School seems to have made another breakthrough. Now Experimental Middle School has put out the word that their goal is the top student in Jianbei Province. Chapter 56 Brother Lu, can you answer my questions? Chapter 57 No. How did this magic apprentice get mixed up? The following day, the date of the special training test in Zhanghai City. If you were to ask what is more important than the national high school exam for everyone to be able to focus on that, that's the one that Zhanghai City organizes every year. The one that organizes all the gifted students in the city together. The special training test is up, and if I had to say, of all the schools this year, that one received the most attention. That must be the Experimental Middle School, which got the first place in Zhanghai City for 3 consecutive years. This special training test is, to put it more bluntly, it is to pull out all the talented students in Zhanghai City this year. The stronger, better performers deserve more attention and more resources to develop them. This can only be good, not bad, for the students who are in a position to participate in this scramble. This was why countless talented students were willing to participate in this special training test. Resources, fame are the things they need most at the moment, and around this test, it attracts a variety of events and attention each year. It also includes some officially organized, legitimate and legal voting activities. Viewers can vote for their favorite assessment contestants. You have a choice. Vote for Chen Jinqi of Experimental High School as the best performing test player of the competition. Similarly, you can also choose to vote for Sun Qi as he will be the second best performer in this test. Each vote costs some gold coins. Of course, if the hair choice is the right one, you will also get some rewards based on the appropriate odds. Of course, this is all permitted by the federal government and is reasonable and legal citizen income. Many citizens follow this event just about every year and get rich overnight with it. And of course, the federal government makes a fortune profiting from it. That's why it's one of the most watched events of the year. The most impressive of them was the one that came out of nowhere 3 years ago. Qin Xian. Qin Xian's strength spoke for itself, setting record after record and overpowering the city's examinations. That year led countless people to create the miracle of becoming rich. So when the day of the special training test came, even if it was still just a preliminary session, but the countless reporters and spectators, who had surrounded the entire scene in layers, had almost broken through the sky with their enthusiasm. Today's preliminary session for the opening of the special training assessment, the venue was chosen to be the gymnasium in Zhanghai City. Before going out this morning, Chu Qing deliberately dressed up, normally never a vegan, She had purposely changed into a pretty white dress today and had put on just the right amount of light makeup. Even though Chu Qing was now almost 30 years old, there were still no blemishes on her face that she needed to cover up, because today was a special day. She wanted to be there to witness the scene. It's not a small venue, capable of holding 5,000 people in the arena at a time. And at this moment, all the students participating in the special training test were all gathered in the square at the very center. The host of the scene took the microphone and spoke slowly into it. Today we have invited the top talented high school students in Jianghai City, who have gathered together and will participate in our Jianghai City Special Training Examination Invitational Tournament this year. All of the students participating in this special training test will be rewarded with the appropriate rankings based on their respective performances after passing our test. And several of the students with the most outstanding performance will also receive training contracts from our top guilds in Jianghai City. It's safe to say that being able to get a training contract from a top guild means that your future will be bright. So young people, ready to start your test? The audience at the scene looked at the information panels of the students in front of them, and all of them showed a look of relief. From Jianghai City No. 1 Middle School, Zhao Qian, Occupation, Bending Moon Archer, Level 10. From Jianghai City No. 2 Middle School, Lin Ishue, Profession, Elf Mage, Level 10. From Jianghai City Experimental Middle School, Zhao Jinhu, Occupation is Jiu-Jitsu Master, Level 10. From Jianghai City Experimental Middle School, Chen Jinqi, Occupation, Sentinel, Level 11. One by one, the rare grade professions flashed by, causing many of the spectators who had experienced a profession awakening to be overcome with emotion. Surely the future of the Federation is rightly entrusted to such promising young people. The ones who call themselves by name here are really strong. The audience looked at the information panels of each person that kept flashing on the big screen in front of them, constantly shaking their heads in exclamation. Oh my, this is outrageous. Chen Jinqi is already level 11? This upgrade speed is a bit too fast. My cousin is also a senior this year. How come he's only level 4 now? Yesterday, he even told me that he was fatally beaten by a kobold. Genius, that's a genius. Can it be the same as this cousin of yours? 134. My dad is already over 40 years old, and he's still struggling with a 9-star battle power. That's good enough for you. My dad only awakened the living profession, and now he's about to die of exhaustion from working early and late every day. I'm so envious of these students. Each and every one of them is the pride of heaven. It would be great if I could awaken a rare profession as well. But just as the crowd was lamenting, suddenly, Lu Xingzhou's panel jumped out in front of the crowd. From Jianghai City Second Middle School, Lu Xingzhou, Occupation is Magic Apprentice, Level 12. When they heard this introduction, all the audience on the scene looked at each other with wide eyes. They don't understand if their ears are mishearing. A magical apprentice? Isn't that a lowly profession? Many people had a look of doubt on their faces. Isn't this the scene of a special training test where geniuses gather? Shouldn't those here be all the super geniuses of Jianghai City this year? How come there's such a low-level professional mixed in? But the thing that's still strange is that this low-level professional, how is he still level 12? It was even higher than Chen Jinqi's rank. Isn't this a bit of a departure? Are you sure this guy is level 12? Goddess Lin, she's only level 10. No, why can't I understand anymore? A 12th level magic apprentice? Is it possible that I'm behind the times? Is apprentice magic some new rare profession? No, don't doubt yourself. That's a lowly profession. Many people looked at Lu Xingzhou, who was present at this moment, with a strange gaze, but the crowd's surprise didn't last long. Soon the crowd began to gasp. Quick, look, it looks like we're going to the next part soon. That's exciting. I wonder what fun things will happen next. Today is the pre-selection session, so if I'm not mistaken I should be arranging the next schedule or something like that. The audience was very excited to see what would happen next, and at this time the host spoke slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we've introduced all of the school's heavenly talents just now, the next step is our much anticipated grouping session. In the past, we relied on the staff to make assignments and consider the combined strengths of both teams, but this year we decided to make some different changes, and that's that it's no longer up to us to make the distribution. Instead, the students themselves will be allowed to make the decision, and both sides will be assigned into 2 teams, and they will choose the captains of their respective teams based on their strengths. The captains of both squads can decide, on the basis of their strength, which player their team wants to choose, and ultimately, the squad leader who performs better on the next test will be rewarded with an additional rating for doing so. But the losing side, all rewards are zeroed out. Hearing this, all the students at the scene couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. I didn't realize that this rule put such a heavy burden on the position of captain. Next, it's time for the students who want to vie for the position of captain to take a step forward. Hearing this, the audience was abuzz. I didn't realize that the arrangements for this year's special training test were not quite the same as usual. I just don't know. Who has the guts to be the captain? And just as the crowd was talking, Chen Jinqi directly took a confident step forward and shouted, "Then, let me be the captain of this." Chapter 58, Chen Jinqi. Unrivaled? Almost everyone had heard of Chen Jinqi's name even before this special training test in Jianhai City began. The most mysterious and the most dazzling that super genius of the experimental high school. Perhaps many people think that Zhao Jinhu was good enough. There were rumors that Zhao Jinhu had reached 16 stars in strength a long time ago, and Chen Jinqi was only stronger than him. At this time the crowd also saw the subtle expression on Zhao Jinhu's face, because at the time Chen Jinqi said this, Zhao Jinhu's face didn't have the slightest surprise, nor did it have any retort. It was as if Chen Jinqi was born to say such words. He should just run for this captain. In other words, Chen Jinqi's strength today was definitely stronger than Zhao Jinhu's. The host nodded with great satisfaction after seeing Chen Jinqi step forward, and then said in a high-pitched voice, "It looks like our first captain's contender is out. So is there anyone who feels unconvinced? If any of you feel unconvinced, you can decide the final captain by single combat originally." Hearing this, the atmosphere of the scene was once again lively. Holy, is it even possible to joust by singles? It does seem like it was worth the price of admission today. The principals of the schools gathered around them. At this point they felt, this is still very difficult if you want to challenge Chen Jinqi. After all, Chen Jinqi's strength and reputation were all there. There shouldn't be anyone who couldn't think of challenging Chen Jinqi. Instead, there should be more competition for the other captain. But what none of them had expected was that Chen Jinqi, after standing there was still someone who dared to challenge him. "I'll do it." This person was a heavy sword-using professional from the 4th middle school in Jianhai City. He held a heavy, huge sword in both hands, then slowly walked up to the very center of the square. Many of the students from Jianhai know, for middle school recognized the heavy sword-wielding teenager on the stage. Shen Yun Tao, go for it. Brother Tao, as the bearer of our school, really has the courage to fight the toughest. Worthy of being our brother Tao. It's indeed awesome. Go Tao. Don't worry, Brother Tao's strength can be said to be recognized as the strongest in our Jianhai 4th middle school. After all, he's broken a record that's been dusted off in our school for years. Yeah, Tao is still quite powerful, so I guess he won't suffer much against Chen Jinqi. At this moment, Chen Jinqi looked at Shen Yun Tao. A smile faintly appeared in the middle of his face, without a murderous aura. Instead, it made people feel as warm as a spring breeze, because Chen Jinqi did not see his opponent as an opponent. This smile of his was an absolute confidence in his strength. A moment later, Chen Jinqi slowly opened his mouth to answer the battle. Then, come and try. With the battle between the two men touching off, the scene and the entire atmosphere was instantly brought to a climax. Chen Jinqi. Holy, it's going to start so soon? I'm so excited. This is definitely going to be a great match. I'm so excited too. On the scene, the safe sparring facility of the tournament ring instantly rises from the ground. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly after seeing this scene. Just as well, he wanted to take this opportunity to see just how strong Chen Jinqi was. On the stage, Chen Jinqi turned to Shen Yun Tao with a bashful face and opened his mouth. Come on, take a shot. He didn't mean to move first, but waited patiently for his opponent to strike. Shen Yun Tao looked at Chen Jinqi's haughty expression. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold, killing intent. Chen Jinqi, you have not looked down on people too much. If you don't make a move, then next, you will die a miserable death. It's okay, you go first. Chen Jinqi still had a calm and collected expression. Then he said to himself, I don't want this competition to end so easily. As soon as the words fell, Shen Yun Tao was as if he had been insulted. The entire person instantly erupted with a terrifying might. Shen Yun Tao's two-handed heavy sword swung out, and this attack and destructive power were definitely not something that an ordinary person could casually resist. It could be said that his strength was quite terrifying. Even Sun Qi, who was next to him, nodded with great approval. Not bad. This strength and speed are considered to be at the level of the best in their class. However, at this time, Chen Jinqi didn't even look at it. It didn't raise his interest in the slightest. He just waved his hand casually, and then a wall of wind instantly appeared in front of him. Boom! After the wind wall and Shen Yun Tao's attack touched, a loud crashing sound was emitted, and a terrifying breath pressure, bursting out. Shen Yun Tao took a few steps back with a slight shock in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his attack was so easily dissolved by the other party. He had heard that the profession of wind swordsman could manipulate wind attribute magic, but he really wasn't expecting it. Chen Jinqi's wind wall's defense was surprisingly so strong. Immediately after that, he once again stomped his legs to the ground and attacked from different angles in succession, trying to find the dead center of Chen Jinqi's defenses. But the thing he never expected was that it was useless. Everything was useless. He couldn't break through the defense of the wind wall at all. Damn it, a mere wall of wind. Let's see me break you, Shen Yun Tao shouted. Then, directly clasping his hands, his long sword swept out horizontally. Flat Cloud Chop. This, too, was his strongest rank 4 attack skill at the moment. With a hard shake, even the Goblin King could be seriously injured. However, Chen Jinchi still had a bland expression and lightly whispered, "Winds blowing." In the next second, his speed was so fast that it was almost hard to be detected by the naked eye. Whoosh dash! Shin Yuntao's sword didn't even touch his body. It just touched a wisp of residue. Bingo? No, it didn't hit. Shin Yuntao, with his experience, saw that this move should have hit, but, judging by the feel of his feedback, he definitely missed. Shin Yuntao's heart tightened, because he knew very well that he would be in danger if he didn't hit with this slash. Flat Cloud Chop, although the skill power is good, however, there is a fatal drawback, which is that the skill aftershock is too long. His back, at this point, was completely undefended. He was about to turn his head and defend himself against an attack from behind, but at this time, Chen Jinchi, his arrogant voice had already come out from behind him. The power is good, but unfortunately, it's too one-dimensional. This captain, let me be the one. The words fell. Chen Jinchi lightly kicked him in the back. Pa dash! Shin Yuntao stumbled, and through inertia, his body directly moved forward, kneeling to the ground, though he braced his hands on the ground just in time and didn't fall on his ass. But, it was woeful enough. Shin Yuntao lowered his head and couldn't believe it for a long time. I lost, however. Just then, Chen Jinchi suddenly walked up and extended his hand to him. Pull him up. It's okay, there's no shame in losing to me. You're already strong. The way Chen Jinchi looked, he wasn't trying to put on a show, because the smile on his face was still warm and welcoming. A moment later, Shin Yuntao took his hand and stood up. Chen Jinchi, you're strong. Shin Yuntao, serve you. Good. Chen Jinchi smiled faintly, his expression still carrying an unquestionable confidence. He looked around the room and then continued, "If you want to challenge me, just come." The opportunity. Only this time, on the sidelines in the viewing gallery, the principals of each school had different expressions. Although the principal of the 4th middle school in Jianhai is reluctant, but Shin Yuntao has played very well. He has been very pleased. And Jianhai no. 1 middle school and Jianhai no. 2 middle school, the 2 schools that want to compete for the city's top prize this year. Their principal's face was very serious, a silence that comes with facing a strong enemy. It seems that this year to beat the experimental high school, this is even more difficult than the previous years. Chang Yuanshan also knew that the strength Shin Yuntao had displayed was already very strong, definitely considered to be in the first tier of geniuses, sort of this year's Jianhai 4th middle school, the emergence of a super genius. However, he was still more than a notch behind in Chen Jinchi's hands. I don't know, can my own students over Chen Jinchi? And as for the other regular schools, the principals who came to watch the game, in their eyes, there is nothing but adoration and admiration. However, the principal of the experimental middle school's expression at this moment was very calm. It was because he knew that the strength Chen Jinchi displayed today was far from his full strength. This year in Jianhai City, Chen Jinchi, no one can match. Now these principals were even more certain that after Chen Jinchi had displayed some strength just now, surely no one will dare to challenge him again. But, they still underestimated the youthful students. Again, both are the pride of heaven. Me, avoid him? Chapter 59, Another Captain. That's it. On such a stage, many people want to prove themselves by defeating the all-conquering Chen Jinchi. Take this opportunity to make a name for yourself. But obviously, they underestimated Chen Jinchi and overestimated themselves. These proud sons of heaven were completely thwarted by the huge gap in strength. Finally, after Chen Jinchi defeated the geniuses of the colleges in 4 consecutive matches without injury, there was no one to challenge him. Anyone else? The crowd was silent, and no one responded. At this time, the host of the scene spoke directly. It seems that the captain of our first squad, which has already been determined, is Chen Jinchi from Jianhai Experimental Middle School. On the spot, all the audience members rose to their feet and applauded. At this moment, the entire stadium was filled with thunderous applause and cheers that tore through the sky. Chen Jinchi stood proudly in the center of the crowd's line of sight, blandly accepting the crowd's cheers. This time, Sun Qi, who was next to him, asked, "Lu, aren't you going to go up and practice with him?" Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. "Doesn't matter. Isn't there still a captain's slot here?" "Harm. I was going to try for the second captain's slot, but since you're going to be it, I'm not going to make it." Sun Qi sighed slightly, a bit sadly, and the thing they didn't notice was that while Chen Jinchi was receiving countless cheers, there were also several gazes. Lu Xingzhou, who was looking over from the side and seemed to be unobtrusive. At this point, the host slowly spoke. now that our first squad leader has been settled, is there anyone willing to fight for our second captaincy? After hearing this, the audience started talking again. Hey, of the remaining students who haven't participated in the competition just now, the most promising one should be Lin Yixue from Jianghaino 2 Middle School, right? Goddess Lin is indeed very strong. If anything, the strongest this year besides Chen Jinqi should be him, right? I reckon so. If Goddess Lin wants to compete, no one can compete with her should. Didn't Jianghaino 2 Middle School say there was another secret weapon? Maybe it's Sun Qi. That's all just rumors. Do you believe this? If they were really that powerful, why didn't they challenge Chen Jinqi just now? All don't say. I think Zhao Qian of Jianghai First Middle School is also quite powerful and the person looks quite lovely. Is the kind of sweet type I like. Dude, what's wrong with you? This isn't a beauty pageant. Between the words of the crowd, everyone's attention was focused on these few remaining super geniuses. But, at that moment, an abrupt voice came out from a place no one expected. Lu Xingzhou slowly took a step and opened his mouth. I'd like to be the captain of this for a bit. Okay, it looks like our second contender for captain has emerged. The host spoke into the microphone. Enthusiastically, off the field, the crowd was in the dark. Ha, this kid. Who is it? Oh yeah, isn't he the one from earlier? The magic apprentice? A low-level professional? I'll go. Then how dare he compete for the captain? Didn't he see how many geniuses Chen Jinqi defeated just now to get this position? Yeah, really out of his depth. Those opponents Chen Jinqi defeated just now were strong beyond measure. How did he dare? This guy is here to get attention. Isn't he? Jumping the gun. Hey, what a disgrace. Oh, I look forward to seeing what he looks like after he gets a good beating. On the scene, many of the spectators were very contemptuous. There was even boo after boo coming out. They all thought it was outrageous. How did a clown with no skills like Lu Xingzhou get in? However, Chu Qing, who was sitting in the middle of the crowd, couldn't sit still at that moment when she heard the comments of the people around her. She retorted angrily, "You guys don't understand. Lu Xingzhou is very powerful. It's not at all what you guys say." Hearing this, everyone looked at Chu Qing with a strange look, as if the woman was crazy. Does a magical apprentice, a low-level professional, have anything to do with being awesome? Don't be ridiculous. If he gets to be captain, I'll just eat the good stuff. That's right. This Lu Xingzhou looks like a clueless clown. I can't even win against me if I get on him. Soon he'll get a hard lesson in reality. You know, pretending, that takes strength. Chu Qing was not the least bit afraid of the mocking gazes of the people around her and directly greeted them and said, "Lu Xingzhou, he'll be the captain, I bet you guys." All of these people around them looked at the little cutie with an expression at Chu Qing. A money-giving boy? How is this woman a lunatic even though she looks pretty and smart? Okay, bet on it, 10,000 gold coins. Do you dare? Around them, many spectators heard the conversation over here and looked over. I didn't realize there was money to be made from watching a game. Although 10,000 gold coins to Chu Qing, this was already her usual savings for 2 or 3 months. But, she still didn't hesitate for a second and spoke directly. Yes, this was for Lu Xingzhou's trust. In the center of the field, Lu Xingzhou listened to the boos around him, but at this time, he was calm and relaxed. He looked at the students around him and asked in a faint voice, "How about it? Who's going to, challenge me to a fight?" Across the room, Chen Jinqi thoughtfully sized up Lu Xingzhou for a moment. This, too, was the first time he had ever used this gaze. Surveying these students who were in the same grade as him, Chen Jinqi thought, Lu Xingzhou, this guy, it seems to be different from the other students. Not so much. Lu Xingzhou swept his gaze across the scene, but, at this time, there was no one who came out and wanted to challenge Lu Xingzhou. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Scene. There was a silence and no one came out to challenge Lu Xingzhou. The audience was dumbfounded to see this scene. What's going on? Why isn't anyone challenging him? Yeah, how come none of this is moving? Why doesn't Goddess Lin challenge him? Is it because they're all from the same school? But even if Goddess Lin doesn't challenge him, why haven't Zhao Qian and Shi Xiaohu from Jianghaino 1 Middle School made any moves? I don't understand. The two of them look as if they don't intend to challenge Lu Xingzhou. Holy, that's outrageous. Can someone tell me why? At this time, the person who had just made a bet with Chu Qing was also a bit flustered. Hey, not right. The script is not right. What? A mere magic apprentice has made everyone so scornful? There was someone else who dared to challenge a monster like Chen Jinqi just now. How come Lu Xingzhou's side? On the contrary, no movement? What they actually don't know is this. Jianghaino 1 Middle School and Jianghaino 2 Middle School, 2 schools capable of competing with experimental high school. The geniuses among them had already been cleaned up by Lu Xingzhou. The other schools, the Heaven's Pride, had all gotten up to about level 10 and knew who set the latest copy record for the Frost Jungle. That is, Lu Xingzhou. They're not stupid. Moreover, challenging Chen Jinqi, if he won, it would be a complete and utter fame. But there's no benefit to winning against Lu Xingzhou. But what if you lose? If you lose, it's all doom and gloom and you'll be laughed at for the rest of your life, alright. These students are at an age where they are prone to overzealousness, but they do have their own little agenda. Challenging Lu Xingzhou? It doesn't matter whether his copy record is strength or so-called cheating. But none of them had to risk their lives. So, just like that, the whole field stayed silent. No one answered the call. After a few moments, the host was also a little embarrassed by the silence. Then this spoke up. No one chose to challenge? As he said this, he made a point of glancing at the geniuses around him, seeing that still no one had spoken. Then he spoke up. Alright then, I announced that the captain of the second team is from Jianhaino, 2 middle school Lu Xingzhou. The words fell. On the scene, there was silence. On the field, Chen Jinqi imperceptibly smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting up in a curious smile. Very interesting, Magical Apprentice. HM. Chapter 60, Chang, is there no one at your school? Lu Xingzhou had become the same captain as Chen Jinqi? It's safe to say that this result was not expected by anyone. Not only did the audience freeze, but even the principals of the other schools were confused. Good lord, is this right? That's right, old Chang'e. I wanted to ask you just now, why did your school send a magic apprentice to participate in this citywide special training test? Is your school empty? After hearing this, Cheng Yuanshan returned to school without anger, then looked at the several people in a very complicated tone and said, "Geez, you guys don't need to say that to me. If you guys are not convinced, can you have your dear students go and compete with him?" After hearing this, the principals present were instead stumped for words, because they knew better than anyone else. This old thing Cheng Yuanshan, he was not a good match. This guy's foxtail hides deeper than anyone else. If he was so confident in this young man called Lu Xingzhou, then there was no need for them outsiders to be suspicious. Only the thing that they couldn't understand was, where exactly was this magic apprentice called Lu Xingzhou strong? This could not help but make them, the knowledgeable principals, feel a little perplexed. Even if a low-level occupation was strong, how strong could it be, and still be listed as the captain of this squad alongside Chen Jinqi? However, at this time, the principal of the experimental middle school laughed, and then said familiarly to Cheng Yuanshan beside him, "Old Chang, I'm looking forward to what kind of surprise the student of yours will actually bring us in the middle of the next session. Then you can just watch." Cheng Yuanshan replied with a smile, although the words between the two were very plain, but for some reason the crowd around them all felt a smell of gunpowder if anything. Inside the audience seat under the stage, Xu Qing, who had seen Lu Xingzhou after he became the squad leader, said without surprise, "See, I told you he could. You guys hurry up and apologize to him. Hurry." After hearing those words, the person who had just clamored for a bet with Chu Qing's face immediately rose as ugly as a pig's liver. He had a dead mom look on his face. 10,000 gold coins. That's several months of his living expenses. I should have known better than to make any bets with this crazy woman. But he was too embarrassed to back out in full view of the public. I didn't bring that much cash. However, Chu Qing did not care about the 10,000 gold coins. She repeated herself again, apologized to him. The man with the crowd around him watching held his mouth for half a day before saying these words. "Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I'm the one who dogged it." It was only after hearing these words that Chu Qing let out a light hum, before turning her head away and no longer paying attention to him. After that man saw that Chu Qing didn't pay any more attention to him, he also took advantage of the crowd's inattention and secretly prepared to fall and run away. Although 10,000 gold coins was a lot to wager, Chu Qing wasn't in it for the money at all. She just couldn't listen to others insulting Lu Xingzhou in front of him. That's all. The surrounding crowd also lowered their heads in embarrassment because of the impact of the man from earlier. Even the crowd unconsciously moved away from Chu Qing. Disgraceful. Very disgraceful indeed. After both sides had decided on their captains, it was naturally time for the team selection process. By the book, if you can pick stronger teammates, then it will definitely be more beneficial to the team's overall strength and performance. So as captains, they should be fighting tooth and nail to try to come up with stronger teammates. However, when it really came down to it, the attitude of both captains was very uniform. "It doesn't matter, let him choose first," Chen Jinqi blandly said, in a tone that was indescribably confident, and Lu Xingzhou was also very calm and spoke slowly. "I'm okay with that, too, anyone." Chen Jinqi looked at Lu Xingzhou one more time, then laughed. "It's okay, since you're given this opportunity, take it and don't fail to cherish it. It will be too late to regret when you lose." Lu Xingzhou also smiled and said without the slightest fear, "You're confident in your own strength, too." Chen Jinqi smiled and didn't say anything, and at that moment, the host slowly opened his mouth, interrupting the conversation between the two. Or this? You two just pick one each and take turns. Lu Xingzhou and Chen Jinqi didn't retort, which was considered acquiescence. Then let's start with Lu Xingzhou. You first? I'm going with Sun Qi. The next part of the selection process is actually relatively uninteresting. Lu Xingzhou's side finally chose the four of Sun Qi, Lin Yishui, Zhao Qian, and Shen Yuntao. On the other hand, Chen Jinqi picked Zhao Jinhu, Shi Xiaohu, and the remaining two from experimental middle school. In terms of book strength, Chen Jinqi's team is clearly superior. Quite a few viewers had, by this time, begun to sympathize with these four people who had been chosen by Lu Xingzhou. Hey, the next teamwork copy, I guess Lu Xingzhou this team, to lose very badly. The overall strength is too much different from the other side. It's definitely going to lose. Who let him pretend to be a bully just now? People Chen Jinqi is not in a hurry to choose his teammates because they are strong. It's really ridiculous that he's here to make an example of the East. He'll know it hurts when it's time to punch him in the face. Ignoring you guys, I'll hurry up and go give Chen Jinqi's team 1,000 votes. I'll go. Speaking of which, hurry up and see what Chen Jinqi's team multiplier is? Hurry up and buy some. Go, come on. Buying is a sure win, guys. And the other side, the people in charge of the various major guilds who were invited to watch the battle on the sidelines of the field. At this time, in their hearts, they all had certain thoughts. This Chen Jinqi, what a dazzle. Is a golden scale not a thing in a pool? Chen Jinqi, this son is really extraordinary. This genius, our Heavenly Sword Pavilion will take it. Hey, what are you Heavenly Sword Pavilion? A B-ranked guild, blindly getting involved in. Our B-plus ranked guild, Jin Hai Lu, hasn't even spoken yet. Who isn't a B-plus guild anymore? I'll fight for it. The crowd was very lively as they argued with each other. At this time, the vice president of the Blood Knights Guild, Fatty Dragon, was beaming with joy, because he had finally found a genius that was even more dazzling than Lu Xingzhou. Just from the outburst of this Chen Jinqi just now, he should still be hiding a significant portion of his strength. Compared to Lu Xingzhou, it should be even better. If we can get this Chen Jinqi to join our Blood Knight Guild, then, I think President Qin Xian will not blame himself for what he did before, offending Lu Xingzhou. Good. At that thought, he stood up straight away. This Chen Jinqi, we, the Blood Knights Guild, will take it. As for the representative heads of the other guilds, each of them had a different expression. It was important to realize that no matter how strong the B-ranked guilds they were, how much influence and say they had in their respective territories, but it's always a notch below the A-list unions. After the Blood Knights Guild opened their mouths, the others didn't have the courage to continue arguing at this point. But at this time, a middle-aged man in the corner slowly raised his eyes and faintly glanced at Fatty Dragon. This person was no other than the president of Jianhai City's only A-class guild, the Heavy Hunters, He Jinfeng. He didn't fight with Fatty Dragon for the genius that was Chen Jinqi, because there was another person who seemed to be more valuable than Chen Jinqi in his eyes. That is, Lu Xingzhou. Chapter 61, Survival Copy, Forest of Confusion. Ganghai City Stadium. After completing the distribution of the teams, the host announced on the spot that the trial copies of this special training test would soon be scheduled to begin the day after tomorrow. The choices: a special survivalist copy of level 8 to 14, the Forest of Confusion. All participants in the test can use tomorrow's time to go ahead and prepare. Includes gear, props, cheats, and more. And the whole process of the contest will be broadcast live on the internet to ensure the fairness and openness of the voting activities. The audience was very excited about this, even a little impatient. The focus of the contestants was on this survival copy, because, as elite students of Jianhai City, they had not heard of the name of this copy. Even if they do make preparations, the high probability seems to be that they may not be able to find a cheat for this copy. This is actually a silent confrontation of resources and context. If the family is more powerful and can find the perfect cheat for the copy, then the game has not yet started. They, for one, had the absolute advantage. Isn't that fair? Yes, it does seem a bit unfair. Even the leaders of Jianhai City who organized this special training test, they could think of this, but they don't see it as a problem. Injustice exists everywhere in this world, and they themselves are the vested interests in this injustice, the so-called privileged class. So in their perception, it's justified. You don't have the resources or the background to get the cheats? I'm sorry, what's that got to do with me? After hearing this, Sun Qi said to Lu Xingzhou, "Brother Lu, when I get back, I'll tell my dad to ask around for tips on this copy. Things that can be solved by spending a little money aren't things." Sun Qi considered Lu Xingzhou's family background, so he directly said first without waiting for him to open his mouth. And beside them, Lin Yishui and Zhao Qian each said, "We'll go back and ask around too. We should be able to get it." Next to him, Shen Yuntao was silent at this time, completely lacking the spiritedness he had when he challenged Chen Jinqi. He bowed his head faintly, then turned away. I'll stay out of this, and when the time comes, I'll wait for your notice. Lu Xingzhou looked at Xin Yuntao's back as he left and didn't say anything. At this point, Zhao Qian was clearly in the know. She came over and explained, "Don't think too much. It's not that he has a problem with you. It's just that his family also doesn't have any background. So for this kind of thing, he should also have a heart." Sun Qi put on a bystander's attitude at this time and said, "This guy, he doesn't have a bit of, well, low self-esteem, does he?" Lin Yishui and Zhao Qian didn't strike up a conversation, but judging from his behavior just now, there must be some. Okay, never mind the others. Go back and get ready first. Oh, hearing Lu Xingzhou suddenly speak, Sun Qi shrugged and answered, and the other side. In front of the TV, a young girl in a hospital gown. After seeing this scene inside the TV, her somewhat weak eyes, blinking slightly, followed by the depths of her eyes, there was a flow, a hint of killing intent. She stood up abruptly and then walked out of the hospital room. Da. Crisp footsteps drifted away. Her figure was at the end of the corridor, fading away until it was nothing. After today's match, Chen Jinqi's name directly resounded throughout Zhanghai City, although Lu Xingzhou had become the captain of the squad just like him. But there is a world of difference in support between the two. Lu Xingzhou in the eyes of the crowd, just to pick up the lucky. Chen Jinqi, on the other hand, was a super genius who got the captain by virtue of his absolute strength, defeating 4 people in a row in a breeze, and from the beginning to the end. He had the kind of self-confidence and aloofness that drove an unknown number of clueless girls before television crazy. There is no doubt that Chen Jinqi is the king of popularity among all freshmen this year. He already has the vague hint of surpassing the support of that Qin Xian 3 years ago, and the official odds given for the poll for Chen Jinqi's team have been as low as 1.03 odds. It can be ridiculously low, but still countless supporters are willing to go and vote for Chen Jinqi, because, with the absolute strength that he had displayed, it could be seen, once he got serious, he was almost 100% capable of becoming the winner of this session's special training test. There will be no accidents. On the other hand, the odds for Lu Xingzhou's team were frighteningly high, 670 odds. Even with such high odds, there were still not many people willing to go and vote for Lu Xingzhou. However, what Lu Xingzhou didn't know was, Auntie has already secretly voted 723 votes for Lu Xingzhou. It was all the savings she had in hand at the moment, and she would have pitched in more if she hadn't. Still, she's not in it for the amount of money she makes. Xu Qing, just trust Lu Xingzhou. Although the support outside was exaggerated, not many people believed that Lu Xingzhou and the others could win. But Lu Xingzhou didn't care. Why rush to prove anything? One day later, the results will be known. Time will tell. And after returning home, Lu Xingzhou was not in a hurry. Instead, he directly took Sun Qi to brush the map. Even Sun Qi did not expect Lu Xingzhou to be so calm. But it's also clear when you think about it. If he has such a perverted strength as Lu Xingzhou, then he must be more relaxed than Lu Xingzhou yet. After thinking about it, Sun Qi was relieved again. The next day, the top geniuses from both sides each mobilized their own relationships and connections. Go ask around about this test copy. But something interesting happened. Whether it was the second generation of the war, or the second generation of the rich, their families also used all their strength to understand. But still little is known about this copy. Not to mention the past strategy, there wasn't even a clear understanding of the so-called rules of this copy. That's odd. Could it be that no one has cleared this copy before? That's not possible. After all the new copies have descended, if humans don't intervene, the alien space channel then expands, and then, merging with reality, descends onto the blue planet. And that's why, whenever a new copy appeared, the federal government had to organize the top professionals and go to open the land. That is, as long as a copy can be successfully opened, then a cheat must exist for that copy. So that's what the crowd is wondering. Why can't they find the strategy? No one even dared to ask for a price. However, just as the crowd was busy, besides Lu Xingzhou, there was someone who seemed unusually relaxed. This man is Chen Jinqi. He was very confident in his own strength. He wasn't going to look for a copy of the guide, and whether or not he had one, it made no difference to him. There's a saying, one power breaks all laws. But although he hadn't intended to go looking for the copywriter, the copywriter had come straight to his door. The person who came was none other than Fatty Dragon. Do you, little brother, crave power? Chapter 62, that Chen Jinqi may not be as strong as him. Chapter 63, are you guys, on vacation? This one day of preparation was actually just mediocre for Lu Xingzhou. I guess, it's no different than a normal vacation, because he didn't need to go through any extra preparation for this copy at all. Go with the flow, level up, brush up, and eat the antidote fruit. Mezzo, Zhao Qian also joined Lu Xingzhou's squad, so she was also looking for Lu Xingzhou to chat with him over the past 2 days when she had something to do. Ask him some questions about his copy of The Perplexed Forest. Of course, all the responses she gets are, I don't get it either. Zhao Qian was a bit embarrassed. She actually just wanted to get closer to the big brother, but she really didn't expect that in the end the big man would give such an answer. Want to get closer to the big guy, must be their own way of opening the door is not yet right. Zhao Qian racked her brain and couldn't think of anything. Actually, Lu Xingzhou just simply doesn't care. The next day, the day of the copy test, the entire city of Zhanhai seemed to be bustling for a few moments. Even the vendors who went out in the morning were obviously more than usual. The streets, too, were quite lively for the new year. And for the many guilds in Zhanhai City, today was indeed lively, because they were very much looking forward to how this year's talented teenage girls would perform, and this was the best opportunity for the major guilds to replenish fresh blood. At this moment, in the middle of the Blood Knights Guild chapter, Qin Xian consciously sat on the passenger seat, while sitting on the main seat was a beautiful woman with a charming, yet rather majestic temperament, President Qin. Next, what are the arrangements? The woman spoke slowly. Qin Xian was also sitting upright at this time, and replied very seriously. We have made a detailed program arrangement. Please go through it. Qin Xian pushed over a list sheet and then continued. Ms. Su, next we will take you to the site of the special training test to watch the geniuses of Zhanhai City compete this year. Moreover, that super genius among them called Chen Jinqi has also agreed to our invitation to join the club. In the future, we also intend to cultivate him properly. Su Ruyu nodded slightly, and then, her slender legs crossed and stretched. Well then, let's get going. Outside the duplicate, both teams, Chen Jinqi and Lu Xingzhou, were currently waiting outside the door. The moderator said to the crowd, next, we are about to begin today's examination. First, I'd like to state a few rules. First, the copy is a survival type copy and does not require confrontation between the two of you. Your goal is to get as close as possible to the central safety zone of the entire copy. Of course, but if a conflict arises between you, we do allow one-on-one combat. Second, the primary objective of that copy is to survive and find a way to stay alive, so the first two of your teams to do so will be rewarded with more points. Third, if you encounter a life-threatening danger, please exit your copy promptly at the first opportunity. Although this will count as quitting the game, it is better than losing your life. That's all I have to say. Do you have any doubts? The crowd shook their heads. The moderator has basically said pretty much everything that he should have introduced. There's nothing, no more inquiries to be made. However, at this time, Chen Jinqi slightly extended his hand. Faintly, he spoke. I have another question. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd and the cameras of the live broadcast instantly landed on Chen Jinqi's body next to him. Anything, please. Chen Jinqi looked at the crowd, then revealed a smile and said, in fact, I have nothing to do. I just want to ask, if I accidentally slip up and kill anyone, how to count? He said this naturally, without any sense of guilt at all, nor did it feel like I had just said something unseemly. He always wore a smile and said calmly. The host looked to the organizer, who nodded his head in greeting before the host spoke. Since this is a special training test, everyone is responsible for their own lives. Since you walk into a copy, you have to be prepared to die. As long as there are no multiple killings, we will not pursue the matter. Hearing this, Chen Jinqi laughed, his smile a few points brighter. Then, that light eye landed on each and every one of the land rowing boats team's bodies. Threats, naked threats. Damn, what's the meaning of this kid? Really think I'm afraid of him? Sun Qi spat. Next to him, Xin Yuntao's face was grave and somewhat guarded, because after he fought with Chen Jinqi, he knew that this guy's strength was not comparable to his own. It was natural to be as threatened by him as he was. However, Lin Yishui, Zhao Qian, and Lu Xingzhou, the three of them acted as if nothing had happened. Very muted. This made Xin Yuntao a bit puzzled. You guys, not scared? What are you afraid of? Zhao Qian beamed and said disdainfully. Xin Yuntao looked at Lin Yishui next to him again. He was aware of Lin Yishui's reputation, claiming to be the strongest professional under Starburst. But, right now, it still seemed difficult to deal with a top-tier rare professional like Chen Jinqi. However, she also had a disinterested look on her face and was not afraid in the slightest. Lin Yishui, what do you think? Me? She subconsciously turned her head to look at Lu Xingzhou next to her, then said indifferently, I'm not worried. Originally, he wanted to ask Sun Qi, but he saw Sun Qi's snub-nosed, anything goes look. He swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Again, forget it, don't ask. By this time, the game was ready to begin. The dimensional passage slowly opened, and the two teams slowly walked into the middle of the replica under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Come on, boys. Chen Jinqi, make sure you win. I'm putting my entire fortune on you. Chen Jinqi, the the first in the river. Chen Jinqi. After Chen Jinqi's entire body entered the sublime passageway, the cheers from the scene came to an abrupt end. When Chen Jinqi's team looked back again, they were already in the middle of a dense jungle at this point. The surrounding trees were extremely huge, their lush branches intricately intertwined, shrouding almost the entire sky. Obviously they were still in the daytime, but because of the shade of the trees, the whole jungle had an indescribable dimness. Depressing. Only the slightest sprinkling of sunlight between the leaves could let them know that it was a sunny day outside. Seeing this, Zhao Jinhu slowly opened his mouth. It looks a little dark, but it doesn't feel like there's danger anywhere. The others around them were also wary just now, but at this moment, they also nodded slightly, thinking that it was indeed the case. Looking around, they really didn't think there was any danger anywhere. What do we do next? Zhao Jinhu and Shi Xiaohu, among others, looked at Chen Jinqi in front of them. Chen Jinqi revealed a signature smile, then said blandly, "Often it's the unseen that's the most dangerous. Come with me and I'll make sure I get you out of here." Having read the strategy guide, he knew exactly what the mechanism of this copy was. It's also clear where the danger here stems from. Chen Jinqi's own strength was already strong enough, and at this time, he then possessed the copy raid that Qin Xian had once created. It could be said that at this moment, he was in the middle of the replica, almost equivalent to the two strongest geniuses of Jianghai City in recent years being together at the same time. For this copy, he can say, hands down. Chen Jinqi's squad was very quick to get into the swing of things and move through the copy. This was very exciting for those who tuned into the live broadcast. Quickly, look, Chen Jinqi and his team have begun to move. Sure enough, a genius is a genius. A gold will shine wherever it goes. This judgment, awesome. Hey look guys, these guys on the other side, what are they doing here? On the other side, what was said was naturally Lu Xingzhou and their squad. The 5 people who had just entered the copy at this point had absolutely no sense of crisis at all. Touch east, look west. It was as if he looked curious about everything here. What are they doing? Why do you feel so relaxed? This state is completely different from the opposite side. For those who don't know, they think this is a spring trip organized by the school? Breathless, how long are they going to watch this for? After a few moments, Lu Xingzhou was the captain, which brought the crowd together. That's what got the viewers tuning into the broadcast excited. Here it comes, here it comes. Is Lu Xingzhou finally going to start exploring the copies? This is only like words. People Chen Jinqi have acted for how long? Hindsight. There has to be a limit, right? Lu Xingzhou looked at the few people who had gathered over. Then, his face was serious. Gave his first order as captain. After what I've just seen, I've come to a decision. For dinner tonight, let's have spicy rabbit. Who's in favor and who's against? At these words, the viewers tuning into the live broadcast slowly typed out 3 question marks. Audience member, are you guys, like, on vacation? Chapter 64, Raid? The field unfolds. The viewers watching the broadcast were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. No, what's with this dude? If you're not brushing copies, how come you've started roasting rabbits? Can this be right? Do you really think you're here on vacation? And when the principals of the school saw this scene, they also looked at Chang Yuanshan next to them with a strange look. Old Chang, what is this doing? Chang Yuanshan was silent, resting his hands against his chin with his fingers crossed, putting on a very deep expression. The crowd saw this and refrained from pursuing the matter. Thought it was the secret weapon of the second middle school in Jianhai. Could it be that this Lu Xingzhou really had some unknown arrangement? But, in fact, Chang Yuanshan just didn't know how to answer and pretended to be deep, because, even he couldn't see the deeper meaning of what Lu Xingzhou had just done. Roasted rabbit? Nonsensical alright. As for the Blood Knights chapter side, Su Ruyun nodded slightly after seeing Chen Jinqi's performance. Quick response. Good decision-making and a bit of a leader. She briefly recognized Chen Jinqi's performance, but then she suddenly changed her words and looked at Qin Xian next to her, said in a long drawn-out voice, "But, isn't he a little too quick to judge the situation?" At this time, Qin Xian only felt that underneath Su Ruyun's charming appearance was a sharp gaze like that of a seasoned hunter. Qin Xian didn't say anything and just smiled awkwardly. As for the fat dragon standing next to him, he didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Luckily, Su Ruyun just laughed and didn't pursue the matter. Then she suddenly eeked when she saw the next broadcast footage. How does this Lu Xingzhou sound somewhat familiar? She muttered to herself. Su Ruyun's beautiful eyes moved slightly as if she recalled something, but she did not vocalize it. There was just a little more curiosity in his mind about this little guy who was thinking outside the box. In the copy, when Lu Xingzhou saw that the crowd did not object, he directly spoke. Then I'll arrange a division of labor. Sun Qi and Zhao Qian, you two go and catch a few rabbits. Lin Yishui and Shin Yuntao, you guys are responsible for preparing some of the materials needed to build the camp here. Preferably the kind that can be taken away. I'm going to go get some lumber and go around in the meantime. Is there a problem? The crowd shook their heads once again and listened very carefully to Lu Xingzhou. Xingzhou's arrangements. The crowd obeyed the captain's arrangement unconditionally, even for Xin Yuntao, who was the most uninformed. He didn't have any complaints and went straight into action. Because, as the captain, Lu Xingzhou must have absolute authority. If there's always someone questioning the captain's decisions, the whole team, then, would be scattered. What's the point of going up against Qin Jinqi's team? After everyone got busy, Lu Xingzhou also started to go around to get some firewood. However, Lu Xingzhou was not actually trying to get some firewood. He sidetracked the crowd, and only because, as he realized the moment he entered the copy, words around, something's not right. This jungle is truly intricate with trees covering the sky. They are coiled and gnarled and their branches are entwined. But hidden among them are some trees with special words. Prop name, Millennium Ginseng. Item grade, rare. Restriction level, unlimited. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Effect, its core can increase the character's experience by 1,000 points, and its root can restore 2,000 life points and 2,000 magic points. The spirit core of the 1,000-year spirit ginseng he knew. That stuff belonged to the few that could increase experience. Rare consumables that tended to fetch a decent price in the auction house. About 30,000 gold coins apiece, almost equivalent to the price of a low-level boss crystal core. This is because props that can directly increase experience are very rare. Being able to increase your experience directly means that you can do so without taking any risks or going down any copies. Then you can increase your rank. And 1,000 experience points isn't a small amount anymore. You know how much experience you only added to killing a warrior-level leader, the Goblin King, at that time? If one remembers correctly, it seems to be 200 experience points, right? Eating one spirit core of this 1,000-year spirit ginseng was equivalent to defeating a warrior-class Goblin King 5 times. The price/performance ratio is still good. The price of the roots of the 1,000-year spirit ginseng would be lower, about 4,000 gold coins per root. But, Lu Xingzhou looked up at the large tree in front of him that needed 3 people to hug its thickness and the countless differentiated branches. Lu Xingzhou was silent. This is so much more than the roots of a normal 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng. If this is really the root of the 1,000-year-old ginseng then, is not one's own earning hemp? Even if you can't sell it, you can still use it for yourself. Saving is earning. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou directly went up to his hand and yanked one of the branches of this big tree, followed by a hard pull. Although Lu Xingzhou was a mage profession, but after all, the level was here, so his strength wasn't that bad. With a hard pull, it yanked a thick root straight off. It was also in this moment, a mournful roar unexpectedly came out from the trunk of this giant tree. Ow dash! Then it was as if the tree had come to life. The other branches and roots that he stretched out gradually began to shrink, and then, even had a hidden tendency to stand up. Lu Xingzhou froze and cocked his head at the giant tree in front of him. Yo, live? That giant tree ignored Lu Xingzhou's words as he looked at the teenager in front of him as if he was a mole cricket that could be torn apart at any time. Then, it stretched out its own branches, ready to slap Lu Xingzhou hard on the ground. Die, human! It could be seen that the giant tree was angry with Lu Xingzhou, and the most crucial thing was that this guy was nothing more than a district magic apprentice. How dare you be so arrogant? Isn't it too much of a no-brainer? What's the difference between that and being too old to move? Between hisses, this giant tree's palm directly slapped down. These viewers watching the broadcast live even had many of their eyes closed at this point, because they feel it. Lu Xingzhou, dead. Such a terrifying attack from a giant tree. They felt suffocated through the screen. How could a mere magic apprentice possibly resist? But it was at this time they suddenly realized that the huge, raging tree-like monster before them, its attack had suddenly stopped. In that instant it was as if his body was under some kind of control, directly stiffening in mid-air. The giant tree wondered what was wrong with it. Its torso moved and instantly became so stiff. It was as if it had been pinched by a pair of large, invisible hands. And what he doesn't know is this, then, was the unfolding of Lu Xingzhou's domain. 9th rank skill, 10,000 Elephants Moro. Chapter 65, Shocked Su Ruyun. Is this forbidden? When this skill was unfolded, all the flowers, plants and trees within its field range were under Lu Xingzhou's complete control, and of course the giant humanoid tree in front of him. At this time, Lu Xingzhou very bashfully raised his head to look at the huge figure in midair, then spoke faintly. Hey, isn't it just pulling out one of your whiskers? Why are you so excited? I just tasted it. As he spoke he took this plucked strip of wood and put it in his mouth and smashed it a few times. And that giant tree looked at Lu Xingzhou's perverted behavior and directly stared at him. It's like saying, what the? Dude, are you that hardcore? However, in the next second, a glint of essence directly appeared on Lu Xingzhou's face. Good job, hey. It was because he felt this pure, 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng's medicinal power slowly entering his body. Both life and magic values were quickly replenished. Although he hadn't consumed much, the feeling of this energy entering his body and nourishing it was still very soothing to him. At this time, Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin, since the root of this 1,000-year spirit ginseng was the same as what the words expressed. What about the core of this 1,000-year-old ginseng? Is it also able to increase the experience value by 1,000 points? Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou's smile instantly chilled. Then, he maneuvered the field and directly let the giant tree run itself through his heart. Boom! Then an interlocking, swirl-like wooden crystal core was removed. After seeing this scene, the crowd looked dumbfounded, especially the spectators who were there. They didn't understand what was happening. How come that wood demon killed himself? Is this right? I'm reporting it. There's a ING actor here. It wasn't just the audience present who were somewhat incredulous after seeing this unexpected scene. Even the principals of the major schools who were tuning into the match, they showed a hint of surprise. They couldn't imagine what was happening. The turn of events was so sudden that they didn't see Lu Xingzhou strike. Yes, they were pretty sure they hadn't seen Lu Xingzhou strike. The principals of the various schools had been roaming the rivers and lakes for so many years, and the worst of their strengths were top-tier existences amongst the second-turn professionals. They were so confident that it was impossible for them to not even see when a junior launched an attack. That's why they're even stranger than normal. Why did this giant tree give up its attack and turn its spear on itself? It looks very much like Lu Xingzhou has put some kind of compulsion on him. Could it be that Lu Xingzhou wasn't actually some kind of magic apprentice and had a horrible and mysterious voodoo master profession? Many principals are puzzled. But, at this moment, only Su Ruyun, who had already taken in all of this scene, frowned slightly. She looked thoughtfully at this teenager in the middle of the picture, as if she had remembered something. Well, if I remember correctly, I once was among some ancient relics and saw a similar skill description. That description seems to say that a professional who has mastered some kind of forbidden spell will possess a power similar to that of an ancient god that can manipulate all plants within a certain range of him. Su Ruyun, her expression changed slightly, because judging from Lu Xingzhou's performance just now, there was indeed a bit of a resemblance between the two. Had this magical apprentice mastered some kind of horrible forbidden spell? No. When such a thought popped up in Su Ruyun's mind, she herself felt something ridiculous. This was because it was well known that before completing the second turn, all professionals could only master skills of the 4th rank at the highest. Even a second-turn professional could only master 6th rank skills at the highest. Forbidden spells? Don't be funny. That was simply not something they could access at their level. Forbidden spells, the reason why there is a word, forbidden. It was because the power that could be exerted by such an incredibly effective and powerful skill was extremely terrifying. Even when looking at the entire human federation system, it could be called a taboo existence. Su Ruyun, because she was relatively at the top, so the information she had access to was also much more than what Jian Hai was able to access as a professional amongst this small city. And so she also learned more about the horrors of the unblocking spell. Su Ruyun frowned lightly, but then guffawed. A smile was revealed that would make any man under the sun sink for it himself, rather than considering whether a teenager would master a forbidden spell. Might as well think about what we're going to have for dinner tonight. It's more realistic. A magic apprentice who hadn't turned 2 yet could hardly relate to the word forbidden spell. But that said, Su Ruyun still couldn't help but look at Lu Xingzhou twice more. Lu Xingzhou and the copy didn't care what the crowd outside said. He slowly walked forward, then took the crystal core of the giant tree into his hands. It was reasonable to say that the crystal cores of such ordinary monsters weren't worth much. But, in the eyes of Lu Xingzhou, this was no ordinary monster crystal core, but the spirit core of a 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng. Name of props, spirit core of the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Restricted level, below level 20. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Effective use, after absorbing it, it can increase the experience value by 1,000 points. When he heard this, Lu Xingzhou then did not hesitate and slightly exerted force with his right hand. Bang! Just crush it into pieces. The essence escaped in the air, and then, it was quickly absorbed by Lu Xingzhou. Then a copy reminder tone came directly to Lu Xingzhou's ears. You have absorbed the spirit core of the 1,000-year spirit ginseng and gained plus 1,000 experience points. Lu Xingzhou took a long breath. Cool. I didn't realize that there was actually experience to be gained. At this time, Lu Xingzhou looked at the dense woods around him, and in his heart, a bold idea appeared. How much experience could be gained if, say, all the crystal cores here were absorbed cleanly? Lu Xingzhou didn't even dare to think about it. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou was not that reckless and raised his hand to directly burn the entire jungle with a flame of extinction, because he hadn't figured out the mechanics of this copy yet, and whether there would be any serious bugs after he did so. It causes the final pass to fail. After all, this was also his first contact with a survival-type copy. It's better to be a little more respectful. Lu Xingzhou decided to observe the situation first and then decide when to strike. However, These plant roots, in front of us, can't be wasted. Lu Xingzhou, in 3 tries, collected all of these roots, which were worth thousands of gold coins. Then a few more pieces of common wood were cut and brought back as firewood. And the thing he didn't realize was that after he struck down the giant tree, an imperceptible flash appeared at once above his head. Green? Chapter 66, This Luck of Lu Xingzhou, Is It Reasonable? After returning to the camp, Lu Xingzhou's teammates had all shot rabbits and made simple tents by now. These things are not that difficult for them as professionals, and Lu Xingzhou threw a pile of firewood back. The crowd started the barbecue in order under the instructions of Lu Xingzhou. Sun Qi caught more than 10 rabbits, and because he caught too many, there were a few more that he put in a simple cage and locked up. Zira, on the fire, the treated rabbit made a tantalizing roasting sound as the firelight swayed. While the rabbit itself isn't high in fat, sprinkle it with a little barbecue seasoning. As always, it counts as a delicacy on Earth. Viewers tuning into the live broadcast saw this scene and watched in rapture. How can you eat a rabbit when the Vulcan rabbit is so cute? And it's still barbecue, cumin, and chili noodles. Ah, cousin, you're bleeding. I just hate myself for not being able to rescue these bunnies. Hee hee, I'm so mad at myself. I'll go ahead and rescue half of them downstairs today. Wait, aren't you all getting the point wrong? They're here to take the duplicate test. Why are they grilling me here? Yeah, I see Chen Jinqi and the others on the other side. They've been rushing all along. Lu Xingzhou and their side have completely missed the point. Hey, a genius is a genius. It looks like Chen Jinqi and his team are going to win. On the other side, Chen Jinqi and his group had been in a hurry today. As for the direction of the rush, it was led by Chen Jinqi. He held a compass in his hand that he had prepared in advance, and according to the direction of the arrow, he steadily advanced forward little by little. Only, this compass required the consumption of a large amount of magic power value to activate it. Therefore, Chen Jinqi walked for a while and had to stop in place for a while, to ensure that you are always in a good condition and can deal with unexpected dangers. The crowd just kept following Chen Jinqi's footsteps deeper into the jungle. After walking for a long time without resting, the crowd was actually getting a little hungry at this point. They want to talk to Chen Jinqi and eat something. However, Chen Jinqi directly shook his head no and said, "We don't have time to eat now. Let's get going as soon as possible." With that, Chen Jinqi took out a few small brown pills from his props bar. Name of prop: Basic High Roll Pills. Restricted level, level 5 or above. Cooldown time, none. Effects of use: increases partial satiety. Prop comment: ouch, how come this stuff doesn't taste as good as dog food? Chen Jinqi distributed them to the crowd. 2 each. The crowd gave the contraption a disgusted look. They really don't like to eat anything that's off in terms of color and flavor, if that's possible. However, after hesitating for a moment, the crowd still threw the soldier food pills into their mouths. After all, this stuff is a little hard to eat, but it's better than starving. After the Hyrule pills were in their mouths, several people's stamina was quickly replenished before they continued on their journey. Zhao Jinhu asked at this time, "Captain Chen, what are we rushing for in such a hurry? I didn't see any strange places or any dangerous monsters along the way." "Ha!" At this time, Chen Jinqi said, "The Forest of Confusion, the dangers of which are beyond your imagination. Never underestimate survival copies. Every blade of grass, every tree, even every animal, can threaten our survival. Get out as soon as you can." More than anything, the crowd nodded as he said this. Although they were all the pride of heaven, they would not be arrogant because of it. This was because Chen Jinqi was a whole lot stronger than all of them, yet he was also taking it so seriously. What arrogance do they have? Chen Jinqi continued to lead the group towards the center of the Forest of Perplexity, and the thing he didn't say is why time is important. It was mentioned in the guide that I saw myself, a copy of the Forest of Perplexity. As time passes, the professional will gradually lose his sense of direction, and that's exactly why. The longer they dragged on, the harder it would be for them to leave the copy. That's why he's so competitive. Outside the replica, the principals of the schools watching the live broadcast had expressions of interest at this time. Oh, it looks like both of them have learned that the flora and fauna of this copy is a threat as well. However, it looks like Chen Jinqi is a bit more well-informed, and more prepared, too. The principal of Jianghai No. 1 middle school wasn't even involved in the captain's race because of his own students, so he looked away instead. This year's Jianghai City Scholar has nothing to do with his own school, so it was analyzed calmly from the sidelines. As for the principal of the experimental middle school, he had a very relaxed expression at this time. From the way the broadcast has gone so far, it's clear that Chen Jinqi has the upper hand. The action was strong and, moreover, he was clearly ahead of Lu Xingzhou in terms of information. Unsurprisingly, Chen Jinqi is sure to win. Ha ha, even if he lags behind in information, Chen Jinqi will still win easily with his own strength. However, Chang Yuanshan snorted coldly. The principal of the experimental middle school seeing Chang Yuanshan's expression, then smiled and opened his mouth to ask, "What's the matter, old Chang? You think there's something wrong with what I said?" Chang Yuanshan's expression was very disdainful, but he didn't talk back. He just said to himself, "Don't talk big too soon. Watch out for the face." The principal of the experimental middle school shook his head, only feeling that Chang Yuanshan was incompetently barking mad. What can a student who enters a copy and starts roasting rabbits and wasting time compete with them? You're kidding. Unlike Chen Jinqi's team, which was forced to rush and eat dog food to fulfill their hunger, the Lu Xingzhou squad over here, after eating and drinking, was wonderful as if they had come on vacation. Afterward, Sun Qi burped and slowly opened his mouth to ask, "Hey, Lu, are we setting off?" Lu Xingzhou stretched and said in a bored manner, "Let's go, 100 steps after a meal, and live to be 99. Then, as if at random, he picked a direction and walked right out. At this time, Sun Qi opened his mouth and asked, "Hey, Lu, you're just picking a random direction to go. Can it be right?" Hearing Sun Qi speak, the remaining few people in the team nodded, especially Lin Yishui. She wanted to ask just now, survival-type replica with crisis, is it really true that you won't be in danger if you go so casually? The surroundings, in particular, looked very dark and depressing, with dense trees hooked together with open arms. Slightly farther away, beneath the impenetrable gloom, there seemed to be eyes staring back at them. Danger, at times, stirred her nerves. Lin Yishui always had the feeling that the danger here might be far beyond the crowd's imagination. However, at this moment, Lu Xingzhou spoke calmly, la, no problem." Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers standing in God's perspective began to analyze both sides' progress today again. Chen Jinqi's leadership shown today and his all-around preparedness has sent his turnout soaring. In comparison, they felt that the other team, Lu Xingzhou, was completely unreliable. He was even almost killed by Agent Tree. It's just a matter of being lucky and not knowing how to get your life back. As a result, instead of learning his lesson, he led the team on a wild goose chase. On the contrary, on Chen Jinqi's side, although the progress was not too fast as he was stopping and starting along the way, but it's still a steady improvement. An orderly advance towards the depths of the jungle. The audience wanted to take this opportunity to laugh at Lu Xingzhou, who was walking around blindly. After all, most of them, they had voted for Chen Jinqi with their entire fortune. But, as it turned out, they found out. The land-rowing boat squad, surprisingly, was still really running towards the deepest part of the jungle, going, Mi Chao, picking a random path, and they even picked the right one? Their luck, isn't it a bit too good? This luck, absolute but there is a fork in the road in front. He is surely not nesting grass, and go right again? No, why do I feel that Lu Xingzhou and the others are about to catch up with Chen Jinqi's progress? Is that reasonable? Chapter 67, What the hell? Are these trees alive? Although Lu Xingzhou appeared to be walking blindly, he could see it in the eyes of the audience. They did go straight into the depths, and with every fork in the road, Lu Xingzhou surprisingly managed to outrageously pick the most correct one. When night fell, the Lu Xingzhou squad, surprisingly, had not been pulled apart at all by the progress of Chen Jinqi and the others who had traveled for a day. During the day, the light is dimmed by the canopy of trees that cover the sky, and now, even more so, throughout the jungle, there was little extra light to be seen. All there was a rustling sound from the surroundings and the cooing of some unknown bird. Most importantly, the entire jungle was shrouded in inexplicably rising mists. Lu Xingzhou made a few simple torches, then mobilized a strand of fire that was too small to be lit, put it around the camp to guard against danger. Lu Xingzhou arranged for a small team of several people to take turns on duty. On the other hand, Chen Jinqi and the others also found a flat spot and rested like this, because they didn't have the camp tents prepared by the land-rowing boat squad. The conditions were a bit more grueling. It was a night when everyone was in better spirits, so the shifts were more serious and uneventful. But the next morning, after the crowd woke up from their sleep, Chen Jinqi's squad, however, noticed something wrong. Wait, Captain Chen Jinqi, take a look. This surroundings, is it not quite the same as yesterday? After Shi Xiaohu got up and surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly opened his mouth, because he remembered very clearly from his impression that he had deliberately marked all the surrounding trees before he went to sleep at that time in order to prevent getting lost. But when he opened his eyes again at that moment, he realized that not a single mark was left, and the whole environment has become even stranger than before. It does seem like the environment here is a bit different from before. I remember when we were walking over here, there were only 2 roads over here. Zhao Jinhu also stroked his chin at this time and said thoughtfully, the few people in Chen Jinqi's squad were all elites among elites, and they were instantly on guard. However, at this time, Chen Jinqi, as the captain, spoke up. There's no need to worry, I've got it covered. After saying this, he once again took out the same compass from before from his props bar. He then consumed a certain amount of magic value and prodded the compass. The needle of the compass made a few quick revolutions and finally wobbled to a stop in one of the directions. Chen Jinchi stared fixedly for 2 seconds before reacting and pointing in that direction. Let's go that way. Seeing Chen Jinchi's calm style of handling things, the few people in the squad were quite relieved. It's all about security. The crowd then proceeded in the direction that Chen Jinchi had pointed out. The viewers watching the broadcast in front of the TV set were in an unbelievably happy mood when they just woke up in the morning and saw that Chen Jinchi was still so dependable and reassuring. Looks like this copy wasn't that hard for him. But one thing that the viewers watching the broadcast, and even Chen Jinchi himself, didn't notice was, the time Chen Jinchi spent watching the compass to recognize the direction became a little longer. On the other hand, after Lu Xingzhou's squad got up, they likewise noticed that the surrounding trees and environment had changed. Something's not right now. How do I remember? When I was sleeping, there were only 2 big trees by my head. How come it's 4 now? Sun Qi scratched his brain and opened his mouth in some confusion. And at this time, Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth to explain to the crowd, because inside these trees, some of them are alive, and they moved just a little bit quietly when we weren't looking. Alright, let's hurry up and roast 2 more rabbits and hit the road. Hearing Lu Xingzhou's glib statement, some of these trees were alive. Several people in the group froze in their expressions. No, what did you just say? These trees are alive? Partly. Lu Xingzhou blandly received a glass of water, rinsed his mouth, and then said, Sun Qi and Lin Yixue they all froze. It took half a day to digest the words before he opened his mouth to ask, Holy, Lu, why didn't you tell me earlier about something so dangerous? I don't think it's dangerous. These tree demons aren't that strong. It's fine. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand, still unimpressed. Did not pass away? Well, I did not pass away. I don't care. There's a tall one to hold the sky when it falls anyway. Sun Qi cursed and ran off to the side, ready to go get everyone some rabbit breakfast. But just at this time, he suddenly gave a puzzled Why do I feel as if these rabbits I caught yesterday are fatter than yesterday? An illusion? He rubbed his chin, but didn't think much of it. At this time, Lu Xingzhou said with a rush, Forget it, let's get rid of all these rabbits today and make them into roasted jerky for easy transportation. This was a survival skill that Lu Xingzhou had learned from Master Tay. The main one is convenient, tasty and high in protein. After Lu Xingzhou and the others had a nice full meal, they were ready to move on. Lu Xingzhou still seemed to choose a path casually and walked out. But he went, still, right. No one else knew that after Lu Xingzhou's domain of the 10,000 elephants of Sanluo unfolded, he could almost dominate everything in the midst of this range. Lost? That simply doesn't exist. As long as Lu Xingzhou wanted to, he could even make these trees directly make a path for him. But for now it's fine to stay on track and make steady progress, and there doesn't seem to be a need for such a physically taxing endeavor. Both teams are progressing quite fast, even far more than the organizers expected. Whether it was Chen Jinchi or Lu Xingzhou, their speed had exceeded the crowd's original expectations. The next day, again, nothing happened. Neither team suffered any casualties or encountered any danger. It was just that Chen Jinchi's team looked slightly tired from 2 days of continuous traveling without food or drink. In contrast, the overall state of the crowd in Lu Xingzhou's squad was much more relaxed, and everyone was in good spirits because they had eaten and drunk so much. That night, both Chen Jinchi's and Lu Xingzhou's squads continued the previous day's shift rotation. Only on Lu Xingzhou's side, he took the initiative to let the crowd go to rest first and work the first half of the night shift himself. The crowd was touched inwardly and did not reject Lu Xingzhou's kindness. Thought he was just showing poise as a captain by wanting the players to all rest up, but as the crowd drifted off into a deep sleep in dreamland. Instead, Lu Xingzhou took out his equipment from the props bar, as well as his Eye of the Stars. Then, speaking to the surrounding area, if you're not afraid to die, come out. What's the point of twisting and turning? As soon as the words fell, the dimly lit jungle around them, there was a rustling sound of leaves rubbing together. Then, countless pairs of scarlet eyes snapped open. Chapter 68. It's okay. I'll tell you to get up and go back to sleep. In the live broadcast room, the viewers who hadn't gone to sleep saw this scene. Woohoo! What the hell is this? It's so scary. A horror movie? I'm going to go. I'm going to have a secret panic attack. If I was the one being watched by so many eyes, I'd probably be scared to death. No, why isn't this Lu Xingzhou running away? Did he know this would happen? Wake up your teammates. What's the point of pretending to be a wimp? He doesn't want to face so many monsters by himself, does he? Then he's not wasted. Let's get eliminated from the tournament as soon as possible so that our Chen Jinchi will win. Everyone felt that Lu Xingzhou, such a magic apprentice, was facing so many monsters at the same time. It's like hitting a light in the toilet, looking for death. Everyone couldn't even understand what Lu Xingzhou's bottom line was. However, Lu Xingzhou was not the least bit flustered. Slowly, he carried the stick in his hand and looked around with a bland gaze. Come on, make it quick. The scarlet eyes, too, gradually revealed themselves from the midst of the gloomy jungle. Name, Bloodthirsty Demon Rabbit. Level, 10. Battle Strength, 13 stars. Skills, Fighting Bite. High-speed movement. Berserk. Gift, Reproduction. Those rabbits are already in a completely different state than they were during the day. Not only did it more than double in size, but the hair also appeared to be in an exploded state. They bared their sharp fangs and a low growl escaped their mouths. Lu Xingzhou pondered slightly after seeing them reveal their bodies. The battle power isn't too strong, but there are a lot of them. It looks as if some kind of mutation has taken place under the influence of the perplexed forest. Is this mutation, which is subject to increase by the continuity of time? Well, remains to be seen. Between Lu Xingzhou's thoughts, the bloodthirsty demon rabbits around him had already launched a swarm attack. They are amazingly numerous. The number of these rabbits added up to at least 30 or more. One person would also need to equalize 6 of them if the entire squad of 5 were fighting together. Although those present were all famous geniuses from major universities, after all, it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. Not to mention that everyone's battle power is only about 20 stars even with their gear on. Each person faced 6 bloodthirsty demon rabbits with a battle strength of 13 stars, and the pressure could be imagined. But, at this time, Lu Xingzhou was even more alone. The surrounding bloodthirsty demon rabbits swarmed around, and the crowds tuning into the live broadcast almost couldn't imagine that Lu Xingzhou would have any chance of surviving, and the organizers, at this point, were very nervous about cutting off the live stream at all times. No gore that is too juvenile to be broadcast. However, just at the moment when this group of bloodthirsty demonic rabbits approached Lu Xingzhou, slowly, a small flame appeared on the front of his staff. The audience knew that Lu Xingzhou had mastered fire magic. As you can see inside the official introduction, Lu Xingzhou has a first-rank skill, Little Flame, and, in the previous land-rowing boat squad, making torches, he also exhibited the wonders of this skill. It was just that everyone didn't think that such a small flame skill could help the current situation in any way. However, everyone didn't expect the next second. Terrifying and fiery flames erupted. It's not a little ing fire, it's a fire dragon that destroys the world. Boom dash! The moment this terrifying flame touched the surrounding bloodthirsty demon rabbits, it directly turned them into ashes. The power of the flame of extinction was not at all on the same level as the level of the bloodthirsty demon rabbit. That blazing fire is like a cancer that can't be cured. As long as it is tainted by a trace, it will be instantly devoured. Those bloodthirsty demonic rabbits didn't even have time to let out a single scream, and then, they were directly burned to death. When Lu Xingzhou saw the scene, his expression was unsurprised and very calm and indifferent, and a reminder tone of the game copy came to his ears. Ding dong, you have killed the bloodthirsty demon rabbit, stage 1, gaining plus 110 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed the bloodthirsty demon rabbit, stage 1, gaining plus 110 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed the bloodthirsty demon rabbit, stage 2, gaining plus 180 experience points. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly, feeling that he was still satisfied. The efficiency of his own kills was still good, and even the rest of the squad, who were sleeping around him, were not woken up. In fact, Lu Xingzhou from this morning when Sun Shi said that the rabbit is not a little bigger than yesterday, he'd already had some suspicions. In the evening, Lu Xingzhou directly unfolded his domain, and even more so, he directly sensed that something was wrong around him. There are too many creatures gathering on their side. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou also guessed a generalization in his heart. At this point, Lu Xingzhou could also be basically certain by combining the copy hints of the bloodthirsty demon rabbits, stage 1, and bloodthirsty demon rabbits, stage 2. As time goes on, perhaps more stage 2, or even stage 3 creatures will appear. It seems that the survival class replica really lives up to its name. It's still dangerous if you don't respect it. But Lu Xingzhou also began to think about why the giant tree, which was a living thing, hadn't participated in tonight's siege. Could it be that these giant trees themselves don't actively attack humans? After thinking about it, the giant tree before was also because he made the first move, which suddenly came to life and attacked him. The approximate mechanism of this copy had gradually become clearer in Lu Xingzhou's mind at this point. Okay, pretty much go to bed first. According to the scheduling, it was Xin Yuntao's turn to be on duty next, so Lu Xingzhou woke him up. On duty. The moment he was woken up, Xin Yuntao directly popped up and looked around very warily. Since entering the copy, he had always maintained a high level of tension, because he didn't think that this copy, which had been officially banned down the road, would be so safe. no surprises were encountered for 2 days. Moreover, his trust in Lu Xingzhou is actually not much. "You kid, what are you so nervous about?" Lu Xingzhou casually joked when he saw his nervous look. Only then did Shen Yuntao look around. He suddenly realized that at this time, the air seemed to be filled with the aroma of roasted meat, the fire that hadn't been extinguished around them, and the ashes that could vaguely make out the shape of a rabbit, just confirmed it. In an instant, a possibility occurred to him. Could it be that a battle had just been experienced while he was asleep? And this battle, Lu Xingzhou alone, solved it? Shen Yuntao looked at the ashes on the ground, completely presenting a siege. He visualized the image. If it was himself who encountered it, it was absolutely impossible to retreat in one piece. Even if they were to exchange wounds for wounds, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to solve the simultaneous attack of so many enemies. But how did Lu Xingzhou do it? He turned his head to look at Lu Xingzhou next to him, and surprisingly, he had a few more points for this captain who was a magic apprentice. Jealousy. Lu Xingzhou at this time, however, was completely unimpressed and covered his mouth with his hand and yawned, then waved his hand and said, I'll get some sleep. Yell at me if you need anything. He walked to the center of the camp and after seeing the sleeping Sun Shi, he stretched out his foot and kicked it. Sun Shi opened his eyes in a daze and said lazily, "Do what? Lu, I'm sleeping soundly." Lu Xingzhou felt a little amused when he saw how unguarded this kid looked. "You kid, you're completely at the opposite end of the spectrum from Shen Yuntao. It's a little too laid back, isn't it? It's okay to tell you to get up and go back to sleep." "Oh, ha," Sun Shi reacted between half asleep and half awake. "This, a bit wrong, right?" The danger is lifted on the side of the Land Rover squad. The faintly swaying firelight beside the camp reflected on Zhao Qian and Lin Yishue's faces, and the two of them rolled over comfortably, letting out bursts of calming breaths, as if nothing happened. On the other hand, Chen Jinqi's squad had similarly encountered a night attack by bloodthirsty demon rabbits, only their side wasn't as relaxed and cozy as the land-rowing boat squad. The bloodthirsty demon rabbits' siege had left them in a bitter battle. Chapter 69, Losing Out on Small Things. Stupid fat dragon. Chen Jinqi's side similarly encountered about 30 or so bloodthirsty demon rabbits, although on Lu Xingzhou's side, the bloodthirsty demon rabbit looked like it had been killed in seconds and was powerless to fight back. But actually, the speed and number of bloodthirsty demon rabbits was enough of a headache. Not to mention its strength is not to be underestimated. Damn, these damn rabbits, how did they come to look like this? It's so hard to deal with. I wish I had known to kill all these rabbits. Don't even say it. Get close together. Don't get sneaked up on. The crowd quickly formed a circle, carefully watching out for attacks from the bloodthirsty demon rabbits around them. The strength of Chen Jinqi's squad crowd was really good, but there were too many bloodthirsty demon rabbits, and Chen Jinqi, as the captain, never made a move. He kept observing his surroundings, with no intention of helping his teammates with the bloodthirsty demon rabbit. "Captain Chen, quickly make a move. Help us solve these guys." Zhao Jinhu was a bit unable to carry on. The speed of the bloodthirsty demon rabbit, which was a bit faster than himself, was the type that he was least adept at dealing with, but even the demands of his fellow teammates didn't get Chen Jinqi to make the slightest move. "These guys, you guys just take care of it." Zhao Jinhu didn't understand why Chen Jinqi never made a move. Other teammates are also a little surprised at Chen Jinqi's desperation, but now is not the time for them to complain. Let's deal with the enemy in front of them first. In the end, after more than 40 minutes of fighting, it was only then that the crowd broke down these bloodthirsty demon rabbits one by one. Asterisk. Shi Xiaohu sat on the ground with a fart. The exhaustion of continuous fighting made him feel like his brain and body were reaching their limits. 10 minutes is long enough for this kind of intense battle. Even at this time, he had already used the life recovery potion and recovered some of his physical strength. But the feeling of exhaustion is always there. The rest of the team was in slightly better shape than Shi Xiaohu though, but it wasn't much stronger. At this time, the crowd looked at Chen Jinqi. This captain was stronger than all of them. But, in the midst of the battle just now, Chen Jinqi did not make a move. If he had also joined the fight, then, these dozens of bloodthirsty demon rabbits wouldn't have made them go through so much effort at all. Although the people didn't say anything on their lips, they couldn't help but have some complaints in their hearts. "Alright, get some rest as soon as you can. We have a lot of traveling to do tomorrow," Chen Jinqi said calmly. Then he added, "I think you are perfectly capable of solving the difficulty just now, and I, as captain, have to prevent any other dangers that may be around. It's the responsible thing to do for our team. As to whether you understand it or not, that is your business." Chen Jinqi looked very frank when he finished saying this, not embarrassed or ashamed at all. That's how he felt. And, in fact, if he didn't want to, then he didn't even have to explain to Zhao Jinhu and the others. He was the captain, and it was only right that the players obeyed him. The few people in the squad were silent, and their attitudes could not be seen among their faces. But at this time, Zhao Jinhu suddenly stood out and said with a snort, "Well, with Captain Chen Jinqi backing us up, there's no need to worry. And our current progress is definitely much better than Lu Xingzhou and their team. If they encountered the same sneak attack as us, perhaps, their squad would have to be eliminated by a few more people." Right. After hearing this, the crowd thought for a moment, then nodded in recognition. Indeed, these 30 or so bloodthirsty demon rabbits, if it was for Lu Xingzhou and the others to meet, odds are, it will only get beaten up. And although they had gone through a hard battle, the good thing was that they had only suffered a little bit of superficial injuries. It wasn't life-threatening, and it was definitely much better than Lu Xingzhou and his squad. One does not suffer from scarcity, but from unevenness. Thinking that, Lu Xingzhou and their squad was probably having a worse time than them. At this time, the crowd of Chen Jinqi's squad was somewhat relieved. On the contrary, Shi Xiuhu was even more direct with a big grin. Right, with Brother Chen to bail us out, we can feel at ease fighting against the enemy, right? That's right. Thank you, Chen. Captain Chen, we understand your good intentions. Seeing that the crowd was so knowledgeable, Chen Jinqi didn't say much and nodded. Then he signaled the crowd to get some rest and go. In the end, Zhao Jinhu and the others were tired, but with a sense of superiority, they drifted off to sleep. However, these viewers in the live broadcast room who saw the performance of both sides, at this time, everyone's expression, there were some indescribable splendor to it. Well, would have had to have witnessed it. They, I'm afraid, won't believe it either. The land rowing boat team did not encounter any of their so-called difficulties. People's team members sleep, that's one more than the other. Even the fact that they suffered this attack can't even be called an attack, because the whole time the audience just didn't feel like they were threatened in the slightest. What do you mean? Seconds on a leak? Lu Xingzhou, the magic apprentice that everyone despised, only used a first-rank skill Little Flame. Well, let us just call this Little Flame. Anyway, as soon as Lu Xingzhou made his move, he directly killed all the bloodthirsty demon rabbits. All of them. That's a clean cut. It was also the strike by Lu Xingzhou that shocked all the spectators who saw the scene to the point of no return. So a magic apprentice can be this strong? On the other hand, Xu Qing, who had paid attention to the live broadcast at all times, after seeing that Lu Xingzhou and their team members were safe and sound, she also finally put down her heart and prepared to go to bed. For the past 2 days she had closed her stall half a day early every day even though the bakery was doing well, in order to watch Lu Xingzhou's game in the middle of the replica. Compared to the business of the bakery, what she was most relieved about was Lu Xingzhou's safety. However, when Xu Qing saw that terrifying bloodthirsty demon rabbit, after being easily overthrown by Lu Xingzhou with the lift of his hand, Xu Qing, at last, revealed a relaxed smile. It seems that Lu is still strong. He doesn't have to worry about himself, for him, anymore. As for why so many voices out there don't think highly of Xiao Lu, it's purely because they don't have vision. And the other side, the Heavy Hunters Union, He Zhenfeng, also tuned in to watch this night attack at this time. For Lu Xingzhou's performance, he could say that he was not surprised at all because he had long felt that this Lu Xingzhou was far stronger than the opposite Chen Jinqi. And now Lu Xingzhou's performance was merely confirming his own suspicions. Although this kid had only awakened a low-level occupation, but to be pushed to the stage by this old fox, Chang Yuanshan, his strength was definitely not ordinary. At that time, he had guessed that Lu Xingzhou's strength might surpass Lin Yishui's. It's just that he didn't expect it. Lu Xingzhou's strength seemed to exceed Lin Yishui's by more than just a little. Instead, almost breaks down and crushes it. Seeing this, He Zhenfeng simply wanted to laugh. Because, fat dragon, that dumbass, how dare you choose to go after that Chen Jinqi and give up Lu Xingzhou because of it? Joke, big joke in the sky. This is simply like picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon for a small cause. Is Chan Kim-chi strong? Strong. Very strong. It could even be said that it was the strongest student in all these years. But, Lu Xingzhou's performance just now can no longer be explained by a simple word strong. The strength he displayed had even surpassed the battle power of many of the teachers among the school. He Zhenfeng made up his mind. No matter what, we heavy hunters absolutely cannot give up on this super genius. What he Blood Knights can give, we heavy hunters can give. What he, the Blood Knight, cannot give, we, the heavy hunters, can. And the other side. On the side of the Blood Knights chapter, Su Ruyun shot a strange look at Qin Xian next to her after seeing Lu Xingzhou's performance. Qin Xian awkwardly turned his head to look at the fat dragon. Who turned his head? There's no one to watch. We can't call Tension and Su Dashan here, can we? Here, this is no place for them to talk. At this time, Fatty Dragon rounded up awkwardly. It's okay, this survival copy, tomorrow is the real main event. Chen Jinqi retained some strength in advance, is also responsible for the team. Su Ruyun shot him a non-committal glance, then said, good, Then let's see tomorrow if this super genius you guys are talking about can surpass a magic apprentice or not. It's getting late. I'm going back to rest. Seeing Su Ruyun get up, Qin Xian immediately turned around and commanded, quickly, send Ms. Su back to the hotel to rest. It's not necessary. Su Ruyun suddenly spoke out, refusing. I'll just go back by myself. When she finished speaking, she walked through the door of the Bleeding Nights chapter and got inside the black commercial vehicle. The driver adjusted the position of his rearview mirror and then respectfully opened his mouth to ask, Ms. Su, may I take you directly back to the hotel? No, it's still early in the day. A trip to my dear sister's house, Su Ruyun said, a playful smile on her face. Chapter 70 Night Attack. Su Ruyun. That night, the Su family villa. A black business car slowly pulled up to the door of the villa. Su Ruyun's slender legs slowly stepped out of the car, her high heels landing on the paved marble floor outside the door. There was a clear click sound. Su Ruyun stretched her back, then looked at the second floor, at the small window of the room where the light was still on. Then she turned to the driver behind her. Okay, there's nothing more for you here. Go back. Yes, the driver answered cleanly. After that business car left, Su Ruyun did not ring the villa's doorbell, and likewise, did not notify her sister over the phone, only to see her legs stomping slightly harder. In the darkness of the night, a figure then easily came to the window of the room on the second floor. Su Ruyun was wearing a set of cool black nightgown, lying on her bed and watching the television broadcast in front of her. Two pretty little feet that kept wiggling behind them. From time to time, the 2 feet touched each other with a clack sound. It was slightly at odds with her usual cool persona, and her chest, the already developed youth, in the pillow she hugged under the pressure, also seems a little full of pressure. The vague snowy whiteness contrasted with the light black nightgown. What she was watching at the moment was the situation in Lu Xingzhou's replica that was broadcasted on TV. Thankfully, seeing Lu Xingzhou surrounded by more than 30 bloodthirsty demon rabbits, Su Ruyun would be lying if she said she wasn't nervous. However, after she saw the terrifying power of Lu Xingzhou's flame of extinction erupt, Su Ruyun was also quite relieved. But rest assured, it also made Su Ruyun at this time begin to think, what kind of level had Lu Xingzhou's strength reached now? In the small city of Jianhai City, no one should be his opponent. But what about looking at Jianhai province? What if, when looking at the demons of those top families in Shanjing and Yunhai, Su Ruyun naturally believed that Lu Xingzhou was the unique one? But she wasn't sure. With his current performance, did Lu Xingzhou already have the right to talk to the Su family? Maybe it could. Maybe. Su Ruyun's eyes darkened slightly. If Lu Xingzhou was willing to accept his help, then, with the resources of the Su family, his growth rate would definitely be beyond imagination. But she knew all the same, Lu Xingzhou's character would not allow him to accept help from the Su family. Just as her thoughts were wandering, suddenly, an extremely subtle rattle outside the window alerted her instantly. In a flash, Su Ruyun leapt up from the bed, an extremely magnificent backflip, followed by 2 exquisitely shaped, one-handed short swords that flashed with a cold aura were drawn from the props bar the moment she landed on the ground. She lowered her body with her sword in both hands in a stance ready to stomp the ground and accelerate, looking out the window with a serious expression. After Su Ruyun entered her battle stance, the right half of her delicate face was covered by half of an inky black mask with evil ghost patterns. This is the dreaded Jade Rakshas's battle state. The air, at that moment, seemed to be quiet, but the next second, that window opened and a dark shadow rushed in at an extremely ghostly pace. Su Ruyun instantly reacted, her 2-handed sword slicing through the night sky, at an extremely fast speed, and at a bizarre angle. He stabbed at the other party. The 2 swords sliced through the night sky, stabbing out a harsh sound of breaking wind. If it was any student in Jianhai City at this time, I'm afraid that all of them will be killed by this blow, even if it is Chen Jinqi. But just then, instead, the black shadow flung his right hand into the air, and several vine-like thin whips flew out from all directions. Instantly, he grabbed Su Ruyun's wrists and ankles. Then, with a slight force, those vines directly controlled all of her limbs. Just like that, it was straight up in the air. Clank! Su Ruyun's 2-handed swords fell to the ground in droves. Her light nightgown, also under the effect of gravity, revealed some hidden holy light. The opponent's strength was too powerful, and Su Ruyun didn't even have the room to fight back. Yet, she was not the least bit alarmed. Instead, he exclaimed in this moment of some shame, "Sister, what are you doing again? I'm your own sister." It was at this time that the dark-shadowed woman who had rushed into the room hemmed and hawed and said in a seductive and flirtatious voice, "A real sister? No. Of course, a god sister is better. You put me down." Su Ruyun felt her face a little hot, mainly because of this position. Truly, it's so shameful. However, Su Ruyun had no intention of stopping there. Instead, she approached Su Ruyan's ear. Exhaling softly, he said, "What if I don't?" The hot breath in her ear caused Su Ruyan, who was already under control at this point, to feel a wave of weakness. Involuntarily, a shiver ran down his spine. Su Ruyan took in her reaction. All of it. A laugh and a snicker followed. Still so sensitive. Do you think I should tell this secret to that little friend of yours? That little guy called Lu Xingzhou. The moment she heard this, Su Ruyan clearly felt it. His own sister instantly froze in her hands and feet. Her soft and delectable body became stiff for a few moments. Why are you so nervous? Are you still afraid that he will know? I had heard the name sound a little familiar, and it looks like I did remember it correctly. Lu Xingzhou. Interesting. Su Ruyan's voice was still coming in. At this moment, it was as if she possessed the natural charm of a siren, and every word was so inspiring that it went straight to the heart. At this moment, Su Ruyan's face was blushing, although he always tried his best to maintain a serious expression. But she was living like a boiled little crab at the moment, and even on her thighs, that originally white skin was colored with a touch of redness. What more do you want? Come on, hurry up and put me down. Su Ruyan maintained her last ounce of seriousness and opened her mouth. However, Su Ruyan did not have the slightest intention of letting him go, as she whispered in her ear and softly opened her mouth. I'll let you go when I've had enough fun. I'm going to tell Mom. It's no use telling anyone. Today you belong only to me. Little Smoky. Su Ruyan hemmed and hawed, and the fingertips of her right hand had slid up that slender thigh. Don't. The next day, one could see a few red marks of a not-so-light color appear on Su Ruyan's fair skin. Even some whipping marks can be seen. Well, you can imagine what a terrible battle we had last night. Su Ruyan was mortified and furious, but on the contrary, she wasn't in a good position to speak up about last night's events. She knew her sister was like that, a little jumpy and then some slight tendencies. Of course, Su Ruyan wouldn't really do anything to Su Ruyan. She had her measure, but a mooching is inevitable. The young girl's white thighs and slightly developed petite body simply made Su Ruyan unable to stop. TSK. In the future, I don't know which kid will be so blessed to enjoy such top-notch treatment. It's not that Lu Xingzhou, is it? Well, that kid is not obnoxious. It was only that a low-level occupation like a magic apprentice would want to be with Su Ruyan. It's still too hard, but, with a little help from myself, maybe it's not that hard? Thinking of this, Su Ruyan felt that she might be able to operate with her identity. Make something happen. Mind you, she didn't come here today to just catch up with her dear sister. A more important layer of significance was to confirm the identity of that Lu Xingzhou. If he really is his sister's, well, then a little help doesn't seem to hurt. After all, she was the only sister she had, and if she didn't come to love her, who else could? Chapter 71, There's No Way Out? Drive for Me. Chapter 72, The Importance of a Future Brother-in-Law. Next, the ground around them shook violently. Rumble. It was like the loud whistling sound of waves lining up to the sides and churning up. It was as if these giant trees understood his orders. And surprisingly, just like servants, they obediently made a path several feet wide to both sides. After seeing this scene, the crowd at the scene had frozen in place, because the sound of this scene was just too vast, just too shocking. What kind of magic is this? As a mage profession, Lin Yishui understood best how terrifying this kind of magic that could change the terrain was. It wasn't even on the same order of magnitude as the skill she possessed, although everyone in the world says how great their companion magic is. But Lin Yishui was very conscious of the fact that if one wanted to obtain this kind of high-level magic that could master the weather, or change the surroundings, one would need to wait until at least after she was level 40. That is, 3 turns. Only then would her companion's skills be able to grow to that stage. So, how in the world did the skill of land-rowing boats become so outrageous? And at this moment, including Shin Yun Tao, the expressions of several people inside the squad were all very shocked, except the bald one in the middle of the crowd. Sun Shi looked at the crowd with a hint of disdain. Che, what uneducated rednecks they are. He made a dark comment in his mind. For luck, isn't this a base no 6? And at that moment, these viewers who were tuned into the live broadcast, their expressions were all the more shocked. They had all thought that Lu Xingzhou must have to make several big detours, but who knew that this guy would be so outrageous? Surprisingly, he directly made these 3 demons give him a way out? Are you kidding me? At this time, Su Ruyan, who saw the scene, deepened her curiosity about Lu Xingzhou. Don't say this. It's kinda like the description in that old forbidden spell I learned about at the time. The more you look at it, the more it looks like it. And this kid is still very likely to become my brother-in-law's person in the future. Well, there is a need to pay more attention to it. Think about it. Su Ruyan thought back to last night, when her own sister was already soft and fluffy all over, but just had that hardened look on her lips. But it's true that your own sister is just adorable. And at this time, Lu Xingzhou's importance in her heart had also far exceeded that so-called super genius, Chen Jinqi. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow. In the middle of the copy, Lu Xingzhou continued to move forward towards this path with his team, but everyone else in the group had some hesitation, because the road is really straight and wide. It was nothing like the crooked and narrow jungle paths of the past. The change made the players a little uncomfortable for a moment. What's wrong? Why don't you leave yet? Lu Xingzhou walked out a few steps before realizing that the crowd didn't follow him, and only then did he turn around and ask. Zhao Qian hemmed and hawed and awkwardly explained, "Big brother, it's really because this road is so spacious that it's making us a little uncomfortable." Lu Xingzhou looked at the several people with a strange look before opening his mouth and asking, "You guys don't have any special tendencies, do you? How come you don't want to when the road is good?" The crowd laughed awkwardly, and at this time Sun Shi stood out and said loudly in a serious manner, Hey, don't talk nonsense, Lu, this is a live broadcast, you know exactly what I am. I don't have any of those odd tendencies. Here I am to the audience in front of the national viewing television. A solemn statement. Sun Shi is a genuine upright man. Compared to the very cordial atmosphere on Lu Xingzhou and their squad side, Chen Jinqi and his squad, on the other hand, were deep in exhaustion and struggle, because they had already noticed that the sun was gradually setting, which meant that the third day would soon be over already. Yet they had not yet reached the safety of the center of the jungle. In other words, they would have to face the terrifying bloodthirsty demon rabbit once more on the night of the third day. Moreover, today's bloodthirsty demon rabbit might be stronger and harder to deal with than before. It puts them in a state of overwhelming anxiety. However, after these days of rushing around day and night, the few people in their squad were already extremely tired at this point, as the sun set little by little. But the more anxious instead, the slower some. It was not until the sun had fully set that they were compelled to hastily stop their rush. Tonight was destined to be difficult. Chen Xingqi, as the captain, had already given a death order to hold it tonight no matter what. As long as they make it through tonight, they'll reach the safe zone tomorrow. The crowd nodded vigorously as they shouldered their sleep-deprived exhaustion, but the night didn't go as well as they thought it would. On the third night of the bloodthirsty demon rabbits, the combat power they displayed was far beyond the limit of what 4 people could resist. Even though Zhao Jinhu and the others fought hard to resist, yet it was still unable to deal a fatal blow to these bloodthirsty demonic rabbits. On the contrary, after a long period of fatigue, the crowd gradually realized that they could no longer withstand the attack of these 30 or so bloodthirsty demon rabbits. And that's when, compared to the damage done to the body, instead, the crowd found that their minds began to gradually become less and less clear, and their consciousness became somewhat blurred. After a few more moments of support, Chen Jinqi also realized that his teammates really had no way of solving this fight alone. Chen Jinqi bellowed, "Mikado!" In an instant, a greenish-white whirlwind enveloped around his body out of nowhere. It was as if he were the master of the wind at this moment. The powerful whirlwind lifted his entire body, converging into a terrifying cyclone around his body. Next, his body steeply erupted with a terrifying stream of air. With this airflow alone, he shook all of these bloodthirsty demon rabbits around him out. At this moment, Chen Jinqi's strength, which he claimed to be the strongest in Jianhai, was on display. Then he increased both his speed, strength, and agility by a large margin under the enchantment of this royal wind skill. At the moment, Chen Jinqi was like a sharp scalpel, directly charging into the group of chaotic and violent bloodthirsty demonic rabbits. He went on a killing spree. "Don't freeze, let's work together and finish these guys off." When the crowd saw that Chen Jinqi had finally made a move, they couldn't help but relax a few points in their hearts. But just as everyone was about to work together to finish off this group of bloodthirsty demon rabbits first, suddenly, a scream came from Shi Xiaohu's side. He was seen kneeling on the ground with an agonized expression, his hands holding down his head in death. And when the crowd looked at him, they suddenly realized that at that moment, Shi Xiaohu's eyes had become blood red, as in, crazy bloodthirsty demon rabbit. The audience who saw the scene at the moment screamed out. Even the people among Chen Jinqi's squad were surprised and took a few steps back in fear. And at this moment, Chen Jinqi spoke faintly as if he had expected it. "Demonized? It's really not working. Then you will go to bed first." 4th rank skill, Hurricane Blade. Chapter 73, Military Unrest. One step ahead of you. Chapter 74, Please, that barbecue really smells good. Chapter 75, Genius vs. Genius Girl. Chapter 76, Yo, and morally kidnap me? Lin Yixue had always had high hopes from her own family. She had also always held herself to the strict standard of being number 1 in the whole school, or even number 1 in Jianhai City. She, wanting to go to the top. Once upon a time, he had always been pressed by that dazzling genius. Lu Xingzhou. And now, not only has Lu Xingzhou returned strongly, experimental middle school, moreover, had another super genius called Chen Jinqi. It was as if, the harder she tried, the farther away from her goal she was. Lin Yixue clenched her fists. She wanted to prove herself, proof that all her years of hard work have not been in vain. Curse of the Ice Elf. In an instant, terrifying frosty winds and snow whistled, and above Chen Jinqi's head, an ice and snow marker was inexplicably born. No matter how much he accelerated, he couldn't get out of the mark's grip. Want a quickie, do you? But did it ever occur to you that I was the one who purposely kept you so close to me? Lin Yixue smiled coldly and opened her mouth, a blazing fire of war burning in her calm eyes. Since there is no respect, then, be judged. Chen Jinqi realized that it was not good, but Lin Yixue didn't give him any chance to struggle. A seemingly real ice elf silhouette appeared behind her, noble, cold, solemn. Seeing this scene, the expression of the principal of the experimental middle school who was watching the live broadcast was not calm. Wait, her companion skill, upgraded? When did this happen? He turned his head to look at Chang Yuanshan, as if he wanted to ask the answer to this question. Chang Yuanshan, this old smoothie, even hit his bottom card. But what he didn't expect was this. Even Chang Yuanshan didn't realize that Lin Yixue's companion skill had, surprisingly, been upgraded once again. Chang Yuanshan smiled without saying anything, but never took his eyes off the screen. Even with some fire, maybe, really has a chance to beat Chen Jinqi. Within the replica, a terrifying ice storm instantly enveloped the entire arena. The power of Lin Yixue's skill was beyond imagination. The frosty blizzard that filled the sky could almost be said to freeze everything. Curse of the Ice Elves. As Lin Yixue's companion skill, it was already more powerful than an unusual skill. And now, after the skill level breaks through to the 4th rank, the power was even far more powerful than the strength of a skill from a professional of the same level. The scene. Almost the entire audience in the Obi room looked stunned. The fine ice and snow dispersed. Lin Yixue looked at the figure in the center of the frost with a serious expression. Winning? Beside her, Sun Qi was even more anxious than her, and by this time, she could not help but open her mouth to ask. And Lu Xingzhou gave him a blank look and said lightly, "Never heard of the law of no smoke without injury?" Not really. Sun Qi expressed his skepticism. After all, the power of this ice storm was almost the second most terrifying power he had seen so far. With such a terrifying power, even Chen Jinqi shouldn't be able to retreat in one piece, right? But the thing he didn't expect was, that figure slowly appeared, and Chen Jinqi's body was surrounded by a thick wind shield. Rank 4 skill, back to heaven wind spin. Boom! In the next second, the spiral condensed wind shield instantly erupted, shaking away the last trace of ice mist. Chen Jinqi's face was cold. Although it didn't cause any noticeable damage to him just now, it did make him a bit of a mess on defense. I didn't think that I would be able to fight so badly against these guys from Jianghai City. Lin Yixue, I admit I underestimated you before, but now, I'm going to get serious. After saying that, Chen Jinqi's feet fiercely built up their strength, and he was ready to stomp out of the ground. Lin Yixue's face turned cold and she also took a fighting stance. But just then, the situation changed suddenly. Shi Xiaohu, who had still regained some of his senses, his eyes once again turned scarlet, accompanied by a hissing roar dash. See this scene. Chen Jinqi realized that he was running out of time and had to end the fight as soon as possible. Otherwise, when facing the final boss, you would also have to take care of Shi Xiaohu, who could be demonized at any time. It would be a difficult situation to have the enemy on your back. His thoughts at this moment were very clear. First defeat Lin Yixue in front of him and then get a waking essence. After that, go ahead and challenge the boss. But just as he thought of this, his afterglow swept over Zhao Jinhu next to him. At this moment, Zhao Jinhu's eyes, too, became slightly bloodshot. Captain, I feel that there have been chaotic sounds coming from my ears and my brain feels like it's going to crack. Me? What's happening to me, Captain? Chen Jinqi's eyes widened, mentally muttering, could it be that this has reached its limit? Having one Shi Xiaohu demonized was tricky enough. If, in addition, Zhao Jinhu and others, then, he must not have a high final rating even if he passes solo. Thinking of this, Chen Jinqi made a decisive decision. The contest is for another time. Lu Xingzhou, I hope that you, as the other captain, can carry on the spirit of the match and undo Shi Xiaohu's demonization. Let's have an honorable match in the boss duel. Well, there's no point in keeping that much awakening essence when you're on your own. I know you're a professional with a backbone, and I'm sure that you don't care to win the match with this kind of speculation. Do you? At this point in time, Chen Jinqi had already set up the Lu Xingzhou at such a height. Sure enough, no matter what era, standing on the moral high ground, this descending blow is always the deadliest. Standing on this moral high ground makes it impossible to refute. Even at this moment, a great light seemed to emanate from behind Chen Jinqi. Lu Xingzhou also made a gesture to block his eyes with his hand. So blinding. How about it? Lu Xingzhou, are you ready to accept my offer? Chen Jinqi's posture was always condescending, as if he was giving Lu Xingzhou a chance to reform and start over. But his moral high ground is just impeccable. The audience thought that Lu Xingzhou wouldn't refuse the request. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou slowly spoke. I refuse. Chen Jinqi's eyes narrowed slightly before he slowly spoke. Aren't you going to win us fair and square? Dang? Lu Xingzhou smiled, like looking at a little fool. It's just a trial, but a win is a win. Could it be that when it comes to the real battlefield, you'll still expect others to have a proper duel with you as well? If someone refuses, are you going to attempt to morally kidnap them as you are doing now? Lu Xingzhou expressed himself methodically, not being led by the nose by the other party at all. And at this time, the winds of the live broadcast suddenly changed. Indeed, everyone realized that Lu Xingzhou's words were very reasonable and level. Although this is just a competition, but this is a preparation for the future selection of warriors in the battlefield. If you really get in the middle of an unsupervised copy, who cares? If it's dang good, winning is everything. Although I bought Chen Jinqi to win before, to be honest, I think what Lu Xingzhou said makes more sense. I feel the same way. I support his words and reject moral abduction. Starting with me. When Chen Jinqi saw that Lu Xingzhou surprisingly didn't follow his rhythm, he had wanted to retort a few sentences, but at this time, Lu Xingzhou spoke again. Seriously, Chen Jinqi, let me send you a message. There are 10 lotuses in the pond, and I will take only one and give you the rest. Hearing this, Chen Jinqi and the others present froze. There was also some confusion among viewers tuning into the broadcast. What do you mean? These 10 lotus flowers, are they alluding to those 10 awakening essences? Could it be that Lu Xingzhou was still going to choose to help the other party after all the reasoning? Chen Jinqi pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, Lu Xingzhou, what exactly do you mean? At this time, Lu Xingzhou opened his thumbs and swung forward with his palms facing each other in the tiger's mouth, made that classic gesture and said in a remarkably flat tone, picking 9 lotuses, old man. Next, the posters in the Obi room were the first to react. A burst of laughter followed. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Picking 9 lotuses, mud horse, this Lu Xingzhou can't be seen to be so talented. This is a roundabout way of saying Chen Jinqi dishes. If you don't help, then you don't help, and as a result, you have to kill people and kill your heart? Ha ha, this Lu Xingzhou is too ruthless. I like it. The people in Chen Jinqi's squad also heard the meaning of Lu Xingzhou's words. It means that they, vegetables, just practice more. Chen Jinqi's face was gloomy to the extreme, as if water was about to drip out of it in the next second. However, Lu Xingzhou asked with a relaxed, cloudy face, still not leaving? Looks like your teammates can't hold out much longer. When Chen Jinqi turned his head, he met Zhao Jinhu and the others, eyes that were already covered in blood. Indeed, as Lu Xingzhou had said, they didn't have much time left. Damn it! Chen Jinqi clenched his fists, and in his heart, he had already greeted Lu Xingzhou's ancestors, but his mouth just grunted coldly as he ordered, go! He was angry, but not out of his mind. There was no time to bother with Lu Xingzhou and the others anymore. You can only forcefully challenge the boss and try to make it through 10 minutes before your teammates get demonized and clear the copy. Seeing Chen Jinqi's squad go straight to prepare to challenge the boss, Zhao Qian and the others also asked with some anxiety, Biggie, so where are we going now? Are we going to challenge the boss as well? Everyone thought that now was the time for the showdown to come. It even included the principals of the schools that were watching the broadcast, and those bigwigs of the Jianghai City Professionals Guild. Both felt that the two sides were about to engage in a final head-to-head duel and begin the final assault on the copy boss. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou said something that took everyone by surprise. What's the hurry? I'll go ahead and roast some fire. Everyone's expressions were slightly blank. Don't know what he means. Is roast fire some kind of code word? Lu Xingzhou looked at the puzzled expressions of the crowd and then pointed to this large area of woods in front of him. Don't you guys think it's a waste of experience to leave so many tree demons unpainted? After hearing what he meant, Sun Qi opened his mouth with a confused expression. Brother Lu, are you serious? With so many tree demons, how long do we have to brush them? Soon. Lu Xingzhou smiled faintly, then gently raised his hand. A flash of blazing fire, instantly pulsating, appeared on his fingertips. Then, flick, Chapter 77, Confident Underpinnings, Chen Jinqi's Undercard. In fact, to be honest, Lu Xingzhou had raised the enhancement level of his skills by 1 level. He realized that his control over the flame of extinction had become even more refined. You can control the size of the flame more freely. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Xingzhou gently flicked the fire from his fingertips. Although the size of this fire was not large, the power was exceptionally amazing. After the nearest tree demon was tainted by Lu Xingzhou's flames, it then let out a wail of pain. The tree demon desperately stretched its branches, as if it could escape the flames if it lifted them a little higher. But it's all just delusion. The flame that was like a hawk gradually engulfed its entire body. Then came the tree demons that were colluding and coiling around him. The blazing fire instantly burst into flames. At this moment, many viewers in the live broadcast room realized why it is said that setting fire to the mountain, the bottom of the prison sat through. For the flames that had begun as a starburst had surprisingly spread out into a line of flame in only a few seconds. It wasn't until then that the crowd realized the power of Lu Xingzhou's flame is so terrifying. Moreover, it seems like there are a little too many tree demons in this forest of confusion, right? The viewers who were tuned in to the live broadcast at this time were still only feeling the terror of the power of Lu Xingzhou's flames. However, at this moment, Qin Xian said with a shocked expression, this kid crazy? Others didn't know about the existence of the ancient tree undead, but he, Qin Xian, did. The strength of the confused ancestor tree would have been enough for these low-level professionals to drink a pot of water. Is Lu Xingzhou trying to exterminate all the tree demons in the entire forest of confusion? Well, wouldn't that be? Lu Xingzhou is about to face a monster that he cannot even imagine? And the other side, Chen Jinqi's squad had entered the final boss room. The confused ancestor tree's main body was a gigantic, ancient giant tree that almost poked through the sky. As it slowly opened its eyes, the entire ground shook. After Chen Jinqi saw the enemy, slowly, he opened his mouth and spoke to the crowd beside him. Control Shi Xiaohu and try, as much as possible, not to let him interfere with me. You guys hold out for another 10 minutes, and then, for the rest, it's on me. Chen Jinqi made some dominating statements. The crowd also understood that this captain of theirs was going to face the confused ancestor tree alone, and at that moment, the alert tone of the copy came to the ears of the crowd. Ancient tree undead count being detected. Detection complete. Chen Jinqi's team is carrying 0 ancient tree undead, triggering the wrath of the confused ancestor tree. Stage 1. Please survive the attack of the confused ancestor tree for 10 minutes if possible. The confused ancestor tree had stood up in a battle stance after the sound of the replica stopped. Howl. The low roar caused the crowd of Chen Jinqi's squad to be greatly oppressed. Monster name, Ancestral Tree of Confusion, Stage 1. Monster level, 18. Battle rating, 40 stars. Mastery skills, Guard Summoning, Ancient Palm, Ancient Blessing, Regeneration. Chen Jinqi's expression was very shocked after seeing the data panel of the confused ancestor tree. A level 18 monster with a battle rating that could reach 40 stars? How could it be so outrageous? In fact, after he saw Qin Xian's strategy at that time, there was a bit of confusion in his heart, because Qin Xian wrote in the last line of the copy guide, confused ancestor tree boss, unbeatable. Don't challenge, don't challenge, don't challenge. Just do your best to last 10 minutes and count it as a victory. It was only at this moment that Chen Jinqi understood why Qin Xian had said so. A 40-star battle power is truly terrifying, even for himself. With full armor, he probably only had about 22 stars of combat power. The difference in strength between the two sides was evident. But Chen Jinqi's mouth, however, revealed a hint of a smile at that moment, although the copy guide was written that way. In his mind, it didn't take Qin Xian's words seriously at all. Finally, I've met an opponent that can make me go all out. I, then, will defeat you. He has to prove it. The so-called Qin Xian, the so-called unbeatable, in front of his absolute strength. All, not worth mentioning. Chen Jinqi was fully armed and also took out his weapon at this time. It's a pair of wind gloves. He lowered his body weight, placing it on his back leg and twisting his body slightly backward. Then, it exploded violently. Bang! In this instant, Chen Jinqi stomped out, even directly stomping out a spiderweb-like crack in the ground. Mikado. In mid-air, Chen Jinqi once again used the royal wind skill, his body speed once again rising. Although the difference between his size and the confused ancestor tree was not small, however, his aura was not weak at all. The audience was watching with fervor. I'll go. Chen Jinqi is too fierce. How dare he go on this? This monster's battle rating is 40 stars. He's called an artist with great courage. Do you know what it means to be the strongest genius in our Jianhai city? The goal of people's copy reminders is to hold on for 10 minutes. But I see that Chen Jinqi is trying to directly defeat the confused ancestor tree. I'm going to go. Watch my blood boil, burn, my middle-aged soul. This is the genius we imagined loving. Charge, Chen Jinqi. In the copy, the confused ancestor tree saw this human who was charging towards him. It didn't flash or avoid. The huge branch that was nearly as thick as two people's encircling arms slapped directly towards Chen Jinqi. If one was slapped by this move, one would be seriously injured without dying. When the hearts of the crowd couldn't help but tighten, Chen Jinqi, however, smiled contemptuously. Too slow. A powerful cyclone erupted around him, and he unexpectedly changed his route in midair. dodging to avoid the strike. Then, he came directly in front of the confused ancestor tree. Hurricane blade. Terrifying cyclones erupted and powerful wind blades condensed in his hands. Solidly, it directly bombarded the trunk of the confused ancestor tree. Boom! A huge explosion kicked up a cloud of smoke and dust. Viewers tuning into the broadcast were delighted. Hit? The Blood Knights chapter's fat dragon was also overjoyed and said with a smile on his face, "Ouch, Chen Jinqi can indeed do it," coming up and giving the confused ancestor tree a hard time. This was originally said to Su Ruyun, wanted to let this inspector sent by the General Council of Blood Knights know how good his vision was. However, Su Ruyun shook her head at this moment, and spoke blandly, so naive, the words just fell. He saw that the confused ancient tree was not affected in the slightest, and turned around and slapped another palm. Chen Jinqi's face was cold and somewhat surprised. After he dodged this attack again, he quickly got in close and launched several more attacks in succession. Boom boom boom. He didn't believe that he still didn't have a way to break through the confused ancestor tree's defense, but just as he was frantically outputting, the confused ancestral tree was obviously angered by this painless attack. It slammed its hands against the ground. Then, 4 deadwood guards with shield swords slowly burrowed out of the ground and stood up. Monster name, Deadwood Guard. In an instant, it surrounded Chen Jinqi. At first Chen Jinqi didn't take it seriously, but he soon paid the price for his gullibility. The speed and strength of that Deadwood Guard was far beyond his imagination. Under the sudden attack, it almost pierced right through his arm. Damn it! After Chen Jinqi pulled away, the confused ancestral tree slaps arrived immediately afterward. Bang dash! For a moment, Chen Jinqi was caught in a passive-aggressive position. It was not until this moment that Chen Jinqi realized what Qin Xian meant by the phrase, unbeatable, at that time. Super high defense, terrifying destructive power, large attack range. Confused ancestral tree's battle power evaluation is only low. Even the strength of the summoned Deadwood Guard was far beyond that of a normal elite monster. This was not a boss that a professional of his level could deal with. Chen Jinqi's eyes narrowed slightly, but then, he clenched his fists. Unbeatable? But that's just for the average person. He, for one, didn't believe it. Oof, let's show you. My bottom card. Chen Jinqi pulled his hands into a stance. He was going to use his skills that had completed his metamorphosis to defeat the guy in front of him. Suffer death. Nenki Eruption. Chapter 78 Brother Lu. Why is your hair a bit green? Nenki Eruption. After the crowd saw this move that Chen Jinqi had just made, everyone's expression was one of unrivaled shock. This is actually a 5th rank skill. My god, how is this possible? Wasn't it agreed that first-turn professionals could only master skills below the 4th rank? I see. Is this the legendary skill metamorphosis? I'll go. Chen Jinqi actually completed a skill metamorphosis. This is too outrageous. Outrageous indeed. This is unbelievable. I thought that something like skill metamorphosis only existed in legends and no one could do it at all. Then you guys really don't say that Chen Jinqi, who has mastered the 5th rank skill, could really hit the confused ancestor tree hard. The audience was murmuring, and at this time, He Zhenfeng, the president of the Heavy Hunters Union, his expression was unusually surprised. Never would I have thought that this kid had even mastered a 5th order skill. The future is unlimited. Although in his heart, he still preferred Lu Xingzhou as a brat. But what had to be recognized was that Chen Jinqi's talent far exceeded his imagination. He Zhenfeng stroked his chin and looked at Chen Jinqi with a few more points of appreciation among his eyes. He seems a little too proud of himself. Though, this kind of character is likely to suffer a big loss if he runs into an opponent who is stronger than him. In the copy, after Zhao Jinhu and the others saw their captain use a 5th rank skill, their expressions were both shocked and delighted. If there were no surprises, since Chen Jinqi had chosen to use this move, the aim was to end this battle. They are about to win. Boom! A powerful Nian Chi force field blasted forward from Chen Jinqi's palm. A face-to-face close encounter directly with the boss in front of him hit the knots. The terrifying residual power of the Nian Chi spread out in all directions from him and the confused ancestral tree as the center, sharp as a knife cyclone, and even some of the surrounding watching tree demon were given waist cut off. The power is evident. Chen Jinqi scores with a nice strike and quickly leaps back to his feet to close the distance. Success? Watching the confused ancestor tree seem to be unmoved. A trace of disdain flashed through his heart. What is said to be invincible is nothing more than that. This kind of strength was simply not worth mentioning in front of himself. Qin Xian, your eyes are only at your own level. I, Chen Jinqi, am destined to surpass everything and stand on top of the entire world. A light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a copy reminder tone came to the ears of the crowd. Everyone had thought that it was the settlement sound after the copy was cleared, and their hearts were still filled with some anticipation. But who knew that the nightmare that awaited them? The number of ancient tree undead carried by Chen Jinqi's squad has changed, and currently carries 12. Trigger the wrath of the ancestral tree of confusion, stage 2. After the voice of the copy reminder fell, Chen Jinqi's face sank. In an instant, the confused ancestor tree's attack slapped over. Boom! The large portion of the ground where his feet had been just now instantly crumbled. It took Chen Jinqi a close and narrow escape to avoid this attack. What? So soon? Before he had time to react, the confused ancestral tree's second attack struck again. The gap between his two offenses was shortened by more than a star. Boom! Boom! Chen Jinqi's face was grave, not daring to be careless, because he saw that the number of deadwood guards from earlier had also changed from 4 to 8. Difficulty almost doubled. At this time, Chen Jinqi's mind no longer had that fantasy of wanting to defeat the confused ancestor tree just now, and that's when he finally understood. Xin Xian is not a waste. This confused ancestral tree, it is definitely not an existence they can defeat. In the copy, Chen Jinqi was exhausted, circling between the confused ancestor tree and the 8 deadwood guards. His teammates, on the other hand, weren't much help because they had to refrain from demonization. The entire boss battle was fought exceptionally hard. Vulgaria. This boss is also too hard. Second stage? Just because the aftermath of Chen Jinqi's skill just now killed some tree demons, it triggered the boss's second stage status. I'm so stupid. The battle power of this second stage confused ancestral tree is so much fiercer than the first stage. The attack power has increased, and the attack frequency has also sped up. Outrageous. Where is this a copy for level 8 to 14 professionals? I now know why this copy is not open to the public. Giving us ordinary people to brush it is just looking for death. I am last year's graduate, now exactly 14 levels. I very much agree with the upstairs. This copy for me to brush and send to death is no different. The difficulty is too big, but Chen Jinqi is also impressive enough. He's actually able to surround himself with his opponent in this state? Hey wait, you guys, have you noticed a problem? This perplexed ancestral tree stage 2 is so strong. So isn't that team that set the mountain on fire going to be cold? When these words came out, the viewers in the broadcasting room, all of them fell silent. Yeah, almost forgot. Lu Xingzhou, this kid, just now also specially in front of the replica door, set fire to the mountain to come. Chen Jinqi's side of the fight was so lively that his light attention went to this side of the fight. Almost forgot about the magical apprentice. This is more spectacular than the fire of Luo Sankuan. Okay, brother Lu, I've never seen such a spectacular fire. The beacon fire is just like that. Sun Shi stood with his arms folded, looking at the flames and lamenting, and when he turned his head and looked at Lu Xingzhou, he suddenly exploded. Ouch! Subconsciously blurting out this classic nationalism perfectly expressed his mood at this moment. He pointed at Lu Xingzhou's hair and said with a shocked face, Lu brother, why are you green? No, why are you so green? Wooby. Hearing this, Zhao Qian and the girls also turned their heads to look over, and then, their eyes widened in shock. Biggie, your hair, why a little green? Lin Yishui also looked at the top of Lu Xingzhou's head with an odd expression and pursed her lips hard, trying very hard not to laugh out loud. When Lu Xingzhou heard this, he narrowed his eyes and surveyed the crowd. Hey, don't talk nonsense. How can I have a green head when I don't have a girlfriend yet? No, I can't be green even if I have a girlfriend. However, at this moment, Sun Shi slowly opened his mouth and said in a tone that wanted to laugh but couldn't. Lu, have you heard a song? Love is a light. Green with panic? That's what you are now. Glowing green? Really? Lu Xingzhou half believed it, then said to Sun Shi, lower your head a bit and let's see. Sun Shi wondered what I was being told to keep my head down for. I'm not the one who's green. I don't have any ing hair. However, Lu Xingzhou had already made his move by this time and directly pressed Sun Shi's brain. Then, following the reflected light from the bald head, up shone the, mirror. Wow. Still true? Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched as he looked at the bright green hair on his head. When did this happen? If you didn't know, you'd think you were dreaming of the funeral years. Killmart. Shampoo. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and analyzed. It couldn't be that killing a tree demon would make his hair turn green? He currently didn't know about the existence of the ancient tree undead, nor did he know that thing would turn his hair green. Anyway, he moved his body around a bit, and it didn't seem to have much of an effect, other than looking like a non-entity. So Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and didn't take it seriously. If you can't, just get out of the copy and diet. It's not a big deal. And the system's reminder tone that kept coming from his ears was what Lu Xingzhou valued the most. You have defeated the confused tree demon and gained plus 120 experience points. You have absorbed the spirit core of 1,000-year-old ginseng and gained plus 1,000 experience points. You have defeated the confused tree demon and gained plus 120 experience points. You have absorbed the spirit core of 1,000-year-old ginseng and gained plus 1,000 experience points. His own flames, after completely engulfing those tree demons, and by the way, those crystal cores, also burned up. There was no difference between this and the effect of Lu Xingzhou crushing the crystal core himself. so the accumulated experience value was added directly to him. Listening to the sound of increasing experience value that kept coming from his ears, Lu Xingzhou's heart was this soothing. What's wrong with being green? The efficiency of this experience gain topped the combined experience of a dozen warrior level copies, and as the experience continued to accumulate, Lu Xingzhou's level also increased rapidly from level 12 to level 13, and his experience value is still rising, gradually came to level 13, 20%, level 13, 50%. The final increase in experience value stopped at level 13, 87%. Phew, cool. This time, Lu Xingzhou's upgrading speed could be considered to have completely pulled away from Sun Qi. After all, the spirit core of the 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng, this was a consumable that only worked for Lu Xingzhou himself. Next to him, Sun Qi still hadn't figured out why a flash of green appeared above Lu Xingzhou's brain. Then he let out another gasp. Wait, Lu, why did you upgrade? Lu Xingzhou waved his hand and said, Okay, let's forget about that for now. Counting the time. It's almost time for us to go fight the boss. The time that Lu Xingzhou had counted was also the time that Chen Jinqi and the others had challenged the boss. On the other side, although Chen Jinqi was good in strength, even when facing a stage 2 perplexed ancestral tree alone, he was able to maneuver for a moment or two. With the advantage of his stance and speed, he constantly interspersed and wandered between the boss and the Deadwood Guard. But that in itself is a team survival copy. Without the help of his teammates, Chen Jinqi's magic power was consumed too quickly and there was no time to replenish it. In the end, he still couldn't survive the continuous attacks of the confused ancestor tree for more than 10 minutes. One could only be extremely reluctant, and at the last moment, choose to exit the copy. As a teleportation glow lit up outside the copy, the audience gave an expression of regret, shaking their heads and sighing. I'll be damned. That's a real shame. It's really quite a shame that it was so close to winning. He's made it to 8 minutes, just shy of 10. If he hadn't accidentally triggered the second stage, it's really possible for Chen Jinqi to win the copy in one toe. Actually, I don't blame Chen Jinqi. I can only say that this copy is too difficult. I guess no one will be able to pass it at all. Viewers tuning into the broadcast side with a sense of regret. And just at that moment, the broadcast camera screen changed. The people see that at the moment. Lu Xingzhou, with his team members, walked into the boss room. Chapter 79, Terrifying Monster. Going to flop? Qin Xian was not surprised when he saw Chen Jinqi lose to the stage 2 confused ancestral tree, because he knows better than anyone how strong was this confused ancestor tree. Even if the team was perfectly coordinated, dealing with a stage 1 confused ancestor tree would not be simple. Not to mention the second order? Chen Jinqi, still too proud of himself, Qin Xian's evaluation of Chen Jinqi's squad was that he felt slightly unfortunate, because they originally had the ability to pass the copy. They just buried the opportunity themselves. But for Lu Xingzhou, their comments, well, Qin Xian can say, isn't this a death wish? Setting fire to the mountain. This is insane. Qin Xian has already sentenced Lu Xingzhou to death in his heart. Even he could not have imagined what a terrifying confused ancestral tree the Lu Xingzhou squad was about to face. And that's when the audience noticed the blind spot. Hey, the ancient tree undead that Lu Xingzhou and their squad are carrying shall not explode. Then, wouldn't they not even last a second? Sure enough, the second Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi and the others stepped into the boss room. The confused ancestor tree noticed the 5 of them. That state was completely different from the one that had faced Chen Jinqi's squad at that time. The expression on the confused ancestral tree's face when it looked at Lu Xingzhou and the others could almost be described with the word furious. At this time, the reminder tone of the game copy also came to the ears of the people in the land rowing boat squad. Ancient tree undead count being detected. Detection complete. The number of ancient tree undead carried by Lu Xingzhou's team is 200. Triggering the wrath of the confused ancestor tree, stage 9. Please survive the attack of the confused ancestor tree for 10 minutes if possible. The moment the voice of the replica fell, the entire crowd inside the broadcasting room was all shocked. 9 orders? Holy, crazy, this is going to kill people. It's fine for Lu Xingzhou to die. Don't let my goddess Lin be buried with her. Just now, Chen Jinqi was exhausted from facing the second order confused ancestral tree, and Lu Xingzhou and the others have to face a 9th order monster? I don't even dare to think about it. I'll be damned. Let alone last 10 minutes. Even if it's 10 seconds, I'll count him out. Don't have to think. Lu Xingzhou must be leakage on seconds. If he can last more than 10 seconds, I live eat history. Holy, the upstairs isn't here to cheat on food and drink? And after Chen Jinqi and the others gave up on the duplicate challenge, they also came to rest in the waiting room. In the waiting room, the big screen that relayed the broadcast was, at that moment, playing the image of Lu Xingzhou's squad challenging the boss. Chen Jinqi was originally worried that Lu Xingzhou and the others would not pass. However, when he heard that Lu Xingzhou's squad had triggered the confused ancestral tree's 9 stages of anger, his entire body directly froze. 9 stages? What kind of heavenly wrath has he done? Chen Jinqi, who had always been calm, immediately revealed a strong look of shock, and that's when the staff member next to him, who had tuned in to watch the entire game, spoke up. He just set the mountain on fire after you guys entered the boss room. Zhao Jinhu, holy, Shi Xiuhu, voodoo, Chen Jinqi. When the crowd heard this, they froze at first, then a big smile came to his face, because only by experiencing it firsthand could they understand the power and terror of this copy boss. If the land rowing boat squad worked together, there was a lot of hope in trying to pass the first stage of the confused ancestral tree. Chen Jinqi had been in a depressed mood after leaving the copy. It was also because he felt that he was going to lose. But I didn't expect that the crowd of the land rowing boat squad would be so death-defying that they would hand over the victory to themselves? Stupid. It is really stupid. Did Lu Xingzhou not know how strong his opponent was? Or does he not know how much he weighs? Thinking of this, Chen Jinqi regained his old confidence. It seems that he still overestimated his opponent. With a brain like Lu Xingzhou's, he, himself, was about to win without a fight. Although this wasn't quite the same result as he had expected. But, the number one in Jianghai City was still him. Chen Jinqi said to Zhao Jinhu and the others who were recovering next to him, "Get in shape and think about what you're going to say when you're interviewed later." Chen Jinqi said this with a victorious demeanor. It was as if victory had been within reach. And on the other side, the Blood Knights chapter, Su Ruyun was not surprised by Chen Jinqi's loss. It was only when she saw that her future brother-in-law had directly triggered the boss's ninth order rage. For the first time, Su Ruyun revealed an expression of surprise. This kid, how does he feel crazier than his own sister? Su Ruyun mentally spat out a sentence. This, how to fight. She was mentally pondering at the moment if she should step in and help. Blasting right through the copy and rescuing your own brother-in-law out of it? Isn't that a bit too pompous? But if he didn't save it, if something happened, his sister wouldn't die of depression? And just her character. What if I get angry and don't let me get close in the future? Hey, no way. Su Ruyun felt tricky for the first time since she came to Jianghai. But just as she was thinking about countermeasures, she suddenly noticed Lu Xingzhou's expression in the middle of the copy. Calm and collected. Is there even a hint of a leap of faith? Thinking of this, Su Ruyun's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that this future brother-in-law of his had any more cards up his sleeve? Or, wait and see. Thinking about this, Su Ruyun instead quieted down and waited for Lu Xingzhou's next performance. In the copy, the confused ancestor tree didn't give the crowd any time to adjust at all. The anger value of the ninth order was unprecedented. Confused ancestral tree was a straight-up zero-frame starter, instantly summoning 36 deadwood guards. It was densely packed, forming a huge encirclement. Boom! And after summoning the deadwood guard, the two giant hands of the confused ancestral tree instantly slapped down hard towards the Lu Xingzhou squad, both in terms of power and speed. It had risen more than a notch from when it was against Chen Jinqi. The ground crumbled. Lu Xingzhou and the others' landing spot was reduced to nothing almost instantly, and while they were unsteady, the confused ancestor tree's attack came again. Another palm slammed down. Boom! The land-rowing boat team was in good shape because they hadn't gone through any torture along the way. He also responded at the first time, quickly spreading out and dodging the attack of the confused ancestor tree. But, at this point, sword and shield in hand, the expressionless deadwood guards, however, had already surrounded them, not giving them the slightest bit of breathing room. Unless it's a Uchiha 1 versus 7, you're facing 36 Kuki guards. It is also true that the only way to get beat up is to get beaten up. The corners of the audience's mouths couldn't help but twitch when they saw how intense this copy was. It's crazy. It's ing crazy. Is this difficulty, or is it a level 8 to 14 copy? You think this is Dark Souls? And the organizers weren't fazed when they saw it. They did consider that it would give this year's students a little more exercise, which is why they chose the more difficult copy of the Forest of Confusion. But, I didn't expect Lu Xingzhou and the others, but they triggered such a horrible mechanism of the boss. Hell, even if it was 5-second turn professionals coming, it's also ing murderous. It's broken. Hurry up and terminate the copy. The organizers, as the official personnel of the federal government of Jianghai City, they were also in no position to bear this loss of 5 geniuses at once, and just as they were about to use special means to forcibly terminate the copy, suddenly, Lin Yishui's counterattack came. Curse of the Ice Elves. A terrifying blizzard instantly covered the 3 deadwood guards in front of them. It caused them to freeze right in place, incapacitated. And with his stance, Sun Qi also approached the moment the deadwood guard used fist rain. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 2 deadwood guards in front of him were blown to pieces. Next, Xin Yuntao and Zhao Qian also made their own efforts. Both showed tenacity. However, when the confused ancestor tree roared again, it was as if these deadwood guards were inspired. Strength and speed, once again, enhanced. The land-rowing boat squad, too, was once again in a bitter battle. At this point, the audience's hopes, which had just been raised, were dashed once again. Gosh, it's still too hard. Shouldn't have any illusions. What Shin Jinchi couldn't do, they're only going to lose worse. Hey, the organizers, hurry up and save the people, or else they will only be able to collect their corpses for them in a while. In front of the television, Shu Qing's hand was also unconsciously clenched tightly. Fine beads of sweat broke out on her hands because of her nervousness. Go for it, she, in her heart, prayed. Lin Yishui wasn't too nervous when facing the enhanced Deadwood Guard. Instead, she once again used her Ice Elf's Curse skill continuously. Constantly limit your opponent's movement with your skills before dealing blows to the Deadwood Guard. But each of her skills could only limit the opponent's 3 Deadwood Guards. The speed of magic recovery can't keep up with the speed at which they free themselves from control. Soon, Lin Yishui was also cornered. The expressionless Deadwood Guards, getting closer and closer to her, were like war machines that knew no fatigue, no pain. Lin Yishui gradually became nervous in her heart, but she did not admit defeat. She pulled out a crimson pill from among the props bar. It's made by an alchemist, a rare quality prop, Magic Dragon Blood Pills. After taking it, it is able to drastically increase one's 4-dimensional attributes and keep it for 3 minutes. It was also because of this pill that Lin Yishui had dared to face Qin Jinqi's one-upmanship earlier. She was not unprepared. It's just that the side effect of this pill is rather obvious. That is, it will lose 1 level of experience value of the current level. Therefore, Lin Yishui wouldn't choose to use this pill until it was absolutely necessary. But things aren't looking too good right now. No way. We'll have to work. Thinking about this, Lin Yishui was just about to stuff the pill into her mouth, but that's when it happened. Suddenly, those Deadwood Guards in front of him were directly frozen. Boom! Lin Yishui froze slightly, unable to believe the scene in front of her, and not just on her side, even on the side of Sun Qi, Zhao Qian, and Xin Yuntao, who were likewise in the midst of a fierce battle. They found the imposing Deadwood Guard in front of them. Surprisingly, he was directly frozen into an ice stick by the sudden and terrifying frost. The crowd turned their heads in unison and saw. Lu Xingzhou was like a fixed-point turret at this moment, just standing on the shoulders of the confused ancestor tree. Towards the surroundings, expressionless, he blasted out one terrifying ice storm after another. Chapter 80, Is this ING? Is this something humans can do? Chapter 81, How does a loser still have the face to sit here? The scene before them at this moment was like a scene of doom. The image of the flames blazing was like coming to hell. Just as they were looking dumbfounded, Sun Qi poked the crowd and spoke. Applause. It was then that they realized why Lu Xingzhou had just said something about clapping. So he had anticipated that he would be able to kill the boss in one move? What confidence that is! Lin Yishui, as well as Xin Yuntao, stretched out their hands, then hesitated for a moment, applauded. The two of them were obviously just a little bit more formal. However, the two people, Sun Qi and Zhao Qian, were interesting because they had been taken flying by Lu Xingzhou for a long time. The two of them are now very skillful in this sliding kneeling position. Don't even need to be reminded to start applauding very sincerely. Pa. I have to say, as an atmosphere group, the two are pretty much spot on. In the midst of a burst of cheers and applause, a reminder tone of the replica was also heard in the ears of the crowd. Defeated the leader monster Confused Ancestor Tree, Stage 9, and gained 12,000 experience points. Congratulations to Profession Lu Xingzhou for triggering the hidden mechanism of this replica for the first time, triggering the 9-stage boss status. Congratulations to Profession Lu Xingzhou for triggering the hidden mechanism of this copy for the first time, and passing the copy by means of defeating the Confused Ancestor Tree. Unique hidden reward being issued for you. Congratulations on obtaining the prop, 3 Lives Flower, Starry Grade. Congratulations on obtaining the consumable item, Mist of Confusion, Rare Grade, X10. Congratulations on acquiring the weapon, Staff of the Perplexed Abyss, Dark Gold Grade. Detected that you were in possession of the Essence of Awakening when you left the copy, and have exchanged it for a Wood Attribute Crystal Core, level 15, for you accordingly. The settlement reward has been completed. You may choose to teleport out of the copy. Hearing the prompting sound of the system rewards constantly coming from his ears, Lu Xingzhou nodded with great satisfaction. Not bad. This harvest is still quite lucrative. Props, equipment, consumables, it's all here now. In particular, that Starburst quality, 3 Lives Flower, reward surprised Lu Xingzhou the most. This was the second Starburst quality item he had ever seen, the first being the Clear Moon Spirit Spring. Well, but now that I think about it, the Clear Moon Spirit Spring doesn't seem to count, because it was just an antidote fruit worth over 100 gold coins. The effects of this 3 Lives Flower, one must go back and study it properly. And just now, after defeating the Confused Ancestor Tree, it directly gave himself 12,000 experience points, which also gave Lu Xingzhou some surprises, because the King of Stone Giants, which was of a higher level than it, only added 1/10 off its experience. But on second thought that's normal, because it's a survival copy in itself. This copy was never even expected to be able to defeat the confused ancestor tree from the time it was set up, so it was reasonable to give more experience for defeating such a boss that was almost invincible at the same level. However, just as Lu Xingzhou was admiring his panel after he had leveled up, suddenly he realized something that was his own 3 phases of return. This skill was actually in a state where he could use it. After he mastered the skill, it was always in a gray disabled state. And now, indeed, it is becoming available. This surprised and delighted Lu Xingzhou. He was already curious about this skill he had mastered that was full of question marks. Now by mistake, it's unlocked? Wonderful. It was only that he wasn't sure exactly what the effect of this skill was at the moment, so Lu Xingzhou didn't use it hastily. He was going to wait until he got home to take a closer look. As for the consumables and equipment given, if you can't use them yourself, you can also hang them up on the auction house and sell them when the time comes. It's also a lot of money. The crowd didn't clean up the battlefield either. After all, it was now as good as having been bombed by an atomic bomb. There's no gadgets whatsoever, and there's nothing left to clean up or clean out. Lu Xingzhou then led the crowd to teleport away from the copy. Outside the copy, the staff ready to stand by at any time, and the medical staff, after seeing the Lu Xingzhou squad people, came out unharmed. They were all slightly stunned, because they were always waiting for these students to provide help at the first opportunity after they left their copies. They didn't tune in to watch the game live. You guys are surprisingly uninjured? The staff member in the lead opened his mouth with a shocked expression and asked. After hearing this, Sun Chi scratched his chin and then asked, "Hey yeah, what do you mean? Not hurt yet?" "No, is not." The staff member obviously froze, knowing that he had expressed himself incorrectly, so he hurriedly explained. "I'm just a little surprised because just now when Chen Jinqi's squad came out, they were in pretty bad shape. In fact, the staff said that it was all very euphemistic. Where was Chen Jinqi and his squad in pretty bad shape? Of the 4 ING players, 2 were already demonized, and 2 more were both on the verge of demonization. The mental state was also as fragile as if it had been through days of sleeplessness. Even Chen Jinqi, who was the captain of the team, had suffered considerable injuries, so they, the staff, had a preconceived notion in their minds. If the land rowing boat squad came out, they probably wouldn't be much better than them, right? However, the truth was just too far from what they expected. Where was anyone in Lu Xingzhou's squad who was injured, emaciated, or even demonized? Everyone had a look of excitement and joy on their faces, and if you didn't know better, you'd think they'd just come back from a spring trip. At this time, Zhao Qian also spoke up. "How can Chen Jinqi and his squad compare to us? We have a big brother in our squad." As she said that, her eyes also sneaked a look at Lu Xingzhou's side. In the bottom of his eyes, he was full of adoration. And the first thing Lu Xingzhou did when he came out was to take Sun Chi's head and look in the mirror again. You don't say. My hair color changed back. Brother Lu, is not. Can you show some respect for us bald people? Sun Chi defended the last bit of his male dignity and said. Those staff members looked at the group of students who even had the strength to fight. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't say anything. This state was really a heaven and a hell from when they came out from Chen Jinqi's squad. Outrageous to the core. And that's when a representative of the organizers arrived outside the replica door. This was a young man who was dressed very formally in a suit and looked like he was in his mid-30s. As soon as he came over, he took the initiative to shake Lu Xingzhou's hand and then introduced himself. Mr. Lu, how are you? I'm a second-class clerk of our Jianghai City federal government. My name is Hu Qingge. Since you're not injured, then please follow me and let's go to the conference hall for the settlement of the assessment. The people from the Lu Xingzhou squad nodded and followed behind Hu Qingge as they walked to the conference hall. At the same time, the Chen Jinqi team, which was in the lounge on the other side, was also brought to the conference hall by the organizer's staff. After all this rest just now, Chen Jinqi's condition had been adjusted to about the same level as usual, and he'd thought about what kind of victory speech he should say when he faced the camera later. He knew that the land rowing boat squad came out so quickly and must not have lasted for 10 minutes either. It's no wonder. The Fury Ninth Order confused ancestor tree, that unimaginable monster, was simply not something that a human could fight against. It's normal to lose. Chen Jinqi was so confident at this moment that he didn't even contemplate that there would be someone who would defeat this outcome of the confused ancestor tree head-on. After all, even his own crushing bottom card couldn't break the opponent's defense. How could anyone beat it? After the staff brought Chen Jinqi's squad to the conference hall as well, he spoke. Please wait here for a while. In a moment the organizers, the principals of the schools, and the heads of our guilds in Jianghai City will arrive. At that time, we are about to summarize and grade this special training assessment. Chen Jinqi smiled and nodded, and the other members of his team nodded in slight anticipation. They knew they hadn't played perfectly this copy, but they had at least lasted 8 minutes. Winning should be winning, and it wasn't long before they were seated. The Lu Xingzhou squad was also led by Hu Qingge into the middle of the conference hall. It was sitting across from Chen Jinqi and the others, and at this time, I don't know what Shi Xiuhu was thinking. After he looked at Zhao Qian and Lu Xingzhou who were sitting across from him, he coldly said out of his mouth, "How is it that losers still have the face to sit here?" Chapter 82, rather, barely worthy of one's own sister. Chapter 83, no, one in Zhanghai? If you don't like it, let's give it a try. Chapter 84, all of you here are trash. Most of the people on the scene had not yet recovered from Chen Jinqi's sudden attack just now. As a result, Lu Xingzhou had already solved the crisis just now? What's the situation? They didn't even see clearly how Lu Xingzhou had struck. It seemed like such a gentle wave of the hand. Then Chen Jinqi was defeated, and it was this moment that all of them were so intuitively aware of it. How strong Lu Xingzhou was, and what a huge gap there is between the two. Through those viewers who watched the broadcast in front of their TV sets, there were quite a few Chen Jinqi supporters among them, and at the moment, their expressions were ashen. Many of them dumped their families to support Chen Jinqi. It was also at this moment that they completely realized the gap between the two of them, Chen Jinqi and Lu Xingzhou. From the beginning, it was a world of difference. In other words, it wasn't a fluke that Lu Xingzhou won the match this time. Rather, necessarily, quite a few people remembered how they had mocked and looked down on Lu Xingzhou earlier, and now they only felt a fiery pain on their faces. And the fat dragon sitting next to him, after seeing this scene, also very embarrassed, he hid the cultivation contract in his hand, which was originally going to be signed with Chen Jinqi, behind his back. Originally, he had even made a promise to President Qin Xian that this young man called Chen Jinqi would definitely be able to surpass Lu Xingzhou. He is the first genius of Zhanghai City. But, judging from the results, it seems that this statement of his own is a bit in your face. But the face paint isn't even the most important thing. The most important question is, I wondered if this inspector who would always come Ms. Su Ruyun would blame herself for this incident. Blame yourself for making the Blood Knights Guild miss out on a top talent? No, no, no. Even if this inspector from the General Council didn't blame himself for it, I'm afraid President Qin Xian won't let himself go either. Thinking of this, Fatty Dragon suddenly felt that his future was gray, and at this moment, Su Ruyun didn't have any extra idle thoughts to take care of this fat dragon. It was because she felt very curious after she had just seen Lu Xingzhou's performance. Wood attribute magic, fire attribute magic, ice attribute magic. This kid should simply change his name to Elemental Mage. No, even the skills that an Elemental Mage would have aren't as numerous or strong as his. Well, it seems that this brother-in-law of mine has a bit of a little secret of his own, and it seems to be a little secret that even my sister doesn't know about. What to do? Who made me a person who especially likes to pry into other people's secrets? How about a long overdue game of detective? At this time, no one knew that in the heart of this long-legged beauty whose face was as calm as water. It's already put on such a big show. On the other hand, the white-bearded old man sitting in the very center of the entire conference hall. It's been silent though. However, when Lu Xingzhou made his move just now, he had taken everything in. Then, gently stroking his beard, then he called Hu Qingde to his side and whispered a few words to him. In fact, many of the controversies had already been resolved after the strike by Lu Xingzhou. What with the high and low rankings, to put it mildly, add you all together, can you beat Lu Xingzhou? As for those students in the school who originally knew Lu Xingzhou, after seeing this scene, they were all filled with disbelief. They were originally waiting to see Lu Xingzhou's jokes on TV. For a low-level professional to participate in a battle between this group of geniuses, wouldn't that be unself-conscious and looking for death? But as it turned out, wait for it, it's a surprising scene. Lu Xingzhou just lightly crushed Chen Jinqi, the super genius who was known to be the strongest in Zhanghai City, and just like that, it stood at a height that was beyond the reach of the crowd, looking down on them. Originally, the crowd still felt that Lu Xingzhou, the once proud son of heaven, was still feeling a sense of superiority now that he was finally stepped on by them. But now, thinking about it, they just feel like a bunch of clowns. This broadcast almost made the entire Zhanghai City recognize the name Lu Xingzhou, as well as this handsome face. Good Taste Bun Shop. The TV set in the house above just captured the moment Lu Xingzhou struck. At this time, quite a few customers in the store instantly widened their eyes before asking, "Hey, Shu boss, this young man looks a little bit familiar, ah?" And at this time, Shu Qing was all smiles, showing a smile that the crowd had never seen before. He then spoke with great pride. "Yes, this is our little Lu." From before to now, Shu Qing had never concealed Lu Xingzhou's existence in front of everyone. whether it was when he had been hailed as the number one in the entire school, or when he was scorned as a wasteful low-level professional. Chu Cheng always had faith in Lu Xingzhou and silently supported him. She didn't care what others thought about whether her kids were good or not, whether they were as good as other kids or not. Anyway, this place will always be Lu Xingzhou's home. For Chu Cheng, she felt that this was enough. Only this time, when the customers in the store mentioned Lu Xingzhou again, they showed expressions of admiration and envy. Hey, I really envy you. This young man, the future is promising. Chu Cheng, on the other hand, revealed a smile as bright as the sun, the corners of her mouth showing faint dimples as she said sweetly, "Well, I know." Inside the hall of the venue, Chen Jinqi's farce soon came to an end. For most people, their focus at the moment was no longer on that former number one in Zhanghai. Instead, he focused all of his attention on Lu Xingzhou, who Qingge, as a good clerk of the federal government, also has good qualities and quickly adjusted his state. Continued, I'm sure everyone should be fine with our rankings, right? So let's move on to the next section. We will be handing out training awards and signing exclusive award contracts for the top 5 students who perform the best in this competition. After waiting for our federal government's rewards to be paid out, guilds can then choose to sign cultivation contracts with them. Then, please invite Sun Qi, Lin Yue, Zhao Qian, and Xin Yuntao to the stage. As soon as the words fell, the crowd was slightly stunned, especially Sun Qi, who was relatively straight, thought that someone was targeting Lu Xingzhou again, so he spoke directly. Wait a minute, I want to ask Lu, didn't we agree to reward the top 5 trainees? If it's going to be rewarded, why isn't there my Lu's name? After Hu Qingge heard these words from Sun Qi, he didn't get angry at the other party's bluntness. Instead he smiled and said, for Lu Xingzhou's reward, we, General Bai, have other arrangements. Hearing these words, the gazes of the great figures present all looked toward the white-bearded old man in the center of the meeting hall. In fact, Lu Xingzhou was also quite curious because no one had introduced the identity of this General Bai since he entered the venue. But from his every move, and the reactions of the crowd, this General Bai's identity is not ordinary. After hearing this, Sun Qi did not ask more questions. The people then walked up to the stage and accepted the rewards issued by the federal government of Zhanghai City in turn. The rewards for this special training were very generous. Even Xin Yuntao, who was the 5th place finisher, got a resource reward worth 2 million gold coins. This was already on par with the reward for the 1st place in the school's examination that Principal Cheng Yuanshan had put his blood on the line to take out. This made Lu Xingzhou a little curious. So what would be his next reward? And after the rewards from the federal government of Zhanghai City were handed out, the heads of the various guilds had long been impatient. At this time, they couldn't care less about their image. They stood up and directly invited Lu Xingzhou to join their guild. Even He Zhenfeng, the president of the A-ranked guild Heavy Hunters, stood up at this moment, then spoke in a voice that could be heard by everyone present. Lu Xingzhou, you young man, we, the Heavy Hunters, want you. As long as you're willing to join our Heavy Hunters, then I'm willing to hand you an S-rank cultivation contract. How about it, young man? In the future, you'll be the next president of our Heavy Hunters Guild. Hearing He Zhenfeng's words, quite a few of the representatives of the B-rank guilds were about to curse. Well, you shameless things, can't you give us B-ranked guilds a chance? Before, their Blood Knight guild wanted Chen Jinqi, and now your Heavy Hunter guild wants Lu Xingzhou. And you're out of the gate with an S-class contract? You have to know that with an S-class contract, that's unconditionally and without responsibility to give the other party more than 5 million cultivation resources, plus $10 million in advancement resource rewards, and, no matter how this young man develops in the future, he will be given a mid-level or higher management position amongst the guild. Therefore, if one is not extremely optimistic about this young man, then even if the major guilds are rich and powerful, neither will give out S-contracts willy-nilly. At this moment, the other guilds around them had the heart to curse. Okay, that's the way to play it, isn't it? Then we won't be human beings anymore. Whatever you, He Zhenfeng, are the president of an A-ranked guild? Isn't it just an S-class contract? We're still partial to fighting for this genius today. The viewers tuning into the broadcast were also very shocked at this point. I'm going to S-class contract? I'm envious. My cousin seems to have received a B-rank contract from a third-rate guild, and that's already tugging at the sky, walking sideways in our village. Lu Xingzhou is casually getting an S-rank contract? Outrageous. If I remember correctly, in recent years, apart from Qin Xian who got an S-rank contract, it seems that the highest in the past few years has been an A-rank cultivation contract, right? Yeah, you think an S-class contract is a cabbage. That's real money to give out. Of course we have to be careful. I'll go. Then this land traveling boat, isn't it going to take off? Hey, NVA, if I can be as powerful as one of his toes, I can wake up with joy in my dreams. However, just then, Lu Xingzhou, said something that made everyone unexpected. I appreciate the love, but I'm not going to join any of the guilds, including whatever you call an S-rank contract. The presidency, I'm not interested. On the scene, everyone froze. The guilds were originally going to fight it out. No one expected Lu Xingzhou to say something like this, and at this time, He Jinfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He was still ambitious and felt that Lu Xingzhou would definitely agree to his invitation. After all, he was making an offer that was almost impossible to refuse. Lu Xingzhou, can I ask you why you don't plan to join the guild? This is clearly an opportunity that many people dream of, but can't get. Lu Xingzhou shrugged his shoulders and spoke blandly. Well, because I think all the guilds in the room are trash. He then looked in the direction of where the fat dragon was next to him and made a point of mentioning it. And yes, that includes you. Of course, Blood Knights. This statement was made. The entire conference hall was deathly silent. Chapter 85. I give you two choices. When Lu Xingzhou said this, the representative heads of the major guilds on the scene felt a shock of anger. Although your kid's strength is really good, you're a bit too arrogant. Even Shen Jinqi wouldn't dare to talk like you. All of our guilds in the room are trash? Damn, a little too cocky for that. Especially the Blood Knights guild that was mentioned at the end. At this moment, whether it was Qin Xian or Fatty Dragon, their faces were both very ugly. Kid, I advise you to take that back for me or I'll make you look good. Fat Dragon couldn't help himself at this point and jumped right out and said. However, Lu Xingzhou's expression remained natural as he straightly met Fatty Dragon's gaze and then said, I'm just telling what I think is the truth. Fatty Dragon's chest rose and fell violently a few times. Looking at this arrogant brat, his teeth itched with anger. He turned his head and confessed to Su Ruyun, who was sitting in a chair next to him. Miss Su, look at him. This brat dares to disregard you so much. Fatty Dragon had wanted to find an opportunity to properly cure Lu Xingzhou. At this time, it was natural to find the right opportunity to sue him, wanting to borrow Su Ruyun's hand to give Lu Xingzhou a little color. However, at this moment, Su Ruyun revealed an expression of indifference and spoke faintly. It's okay, I don't mind. What did you say? The fat dragon froze slightly. It's not, is it? This inspector from the General Council is not angry at all, but since Su Ruyun had already said so, then he, Fatty Dragon, had no reason to be angry and could only silently shut his mouth. When Hu Qingge saw that the major guilds were disliked by Lu Xingzhou like this, although he couldn't help but feel some amusement in his heart, his expression remained the same as usual as he continued. Ahem, if there's nothing else, everyone can leave the field first. This year's Jianhai City Special Training Examination has come to a successful conclusion. Thank you for your participation. Lu Xingzhou, please come to my side. Between Hu Qingge's words, that General Bai, who was sitting in the center of the entire venue, had already stood up and idly walked out of the hall with his hands on his head. Lu Xingzhou, guided by Hu Qingge, also walked toward the outside of the hall. When he passed by the principals of the schools, Cheng Yuanshan slightly raised his hand to stop him and whispered in Lu Xingzhou's ear, see that General Bai in a while and behave well. Him, but the real big man in Jianhai City. After saying that, Cheng Yuanshan even gently patted Lu Xingzhou's shoulder, a look that said, you do a good job, young man, and I'll watch you. Lu Xingzhou smiled non-committally, but did not say anything, because for him, no matter who he met, Lu Xingzhou never went to cater to other people's eyes can change themselves. He despises these so-called professional guild organizations, then he doesn't give them the slightest bit of face. Lu Xingzhou was very clear about one thing, when you have absolute strength, then you don't have to abide by other people's rules of the game. The right Tosei no. And just this one simple word is what many ordinary people spend their whole lives in search of, but can't get. It's all about the punch. Of course, Lu Xingzhou would not take the initiative to spar with this General Bai. After all, that wouldn't be called having balls, that would be called liking to cause trouble. After Lu Xingzhou left, Qin Xian, who had been refuted in public, looked grim. He gave a hard look at the fat dragon next to him. Although he was unwilling to be in front of Su Ruyun and lash out, he also spoke slowly in Fatty Dragon's ear. I'll deal with you when I get back. The fat dragon's face was ashen. Chen Jinqi was defeated, along with his reputation as the strongest in Jianhai City was shattered. And this kid, Lu Xingzhou, was showing such deep animosity towards the Blood Knights Guild, this vice president of his own. He was probably at the end of his days. When he thought of this, he gave the departing Lu Xingzhou a vicious look. The look was filled with anger and hatred. Damn kid, it's all your ing fault. At this moment, the fat dragon has nothing to lose. Now, he only wanted to make Lu Xingzhou, too, pay the price. After Hu Qingge brought Lu Xingzhou inside a spacious office, he bowed slightly before exiting the room and closing the door. This office is not particularly large, but it is very spacious, probably because of the height of the floor and the design of the room. It just looks a lot more upscale than a normal office. Just as Lu Xingzhou surveyed the room, the chair that had its back to him at the desk slowly turned around. The white-bearded old man smiled and greeted Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou, right? Your performance just now made a very deep impression on the old man. If the old man were 10 years younger, I would say anything to receive you among my troops as my deputy. AI. It's a pity. Nowadays I'm just an ordinary old man. General White smiled as if laughing to himself, then realized he had gone slightly off on a tangent. So he coughed twice and said to Lu Xingzhou, "Feel free to sit down. I only asked you here to have a casual conversation with you. No need to be formal." Lu Xingzhou nodded, then found a chair next to him and sat down. As he looked at General White, he noted keenly the dazzling row of medals on the shelf behind him. Even if Lu Xingzhou didn't recognize these medals, he could understand what they represented. Let's start with a self-introduction. My name is Bai Shangyang. After I retired from the military region 3 years ago, I took up the position of acting head of government in the federal government of Jianhai City. As for my profession, as he spoke, this white-bearded old man displayed his information panel. After Lu Xingzhou read it, he was slightly stunned. Top level 59 third turn professional. Battle strength up to, what, 187 stars? No wonder Principal Chang Yuanshan even instructed himself a sentence that this is the real big shot in Jianhai City. You should know that Principal Chang Yuanshan was only level 39. But, as a top-tier second-turn professional, he was already in a high position in Jianhai City. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin. If his guess was good, I'm afraid that the entire Jianhai City doesn't have more than a handful of third-turn professionals, right? And that wasn't what shocked Lu Xingzhou the most. What made him feel most incredible was Bai Shangyang's occupation. Low-level combat profession, fighting apprentice. You a fighting apprentice? After Lu Xingzhou hesitated for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth to ask, "What? Surprised?" Bai Shangyang seemed to be satisfied with Lu Xingzhou's reaction and smiled as he opened his mouth to ask, "I just thought that someone in your position should be able to easily change their profession with a transfer book prop." "That's right, it's easy." Bai Shangyang didn't deny it and continued, "But I'm partial to doing so." Lu Xingzhou was silent as he looked at the white-bearded old man with the vicissitudes of his face. Bai Shangyang smiled and continued, "I admire you. Whether it's that unassuming attitude you had against Qin Jinqi, or the words you said to the guilds at the end, all very much to my liking." Lu Xingzhou hesitated for a moment and also spoke with interest. "You don't think what I just said was a bit unreasonable?" Bai Shangyang shook his head. "What's wrong with saying that? Those large guilds are supposed to be a bunch of life-hungry, resource-cutting trash." However, after Bai Shangyang said this, he still added a sentence very objectively. "Except, of course, for individual presidents who are committed." Lu Xingzhou smiled. He felt that the white-bearded old man in front of him had quite a personality. Bai Shangyang did not begrudge Lu Xingzhou's appreciation, and after the two chatted a few more times, he pulled out a bank card from his desk. "By the way, speaking of your reward, in here is 10 million gold coins. You can choose to leave with this money as your reward, but I can also give you a choice." Lu Xingzhou was actually so excited that he stood up when he heard $10 million. Nice guy, $10 million, $10 million. You can't spend it all in one lifetime. Sun Qi's family was in a good condition, but it was estimated that it would be extremely difficult for Sun Yangzhou to take out tens of millions of gold coins at once. After all, this was a huge amount of wealth that an ordinary person would not be able to save up without eating or drinking for the rest of his life. However, since Bai Shangyang mentioned choices, Lu Xingzhou still listened patiently. "What's the choice?" "I can give you one. Access to a level 20 exploration-based copy." Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned and wondered how it could be compared to 10 million. But, at that moment, Bai Shangyang also saw the doubt on his face. So, opening his mouth, he explained, "This exploration-type replica is only opened once a year, and it's said that if you explore the core area of the replica, you have a chance to get one. Epic gems." Chapter 86. I didn't tell him. Epic gems? After Lu Xingzhou pondered over this matter, the first thing that came to mind was his starry eyes. He himself had obtained the Shining Stone Giant's Heart before and had set it on top of his weapon. And if you need to continue building yourself to level up your weapons, well, one does need a high-level gem as well. In contrast, 10 million gold coins are important for yourself though, but not necessary. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly after thinking for a moment. "Okay, I'll take it." After Bai Shangyang heard this, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be waiting for this reply from Lu Xingzhou. "Ha ha, good. It seems that old me didn't misjudge you. This copy opens in a month's time, counting the days. You should have just reported into the university at that time. Before that, you must raise your level to 20 as soon as possible. Otherwise don't blame me if you don't have the means to enter the copy." Bai Shangyang smiled and stood up, then handed Lu Xingzhou a business card. "If anything happens in the meantime, call me." Lu Xingzhou took the business card, clean gilt card with just a name and contact details on it. He put the card into his arms. Then he said goodbye to Bai Shangyang and left the place. After Lu Xingzhou left, Bai Shangyang looked at his back and nodded slightly. At this time, Hu Qingda slowly walked in from outside the door, then asked, White general, did he promise? Aha. Does he know that this is a competition on behalf of the Jianghai military region without pressure? Just so quickly. Agreed? Hu Qingge was obviously still very curious about this young man. But, Bai Shangyang smiled mysteriously and then said frankly, I didn't tell him. Hu Qingge was silent for a moment, then slowly typed out 3 question marks. What? For some reason, Hu Qingge suddenly began to feel some heartache for Lu Xingzhou, this young man. Yet Bai Shangyang did not think that he had done anything wrong, speaking very calmly, after Lu Xingzhou left Bai Shengyan's office. Then he couldn't wait to return to his sister-in-law's bakery, ready to share with her the good news that he had won a copy. However, just as he stepped into the bakery with his left foot, to the left and right of the doorway, several men with ribbon salutes in their hands suddenly sprang out. Bang! Shiny glitter and ribbons, falling from the air. Congratulations to Jianghai's first prize winner. Lu Xingzhou smiled and looked at the crowd, then said to the bald guy who leaned closest, your idea, huh? Sun Shi shook his head and then spoke. It was the pervert's idea. But before the words fell, a slender leg directly in midair, a flying kick came over. Splat! That was fast. Sun Shi was careless and didn't flash. It was kicked straight out of the doorway of the bakery and rolled several times on the floor. Su Ruyan clapped her hands, even if her hands weren't actually dusty. Not my idea. I just stopped by to see you. Don't get me wrong. Lu Xingzhou smiled and didn't continue the topic, but he always felt that this iceberg, how to be a bit arrogant. Next to them, Chu Qing and the 2 muscular strong men in lowly skirts were also all smiling as they stood next to Lu Xingzhou and opened their mouths. Welcome back, little Lu. I've watched all your performances and I'm really happy for you. We're all very happy for you, little Lu. Next to him, the big muscular man said. The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched. I was pretty happy to hear my sister-in-law say that herself. But what's the deal with you 2 muscleheads? Ha, is it right that you guys call me Lu too? Next to that, what made Lu Xingzhou still unexpected? There was another person. Yi Wanqiu, manager Yi of the trading house in Jianghai City. Mr. Lu, congratulations on winning the laurel in the special training assessment. On behalf of our trading house in Jianghai City, I would like to present you with a special gift. As she spoke, Yi Wanqiu opened a long, strip-shaped gift box, a specially crafted dark gold staff. Just like that, lay quietly in the center of the gift box. Equipment name, red gold flowing fire, dark gold grade. Usage level, level 10 or above. Equipment attributes, spiritual strength plus 40 points. Magic value limit plus 120 points. Special effect, when attacking with flames, increase damage by 5% plus 120 points. Gemstone setting hole 0, dark gold level weapons. And the effect, still, was purposely strengthened by the fire attribute attack. Is it customized for you? Actually, Lu Xingzhou felt that it should be. After all, when he went to the trading house in Jianghai City before, at that time, he had not seen this equipment. Lu Xingzhou accepted the equipment because of the other party's good intentions, although his heart couldn't think of any use for the moment. But, after all, it was a piece of people's heart. Thanks. Lu Xingzhou took the staff and loaded it into his props bar. It was quite a pleasant day, and my sister-in-law cooked a great dinner for everyone. Of course, Chu Qing wasn't just good at making buns. She is also a master of her cooking skills. Yi Wanqiu also stayed behind at Chu Qing's invitation to have dinner together. However, it was clear that Manager Yi was also quite decent in dealing with people, and she did not join Lu Xingzhou and the others in the hall waiting for the meal to be served. Instead, he accompanied Chu Qing, helping out in the kitchen and doing what he could. It's just that Yi Wanqiu was helping out in the kitchen, always. From time to time, he would look at Chu Qing's side face a few more times. Well, it wasn't that she had any particular preference, although Chu Qing was indeed very pretty, with an intellectual beauty. But Yi Wanqiu is still straight. The reason why she always unconsciously turned her head to look over was simply that the more she looked, the more she felt. Chu Qing is particularly similar to a certain person he once met. Yi Wanqiu had felt this way since the other day, when the two had met at the trading house in Jianghai City, and after this close encounter, it reinforced that feeling in her. Eventually, when the meals were all out of the pot and ready to be served, Yi Wanqiu couldn't hold back her question. Well, Ms. Chu Qing, I have something I want to ask you, may I? Chu Qing looked at this girl in professional attire next to her and opened her mouth with a smile. Sure, what is it? Yi Wanqiu revealed an expression of serious contemplation, and then, only then did she open her mouth. I was going to say, do you remember? We met once? After Chu Qing heard this, turning her head, she looked earnestly at Yi Wanqiu's face that was wearing exquisite professional light makeup, then thoughtfully for a moment. You mean when? Why don't I remember? Yi Wanqiu slowly spoke. Shangjing, trading house. After hearing the word Shangjing, Chu Cheng uncharacteristically did not think at all. Very decisively, he spoke directly. You've got the wrong person. Hearing this, at this moment, although Yi Wanqiu still had doubts in her heart, she didn't say anything more. nodded. Maybe, really, I was wrong? Chapter 87 Divine Technique. 3 Phases of Returning to the Origin. After everyone had dinner, Yi Wenxiu took her leave first. Sun Qi also went home early because he had some things to do in the evening. Su Ruyan, on the other hand, went against the norm and didn't rush to leave this time, instead sitting in the hall and chatting with Chu Qing. Lu Xingzhou greeted the crowd and said that he would go upstairs first before returning to his room. After closing the door to his room, Lu Xingzhou pulled out the prop rewards he had obtained today from his props bar. 3 crystalline and faintly dazzlingly glowing flowers grow from a single stem. They swirl and twine around each other and bloom with exceptional delicacy and beauty. Prop name, 3 lives. Item grade, Starburst grade. Restriction level, unlimited. Effective use, valuable material for refining medicine. Can increase the success rate of refining certain specific potions. Item evaluation, 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives, 3 lives. Lu Xingzhou surveyed the flower. A starburst level item grade. However, it was surprisingly so ordinary in its use. Increase the success rate of refining specific potions? Thought it would have some pretty dominating effect. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin, a little puzzled. He was tempted to say, that's it? However, Lu Xingzhou was a little curious about the evaluation of this item. 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives. The reason why one's own skill, 3 phases of return, was able to go from a disabled state to a state where it could be used. Could it have something to do with this prop? 2. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou decided to try his skills first. So, after unlocking the door to the room, Lu Xingzhou silently chose to use the skill. In an instant, Lu Xingzhou felt his magic power value begin to rapidly deplete. The magic value in his body was flowing wildly, as if it was going to be drained, and at the same time, bursts of dazzling light surged out from the crystalline petals of the 3 lives flower. Holy, is this going to drain me? Lu Xingzhou couldn't take it anymore, so he took out the root of the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng from the props bar. Eat one and replenish your magic power level back. That's what eased the pain from the skill launch. However, his magic value was still depleting at a rapid rate, so Lu Xingzhou used several more. That was what stopped the continued depletion of magic power levels. At the same time, a reminder tone came to Lu Xingzhou's ears. Skill learning is complete. Skill carriers have been satisfied. Generation of the 3 phases of the Dharma body is complete. Use the skill. 3-phase return. In an instant, the 3 lives flower erupted in a burst of dazzling light. It instantly lit up every corner of the room. Outside the window, on the roof of the opposite tall building, a pair of eyes that had been watching the movements of Lu Xingzhou's room moved slightly. Somewhat puzzled and surprised, he muttered to himself, "What the hell is that?" Inside the room, Lu Xingzhou himself was even more surprised because at this time, there were 2 more, identical to him, figures in his room. Wait. What? What's going on? Inside the room, 3 mouths spoke in unison. Lu Xingzhou looked at the 2 faces that looked exactly like his own. The expression of surprise was also tinged with deep surprise. Skill name, 3 phases of return? Rank, effect, the first time you use it, you need to use a carrier and consume 3 times your own magic value to generate a 3-phase Dharma body. The Dharma body has the user's exact same strength, attributes, and level. The generated 3-phase Dharma body can be summoned at any time according to the user's will. If the body dies, the equipment worn will be dropped, the carrier will be damaged, and the user will lose 1/3 of their experience value. Lu Xingzhou's expression was very shocked when he saw this skill effect. The 3 phases come together. His own 3 Dharma bodies, surprisingly, had the exact same battle power, attributes, and level as himself? Wimpy, this is too sick. 3 heads and 6 arms. Smurfs, Ingeo? No. The compulsion to own this skill is significantly better than this 50-cent special effects crap. And most interestingly, Lu Xingzhou felt that his 2 Dharma bodies did not need any verbal communication with him. Complete mind meld. It's a wonderful feeling. Like, did you grow 4 extra arms out of thin air? All are themselves, but, again, separate into 3 bodies. Interesting. At this point, the effects of the skills, the way they were used, and so on, had all returned to their normal state. Only the rank, or status. It wasn't a 9th rank skill. Could it be? It was an existence that was even higher than a 9th rank skill? Lu Xingzhou was puzzled. In the classroom, the teacher did not teach such a high-end secret. And again, this kind of existence that was above 9th rank skills was presumably all classified as top secret by the major powers. It's also impossible to publicize it to the public. Ordinary people can't get in touch with it even if they want to is all. In the old days, every child fantasized about such a thing. That is, if only I could split myself. Let your doppelganger go to school and do his homework and stay home and play by yourself. Nowadays, Lu Xingzhou could really do something like this. Dreams come true belongs to yes. The only problem now is that these two of his own Dharma bodies have just been separated, and they are not wearing clothes. The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched, inexplicably a little ashamed. With a thought, he told these two Dharma bodies to hurry and find a few sets of clothes in the closet. But just then, Lu Xingzhou suddenly realized something. Well, clothes aren't even available. That equipment, for sure, is not there either. In every sense of the word, naked dress. It seems that there's still time to get some equipment for these two Dharma bodies of his. Lu Xingzhou took out the staff that Yu Wanqiu had given him earlier from his props bar. I didn't realize it would come in handy. Lu Xingzhou suddenly felt, hey, the 2 million gold coins in his pocket. It doesn't seem like that much, does it? Sure enough, when the numbers came up, the expenses skyrocketed. Originally, it was quite rich to support myself alone. Had to get 2 more. Hey, the good middle class went straight to poor farmers, right? Of course, Lu Xingzhou was talking about himself, but nothing else. And just at this time, suddenly, the door to Lu Xingzhou's room was knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knock sounded and Lu Xingzhou pushed the door open. Through the doorway, there was a stunningly beautiful and impeccable face, with the cool tear mole at the corner of the eye accompanied by a slight blink. It looks extremely spiritual and has an unspeakably charming and attractive look. Lu Xingzhou, I'm just saying goodbye to you. I'm going back. Su Ruyan's eyes unconsciously looked to the side. For some reason, she would always feel that she would be a little nervous when talking to Lu Xingzhou alone. The heartbeat, too, unconsciously quickened. She originally wanted to say hello to Lu Xingzhou and then leave. As a result, at this time, Lu Xingzhou didn't know what came to his mind and actually beckoned her to come in. Late at night, alone, chaotic thoughts popped up in Su Ruyan's mind. Flop plop dash. The heartbeat, deafening, but her right foot, uncontrollably, stepped in. After stepping into the room, Su Ruyan just wanted to raise her head to talk to Lu Xingzhou, but as a result, the next second, she exclaimed, Chapter 88, why are you blushing? Chapter 89 The Pressure to Upgrade. It's not small yet. The next day, the sun was shining and the weather was still quite nice. Lu Xingzhou was also in a pretty good mood, so he gave Sun Qi a call and met up to prepare to go brush today's copy. Although he had just finished the special training test, he couldn't take it lightly, because he had previously promised by Shang Yang that he would have to successfully level up to 20 before entering the university in order to be qualified to participate in that exploration-type replica. So, time is still slightly tight. Be aware that the further you go, the slower the upgrade will be. The more difficult it is to upgrade as well. And the more important thing is that getting to level 20 doesn't just include leveling up, also included the upgrade requirement for completing turn 2. Otherwise, Lu Xingzhou's level would only be stuck at level 19. The conditions that General Bai downplayed are actually quite difficult to achieve. That said, Lu Xingzhou was also a bit puzzled. Even to myself, this upgrade speed and time requirement is a bit harsh. The average person would be lucky to make it to level 20 by the time they graduated from college. And General White, he even let himself complete his second turn before enrolling in school? Lu Xingzhou even felt that it was unlikely that anyone else among the students at the same level as himself would be able to do this, that, and the other people involved in that exploratory copy. And how did they do it? Could it be that these people are not students? Or not a freshman? Lu Xingzhou was a little skeptical, but he didn't think much about it. After the end of the special training test, these days, it should be the time for ordinary students to prepare for the college entrance exam. When the high school exams are over, within 3 weeks, the major colleges and universities will be in session. That means, in 20 days, get to level 20. The task is a bit daunting. Lu Xingzhou looked at his attribute panel. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level, 15. Battle Strength, 61 stars, plus 22 stars. Skills, Flames of Extinction, 9th rank. Wanxiang Luo, 9th rank. 3 Phases of Return? Skills, Flame of Absolute Destruction, 9th rank. Equipment, Eye of the Stars, Diamond grade. Zombie King's Chill Bracelet, Gold grade. Zombie King's Chill Necklace, Gold grade. Zombie King's Chill Ring, Gold grade. Magical Apprentice's Magnificent Defense Set, Gold grade. Life Value, 2180/2180, plus 1200. Lifesteal, Frost Armor 4000. Magic Power, 3070/3070, plus 1230. Strength Attribute, 15 points, plus 1 point. Spiritual Attributes, 271 points, plus 73 points. Agility Attribute, 19 points, plus 3 points. Defense Attribute, 22 points, plus 13 points. Recently, one's leveling up has been quite fast, and the growth in attributes has been quite noticeable. Spiritual Power, in particular, had seen a small breakthrough. It reached 271 points. That's a pretty scary value already. A level 30 professional shouldn't be able to achieve such a high attribute, right? It's not just the mental power that mages pride themselves on, even the life value and defense. Lu Xingzhou was a bit higher than meat shield professions of the same level. Of course, this was due to the attribute bonus of the Starry Eyes staff that had fused the Shining Stone Giant's heart. But even without equipping the staff, Lu Xingzhou's strength was still as terrifying as ever. Lu Xingzhou felt that he needed to find time to test his damage. After dinner, Lu Xingzhou went out to find Sun Qi to brush copies together, and when the two of them arrived at the entrance of the replica, Zhao Qian also called, "Big brother, will you guys brush the city of stone giants today, and can you take me one? Come on." Lu Xingzhou agreed and said, "Biggie, I'm at the door now." When Lu Xingzhou heard this, he looked around and then saw a sweet-looking girl waving towards him and Sun Qi. "Big brother, I'm here." Hearing Zhao Qian's words, many people turned their heads, looking over to Lu Xingzhou's side. Within that expression, it was impossible to say whether it was envy or jealousy. Lu Xingzhou sent over a group invitation to Zhao Qian and then started brushing the map. The difficulty option for the duplicate is still warrior level. Zhao Qian was already surprised by this. Naturally, she knew that it wasn't difficult for Lu Xingzhou to pass the warrior level copy. Just the thing that Zhao Qian didn't expect was that Lu Xingzhou's speed of brushing the map was so fast. "I'm going to go. Big brother, you're a spike all the way? I haven't gotten a good look at what that monster just looked like." Zhao Qian suddenly felt, "It's been a while since I've followed the big guy through the brush, and I'd forgotten how brutal the big guy is. It's worthy of the existence that can second the confused ancestor tree. It's really powerful. Biggie, have you measured how much damage you do?" Thinking of this, Zhao Qian suddenly asked. Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly after hearing this. "Big brother, I think you can take a test. I heard that colleges and universities have nationally networked test columns, and there are rewards to be had if you can hit the rankings," Zhao Qian suggested, saying, "And the reward?" Lu Xingzhou then hit an extreme ice storm and asked with interest as he turned his head after seconding the stone giant Kaiser next to him. "Yeah, it's said that this is a reward proposed by the federal government in order to incentivize young professionals to keep getting stronger, and it also allows everyone to be more aware of the changes in their strength. After all, sometimes the data on a personal information panel doesn't mean everything." Lu Xingzhou nodded. "That's a true statement, especially when it's a data panel like your own. Just for reference, okay, I'll keep an eye out." Between the two of them chatting, Lu Xingzhou had already led them to break into the final boss room. Lu Xingzhou still triggered the hidden mechanism of the King of the Stone Giants and waited until the King of the Stone Giants had shown its stage 2 strength. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou directly threw out a flame of extinction. Boom dash! Originally, Lu Xingzhou had wanted to cooperate with the extreme ice storm to destroy the opponent's attribute resistance before killing them in seconds. However, Lu Xingzhou suddenly realized, after his own recent boost in strength again, it seems, the opponent's damage reduction, it's not too effective anymore. So Lu Xingzhou this time also did not choose to use the combination of techniques, but directly choose Big Fire to collect juice. Boom! The firepower of the Flame of Extinction was once again raised by a notch. The King of the Stone Giants was also gradually unable to block it, and in the end, it was even ignored by Lu Xingzhou's ignoring mechanism. Seconds out, you have defeated the King of the Stone Giants and gained experience value. You have triggered the hidden mechanism and received a reward. At this moment, Zhao Qian's expression was very surprised. "Big brother, you're just going to tell me the trigger cheat for the hidden mechanism of this copy?" Zhao Qian is also very clear about how hot it is outside for this kind of high-value copy strategy, not to mention a copy of the guide that triggers the hidden mechanism. That is even more marketable. However, Lu Xingzhou said bashfully, "It's okay, just know it, big brother." Seeing Lu Xingzhou's indifferent appearance, Zhao Qian was very touched. Lu Xingzhou big brother is trusting himself to tell himself, right? Moving, so moving. Zhao Qian silently swore in her heart that she must not let down big brother Lu Xingzhou's trust. One must keep this secret in one's heart, even if your own father asks you. You can never tell. However, big brother, this boss is quite resistant to being beaten up. To be able to resist your flames for such a long time. Inside Zhao Qian's feelings, the life force of this King of Stone Giants seemed to be stronger than the confused ancestor tree. Are all high-level copy bosses so perverted? However, at this time, Sun Qi, who was next to her, explained to her, it's not that this boss is resistant to being punched, it's because the hidden form of this King of Stone Giants has a substantial damage reduction for single attribute skills. So after triggering the hidden mechanism, use more than 2 skill ways to attack. Hearing this, Zhao Qian froze. But Biggie only used the flame skill attack just now? Didn't it still give the opponent seconds? Sun Qi gave her a look, her eyes filled with dislike. No, Lu is a monster. Don't you care how he fights? We can't learn. Zhao Qian nodded. Not to mention, It seemed to make sense. Lu Xingzhou didn't care what the two of them said. He just silently calculated how long it would take him to upgrade. Inside Lu Xingzhou's judgment, it was estimated that, in about 10 days, how could he rise to level 19? But when he saw how fast his experience value was rising, Lu Xingzhou froze. The rate at which one's experience value had risen had, what? Become a third of what it had originally been. Lu Xingzhou was really confused. Can this be right? In an instant, Lu Xingzhou thought of a possibility. Is it possible that one's experience has been divided between one's two dharma bodies? Aren't you a bit of a puddle? Lu Xingzhou didn't move on the surface, but in reality, he had already started cursing in his heart. He, after looking at the details of the skill, only then saw a sentence mentioned among the skill description. After the summoning of a dharma body, it has independent experience value, equipment, life value, magic value, etc. After the user disengages the Jed summoning, the extra attribute points gained from the Jed's upgrades will be returned to the user itself. Lu Xingzhou understood the words for a moment. His own dharma body sucked away some of his experience value though. However, the boosted skill points from the dharma body upgrade can also be returned to the body. To put it in layman's terms, it means, although every time Lu Xingzhou raised a level, the experience bar was equivalent to 3 times the original, but the increase in the attributes of the upgrades gained would also be triple the original. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou suddenly smiled again in his heart. The total amount of experience is not exaggerated even if you triple the experience value in the first period. And, if the attributes one gained could be tripled with every level, the accumulation would definitely be quite terrifying. And it's the later it gets, the more it will be separated from the other professionals. The more it will be separated from the other professionals. The more it will be separated from the other professionals. 3 phases of return. So that's what it means? The effect of this skill is a double-edged sword. It will make the strong stronger and the weak will have trouble advancing an inch. If Lu Xingzhou was looking for comfort, he could actually completely disarm his dharma body first and directly upgrade. However, since Lu Xingzhou was pursuing crushing strength, then, he wouldn't let go of every opportunity to become stronger. 2 horizontal and 1 vertical, that's dry. Chapter 90, Nobody. You don't fight if there's a box? After a day of brushing copies, Lu Xingzhou remained at the level of 14 with 21% experience. The upgrade speed is indeed a bit slow. Sun Qi, on the other hand, had risen to level 13 and was displaying his information panel with great excitement. Wow, Lu, look, I've upgraded again. Invincible. I'm definitely the best among the senior students in the entire Jiangbei province now. Lu Xingzhou looked at his information panel. Name, Sun Qi. Occupation, boxer, rare. Level, 13. Battle strength, 27 stars, plus 6. Equipment, life value, 10-12-10-12, plus 80. Magic power, 434-30, plus 25. Strength attribute, 47 points, plus 10 points. Spiritual attributes, 8 points, plus 1 point. Agility attribute, 22 points, plus 5 points. Defense attribute, 10 points, plus 3 points. For some reason, Lu Xingzhou looked at Sun Qi's information panel. Surprisingly, he had the feeling that he didn't know whether this was strong or weak. Dressed in his gear, he only has 26 stars of combat power. Even the highest strength attribute was only 47 points. Hey no, when did your own mindset change? This strength of Sun Qi's was definitely considered strong amongst students of the same level. It's just that comparing it to myself is a bit, well, forget it, there's no need to compare everything, as long as he's happy. Lu Xingzhou Rare did not choose to hit Sun Qi. However, at this time, Sun Qi opened his mouth. Lu, let me take a look at your information panel. I reckon catching up with you should be just around the corner. Lu Xingzhou was silent. You're asking for it. So Lu Xingzhou directly displayed his information panel. Above the sky, crows slowly flew by. And then the city got one more heartbreaker. Lu, he's simply not human. He's not human. I know. Zhao Qian patted Sun Qi, who was squatting on the ground holding his head and crying, and said sympathetically, Lu Xingzhou's data panel is indeed a bit outrageous. Even if you're a legendary profession, your battle power shouldn't be so ridiculously high, right? Unless it's a display error, which is kinda possible. Sun Qi, being a bit heartbroken, gave a farewell and went home to recuperate. After Lu Xingzhou and Zhao Qian parted ways, he was going to make a trip to the trading house in Jianghai City first to purchase a bit of equipment for his dharma body, as well as robes. It was just a, almost non-existent, long-haired girl sitting in the corner after Lu Xingzhou left the door of the replica, followed suit, and stood up. Then, silently, he disappeared into the clamor of the crowd without attracting the slightest bit of attention at all. After Lu Xingzhou arrived at the trading house in Jianghai City, he purchased 2 full sets of level 10 gold level equipment. As for weapons, Lu Xingzhou didn't choose to buy them. After all, Yu Wanqiu had previously gifted himself a fire attribute bonus, flowing gold red flame, plus that perplexed abyssal staff that he had popped out of his copy. these 2 dark gold level weapons would be enough for now. Yu Wanqiu didn't understand why Lu Xingzhou had to buy so many similar equipment though. But she didn't ask much. A genius does things. Surely he has his own considerations. Then, Lu Xingzhou bought 2 sets of black standardized robes, which belong to the level 0 decorative weapons. Doesn't do much except hide the figure. And the robe was still a relatively common kind, so it wouldn't attract too much attention to buy it. The treatment of Lu Xingzhou with a black card is indeed different. With such ordinary purchases, he didn't even need to pick them out piece by piece himself. Instead, there was a specialized staff member who, after choosing according to his requirements, directly packed and sent it to Lu Xingzhou. All Lu Xingzhou needed to do was just wait in the lounge with an ice broad drop and air conditioning. Of course, this lounge also has some fine wines and entertainment. It was just that Lu Xingzhou wasn't even too interested. Fatty happy water is the one true god, alright. After getting what he wanted, Lu Xingzhou left the Zhanghai City trading house. But after he walked out the door of the trading house, behind the green trees on the side of the road, a phrase suddenly popped up. The words are not quite the same this time, because it's just one line. Invisible, undetectable. Lu Xingzhou was silent. Invisible in stealth, imperceptible. Then don't tell me, man. No, what do you mean? Is this your way of letting me know? Or are you asking me to pretend I didn't see it? Lu Xingzhou was speechless. He had wanted to pretend he didn't see it. After all, it had nothing to do with him. I don't know which peeping Tom, or what special enthusiast. And since he's invisible, he can't go up and tap him on the shoulder and say, "Hey buddy, I see you." Can he? But, after Lu Xingzhou walked a few intersections out, instead, he suddenly realized, this figure, always following himself. Follow me? Lu Xingzhou had wanted to get rid of the other party, but, after thinking for a moment, he was in no hurry instead. Since you're willing to play with me, let's play. Adhering to the famous gaming circles, there is a box you don't hit principle. So, Lu Xingzhou turned directly, not just away from the center of town, and towards the no man's land on the edge of town. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou didn't know what came to his mind. Perhaps it was a sixth sense, or perhaps it was something else. He dialed Su Ruyan's phone. Dialing the phone, he opened his mouth and asked directly, "By the way, do you have relatives in Zhanghai? For example, your sister?" "Ha, how do you know?" Su Ruyan was slightly stunned and said subconsciously, after receiving Lu Xingzhou's phone call. At this time, Su Ruyan was ashamed and annoyed, so immediately, I called to question them. "Sister, are you following Lu Xingzhou? How many times have I told you, we're not kids anymore. Stop playing detective. Why are you still so childish?" The first thing that came to her mind after she heard Lu Xingzhou say what had just happened was whether her sister was following him. When she was little, she and her sister used to play detective games. This hobby makes their fathers and mothers miserable. There was even a time when the two sisters rushed out to stop their father while he was holding their mother down and preparing for domestic violence. The scene, very awkward. Since then, Su Ruyan made a pact with her own sister not to play detective games anymore. Across the phone, Su Ruyan hemmed and hawed, then said, "Well, you found out? Hey, I still want to ask you, what did you do in Lu Xingzhou's house last night?" Hearing this, Su Ruyan was instantly nonplussed. The voice unconsciously increased a few points as he opened his mouth. "Sister, what's wrong with me? Am I wrong?" Su Ruyan was not amused. "Hoof." Su Ruyan snorted coldly, not bothering to pursue the matter. After all, she was not afraid of the shadow, and the two of them had not done anything unseemly. "Okay, sister, I'm too lazy to talk to you. You quickly stop following Lu Xingzhou. He all called me just now. People who don't know think our family has some kind of quirk. Yet hear this." Su Ruyan on the opposite side of the table, however, fell silent for a rare moment. Then, in a cold voice, he said, "I was the one who followed him yesterday, but now, I'm in the guild." Hearing these words, Su Ruyan's entire being instantly realized that something bad had happened, so she instantly hung up the phone. Then, immediately dialed Lu Xingzhou's phone number. Chapter 91. Relax. Dizziness is normal. Lu Xingzhou guessed that the woman he had seen sitting next to the Blood Knights Guild at that time, with a tear mole in the corner of her eye, should be Su Ruyan's sister or something like that. So, naturally, he also associated it with the possibility that it would be the Su family that sent her to secretly spy on him. It's better to avoid hurting someone you know before you do it, especially Su Ruyan's sister and such, the closer ones. But, when Su Ruyan's call came back, Lu Xingzhou smiled with relief instead. "No? Then I know." At this moment, Su Ruyan on the other end of the phone said in an icy, yet slightly concerned voice, "Where are you now? I'll come to you." "No need." Lu Xingzhou spoke faintly. "If that man dares to follow, he's dead." After saying that, Lu Xingzhou hung up the phone. After Lu Xingzhou hung up the phone, he pretended to turn his head without thinking and also looked behind himself. Invisible, undetectable. Well, the kid sure is still following himself. I am afraid that if a different person could not find him. But Lu Xingzhou, his words are a bit buggy. Since you want to follow me, don't blame me for showing no mercy. It didn't take long for Lu Xingzhou to arrive at the no man's land outside the city. After the game has descended, the major cities are not tightly connected, and large areas of no man's land exist around each separate city. And the reason why these so-called no man's land areas are formed is because of the large number of copies appearing one after another. Some of these special copies will not only open up dimensional passages, but will also affect the real world. It makes the surrounding environment unsuitable for continued human habitation. The ones who have been operating in the no man's land for a long time, besides some outlaws, are those professional hunters. They do things that are on the tip of a knife. Even if Lu Xingzhou was now traveling to just an ordinary no man's land, it's also not one of those high-risk no man's land areas that are strictly controlled by the federal government and explicitly off-limits. But it was also a lawless mess. Even many second-turn professionals didn't dare to travel alone and casually, not to mention an ordinary senior like Lu Xingzhou. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou's footsteps were very light, and he looked completely free of the kind of nervousness that came with entering a no man's land. It was as if he had taken a walk and happened to be here. After a student like him, who was out of place in his surroundings, appeared here, he instantly attracted a lot of unkind gazes from the surrounding area. Around them, in the gloom of abandoned houses in no man's land, several figures moved stupidly. In their eyes, isn't this fine young kid the best kind of fat? Lu Xingzhou walked idly, but as he walked, he suddenly saw the invisible man behind him, seemingly closer to him. Is it because you finally can't resist when you're in no man's land? He laughed in his heart, but nothing changed on his face, just silently took out his frost jewelry trio, not the slightest bit of defense, and covered with breaks. How did a guy just like that get first place in Shanghai? The cloaked man pulled out a silver-grade dagger equipment from his props bar. The moment Lu Xingzhou seemed to be bending down to tie his shoes, the stealthy man's murderous intent surged. The mind seems to have made some kind of determination. Die. In a flash, the speed of his figure instantly increased by more than several times. Then that silver-level dagger directly stabbed down towards Lu Xingzhou's cervical vertebrae between the second bone gap. As an assassin-type profession that specializes in concealing his own form, one strike and you're dead is their professional creed. However, just when the stealthy man thought he was about to score with this slash, ding-dash, suddenly, an incredibly hard and frosty cold armor instantly blocked his slash. It made a crisp crashing sound. What? That stealthy person's heart instantly burst with surprise, and his entire body wanted to retreat at breakneck speed. But it was at this time that the frost armor's anti-injury effect manifested itself. A sharp pain that came instantly. She couldn't help but subconsciously let out a yell. Lu Xingzhou also turned to look in the direction of her sneak attack at this time. Female? The cloaked figure's mind raced. She had realized the exposure, but the thing she couldn't figure out at all was, how did Land Rover find himself? Had he deliberately lured himself here in order to, in no man's land, finish himself off? It can't be. With my stealthy state, I shouldn't be that easily detected. Moreover, it was clear that he was attacking Lu Xingzhou. But why? I'm the one who got hurt? She felt the constant hurt coming from her wrist, realized that he could barely lift his hands anymore. The power of counter-injury. It's so powerful? Her brain raced, but still, it was a bit unbelievable. Damn. Realizing that his sneak attack was not going to work, the stealthy man changed his tactics in an instant. Run. Thus, she instantly distanced herself from Lu Xingzhou. With a leap, he was ready to leave. Lu Xingzhou stretched out his hand and a wisp of fire appeared in his hand, just as he was about to leave this person who had sneaked up on him behind. All around, these outlaws active in no man's land had surrounded Lu Xingzhou. Kid, this road is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. If you want to take the road. So noisy. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. All things are in abundance and the realm unfolds. Boom. Before the opposite party could finish their cliched lines, the terrifying vines around them instantly broke through the ground. Then it plunged downward, directly blasting the crowd to the ground. Lu Xingzhou's bland gaze swept around. There were a number of other stupid outlaws around, and instantly, the back of his head felt numb. The moment he looked at the young man in front of him, he also became very scornful. What kind of monster is this? This kid. Lu Xingzhou's face was cold and said that he was an outlaw. In fact, in the final analysis, they are nothing more than a group of rabble-rousers who are afraid of the soft and the hard. Only, Lu Xingzhou looked at the stealthy man with the words on his head and had disappeared from his sight. Running pretty fast, Lu Xingzhou looked at the group of outlaws around him, and the more he looked at them, the more angry he became. I've come all this way to teach this guy who's tailing me a lesson. You guys are a ing pain in the ass. Thinking of this, so Lu Xingzhou took out a cloth pocket. Then he came to the one closest to him, who was already dying from the vines, and squatted down next to him, slowly speaking, "Relax, dizziness is normal. Here, while you're still conscious, put everything of value in the bag." Chapter 92, I want that little bastard to die with me. On the way back, Lu Xingzhou pondered about the woman who was in conflict with him. Who else was there? He himself is not the kind of person Sung is. I've never been in two different relationships. Well, if it comes down to it, the girl who had gaming syndrome before, was her name Xiaoyu? If Lu Xingzhou remembered correctly, it seemed to be this name. At the time, her brother had been sent to the station after being countermanded for trying to rob himself, and then this little girl, who seemed to have been a little hostile to herself. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou stopped by the hospital where she was before. After arriving at the hospital and making some inquiries, the nurse at the front desk, however, said that Xiaoyu had left the hospital a few days ago at an unknown time. The hospital is also looking for her. After all, the follow-up treatment is not yet completed. On her recovery, seeing no news from the hospital side, and just as he was walking out of the hospital's front door, he received a call from Captain Chen. That's the one from the sheriff's department. Captain Chen, on the other end of the phone, he asked Lu Xingzhou to come to the sheriff's department sometime, and the previous rewards have gone through the process. With nothing else to do, Lu Xingzhou came to the public security department to find Captain Chen. Hey, you don't know, little brother Lu, just because of these few things you did, I had to hold several meetings and write several reports to the leaders to get your award. The honor of this year's Outstanding Youth of Jianghai City goes to you. Originally, it seemed like the honor was set to go to someone else, but I don't know what the leader's side was thinking, and suddenly he let go. In a couple of days the city's federal government will be holding an award ceremony for you, so you boys are in for a treat. Hey, this thing is kind of over. You don't know, this period of time I am really exhausted. Captain Chen spat out his bitterness as soon as they met. Of course, he was actually trying to take credit from Lu Xingzhou, this young man who had come out on top in the city's special training test. His future achievements were definitely not low. It's definitely right to make a good relationship first. Lu Xingzhou blinked and asked after thanking him. Well, Captain Chen, where's the reward? An award? Didn't I say it? It's an honor for outstanding youth. There's only one spot in Jianghai City every year. Captain Chen opened his mouth and said, a bit speechless all. No, what I'm saying is, what about material rewards? Captain Chen was blinded. Good guy, you are the outstanding youth of Jianghai City, and material incentives? Are you little juicy, right for this honor? Lu Xingzhou saw the expression on the other party's face and knew that it was estimated that there was no more money to ask for, so without saying anything more, he nodded and said, hey, never mind. By the way, Captain Chen, let me ask you about something. Do you remember that Xiaoyu from before? Captain Chen's side could actually say very little. The manpower of the sheriff's department is also stretched and they cannot know everything. However, before Lu Xingzhou left, Captain Chen spoke with emotion. In fact, this little girl is also quite pitiful. Had received an invitation from the top 5 top academic institutions in the Federation, and then because of the sudden attack of gaming syndrome, it is a pity. Her brother, though he did nothing too honorable, had nothing to say about this sister. Lu Xingzhou spoke these words in his ears and nodded. A lot of people are like that. Maybe he's a total asshole, but, with his family, he may show a softer side than he ever imagined. This is the kind of guy you have a hard time defining whether he's a good guy or a bad guy. I'm afraid I'd have to engage in some moral mind fighting with myself if I ran into one of those decent protagonists. But Lu Xingzhou is not that kind of person. He doesn't care about boring arguments like good guys and bad guys. He only knows who his enemies are. If it was really this Xiaoyu who had sneaked up on him, then what could you do even if you were pitiful? Does it have anything to do with me? Lu Xingzhou now wants to find out for her, and then, to eliminate future problems. Only now that he was aimless, Lu Xingzhou couldn't go door to door and knock on doors. Could he? Originally, he had been anxious to go to the copy recently to brush up his experience and upgrade. Hey wait, doesn't seem to be a no-no. Don't you have a Dharma body yourself? Let them go find Xiaoyu, and don't you just finish painting your own copy. So, Lu Xingzhou really did it. For the next 2 days, while Lu Xingzhou was painting copies, his Dharma body was checking from place to place where Xiaoyu might appear. This feeling was quite marvelous. Lu Xingzhou felt that as long as he made a slight movement of his mind, he would be able to see the scene from a different perspective. Honestly, it's kinda cheating. Only the past 2 days were quite calm, and Lu Xingzhou did not see Xiaoyu's figure. But, just as the day was finished painting copies and getting ready to go home, Lu Xingzhou suddenly received a text message from Su Ruyan, and the content was very brief. There are only a few words in the area. The fat dragon is here. Danger. Return quickly. A few simple words. It instantly made Lu Xingzhou's nerves instantly tense up. Fat dragon? This dam has the nerve to come and get it. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lu Xingzhou's eyes. He instantly used his fastest speed to head for home and recalled his Dharma body back into his body. And at the moment, the fat dragon was stepping on the heads of the two lowly brothers and sisters who were already covered in blood, sitting arrogantly on the stool in front of the store. His sister Fatty, on the other hand, was standing next to him with the same arrogant face. At this moment, Fatty Dragon was using a playful expression as he sized up Su Ruyan and Chu Qing, who had serious faces in front of him. The store had been completely emptied by the fat dragon at this point. You know, the deterrent effect of a fat dragon and a fat are completely different. Fatty is just an ordinary man who is a fox and a tiger, and seeing as he comes to make trouble, the customers in the store don't spoil him. But Fatty Dragon, that was the vice president of the Blood Knight Guild in Zhanghai City, level 39 second turn top professional. Looking at the entire Zhanghai City, it was naturally a nearly invincible existence. The customers who lined up in the store before were all too angry to speak out, and could only leave unhappily. Looking at the empty store, even though Chu Qing had a good temper, she couldn't stand it anymore. What is it that you guys have come to mess up 3 times? Can't we have a little peace and quiet? What have we done wrong? The fat dragon said with a mocking-like smile at the corner of his mouth. Wrong? Being weak is your biggest fault. Besides, that damn Lu Xingzhou has messed with people he shouldn't have. I'm here today because he made me. When Fatty Dragon said these words about Lu Xingzhou, it could simply be said that he hated the pressure. After the end of the special training assessment, Su Ruyun, the inspector of the General Council, completed the scoring work very respectably, expressed her disappointment in the Blood Knights chapter. Afterward, President Qin Xian was furious, blamed the whole thing on Fat Dragon and his group of minions, and outright removed him as vice president. Just thinking about it made the Fat Dragon indignant, almost furious. What's it to do with yourself? A trashy low-level professional like Lu Xingzhou, a trashy magic apprentice. It's supposed to be garbage that only deserves to live at the bottom of the heap. Muckety muck. He defeated Chen Jinxi and got this year's Zhanghai City's examination first prize. This is something that who the hell would have thought? Something like this, which simply can't happen, just happened. Can you blame me, Fat Dragon, for being blind? However, he naturally did not dare to let Fatty Dragon go on a rampage with Qin Xian, even though the latter is the one who ultimately makes the decision to remove him from office. Fatty Long still does not dare to do so, simply because Qin Xian was too strong. But this anger of his always had to be vented, so he set his sights on Lu Xingzhou, the one who started it all. Damn you, asshole magic apprentice. Looking at Fatty Dragon's appearance at this moment, Su Ruyan remained calm. She shielded herself in front of Chu Qing's body, and in a cold tone, she opened her mouth. Aren't you, by any chance, afraid of a trial by the sheriff's department? Sheriff's department? The Fat Dragon sneered, then said scornfully, you guys have pushed me to the brink. I lose my position as the vice president of the Blood Knights, and guess how many enemies will come afterward? Do you think their retaliation, after all the times I have suppressed them, is not as terrible as a trial by the sheriff's department? Humph, but even if I, Fatty Dragon, die, I want that little scumbag to be buried with me. Chapter 93, Terrifying, Jade Rakshasa. Chapter 94, Can you carry it once, but can you carry it 3 times? Chapter 95, How can you have a doppelganger? Chapter 96, I want to recruit you. 2. In fact, Lu Xingzhou had probably guessed her identity from the moment she saw him sitting with the Blood Knight Guild, though it was not known exactly who or what position the Blood Knights Guild held. But one could guess that she definitely had a position and voice in the Blood Knights Guild. One should definitely know more about the internal affairs of the Blood Knights Guild than oneself. In other words, Su Ruyun was able to foresee what was about to happen, but she didn't go ahead and stop it. That says a lot. So, little brother, will you be mad at your sister after you guess this? Lu Xingzhou didn't follow up on her words, but asked in return, it's just that I can't figure out what you're doing this for. Just curious. It's that boring? Lu Xingzhou's face was slightly cold. He couldn't accept that someone else would put his family in danger because of something so frivolous, not even if this person was Su Ruyan's sister. Yo, little brother, you seem to have a bit of killing intent in your eyes. Sister, I'm so scared. Su Ruyun said this, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted up, which made her already flirtatious appearance even more set off by a few points of out-of-this-world beauty. However, you don't have to be so hostile towards me because, all this time, I've been keeping an eye on Fat Dragon's movements, so your sister-in-law is definitely not in danger. Don't worry, after all, I wouldn't bet on my own dearest sister, would I? Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. He agreed with Su Ruyun. The coldness on his face dissipated for a few moments. The killing intent that was unconsciously emanating from his body was also gradually converging. Seeing that Lu Xingzhou's expression eased at this moment, Su Ruyun slowly approached a little closer, then whispered into his ear, "Sister has a question for you. Are you really just a magic apprentice?" Lu Xingzhou was silent, but his heart was unconsciously alert. What was she trying to do by asking that? His afterglow paired with Su Ruyun's slightly smiling eyes. However, he found that under the latter's eyes, a glint seemed to have flashed imperceptibly. In fact, he was still unsure of Su Ruyun's true purpose for coming to find himself. What exactly was it? Was it for the sake of the Su family? Or for the Blood Knights Guild? Or was it entrusted by Su Ruyun? Therefore, Lu Xingzhou didn't dare to say too much to this intelligent and even somewhat cunning woman. "Can't you answer me?" Su Ruyun said pitifully. Lu Xingzhou looked at this absolute beauty who was so close to him that he could almost feel the other party's warm breath. The heart was slightly emotional. That's a lot of drama. It was completely different from Su Ruyun's kind of character, which was as cold as a snowy mountain to the outside world. "If you're not doing anything, then I'm going to head back first." Lu Xingzhou didn't answer her question. Su Ruyun wasn't surprised by Lu Xingzhou's reaction. "Of course I have something for you. After all, my sister's time is valuable too." "What is it?" Lu Xingzhou said with a matter-of-fact attitude. "I want to recruit you." "I refuse." Lu Xingzhou was very decisive when he said this, hardly hesitating at all. "I haven't even said my terms yet. Why the hasty refusal?" Su Ruyun said in a slightly scolding tone. It felt as if the kid was making himself out to be the bad guy. "If you're speaking for the Blood Knights Guild, that won't be necessary. No matter what you offer, my decision is the same." Lu Xingzhou did not have any favorable feelings towards the Blood Knights Guild at all. It wasn't just the Blood Knights. I should say he didn't have a good feeling about all the guilds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected, so directly and in public, the Heavy Hunter's S-Class cultivation contract. However, Su Ruyun countered with a slight smile when she heard this, and then said in a tone of voice that said so. "So that's what you're worried about? Don't worry. I don't have anything to do with them either. I've returned to Jianghai, and I've merely been entrusted to come here for a visit. As for the Blood Knights Guild, whether it's the General Association or the chapter, they're not qualified to ask me to join yet." Lu Xingzhou was obviously a bit surprised when Su Ruyun said this. "You're not one of the Blood Knights? Sure. Then, why are Qin Xian and Fatty Dragon so in awe of you?" Lu Xingzhou asked the doubt in his heart. Su Ruyun pulled out a small square jade tablet from her own bosom. "Have you ever heard of the Sword Bearer?" "Sword Bearer?" Lu Xianzhou repeated the name and shook his head. "This is an ad hoc authority of the federal government, specifically designed to oversee the development of the major guilds. Anyway, you can understand that this is a means for the federal government to restrict the major guilds, right?" After the game descended, the emergence of the Professionals Guild was able to bring together experienced, powerful professionals. It did help a lot of ordinary professionals who had just switched over in the early stages to quickly grow into reliable ready-to-fight forces. It's kind of making some contribution to the survival of the human race. But nowadays, with the gradual development and growth of the major guilds, they have gradually begun to grow into some behemoths that are not subject to government control. They began to constantly monopolize resources in order to solidify their own interests, suppressing ordinary professionals who don't join guilds. Instead, it affects the progress and development of ordinary professionals. In the beginning, the federal government was trying to find a balance with the major guilds in order to keep the big picture in mind. But these guys, like giant worms that can never be fed, they won't stop until they've gnawed through every piece of flesh and blood. So, the Sword Bearers, that's the first step the federal government has taken to constrain the growth of the major guilds. If we find any guild acting outside the bounds of the federal constitution, we can enforce penalties against them and, first things first." When he said this, Lu Xingzhou suddenly remembered what Bai Shangyang had once told him. "I hate those guys too." So it's no secret that there's a conflict between the federal government and the major guilds? Lu Xingzhou still had some questions at this point. If the Sword Bearer has so much power, then why did you come on behalf of the Blood Knights Guild to conduct the expedition? Of course it's to make money. It's just an ordinary business commission. For high-level professionals, the consumption of various resources is great, and I don't want to rely on my family for everything. Su Ruyun finished unapologetically, then pursed her lips. "Of course, my main purpose was to stop by and see my dear sister." Lu Xingzhou pondered for a moment and thought that it all did make sense. So without further thought, he turned to the question. "So, when you say you recruited me, are you inviting me to become a sword bearer?" Hearing this, Su Ruyun suddenly snorted. "Little brother, what are you thinking? How can a profession with great authority like the sword bearer be something that can be promised to you casually? Do you have any idea what kind of monsters those S-Class guilds are?" The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched. "Well, you just said all that just to pretend with me, didn't you? Absolutely right. Lu Xingzhou was quite helpless and just wanted to say something. Su Ruyun seemed to be able to tell what was on his mind, so she didn't sell the story and spoke directly. I'm still missing a hitter from the team of professional hunters I hired recently. You should have also felt that the speed of upgrading has significantly slowed down since level 10, right? If you want to have the capital and strength to deal with the Su clan as soon as possible, then I suggest that you should level up as soon as possible. This copy I'm recommending you join is the perfect opportunity. This is also considered an opportunity to bring down the Su family. Chapter 97, Did I, get someone else's vice president killed? The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched. This Su Ruyun is really a man of many words. Against the Su family? Why did that feel so strange coming from her? However, Lu Xingzhou didn't spit it out and instead focused more on this copy she mentioned. I'd like to find out what copy you're talking about. Su Ruyun was completely unsurprised to see the other party's curious appearance. The name of this copy is called Nightmare Library. There are 5 rooms in this copy, and the monsters in each room are equivalent to the total number of monsters in a normal copy. So you can gain a large amount of experience rewards if you pass. Except that when you enter the library, you have to pay a fee to the administrator. Sort of an entrance ticket. Lu Xingzhou raised his eyebrows slightly. There was even a librarian? This copy is kinda true. How much do I have to pay? Each time, per person, 100,000 gold coins. But you don't have to worry. I'll get this money for you. Su Ruyun spoke indifferently, seemingly not taking the 100,000 gold coins seriously at all. Say, what's your offer? Lu Xingzhou didn't believe that there would be kindness under the sky for no reason, especially this Su Ruyun who had created so much trouble for herself after only meeting her twice. Little brother, I love talking to smart people like you. A prop called Overlord Rune will be produced amongst this copy. If you obtain it, I will buy it from you at market price. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and then asked, with your status, can't you buy such props? It can be bought. Su Ruyun nodded. Although the hegemony rune is relatively rare, it can be bought. Then why are you going to all this trouble? I can't buy it. Well, should say I can't let anyone know I want to buy it. When Su Ruyun said this, Lu Xingzhou could also see a slight flicker in the corner of her eye. She should have her own considerations. Lu Xingzhou was not in a position to ask more questions, so he nodded in agreement. Good. After that, Lu Xingzhou learned a little more about the composition of that team of professional hunters that Su Ruyun had mentioned, from her mouth. But the answer Su Ruyun gave was beyond Lu Xingzhou's expectations. Professional hunters are not to be trusted with this bunch. Just trust yourself and don't show any mercy if anything does happen. Su Ruyun finished. Lu Xingzhou had another different feeling in his heart. Good guy, you called me over. It can't be that you want me to supervise the work for you for free, right? However, Lu Xingzhou saw through it and didn't say anything. After all, people also promised to pay themselves 100,000 gold coins per game for the tickets. There's no point in arguing about this little point. It would be ungenerous. Where is the location of that copy? I'm going to check it out tomorrow. Su Ruyun smiled faintly, seemingly satisfied with his decision. Then she spat out 2 words faintly. Shangjing. Lu Xingzhou was planning to leave for Shangjing after a while, but he hadn't planned to go so early. I can't go to Shangjing for the next 2 days. Why? Little brother, where's that thunderous look you had just now? Lu Xingzhou didn't answer, but used his eyes to signal her to look at the fat dragon next to her that had been burnt to a crisp. Unsurprisingly, there should be a lot of trouble coming to the door in these next few days. I can't leave my sister-in-law and the others here to deal with this alone. Hearing Lu Xingzhou's reply, Su Ruyun smiled. You're quite responsible. There aren't many men willing to be responsible in this social climate. However, you don't have to worry about these things at all, because I rather think that no one will find you in trouble, including Qin Xian. Lu Xingzhou looked at Su Ruyun in front of him with some confusion, then slowly opened his mouth to ask, how do you know? How do I know? Because I know Qin Xian is a person better than you do. Su Ruyun changed the subject and opened her mouth. Do you know why this super genius, who has already crossed into the ranks of third-turn professionals at such a young age, would choose to return to such a small place like Zhanghai City? Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly after a moment of silence. It was actually a question that had been bothering him for a long time. 3 years ago, Qin Xian's performance could be described as astonishingly talented, shocking a group of bigwigs in Zhanghai City. Record after record of copies has been set, and in just 3 years, it has accomplished what many people can't do in a lifetime. Crossing that threshold of 3 turns, his future was unlimited, and it was not impossible for him to become a 4th-turn professional. So Lu Xingzhou didn't understand why he had to return to such a small place when he had already walked out with great difficulty. After a moment of silence, Su Ruyun then answered Lu Xingzhou, because he's the most self-aware genius I've ever seen. If he were to stay in Shangjing and compete with those super geniuses who also have outstanding talent, Qin Xian would only be seen as a rival by those who have the resources and possess the talent. The madness of suppression never ends. There are things like background and resources that you can live without. but you can never live without. Not to mention the fact that those demons in the upper capital were not weaker than him in the first place, and even stronger than him. Qin Xian realized this very clearly, so he very wisely chose to return to Jianhai City. Here, not to be caught in the crossfire of the struggle between the cores of power. He himself is at the top of the food chain. So, do you think he would mess with a you who has the potential to become a super genius in the future for a fat dragon? Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. Okay. It seemed like Su Ruyan's sister had indeed thought everything through, but it was also this kind of character of hers that made Lu Xingzhou always have a feeling that this woman had a deep city. And at this time, Su Ruyun slowly opened her mouth, pulling Lu Xingzhou's thoughts back. I'm not just saying this to talk about Qin Xian, but rather to tell you, the ones you will meet in the future are the strongest batch of geniuses in this era, so don't underestimate anyone. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Naturally, he never underestimated anyone. Maybe it's that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of that don't think they're worth it. However, Lu Xingzhou was still in awe of the world. I'll keep that in mind. Su Ruyun smiled and nodded. Then, she also looked at the charred body of Fatty Dragon next to her. Unlike the flavorfulness when talking to Lu Xingzhou, when looking at the body of the fat dragon, the eyes were simply cold and indifferent to the extreme. Call the sheriff's department. After all, this guy started the trouble, so maybe you'll get credit for it. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Even if she didn't have to say it, she would have called herself. After all, the sheriff's department is still needed to help wrap up this battle. After Lu Xingzhou erased the traces that might expose his detachment skills, he then dialed Captain Chen's number. On the other hand, Captain Chen of the Public Security Department had just finished the last case that had been saved up recently. He sat down in his own office chair and gave it a good stretch. On the desktop sat the vacation papers granted by the sheriff's department, and on a rare occasion, he had time to make himself a cup of strong tea. Hey, finally get a break. There will be no more messy troubles to bother me. Life is about having some time for yourself. But just then, Lu Xingzhou's phone call came in. Captain Chen slowly lifted his teacup and took a sip before picking up the phone. Lu Xingzhou, what are you looking for me so late? Over there? Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth. Captain Chen? I just seem to have gotten the original vice president of the Blood Knights Guild killed. Come here, Captain Chen. Chapter 98, outrageous to the core. Shall we find a professional to ask? Inside the Good Taste Bun shop, Fatty had been tied up and thrown in the corner of the store like a puddle of mud, though there was still gurgling blood from the wounds on his body. But, at this moment, Fatty was still arrogant as he revealed a sinister, miserable smile and said, "You wait, after my brother gets Lu Xingzhou killed, it's you guys, damn, breaking my way to being a man and humiliating me 3 times. Your whole family deserves to die. I advise you to get me dead now, otherwise, you won't have a chance later." This Fatty has been following Big Brother's lead for so many years. I didn't learn much about this, but I learned a lot about frescoes, and after Fatty said that, Chu Qing also became a bit worried. Ruyan, why don't you go and see what's going on? I'm a little worried about Lu since he hasn't come back in so long. Su Ruyan pulled Chu Qing's hand and said comfortingly, "It's fine, I'm sure Lu Xingzhou is fine." But, at this time, the fat next to him continued, "Ha, alright, are you kidding? How is he going to fight my brother when he's a trashy magic apprentice? My brother, that's the vice president of the Blood Knight Guild, a level 39 second turn professional. That strength, with just a little bit of force, you can crush Lu Xingzhou press kit into." Fatty hadn't finished his sentence. Su Ruyan directly slapped the sole of her shoe in the air, smacking it against his plump face, kicked him straight out. "Shut the up." As soon as the words left their mouths, the crowd heard a slightly heavy footstep from outside the door. After hearing this voice, Fatty looked towards the door with great excitement. He knew that Lu Xingzhou's footsteps would never be this heavy. The voice, unsurprisingly, was the fat dragon. "Ha, my brother is back. You guys are dead. How dare you do this to me? All of you die." Could it be that the fat dragon is really back? Lu Xingzhou lost. Su Ruyan's heart fluctuated, and although she was unwilling to believe it, she was also instantly ready to face the battle, until the man's shadow lengthened and stretched to the front of the store. It was only then that the crowd saw the handsome young man with straight features and a resolute face dragging a charred corpse in. All taken care of. Lu Xingzhou spoke indifferently, then casually threw the body of the fat dragon to the side and patted the dust on his hands. "Brother Dash." The moment Fatty saw this corpse, his entire body directly collapsed. But his hysterical cry was not one of heartache over the death of the fat dragon. Rather, it's because he's going to die. 2. One's biggest backer has fallen. Oneself. Isn't it a waste of time? He turned his head to Lu Xingzhou with fear in his eyes. At the moment, this young man was like the most terrifying demon in his eyes. "How can you win against my brother? It's only right that you're a trashy magical apprentice. It shouldn't be. This shouldn't be. I know. You must have used dirty tricks. You damned villain." Fatty busted out, and Lu Xingzhou didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention. After casually disconnecting the store's surveillance, then slowly he came to Fatty's side and said in a kindly tone, "All men choose their own way. Originally, you might have been able to live if you hadn't come to mess with me, but alas, you are not long for it." In fact, from the time Fatty started hitting Chu Qing's idea, Fatty had already been sentenced to death by Lu Xingzhou. It's just that the execution is suspended. Lu Xingzhou's right hand gently rested on his shoulder. Then, a wisp of fire burrowed out of the center of his hand. Next, it spread throughout his body. Fatty's legs, which were tied up in 5 different ways, were still stomping on the ground and trembling, as if they were trying to escape. But how could he possibly escape? It only took a few moments for the voices in the room to quiet down. Lu Xingzhou and Su Ruyan helped clean up the house that was in disrepair from the battle. Those 2 elder brothers in lowly dresses had also drunk the healing medicine by this time and recovered quite a bit. For these 2 people, Lu Xingzhou was still grateful. Knowing that his strength was unbeatable, he still rushed up without hesitation and bought some time for Lu Xingzhou. Professionalism is commendable, and honestly, these 2 were good, and it was indeed enough to deal with the average person. However, even Lu Xingzhou didn't expect it. The fat dragon would even come down to his own trouble in person. This hallowed level 39 top-tier second-turn professional, placed in Jianghai City, was definitely considered a famous big shot. I can't believe I made such a stupid move. Was he really pushed, or was it because he was so stupid? Lu Xingzhou shook his head and didn't bother to pursue the matter. After all, this was practically, not everyone was as smart as Ruyun Su. And it wasn't long before Lu Xingzhou watched the gloomy-faced Captain Chen appear at the store's entrance with 2 other new colleagues. His face was very ugly, as if he had just learned some bad news. It was a bolt from the blue, and his face was bloodless. Lu Xingzhou looked at him and spoke slowly. Captain Chen, what's wrong? Have you been busy lately? Why does your face look so ugly?" The corner of Captain Chen's mouth twitched as he gritted his teeth. "Thanks to you, it would have been less busy." Lu Xingzhou rubbed his chin and said as if he didn't hear it, "I'm going to need your help at the scene. It's kinda complicated." Okay, Captain Chen had no choice but to resign himself to his fate. When people have bad luck, they can't even drink cold water. He turned his head to the 2 charred corpses next to him and pointed to one of them with a bit of wonder. "Hey, why is this still hot? Is it?" Lu Xingzhou scratched his head and said, "An illusion." An illusion? Captain Chen didn't bother to think about it. He just followed the rules and procedures and started to record the scene. It was just that he didn't understand that this vice president of the famous Blood Knights Guild. How was it that you were backstabbed by a kid who wasn't even in college yet? Does that make sense? Although, Lu Xingzhou had also crossed over to defeat higher-level opponents a few times before. But, that didn't exceed Lu Xingzhou's rank by too much after all. And this fat dragon, that's a level 39 professional. Captain Chen thought about it while completing the registration of the situation at the scene. This is something that he feels is a bit involved. Not only does it involve the core characters of the only A-class guild in Jianghai City, it also involves this year's Jianghai City examination scholar. At his level, there's no way to make a decision anymore. So, after going back, Captain Chen reported the matter to the head of the Public Security Department. The leader nodded and agreed that it would be best for this matter to be investigated by a professional. And that's when the leader came up with the right person for the job. By the way, didn't that Dean Xin from the Shangjing Academy come to do some business with us recently? I've heard she's very good, and used to help the Scottish Sheriff's Department with a lot of valuable advice. Why don't we ask her? Chapter 99, Biggie, who's going to treat me like a kid without you? Just like what Su Ruyun had said, Qin Xian did not show any anger after learning about this matter of Fatty Dragon's death, not even the idea of him even pursuing it. It seems that the matter of who killed the fat dragon is inconsequential. Lu Xingzhou was happy to be at ease, otherwise he would have to deal with it. It was just that he didn't expect that Captain Chen on the other side would not continue to pursue this matter further. After just a brief look at the situation, nothing more was said. I think he said something about leaving it in someone else's hands? Anyway, if he didn't look for himself, then it had nothing to do with Lu Xingzhou, because he's got a lot on his plate right now. Auntie, why don't you come with me to Shangjing? That way we can still look out for each other. My sister-in-law hesitated for a moment after hearing this. A bit of a long-winded comment followed. I've been in Jianghai City for so many years, and I have feelings for the place. I still have some reluctance if I'm asked to reopen my store in a different place in a hurry. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou felt slightly strange, because it had always been my sister-in-law and myself who were the closest people in the world. It's not often that she says something like she can't give up on a place. However, Lu Xingzhou chose to respect his sister-in-law's thoughts, so he didn't ask much, just nodded and said that he would be going to Shangjing for a while recently, but would be back soon. But secretly, Lu Xingzhou still can't rest assured that his sister-in-law's safety is not a problem, and he only relies on outsiders to protect his sister-in-law. from being unstable. Moreover, there was still such an unstable factor as Xiaoyu. It was really quite difficult for anyone other than himself to guard against her sneak attack. Lu Xingzhou then arranged for one of his own Dharma bodies to stay in Jianhai City to secretly protect Xu Qing. That's kind of a no-brainer. On the other hand, saying goodbye to Sun Qi and the others was much simpler. Lu Xingzhou just left behind a sentence. Good dire, take care of yourself. Of course, Sun Qi was completely unconvinced by this, and he has stated more than once that he said, "Don't you dare say that to my father's face." Of course, it's all in jest. Lu Xingzhou wasn't worried that Sun Qi's upgrade speed would be left behind, because even if this kid is no longer a rare professional, he's still a strong one among the rare professionals. If even he has trouble upgrading, how do you expect the others to live? However, the upgrading speed was definitely not as fast as it was when he was laying down with his own copy brushes all. On the other hand, Zhao Qian heard that Lu Xingzhou had to leave Jianhai for a period of time. The mood was even more reluctant. Big brother, when will you come back? After brushing with you, big brother, I'm no longer comfortable brushing in a group with other commoners. Lu Xingzhou cried and laughed. This Xiao Qian had also deliberately changed into a full plus agility outfit in order to help herself be more efficient when picking up props. I'm running as fast as I can. If it was a normal brushing squad, she certainly wouldn't be allowed to match her equipment like that. After all, you're nothing but a fast runner. What's the use of being the only fast runner left when all your teammates are gone? What? A marathon with a monster to see who dies first? If Zhao Qian is to rejoin another team, this equipment will have to be repurchased and rebuilt. Of course, Zhao Qian was not someone who was heartbroken about money. Just leave Lu Xingzhou. Who else treats her like a child? Zhao Qian thought of the big brother's concern for herself. She only felt concern from strangers in Lu Xingzhou's place, and she often heard Lu Xingzhou instructing her, "Go on, sit at the kids' table. Hey, the big man is actually going to Shangjing. Why don't I sign up for the Upper Kyoto Academy and try it out too?" With Zhao Qian's performance nowadays, it wouldn't be much of a problem to get into the top 3 academies in the Federation. The enrollment criteria for the SJS is strict, but it's not impossible to try. Say it and do it. At this time, Zhao Qian had already taken this thought of hers and silently memorized it in her heart. On the other hand, inside the Jianhai City Security Bureau, the Director of Public Security personally received the Shen Xining, Dean Shen of Shangjing University, who was dressed in a white professional outfit. Shen Xining looked very competent in a white professional outfit, but the black-framed glasses she wore on her better face revealed a sensible beauty. Although she was the dean of the Shangjing Academy, she had only taken up this position for a short while. Age looks, and Lu Xingzhou's sister-in-law is similar in age, about 27 or 18 years old. Dean Shun, we're still busy bothering you to help check this case. It's mostly this thing that's really weird. This year, our Jianhai City's this examination first prize, Lu Xingzhou, he actually defeated a level 39 second turn professional. After Shen Xining heard these words, a trace of doubt also appeared on her face. Shouldn't Jianhai City's top examination student be a senior? Right, the sheriff's chief nodded. Then he's at most a level 10 out. Right, the sheriff nodded again. Shen Xining was silent. If in front of him, the one who said this to himself was not the director of the Jianhai City Security Bureau, then she's afraid she'll think that it's someone who's making fun of herself. A senior who is out of level 10 and hasn't turned 2 yet, crossing a level gap of over 20 levels and defeating a top-tier second-turn professional? What a joke. Show me his information. After Shen Xining finished saying this, the staff next to her very nimbly handed over Lu Xingzhou's information. She raised her right hand slightly and held up her black-rimmed glasses, looked at the report with interest. After reading Lu Xingzhou's basic information, she put down the thick stack of reports, then spoke slowly. Show me the site. Magistrate's genus, custodial room for display of evidence. The bodies of Fatty Dragon and Fatty Fat were lying there steadily, motionless, fire magic. Moreover, the skill is of a high grade. Shen Xining muttered silently to herself, recalling in her mind the skills that Lu Xingzhou had mastered as written on the report. Small flame, first order. This is a skill that Lu Xingzhou, obtained from the collection of the second middle school in Jianhai City, is registered. But Shen Xining didn't believe at all that Lu Xingzhou had truly mastered this skill. A first-rank skill that simply couldn't cause such terrifying burning damage. It's at least a 7th-order skill. Shen Xining secretly made a judgment in her own heart, and then she took a closer look at the body of the fat dragon. After carefully observing for a while, Shen Xining's eyebrows moved slightly, because she just found out something. The direction of the flames burn. It's coming from 3 angles, though not too obvious evidence or traces could be found on the outside. However, judging from the traces of magical residue, Shen Xining was quite certain. The fat dragon was definitely attacked by 3 flames of the same power before it died. This puzzled her to no end. How did this young man called Lu Xingzhou do it? After thinking for a few moments, Shen Xining said to the Director of Public Security and a group of staff next to him, "Please step outside for a moment and leave me a quiet space. I, for one, have some things to do. The sheriff's commissioner nodded slightly after hearing this and hastily blasted the crowd out. Go go go, all of you. Only when the room was completely empty did Shinshining come to the side of the fat dragon once again. Then he took off a somewhat oddly shaped ring and slowly leaned down, presses his right hand to the ground. In my name, at my command, Rip, Susan, Chapter 100, What to Expect, I think. Lu Xingzhou departed with Su Ruyun and traveled to Shangjing. This was the first time he had left Jianghai City since he was a child, whether it was in his last life or this one. In every sense, this was Lu Xingzhou's first time. Actually, it's not just Lu Xingzhou. For the vast majority of people, no matter how big the world is, how wonderful the world is out there, but the scope of ordinary people's lives is always just a corner of the world. Fate has already circled a life for the common man in the underworld. Many do their best, but can only gently test the edges of this circumscribed range. A shallow taste would have taken all the strength of the vast majority of people. Lu Xingzhou was slightly emotional. In fact, the so-called destiny is nothing more than a way for those with vested interests to secure their positions. It's just a shackle forced on the average person. Such is the story of the 33 pieces of silver. For the vast majority of people in life, it's all they can do to stay alive. Lu Xingzhou knew that he would definitely encounter more guys who looked at him with displeasure in the future. They certainly didn't want to see a low-level professional. A magical apprentice who couldn't make it to the top went from the bottom, up the ladder, even climb on their heads. But Lu Xingzhou liked to see their expression of looking at themselves but not being able to do anything about it. What's on your mind, kid? Su Ruyun saw that Lu Xingzhou seemed to be a little lost in thought, so she took the initiative to open her mouth and asked with a smile. At this moment, the two were sitting in the back seat of that black business car. The car has a lot of room in the back and the leather seats wrap the two comfortably. A small wine table by the chairs was set up with a wide array of expensive wines. At this moment, Su Ruyun was shaking the second goblet in her hand, rotating some of the crystal and amber-colored liquid within the glass. Su Ruyun had a pair of long and slender legs that were almost as heaven-defying as Su Ruyun's, only compared to her sister. Su Ruyun's legs were more plump and fleshy. The edges of those black stockings gently strangled in, making it impossible to take your eyes off them, especially when he was close to Lu Xingzhou's ear when he spoke. The two long legs squeezed hard, and it was even more unique. Even Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Ahem. Who turned my self-targeting on? Lu Xingzhou secretly thought in his heart, but on the surface, he still shrugged his shoulders as if nothing had happened and said, "It's okay, I'm not a big drinker anyway, I'm just geeking out." Well, come and have a chat then. Lu Xingzhou was actually not interested in chatting. Is the leg not good? But, since Su Ruyun had already spoken, Lu Xingzhou still asked cooperatively, "Talk about something?" Su Ruyun came a few points closer, then narrowed her eyes slightly and said with a flirtatious demeanor, "You and my sister, have you finalized your relationship yet?" The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched, then he shook his head slightly and said, "No." Su Ruyun lengthened her voice and let out an A. She then took another sip of the wine in her glass, and that's when she spoke. Then, "Are you interested in my sister, or not? I can hear her say that you're also planning to enroll in the Shangjing Academy, right?" Lu Xingzhou felt that Su Ruyun's sister was really a bit of a gossipy soul in her body. Is it possible that gossip is her true nature? SJS is the best school in the federal government, so naturally, if you want to challenge yourself, you would apply here. Lu Xingzhou answered frankly, and at this time, Su Ruyun's eyes suddenly became a few points sharper, as if she wanted to see through Lu Xingzhou. "You didn't answer my question. Do you mean anything to my sister, or not?" Lu Xingzhou pondered for a moment, wondering why he, who had never cared about other people's opinions, actually subconsciously touched the tip of his nose at this time. Then, before looking up, he said, "Of course, I'm also a little relieved to have her. You know, there are a lot of bad people in this community. However, before Lu Xingzhou could continue to find some justification and excuse for his behavior, Su Ruyun suddenly opened her mouth and smiled. Then, as if talking to himself, "Sister, did you hear that? People have said that they can't worry about you, Lu Xingzhou." Then, he saw Su Ruyun digging around and finding a cell phone from the bounty within her arms, and although the cell phone's interface showed the words talking, not a word was said on the other side. Then, it quickly hung up. There was a beep. On the other end of the phone, Su Ruyun's face instantly turned red. There was a small mumble under his breath. "I'm a starburst-level professional. Where is it your turn to worry about me? Stupid." Her mouth said so. Or you can convince yourself to let yourself believe it. However, Su Ruyun's clenched fists were unconsciously clenched with a fine layer of small beads of sweat due to her excitement. She, on the other hand, was oblivious. On the other side, after Su Ruyun hung up the phone, she smiled like a victorious general for a long time. It was only then that he spoke slowly. "Hey, young people's love, it's so beautiful. We haven't talked about such things. Just friends." Lu Xingzhou corrected righteously. "Ah yes, friend. Friend, I said it wrong, my sister apologizes. Although Su Ruyun had disbelief written all over her face, her mouth still said so, giving Lu Xingzhou enough face. Lu Xingzhou held his forehead with one hand inside helplessly, seemingly having had enough fun. The topic of Su Ruyun's chat afterward turned quickly. No, this is 1 million gold coins, enough for your 2-day entry fee for the duplicate. Before you get off the bus later, exchange contact information with me, and feel free to call me if anything happens. Of course, if my sister is busy, she won't answer it. Lu Xingzhou took the bag containing 1 million gold coins. It was then stowed away in his props bar. Now Lu Xingzhou's total assets had come to 3 million gold coins. In fact, counting the rewards from the school before, as well as those materials that he had been selling by brushing copies, Lu Xingzhou's assets were already close to 4 million gold coins, but he left some money for Chu Qing, partly to redecorate the store. On the other hand, Lu Xingzhou also asked Yi Wanqiu to purchase some protective equipment, sort of another safeguard for Chu Qing. After all, he was not in Shanghai, or to be prepared for everything. So, he only has 3 million left in his hand now. But this was an astronomical amount for a student like Lu Xingzhou who hadn't graduated for long. After seeing Lu Xingzhou put the money away, Su Ruyun instructed a few more words and said, "You're 20 minutes away. Remember what your sister said. Don't trust anyone there. The wild copies around Shangjing are mixed with fish and dragons, and those deranged people who gather are not ordinary goods. It's a lot more treacherous than a small place like Shanghai City." Lu Xingzhou nodded. He would pay attention to these things even without her saying it. Su Ruyun finally added a sentence and said, "By the way, none of them know my real identity. I recruited the team anonymously, so don't reveal my identity, oh brother." Lu Xingzhou glanced at her, then suddenly raised a question. "Are you hiding your identity so much to avoid someone? Combine that with what you said at the time about bringing down the Su family." Lu Xingzhou's voice lowered a few points, his eyes looking at the driver in the front row. But at this time, Su Ruyun smiled and said, "Don't worry, he can be trusted. And you, little brother, there are a lot of things that I can't tell you right now, and you shouldn't ask. But, if you reach the 4th turn in the future, maybe you can help a little." Lu Xingzhou's eyes moved slightly. 4 turns? A professional of level 60 or higher is known as a turn 4. That was the top group of professionals who were qualified to access 9th rank skills. Lu Xingzhou guessed that this matter should be quite involved, so there were no more questions. "Good," he responded and didn't say anything else until he got out of the car. After he left, however, the driver spoke slowly. "Ms. Su, do you think that he will be able to join us in the future?" Su Ruyun stroked her chin, then slowly opened her mouth. "Who knows, but I think he has the potential. And don't look at him, even though he's not very old, but he sees more than the average person. Besides, I think he wants to overthrow the Su family more than any of us." The driver nodded. "He's really smart and sharp, but he's just a magic apprentice. His ceiling may not be high." Su Ruyun didn't comment, but just said very calmly, "Then let's wait and see." After the car had driven some more distance, the driver suddenly asked again, "Miss Su, are you able to answer one of my subordinates' doubts? I'm in a good mood today, so go ahead." Su Ruyun shook her wine glass and spoke slowly. "I would like to ask you why he was allowed to participate in this copy." That driver's eyes unconsciously glanced in the rearview mirror as he drove. "If I remember correctly, this Nightmare Library copy should be among the mandatory courses of the Upper Capital Academy, right? And it's not even a copy that the average freshman student would have access to." Hearing this, the corners of Su Ruyun's mouth lifted slightly. "Because I talked to Bai Shengyang 2 days ago. He's going to let Lu Xingzhou participate in the military district competition, and before that Lu Xingzhou has to rise to level 20. There's a lot of pressure to upgrade if you're on track. Besides, with him in the copy, maybe I'll be able to get the hegemony rune I want as well." The driver nodded with a look of understanding, then focused back on driving. But in reality, the driver secretly slandered in his heart. The market price of the Overlord rune, that is over 10 million gold coins of super rare props. You have been secretly arranging this for so long without getting it. Isn't it a bit too optimistic to expect Lu Xingzhou to get it for you? However, at this moment, Su Ruyun only smiled faintly. "I think it's something to look forward to." Chapter 101, What the? You're a magical apprentice? Edge of Shangjing, Replica Wild Area. There are many copies of the area within this range. Both the quantity and quality were much higher than the regional copies in Shanghai City. This is a strange thing. This part of Shangjing is just more developed than the rest of the city. Even the replica resources are more. Lu Xingzhou followed the contact information given by Su Ruyun and made a rendezvous with that team of professionals. They agreed to meet at a tavern in a campground in no man's land. It was still more than 200 kilometers away from the edge of the city in Shangjing, but it was close close to the major field replicas, so this place should also be considered one of the few supply places for the professionals. There are simple supply depots, small inns, taverns, and even a black market street dedicated to letting people trade. After Lu Xingzhou walked into the tavern, he then smelled an overwhelming burst of alcohol, sweat, mixed with the smell of some people's vomit. It instantly made him frown, revealing a mask of bitterness. But fortunately, Lu Xingzhou's patience was still very strong. After he briefly acclimated himself, he headed straight for the innermost table. There were 4 people sitting at that table. A muscular man in a turban was drinking with a boozy girl next to him. Next to him sat a wiry, sickly-looking scholar with glasses. The remaining one was a 50-year-old man sitting in the corner of the table, sipping lemonade, a slightly odd choice of drink for this 50-year-old man. In Lu Xingzhou's stereotypical impression, they would be more likely to like the kind of spirits that were drunk neat without ice. Lemonade? Well, very creative. The boss asked me to take the last position in the Nightmare Library copy. Lu Xingzhou came to the table and directly interrupted the crowd, saying, the 4 people at the table all turned their gazes to Lu Xingzhou next to them. The muscular man in the bandana then said, "You're the one who made the appointment with us. The boss told you to come. Are you sure?" The muscular man looked Lu Xingzhou up and down, obviously not all that pleased with this green-faced brat. He clinked his glass again with the boozy-looking girl and proceeded to drink it all in one go, muttering to himself, "Gee, I wonder what this boss thinks. Got an old man, and weak glasses, and now even the hairless brats are here. This." The muscular man wearing a turban looked at Lu Xingzhou and then said, "Check your identity. Tell me, what's the name of that boss? He's on an anonymous recruiting team. Are you kidding me?" Lu Xingzhou didn't fall for it at all and said directly. Hearing this, the light flickered in the muscular man's drunken eyes. He then rubbed the back of his head and spoke with a big grin. "Ah, right, I forgot. Okay, then since you're joining our team, how about telling us your basic attributes and skills first? We don't want to get to the start of the fight and not know what skills you know." Lu Xingzhou looked at the muscular man in front of him and knew that, just now, the other party was intentionally testing himself. But sadly, the means are too low. Lu Xingzhou didn't hide it and directly revealed his information panel. However, just the moment Lu Xingzhou displayed his attribute panel, the few people who had been drinking a moment ago instantly froze. "Are you, a magical apprentice?" Looking at the crowd's surprised gazes, Lu Xingzhou shrugged lightly. "What's wrong?" Everyone's expressions didn't know what to say anymore because they really didn't expect that Lu Xingzhou was just a magic apprentice. This is no joke? Although the 4 of them were not considered to be the top strongest among their class. But then again, that turban muscle man and weakling glasses are rare professions. Strength should not be underestimated. And that buxom girl and the old man in his 50s, both of them were also senior professionals. At least it can be positively helpful for the team. And Lu Xingzhou, low-level professional? There's no mistaking it. The muscular man's face had clouded over, and he crushed the wineglass with a slightly heavier hand grip. Kaching dash. He stood up and came to Lu Xingzhou and said, "Kid, I don't care who let you join this team, but I can't allow a loser like you who only adds to the chaos to be with us." Lu Xingzhou said with a still calm demeanor, "It's all at the boss's request, and if you're ever dissatisfied, you can go to him. You kid, don't use the boss on me. Since you're not afraid, go talk to him. What's the point of fighting me?" Lu Xingzhou laughed and then waved his hand, not willing to bother with him anymore. Although that muscular man looked at Lu Xingzhou with some displeasure, everyone was paid to do things. After thinking for a moment, he finally swallowed his words and didn't say anything more. Lu Xingzhou sat himself down and then ordered himself a cup of Coke with ice. He's not a big drinker, and it's not like he can't handle that stuff for more than a day or two. When the iced Coke was served, he took a straw and drank it while addressing the few remaining people. "Everyone will be teammates for a few days after this. Introduce yourself to each other." The somewhat buxom woman looked at Lu Xingzhou and thought that this young man was very interesting, although it didn't look old, like a recent high school graduate. But his demeanor, and the way he handled himself in the face of such a scene, however, it made everyone feel that Lu Xingzhou had a maturity and calmness beyond his age. "My name is He Hua. My occupation is archery mage. My level is 20, and my current battle power is 29 stars. The buxom woman said with a smile, clearly not resenting Lu Xingzhou. "You guys can just call me Glasses. Anyway, someone always says that Glasses is what I am or something like that. My profession is summoner. My current level is 20, and my battle power is 31 stars. In the corner, the wiry man with glasses spoke in a somber voice, introducing himself and saying. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly, then turned his head to look at the old man in his 50s. The latter had pretty much finished the drink in his glass, so it seems he really likes lemonade. For some reason, Lu Xingzhou always felt that this old man in his 50s was sneaking glances at himself from time to time, because the latter would always unconsciously avert his gaze when he himself glared at the past. Maybe it's an illusion? My name is Sure Dolly. I don't have much education, so I'll just listen to your arrangements. My profession is Shield Knight. My current level is 20, and my battle strength is 25 stars. After that old man in his 50s finished speaking, the crowd turned their gazes to the turbaned man. At this moment, that turbaned burly man saw that the crowd had introduced themselves. He could then only snort coldly and speak faintly. Just call me Turban. That's what I'm called when I'm mixed up. As for my profession, he directly showed his information panel. Level 20 rare class professional wandering swordsman. Battle rating 33 stars. It can be said that within the crowd present, hijab is at its strongest. It was no wonder that he showed great disdain when he looked at Lu Xingzhou. We'll start the operation tomorrow. You kid, don't slow me down then. Got it? Strong in strength, naturally hard in speech. Although the group did not elect a captaincy, it was clear that no one took issue with the turban's words. Only at this time, that Hahua spoke up. Hijab, don't worry. Actually, a few of us have enough combat power to challenge the Nightmare Library. It's just this little brother Lu Xingzhou. He'll just help pick up the props. Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. Good lord, what a way to go. Surprisingly, someone asked me to come to the copy to help pick up the props. Nima. Kidding, right? If Sun Qi knew about this, he would probably be able to laugh at himself for half a year. Hijab looked at Lu Xingzhou and then nodded, thinking that Hahua had a point. Lu Xingzhou, this point of combat power, with or without the same, might as well let him pick up the props and share less of the copy's haul with him when the time comes. All is well. It's settled. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, sharp. Chapter 102. Are you teasing me? Early the next morning, the crowd came to gather outside the replica door. This night Lu Xingzhou didn't rest very well, because it really can't be said to be safe here. At night, Lu Xingzhou could often hear various sounds of fighting and screams coming from outside. If the general situation, Lu Xingzhou heard the sound of them coming from the hotel next door. That's mostly because it feels like, well, next door is building again. However, last night Lu Xingzhou heard most likely another death. Without strength, it's not safe to go anywhere. Last night Lu Xingzhou also felt that the door to his room had been opened furtively, but for some reason, just as Lu Xingzhou was about to make his move, the man retreated again very sensibly. Counting this kid's life, Lu Xingzhou did not pursue it excessively. Otherwise, there would have been another cold body on the streets this morning. Kid, what's the point of dawdling? Everyone's been waiting for you for half a day. Lu Xingzhou had just stepped out of the door when he saw Hijab shouting at him from the doorway with some impatience. Lu Xingzhou looked at the time. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, so he wasn't in a hurry, and just walked forward slowly. Turban felt disturbed when he saw Lu Xingzhou's dangling, uncaring look. Although his mouth urged him a few times, Lu Xingzhou didn't give him face. Anyway, it just walked on its own and came to the crowd. Seeing that the crowd had gathered, they didn't ink, so they headed straight to the location of the copy. After all, the crowd is out to make money. Time is money, and they still understand this. Hijab led the crowd outside the replica. An entrance fee of 100,000 gold coins per person. After we pay it we'll be ready to go down to the copy. The crowd had taken out 100,000 gold coins from their props bar and handed them over to the turban. The next copy is 500,000 gold coins. That's pretty extravagant. The gold coins clattered and stacked, drawing a sideways glance from those around them. Still, that visual impact of so many gold coins put together was terrifying. But a number of people around them, none of them gave birth to the idea of trying to rob them. After all, those who dared to challenge the Nightmare Library were not idle. Because of the difficulty of the Nightmare Library, everyone had heard about it. A dense rain of monster bullets that can drown any incoming enemy. In other words, without enough experience or strength, trying to challenge it would be no different than sending it to death. So the crowd around them just eyed Lu Xingzhou as the group of them slowly walked into the Nightmare Library copy. After paying the entrance fee to choose a copy, Hijab wanted to choose the normal level difficulty. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly spoke. Why don't you choose warrior level difficulty? Hijab looked at it like a little cutie, glancing at Lu Xingzhou who was talking next to him. It's still warrior level difficulty. Do you know that it is hard enough to take you, a punk, and beat the normal level? If the boss hadn't let you join the team, I would have told you to stay where you are. Do you understand? But he still had to show a bit of captaincy on his first day on the job as captain of the entire team. So he gritted his teeth and spoke. Let's just try the normal level difficulty first. If we beat it, I just thought that the warrior level of difficulty might have a better chance of getting what the boss wants. Lu Xingzhou spoke again with an innocent face. At this time, Hihua suddenly opened her mouth and rounded up Lu Xingzhou. saying, "Little brother, you probably don't know much about the difficulty of the warrior level. That's several times harder to beat than the normal difficulty. Let's try to see if we can beat the normal difficulty first, and if we can try the adventure difficulty afterward." At this time, although Lu Xingzhou was tempted to say, "This warrior level difficulty is not difficult to beat. I've beaten several copy records." However, Lu Xingzhou thought that it would be better to do more than less, so why not brush up first? Maybe this nightmare library copy is really hard? Lu Xingzhou nodded without saying anything else. Seeing that the kid wasn't continuing to pester him, Hijab selected the copy and determined the difficulty to be normal. Then a white light flashed in front of the crowd and they entered the middle of the copy. Entering into the replica, the surroundings changed instantly. From the somewhat dilapidated and unkempt environment of a moment ago, it instantly became a high-class library that was elegant and noble. And if you smelled it carefully, it smelled of perfume. At this point, the crowd at the scene felt something unreal. "Are you the employees who cleaned the library today?" Suddenly a low voice echoed throughout the middle of the library, reaching the ears of the crowd. Everyone snapped their heads around. It was then that they saw that a middle-aged man wearing purple robes and an odd mask had unexpectedly arrived behind them at an unknown time. Hood was taken aback and immediately assumed a fighting stance, but his move was quickly stopped by Hahua at his side. "Don't! This is their curator. He won't attack us. It's just a normal NPC." Only after hearing this did Hijab react. He naturally knew that this copy had a curator's identity present, and just now he was just subconsciously a little excited. Almost did it. At this time, the curator spoke again once more. "There are 6 rooms in the library in total, and you can choose which one to enter first as you see fit. After completing all the tasks, you can come back to me to collect your rewards." After saying that, the librarian, who was wearing a purple robe, left. Lu Xingzhou looked at the back of this librarian and silently spoke. "It's like, really unbeatable?" Hijab took a deep breath to keep his inner peace, then spoke slowly. "Beat your ass. Don't say those unrealistic words. Go." Next to him, the underdog glasses guy held his glasses with his right hand and said grimly, "I've heard of people choosing to attack the curator before, but in the end, it didn't end well. They were directly exterminated, and only 2 professionals forced their way out of the copy at the last minute, or it's all over." Next to him, the 50-year-old man, Sher Dali, also nodded his head. He'd heard the rumor, too. "All in all, this curator is a dangerous person. We'd better be careful." Hihua spoke up. Lu Xingzhou didn't dwell on it. "Let's go. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan and blue. 6 rooms, each corresponding to 6 colors." Hijab led the crowd, heading to the first room first, the naked room. As the crowd slowly walked in, the style of the room followed suit. The surrounding walls were decorated with some stark colors in a very uniform style and color. The moment they entered the room, several people stood at attention. Glasses activate the skill, Twin Elves. Immediately after that, 2 elemental elves, one black and one white, were summoned at his side. Sherdali also took out a huge shield from within the prop space and blocked it in front of him. Hahua and Turban. They also took out their weapons from the props bar. Seeing that Lu Xingzhou did nothing, the Turban at this point urged, "What are you doing, kid? Get out your gear." "Oh," Lu Xingzhou answered. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Xingzhou slowly took out one from his props bar. Broken wooden sticks. Hijab? Are you kidding me? Chapter 103, Quenching Fire? It's a big prophet. Chapter 104, No. He's alone. Single brush? Chapter 105, Absorb enemy bullets to your heart's content. Chapter 106, Exploiting myself. It was because Lu Xingzhou had been absorbing the enemy's attacks. There's no pushing all the way across. So, this time the copy passes not too fast. But anyway, Lu Xingzhou didn't care about any so-called copy records. After all, it was the best if it could give him a boost. Another thing also suddenly occurred to Lu Xingzhou after he exited the copy. Hey, so will my Jed be able to swipe my own copy? Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou secretly summoned his Dharma body and told him to wait a little by the side. Try to see if your Jed is also able to enter the copy after you enter it. Wouldn't that be double the pleasure if it actually worked? This time Lu Xingzhou chose the warrior level difficulty copy and then directly entered. As his figure disappeared into the middle of the replica's interface, outside the copy, another teleportation glow lit up. The blonde-haired teenager who had just entered the copy, as well as his teammates, were all teleported out at this moment. After this battle just now, they could be said to have used all their cards. The adventure class is far more difficult than they could have imagined. The crowd had planned to just exit the copy in the first room, but their self-respect as top geniuses kept them going. By the time they hit the third room, the crowd was really not in good shape before they finally had no choice but to leave the copy. The good news, though, was that they only lost some experience points and dropped some common consumable materials, the rare equipment on his body, and some rare props didn't drop. The difficulty of this copy is indeed quite large, and rashly challenging the difficulty of the adventure level is not something we can currently dabble in. The blonde teenager wearing a cross spoke slowly. This was because none of their levels were high either, only level 17 and 18. At this point, none of them have completed their second turn yet. Everyone is well aware that there is a rule by default. Challenge copies are often played stuck at the level cap of the copy. Let's say the level of this copy is 1521. Most people will then challenge the Nightmare Library at level 20+, and they themselves, at this point, were in the category of transgressing the level to brush up on their copies. Not to mention this kind of copy, which spanned both the first and second turn stages. If they were allowed to challenge the Nightmare Library after completing their second turn, then this adventure level difficulty wouldn't be much of a challenge for them. However, it was important to realize that they were only a group of first-turn professionals at this point. Adjust your state. Let's go challenge the normal level difficulty later. I don't think it should be much of a problem to pass the normal level given what we just did. The blonde teenager wearing a cross mused slightly. Although it was a bit of a failure just now, it didn't dampen the sharpness in his eyes, because failure is the mother of success. The fact that they were able to come and have the courage to cross over and challenge this copy was already something remarkable, and they don't believe that anyone else who comes along will do a better job than them. So the crowd began to adjust themselves outside the copy, and just then, suddenly one of the men in the squad said, "I wonder what happened to the teenager who just went in alone." The rest of them also remembered the handsome young man they had seen entering the copy alone before they entered it. Who knows, most likely they realized they couldn't beat the copy at all, and then silently quit. Still, that guy was fun to watch. You don't see many unassuming fools like that. The crowd nodded and didn't take it to heart. Much less would they feel that Lu Xingzhou alone had the strength to pass through the Nightmare Library. However, just at this time, they suddenly saw that a young man wearing a black robe sneakily walked up to the entrance of the replica next to them. Then, 100,000 gold coins were pulled out of his arms. Right in front of them, walked the portal to the Nightmare Library copy. Was that another one that just went in? And it looks like he went in alone, too. The crowd was silent. What was going on today? They had thought that they were already remarkable and courageous for challenging a copy of the Nightmare Library when they hadn't completed their second turn. But, is there even a master here? Is this person also an insouciant fool? The crowd couldn't figure it out, and were confused in the wind. On the other hand, Lu Xingzhou sensed that his Dharma body had entered the copy just as smoothly. A pang of excitement was unavoidable. Could one's Dharma body really be able to swipe copies alone as well as oneself? If things are really like this, then it would be much easier to brush up and upgrade yourself. Only after one's Dharma body actually started brushing up on copies, Lu Xingzhou realized that although his Dharma body was able to enter the copy and go through the clearance process normally, but has a little problem. That is, after one's Dharma body defeats the monster. I can't believe there's no normal experience bonus. After his own Dharma body killed the monster, it was as if nothing had happened, and the monster disappeared into thin air. However, the experience value was not shared with Lu Xingzhou. Killing for nothing? This made Lu Xingzhou feel a little confused. Come on, he had paid a whole 100,000 gold coins for the entrance fee. Isn't it a bit much for you to play me like that? But the good thing is, the effects of the quenching fire and the other rune attacks were no different when they acted on the land rowing boat method than when they acted on themselves. All of them can have a probability to increase their fire attribute resistance in order to, and flame damage, and the normal drops for both equipment and materials are no different than usual. It's just that the experience value gained from brushing monsters doesn't drop anymore. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou's mood a little better. Finally, this money is not spent in vain, but at the moment he could not help but search his heart. It seems that using one's Dharma body to brush off extra experience value is a path that won't work. Happy for nothing. But, being able to quench one's body with the flame of trials increases a portion of one's permanent attributes. In fact, this aspect is far more valuable than gaining some experience value. Overall, it costs more than 100,000 gold coins to be able to get a chance to permanently improve your attributes in this way. It's already not a loss, and even, arguably, some small profit. After all, if one was lucky enough to drop the Overlord rune, a rare item, it would be worth millions. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou felt that he should still let his Dharma body continue to brush up on his copies afterward. It's kind of a chance to make a big deal out of a small one. On both sides, Lu Xingzhou and Lu Xingzhou's Dharma body were constantly absorbing enemy bullets. The way they played this gave the floating books in the copy a dumbfounded look. what a guy. You're not a human being, are you? It's on, isn't it? How come the more we fight, the more excited this guy gets? You've got to be kidding me. Even sometimes when they were turning pages, Lu Xingzhou would mutter a few words beside them. Why are you so slow? Don't come to the second wave of attack yet. Hurry up. Also, by virtue of floating books, they are monsters that exist amongst the copies and have no such thing as blood pressure. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so angry with Lu Xingzhou that their blood pressure would soar. After Lu Xingzhou's main body finished brushing the last copy, it was also considered to have used up all 5 of the day's entry opportunities for copies. But he can rest. His own Dharma body can't rest yet. Do you know what a capitalist looks like? What's a tough guy? That's the tough guy. Me, exploiting myself. Lu Xingzhou's Dharma body conscientiously continued to work. It continued to undergo the baptism of the quenching fire, as well as the other runes. Lu Xing himself knew afterward that when his Dharma body returned to his own body, the various attributes that he had enhanced would be increased to his own body accordingly. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou didn't need to be polite with his Dharma body. Only after a full day of conscientiously painting copies, after Lu Xingzhou spent a whole million gold coins, he came to a conclusion. This copy of just doesn't have a ing thing for overbearing runes at all. Chapter 107. Do you guys think he died in the copy? It was important to realize that Lu Xingzhou, plus his own Dharma body, had swiped a total of 10 times. Among these 10 copies, he had gained a total of 6 defense runes, 3 strength runes, 2 spirituality runes, and 5 agility runes, as well as a whole 8 experience book props of 10,000 experience. But there wasn't even a single hair of the hegemony rune in sight. Well, this burst rate is too touching. But Lu Xingzhou was not discouraged. After all, this was something that even Su Ruyun wanted to get her hands on. It's not unusual to be a little rarer and less common. However, with the previous experience of the City of Stone Giants and the Forest of Confusion, Lu Xingzhou then pondered if this so-called nightmare library also had a mechanism to trigger a hidden copy. Wouldn't it be possible to increase the probability of getting the dominance rune if you could trigger the hidden mechanic? Actually, Lu Xingzhou didn't really know very much about this hidden mechanism, including the 2 times before when he had triggered the hidden mechanism. It was actually all a mistake on his part. If we really want to talk about who knows the most about this kind of copy strategy, then we should also say Qin Xian, although before, one did break then 1, 2, 3 times the other party's record. But what Lu Xingzhou had to admit was that people were indeed still professional in this regard. So, Lu Xingzhou wanted to find some time to ask and see if Qin Xian had any ideas. Of course, Lu Xingzhou was not naive enough to think that the other party would help him unconditionally, and he himself had offended the Blood Knights Guild many times in public. In reason, the other party shouldn't be able to help themselves, right? But, as the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Lu Xingzhou's own face was not big enough. Then he could still go and seek some help from others. For example, Baek Sun Yang. Lu Xingzhou was considering this. If that Overlord rune still didn't come out tomorrow, then one would have to use one's favors a little. Just as Lu Xingzhou was thinking about this, the entrance to the replica suddenly flashed with light and 5 people came out. The expressions of these 5 people could not hide their excitement as they looked at each other with indescribable delight revealed in their expressions. Finally got through it. Kung Fu! Ha ha! Thanks to Gabriel Phil's last 5th rank skill, Holy Light Judgment. Otherwise it would have been impossible for us to clear the level. Captain Phil. Thanks so much, Gabriel Phil, the blonde teenager with the cross on his chest. He nodded slightly towards the crowd as a response. The expressions on the faces of the crowd were unusually excited. And at this time, Phil also turned around and saw Lu Xingzhou, who had come out next to him and was waiting next to the copy. He recognized that this handsome-looking young man was the one who had entered the copy alone earlier. So, Phil ghosted forward and said to Lu Xingzhou, I just saw you enter the copy alone. You want to challenge this nightmare library too, right? Lu Xingzhou saw this blonde teenager next to him strike up a conversation towards him. But, the other party didn't seem to be malicious, so Lu Xingzhou replied normally. Right. That blonde-haired teenager heard Lu Xingzhou's reply, although there was still a smirk in his countenance, but anyone could see that obviously in his heart. This blonde teenager still had a bit of a superiority complex. The danger factor of this copy is still very high. I see that you should be about the same age as us, so I'm kindly advising you that I hope you won't try to be brave. It's not quite worth it if you lose your life here. Moreover, when you pulled out the gold coins just now, there were already quite a few people around staring at you. If you need it, we, the students of Shangjing Academy, can protect you to get you back to the safe zone. When Lu Xingzhou heard this, his expression froze slightly. So, these guys are also students from Shangjing University? Although Lu Xingzhou hadn't filled out his volunteer application yet, it was almost a foregone conclusion that he would enter Shangjing University. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou also treated himself as a student of Shangjing University in his heart. You guys, you're students from Shangjing University? Lu Xingzhou sized up a few people and didn't feel any threat from them. Strength shouldn't be strong. Counting, at most, 1, 2 Sun Chi? Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and pondered. This student of Shangjing University seems to be nothing more than that. However, that Gabriel Phil shook his head slightly and said, "Prospective freshman, a few of us are trying to challenge the difficulty of this nightmare library, which is known as a must-have replica of Shangjing University, before we enroll." Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. A prospective freshman would make sense. If it was a sophomore, or even a junior veteran who only had this combat power, then Lu Xingzhou would more or less feel a little disappointed in this so-called top federal academy. "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't think there's much danger here, so I won't bother you." Lu Xingzhou didn't really want to get involved with these people, so he slowly excused himself. Gabriel Fell didn't say much. After all, from Lu Xingzhou's move to challenge this nightmare library alone, one could guess that his character should be rather withdrawn and arrogant. One has expressed one's goodwill, and it is not one's business if the other party does not accept it. So Phil just nodded slightly and touched the cross on his chest and said, "May the holy light bless you." After watching Lu Xingzhou leave, the other teammates around him then gathered around and asked, "Phil, what did you just say to him?" Phil shook his head slightly. "Didn't say anything, just thought it was interesting that a magical apprentice would dare to come to a place like this." The crowd was shocked. "What? He's, like, a magic apprentice? I'll be damned. A low-level profession challenging the nightmare library alone. What a lunatic. Silly people have silly luck. It's amazing this hasn't died in the copy." The crowd lamented as you spoke, but after a few moments everyone suddenly had some questions. "Hey, but, this guy shouldn't have just quit his copy, or else why is he later than when we got out of our copy? So what was he doing in his copy just now?" The crowd was silent, staring at each other, but could not get any answers. By the next day, Hijab and their small group gathered again. After a night's rest, the crowd was in much better shape. "What do you guys think? That magic apprentice kid, could he have just died in his copy last night?" "Not so much." Weakling Glasses spoke slowly. Hijab bristled. "Yeah." Hua also spoke up at this time. "Can't you expect anything good from anyone else? I'm just saying I guess I have. And besides, who's to say it's not the truth again?" Turban thought, "It's not like this kid is strong or capable of anything. It was also basically touch and go the entire time on the first day of brushing. At that level, stay in a copy in the wild. So you're dead? How about it? Do you guys want to make a bet? Let's see if this kid is so lucky to survive or not." Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. People were reluctant to let the turban say such somewhat obscure things though. But in fact, in everyone's subconscious, they didn't think that this magic apprentice could really survive either. So when it comes to the betting thing, then people just don't say anything. But just at this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly walked out from the side, full of spirit. Then there was a faint yawn. Chapter 108, Warrior level difficulty not working for you? Crazy. Guys, what are you all doing here? Are you ready to go? Lu Xingzhou smiled and greeted the crowd, his right hand still covering his mouth and yawning, a look of having slept well last night. At this point, the crowd froze slightly. Wimpy? This kid is surprisingly nothing at all, and it looks like the state of mind is also very full. Silence. There was a moment of silence. Bad. I should have known to make a bet with Hijab. The key was that they did not expect Lu Xingzhou to be in such a good state nowadays, and it didn't look like it was injured at all. Lu Xingzhou looked at the crowd with an innocent face and then said, "Go." Everyone nodded, and for some reason, there was a subconscious "oh." After coming outside the copy, Turban took out 100,000 gold coins from his props bar, and then prepared to collect the fee for entering the copy from the crowd again. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly spoke. "By the way, when I was challenging the copies yesterday, I realized something. That is, the attacks in the middle of this copy don't do much damage to me. So, why don't you let me try to hold off the other side's attacks today?" The skinny one next to him asked with a hint of skepticism in his countenance as he pushed his own glasses with his right hand. "Are you saying that the attacks of the floating books have no effect on you?" "Right." Lu Xingzhou nodded, very assuredly. Shirley was shocked and shook his head vigorously. "Impossible. You're not kidding. That attack hit my shield and it buzzed. How could it not affect you?" It was naturally impossible for Lu Xingzhou to share his secrets with these people in front of him that he had only known for a day. The previous Su Ruyun had told herself not to trust anyone here. Besides, Lu Xingzhou wasn't some stupid white sweetie who would tell his secrets all over the world. Isn't that stupid? So, Lu Xingzhou made up his mind. Maybe it's because, being an apprentice in magic, my resonance for magic caused this? Actually, I'm not quite sure what the exact reason is exactly. What Lu Xingzhou said was also vague. After all, it was all his nonsense. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Although they doubted Lu Xingzhou's words, it was impossible for them to find another level 15 magic apprentice to verify it. Even if he can really find such a person to verify his words, Lu Xingzhou has other reasons to make up. After a few moments of serious thought, Hijab opened his mouth, still somewhat skeptical. So, why can't the wizard? His empathy for magic should be stronger than yours. Hearing this, the crowd's skepticism just increased by a few points, but then they heard Lu Xingzhou continue to make things up without panic. Because I don't have that strong of a sense of magic, I can accept magic that is different from my own. But a wizard has a deeper understanding of magic and is self-contained, so he can't. The crowd was silent, though the whole thing feels outrageous. But, analyzing it carefully, I can't say there's anything wrong with it. So the turban stroked his chin and spoke in a skeptical manner. Wait, go into the copy and you try it. Good. When choosing the difficulty of the copy, Lu Xingzhou added, trust me, just pick the warrior class. Warrior level difficulty? This kid is crazy. None of the crowd would dare to challenge the warrior level difficulty, not even the low level copies. Not to mention the nightmare library, a copy with a very dense concentration of monsters whose difficulty itself was already beyond that of a normal copy. Although Bihua has been acting like she doesn't have too much contempt for Lu Xingzhou, Still, at this point, she wanted to talk the young man out of being ungrateful. However, Hijab, slowly opened his mouth at this time and faintly spat out 2 words and said, try. Sure vigorously shook his head. Hey, I don't agree. By the time in case this kid is killed, our 100,000 gold coins won't be spent in vain? Next to him, Glasses nodded approvingly and said, I agree with Shirley. If Lu Xingzhou dies, we won't bear the cost for his mistakes. At this time, the turban didn't retort. Instead, he turned his head to look at Lu Xingzhou and said, I'm also worried. So, Lu Xingzhou, you'll have to bear this part of the gold in advance. All the gold for everyone entering the copy. If it's true that you can carry off the opponent's attack as you said, we'll refund your money to you. Lu Xingzhou didn't even think about it and agreed straight away. Then continued, when the good stuff comes out, I'll just get more of my share. No problem, Hijab said with a rare alacrity as well. Then, he chose the warrior level difficulty. You should know that the recommended battle strength for warrior level difficulty is a whopping 38 stars. The crowd was still in the dark even as they entered the replica, already planning to exit the copy at any time. However, Lu Xingzhou was not the least bit flustered, walked straight into the first red-colored room, vigorously stood by, pulling his shield out from among the props bar and placing it in front of him. Bang! Then, he unleashed his skill, Absolute Guardian. This is the Shield Knight's 4th rank skill, capable of boosting defense by 2x for a short period of time and generating an armor in front of it that has 5x its life value. This is one of the Shield Knight's core skills, capable of absorbing a lot of damage. Apparently he was panicking about the warrior level copy difficulty, and to be honest, he didn't really think that Lu Xingzhou was really able to withstand the attacks of these floating books with his mortal flesh, because even when he himself was fending off their attacks, it was quite a struggle. This kid just takes it on the chin? This is no ing joke. However, just when the crowd wanted to see if Lu Xingzhou was really able to carry the opponent's attack, suddenly, he made an even more shocking move. Lu Xingzhou even directly pushed all the bookcases in front of him all the way down. In an instant, the floating flame books that covered the sky arrived in midair. Everyone present, their faces instantly turned cold, immediately revealing a look of incomparable horror. This kid is crazy. Is he trying to die with us? Is it because we said a few bad words about him the other day that he's going to die with us now? Isn't this guy a little too fragile inside? Bad. By the looks of him, I think he's really planning to break. What follows is an unavoidable battle. Yet just as they were thinking so pessimistically, Lu Xingzhou, however, stood directly in front of the crowd and then opened his arms, facing the attacks that came like a raging storm. There was no fear at all. Boom boom boom. Lu Xingzhou directly blocked all the attacks for his teammate. Just when everyone thought that Lu Xingzhou was about to go up in smoke and be crushed into dregs, Lu Xingzhou is not only fine. Instead, there was a hint of relief. Chapter 109, Talk to Me? Back in Shanghai, the expressions of the others inside the squad were all very shocked. As he watched, Lu Xingzhou was infinitely absorbing the enemy's bullets. But nothing happened. This kid is actually really immune to his opponent's attacks. While the crowd was horrified, their hearts inexplicably raised a trace of fear towards Lu Xingzhou. Although, the excuse Lu Xingzhou said just now sounded like some bluff. But, they are not cuties. What so-called magical apprentices would have empathy for magic and therefore be immune to this kind of damage? This is clearly counterintuitive. It's perfectly normal for them not to believe it. This kid must have a secret we don't know about. Not only did the turban think this way, even Dali and Hua, who were next to him, had deep scorn on their faces. Glasses pushed his body, his face still gloomy. The people were each in their own way and said nothing, but Lu Xingzhou didn't bother with them. It doesn't matter as long as it doesn't interfere with your own business. This one was an easy copy to brush up on, because everyone didn't need to make any more moves. The damage only needed to be carried by Lu Xingzhou alone. Wait for the time to pass and these floating books will blow themselves up. As for Lu Xingzhou, he was even more rewarding, because of the number of monsters, and the level of the monsters in the case of a solo copy by yourself. None of it compares to when you're in a group of 5. And more monsters, more intensive attacks meant that he had more opportunities to improve his strength. Lu Xingzhou led the crowd to brush the map and gained a lot. And because the entire difficulty of brushing the map had been simplified by Lu Xingzhou, so after brushing the map 5 times a day, people don't even feel like they've already brushed a copy of the warrior level difficulty at all. They even wanted to say a word about this warrior level nightmare library. That's it? Gee, it doesn't seem that difficult. After Lu Xingzhou finished swiping these 5 copies, the reminder tone of the copy alert also came to his ears. You have cleared the nightmare library, warrior level, copy, and you have been rewarded with 2,800 experience points. Congratulations to Land Robot for leveling up to level 16 and raising its basic attributes. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou was still satisfied with his upgrade progress. After all, one's own upgrade speed was 1/3 of that of other professionals because of the influence of the 3 phases return skill. So for Lu Xingzhou, the abundance of experience value from brushing this copy was indeed very satisfying. This copy recommended by Su Ruyun was still very reliable. Moreover, while Lu Xingzhou's main body was brushing the map, his Dharma body was also acting in synchronization. Those professionals outside the copy could often see a figure in a black robe appear outside the copy. There was a flash of light outside the door, and then it was back into the copy. After Lu Xingzhou's main body's side had finished its 5 copies, the Dharma body's side had also finished its copies. In these 2 days, Lu Xingzhou had consumed a whole 2 million gold coins in entrance tickets. That's an absolutely outrageous amount of money. 2 days, spent 2 million, TSK. Lu Xingzhou felt that if he couldn't brush up on the hegemony rune again, it would indeed be a bit of a loss. But, as was once the case with the lighthouse state, Lu Xingzhou directly chose to make a wave and exploit my allies in the face of economic hardship. Because it was mainly Lu Xingzhou who was contributing today, the others basically didn't contribute much to painting the copies. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou was also unshirkable to directly take the vast majority of the copies harvest. The corners of Hijab and the others' mouths twitched, their expressions not very nice, but they couldn't refute it. Lu Xingzhou was really the only one to take credit for challenging the warrior class. The others didn't help at all. Even He Hua was a bit embarrassed, thinking that her actions of saving Lu Xingzhou on the first day was actually a bit self-centered. After Lu Xingzhou took away most of the rewards he had received, he was still a bit unfulfilled. This copy shouldn't have gotten just this little reward. Thus, Lu Xingzhou was still prepared to talk to Qin Xian, find this Shanghai city 3 years ago, the most dazzling genius, and talk. But just at this time, a call came in from Captain Chen of the Public Security Department. Lu Xingzhou, little brother, are you in Shanghai now? We're going to give you an award tomorrow. Remember what I told you? Outstanding youth of Shanghai City. Then, our leader also heard about you and wanted to meet you. Although Lu Xingzhou was in Shangjing, his own Dharma body was still in Shanghai. So, he didn't say anything more and directly agreed in a single breath. Yeah, no problem. After the two of them briefly chatted a few more sentences about tomorrow's arrangements, Lu Xingzhou hung up the phone. Lu Xingzhou called to inform his sister-in-law about this, and made up a story that he was returning to Shanghai tonight. Although, it was just a matter of letting his Dharma body go back and show its face this very night. Chu Qing was very happy, because for her, being able to see Lu Xingzhou return home peacefully was the most celebratory thing. After Chu Qing received the news, she started to make good preparations and waited for Lu Xingzhou to come home. She cleaned the house twice, inside and out, and then, specially went to buy some of Lu Xingzhou's favorite dishes. Prepare to make him a nice family dinner tonight. In the dark, Lu Xingzhou's Dharma body took it all in. While his heart was moved, he also felt slightly puzzled. Why did he still not see Xiaoyu even though he was not in Shanghai these days? You know, that little ninny tried to kill herself earlier. Could it be because he was badly hurt from his previous unsuccessful sneak attack? Lu Xingzhou wasn't sure, just that he was still vigilant about this matter in his heart. Later that night, Lu Xingzhou's Dharma body returned home in a dignified manner before meeting Chu Qing, who had a joyful face. Lu, you're back. How is it? Are you tired lately? Come sit down. Auntie made you your favorite dish. Lu Xingzhou smiled and sat down at the table. Family is like that. When you get home, they won't be like everyone else. Ask how much money you've earned. Ask how much progress you've made. Or, ask how much you've accomplished again. They only care if you're tired. Lu Xingzhou said to Chu Qing with a smile. It's fine. I'm not tired, especially when I get home. The word home, for Lu Xingzhou and Chu Qing, the definition had long been different from ordinary people. That traditional family formed between parents and children is too far away for them. It's something that exists only in memory, vague and distant. But, this room today, but it's even warmer than the home other people call home. That night, Xu Qing had a lot of things she wanted to talk to Lu Xingzhou, but she considered that Lu Xingzhou, who had traveled a long distance, should already be tired, so he didn't pester him too much and sent him to bed early. However, before returning to his room, Lu Xingzhou also invited Xu Qing to visit the site of the commendation meeting with him the next day. How could a sister-in-law refuse such a thing? And immediately agreed. The next day, Lu Xingzhou brought Xu Qing to the Jianghai City Security Department and found Captain Chen. The other party briefly told Lu Xingzhou all about the current situation. Then, it spoke slowly. The recognition ceremony is this afternoon, and we'll be broadcasting it live throughout the city. But, before that, our leaders would like to meet you. Lu Xingzhou nodded, and that's when he saw a silhouette in a white research suit walk out from behind Captain Chen. She had sensible straight black hair and wore a pair of large black-framed glasses. Warm and sensible, generous and decent. Her age looked similar to Xu Qing's, and she shouldn't be much older than Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou thought, so young to be called leader by Captain Chen. Probably, also a proud daughter of the sky. You must be Lu Xingzhou. I've heard a lot of rumors about you lately. You've got a name for yourself. Still, Lu Xingzhou didn't feel much pleasure at the other party's compliments. Instead, he went straight to the point. I've heard that you have something you'd like to see me about. I wonder what exactly. At that moment, the woman in the white research suit smiled slightly before shaking her head and saying, it's not that I'm looking for you for something, it's, well, him. After saying that, Lu Xingzhou saw a familiar figure appear behind her. That's Fat Dragon. Chapter 110, I Can Be Your Mentor. Chapter 111, Conditions. Trouble. Chapter 112, Red, Orange, Yellow, Green, Blue, Purple. At this time, Gabriel, Phil and the others outside the copy, after receiving the notification from the Shangjing Academy. The expressions were very serious, and they were also cooperating with the local sheriff's department in the evacuation of people. What's going on? All of a sudden it says it's a spatial anomaly? Not sure. Anyway, let's evacuate the students and the rest of the crowd in this neighborhood first. In fact, the area of this kind of field copy is not under the jurisdiction of the sheriff's department. However, it is still very dangerous because of this spatial anomaly. There is a possibility that it could spill over into urban areas, so they were still ordered to come here to evacuate, just as the crowd was fully focused on their mission. Next to them, a figure wearing a white research suit appeared outside the copy. What's the scene like? Shen Xining spoke faintly, and invariably attracted the gazes of the surrounding crowd. Likewise, it caught the attention of Gabriel and the others. Dean Shen? You are Dean Shen of the Shangjing Academy, right? Shen Xining turned her head, looked at these slightly tender faces in front of her, and spoke faintly. Are you students of the upper academy? Prospective freshmen. Gabriel Phil replied. Shen Xining nodded, then said to him, it's dangerous here, so you guys should leave as soon as possible too. Within the replica, are there any students from our academy now? Gabriel shook his head slightly. He knew very well that the only people in his party these days were from the Shangjing Academy. Everyone else, basically, is a professional hunter. But at that moment, he suddenly thought of the appearance of a handsome young man, and then, after a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth. Although there are no more students from our school, there should be another student from another school in the copy. A student from another academy? Shen Xining mused slightly. But, for the greater good, there was no way she could take care of everyone. Ensuring the safety of the students at the Upper King's Academy is the primary goal first. You guys go ahead and leave. You did a great job with the evacuation mission. I remember you. Hear that? Gabriel and his party had very uplifted expressions, then nodded vigorously. Please take care of Dean Shen. We'll leave first. With that said, Gabriel, Phil and the others moved to the confines of the surrounding safe zone. Leave the area of the field copy. Shen Xining looked around. The crowds around us have largely cleared out. It was only then that she had the presence of mind to pay full attention to the movements of the copy space in front of her. The spatial fluctuation energy is even higher, almost reaching a level with the energy of the replica channel that appeared in Jianghai City at that time. Is a new copy about to appear? If that's true, it's still good news. I'm only afraid it's worse, Shen Xining pondered in her mind. Then she removed a moon-shaped ring that she wore on her right thumb. Then, he slowly pinched his hand and pressed it to the ground. Moon God Soldier, descend. In an instant, the sky darkened. A huge black rune formation centered on her body and spread out in all directions, forming a hexagram formation. At the same time, dark clouds in the sky instantly covered that sun. Dimmed. In the middle of the spell formation, dozens of tall lunar divine soldiers holding swords, spears, swords, and halberds with pitch-black bodies slowly stood up. After doing this, Shen Xining put her ring back on. Then, slowly, he opened his mouth and said to himself, The next thing you can do is wait. I hope it's just a normal copy passage. That's all. Within the duplicate, Lu Xingzhou's main body was currently thinking about the words that Qin Xian had said. All the details have been told to me. Where are the supposed details of this copy? Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin. To know, among this copy, there are only 6 rooms only, and most of the monsters present in these 6 rooms are different in color and attributes besides. There doesn't seem to be any other difference. This copy of the Nightmare Library wasn't quite the same as the one he had experienced before, called the City of Stone Giants. The latter has a bit more copy content, obviously. At this time, Lu Xingzhou was still absorbing enemy bullets. You have absorbed the Ice of Trials and gained +1 point of Ice attribute resistance. You have absorbed the Ice of Trials and gained +1 point of Ice attribute resistance. You have absorbed the Ice of Trials and gained +1 point of Ice attribute damage. You have absorbed the Ice of Trials and gained +1 point of Ice attribute damage. Suddenly, Lu Xingzhou thought of something. Colors? Could it be that the mechanism for trying to trigger a hidden copy has something to do with this color? Thinking about this, Lu Xingzhou came to a realization. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. These 6 rooms have taken the first 6 colors and embodied them all, but only the last one, which does not have a dedicated room. However, Lu Xingzhou was very clear. It's not like this copy doesn't have purple. After thinking about this, Lu Xingzhou instantly had a bold idea. That is, after brushing through the 6 rooms and finally challenging the librarian of the Nightmare Library directly. Originally I wondered why this kid was dressed so ugly. What decent person would choose to wear a purple robe? Now that I think about it, it's not just coincidence. After brushing through the last blue room and absorbing all the trial ice, Lu Xingzhou and the others once again returned to the lobby of the library. The librarian of the Nightmare Library, who wore a purple robe and a mask, spoke in a very flat tone. You have accomplished your tasks well, and next, I will be handing out rewards for you. Familiar recipe, familiar flavor. Everyone was waiting for the librarian of the Nightmare Library and what reward would be given this time. However, the obvious thing was that this time, there was still no hegemony rune among the rewards given by the library's curator. Turban's face was a little lost, but he turned his head to the crowd. It's okay, the probability of this stuff is just low. If the probability of brushing out the Overlord rune was that high, it wouldn't have sold for tens of millions apiece. The crowd nodded. They also knew that the rarity of this item was comparable to a normal Starburst grade gem. So without saying anything more, he took his reward and was ready to leave. But just at this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly spoke. Hey, wait, there's something I haven't told you yet. The purple-robed librarian, after hearing this call from Lu Xingzhou, actually slightly stopped in his tracks. The body then turned very stiffly, mechanically. What do you have going on? Lu Xingzhou smiled and looked at him, then slowly spoke. I want you to hand over the hegemony rune. That purple-robed librarian. The joy and anger of his expression could not be seen because of the odd mask on his face. However, a hint of threat was heard in the middle of his voice unlike before. I've finished handing out your rewards, so if you don't leave again, you'll suffer the consequences. Hijab saw the scene. Even some of the scalps are starting to tingle. This magical apprentice is crazy, isn't he? He couldn't be thinking that he could provoke the curator just because he could carry the attack of the floating book. Could he? Wang Defa. He just wanted to reach out and pull Lu Xingzhou, but he saw that the latter had already pulled out a wooden stick from the props bar and opened his mouth with a smile. Well, then, go to hell. Chapter 113, I don't care to listen, or please go to hell. Chapter 114, who's a moralist when you're a gangster? Hearing this shout, the crowd turned their heads to look at the figure that had suddenly burrowed out beside them. Whoosh! It was no other than the turban. At this moment, his figure was so fast that it even dragged out bursts of residual shadows at this moment. This guy had completely exploded his body's potential, and his stance was extremely fast. It was even faster than the most terrifying speed that had erupted from the previous brush copy. With a direct hand, he snatched the mid-air hegemony rune into his hand. What are you doing? Hahua let out a shout. What for? You guys don't think that you have to be moralistic when you're out here, do you? Hijab looked to the crowd with a complete lack of the same majesty he had before his captain. A gust of lewd laughter appeared on the entire man's face. Trust, in the face of money, is worthless. At this moment, the underdog glasses, his lenses flashed with a strange light, then slowly opened his mouth and said, You're right, out there, don't be moralistic. Shasta, the elf of life and the elf of death beside underdog glasses surprisingly exuded an even more powerful magical aura around them. Subsequently, the two of them unexpectedly began to merge directly. Black and white are intertwined and twisted, blending into each other. In the end, a half-angel, half-demon creature was formed. Angel of the Dead, get him for me. Hua's eyes were slightly startled. The combat power of the Angel of the Dead in front of him was obviously even more terrifying than that of the Elf of Life and the Elf of Death combined just now. How dare you kid hide from me too? Turban cursed angrily. Glasses spoke faintly. Same to each other. The Angel of the Dead had a scythe in his left hand and a staff of light in his right, waving both weapons at the same time, instantly releasing a terrifying energy shock. Boom! Turban narrowly avoided the attack, cursing under his breath. Worthy of being a rare professional like me, the strength really isn't weak, but you little don't think you can beat me like that. Grandpa, I'm not for nothing. Speaking, Hijab rushed straight to Glasses with an acceleration. The long sword at his waist was sheathed and swung directly at his neck. This sword would surely make his head fall to the ground in an instant if it came into contact with Glasses' white and tender neck. But, just at the moment, the tip of his sword was about to touch Glasses' neck, Glasses' figure instantly flashed, and his stance directly exchanged with the Angel of the Dead. This is one of the summoner's natural skills. Swish dash. The sword knuckled down on the demonic side of the Angel of the Dead, but the angel on the left immediately raised the battle of light in his hand and began to strike back. Bang! After forcing back the turban, the battle of light in the Angel of the Dead's hands lit up again with healing light, healing all the wounds sustained by the demonic faces around him. Turban's eyes glazed over slightly, and then he saw the angry demon charging towards him, the scythe in his hand slashed with black flames. Bang! 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 Turban fought off successive blocks and battled back, as long as he was able to pull away from the space and give himself time to opt out of the copy. Then, and everything worked out. But, the Glasses are well aware of this. How could they let him go so easily? Angel of the Dead, wrap him up for me. Then, Glasses said to Hihua as well as Sure Dali next to him, help me pull him back, or else this guy will leave later. We'll all be playing for nothing by then. When he spoke, Glasses didn't look at Lu Xingzhou, because in his mind, Lu Xingzhou's skill that defeated the curator just now should have consumed all of his magic power. He didn't think that Lu Xingzhou could still use that kind of perverted skill, so, it didn't treat Lu Xingzhou as a usable combatant. And upon hearing this, a hint of determination flashed in the eyes of Hihua and Sure Dali. What's the use of jungle righteousness when you come out? Making money, that's the way to go. Turban, since you betrayed us, go to hell. As Hihua said that, he also drew his bow and arrow from his back, and then used the skill, breaking wind continuous shot. Whoosh! A rain of 3 arrows cut through the sky and came directly towards the turban's face. That's when the turban felt this terrifying wind-breaking arrow, stabbing straight at him. He realized instantly that it was not good, so he hastily swung his sword to block. However, at this time, the Angel of the Dead was still wrapped around him in death. Though to be honest, there was still a gap in strength between the strength of the Angels of the Dead and the fiery turban over here. But, the Angels of the Dead play with no regard for injuries at all. Fighting for your life in this type of fight is a great advantage for summoned beasts. I could have fumbled a million times. What about you? Coupled with the fact that Hihua next to him continuously released arrows in secret, often hitting that kind of offense with tricky angles, it didn't take long for the turban to work, and his body was already covered in a trail of blood that was deep to the bone. He tried to replenish his life force with a life recovery potion several times, but he didn't find a chance to do so, because Glasses and the others simply wouldn't give him this opening to catch his breath. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys are all hiding yourselves. Hijab realized something was wrong. His strength alone was not weak against any of these people, but it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, let alone 6. Soon the bandana was getting a little too much to handle. Wait, can't we have a conversation? However, the words were not finished. At that moment, Hahua then shot an arrow. This arrow was fast and accurate, directly breaking the wind. The sharp blade of the arrow pierced his throat, and cut a deep blood scar to it. Seeing blood in the throat, that is the case. In that instant, Hijab's eyes lost their light. Filled with disbelief, he fell to the ground, blood gurgling from the bloody hole between his throat. Hihua instantly covered her mouth when she saw the scene as she said in panic, I didn't try to kill him, I just wanted to keep him from escaping. I didn't mean to. Shirley looked to Hihua and comforted him. Would thing, I know you didn't mean it. Besides, he was the one who started it in the first place, and he deserved it. Looking at the turban lying motionless on the ground, Glasses slowly walked in front of his body. Then, reaching down, he picked up the bastard rune on the ground. Item name, Rune of Bastardism. Item grade, Rare. Restricted level, level 10 or above. Effective use, within 10 seconds. One's actions are not affected by external forces, and one's defense is increased by 100%. Item comment, come on, let's duel to the death. This rune was an octagonal, rocky block rune with arcane patterns outlined on it and a faint crimson glow flowing through it. No wonder it can be sold at such a high price. This thing is really worth the price. He pushed up his glasses. He then turned his head to look at the crowd with a faint smile. Only the smile was incomparably oozing to look at. Thank you for stopping him for me. In return, I will, and give you all a hard time. Chapter 115. Even a dead man can't keep a secret. The moment I heard that, Sure Dali was the first to react, instantly erecting a shield in front of him. Guardian shield. Shasta. The huge shockwave slammed directly into the shield in front of him. Boom! A huge shockwave spread out, causing both Hihua as well as Shir-Dali to feel an incomparable sense of oppression. And that's when Glasses smiled evilly, revealing a grim smile that was completely at odds with his appearance. Just as he was about to maneuver the Angel of the Dead and deliver another blow to Shirley's shield, suddenly, he felt a terrifying killing intent. At that moment, he turned his head instantly, seeing an overwhelming ice storm that suddenly appeared next to him. Toward himself, blasted, Glasses cursed darkly and instantly maneuvered his own Angel of the Dead, flashing between the two to switch positions. There was a flash of light. The Angel of the Dead, on the other hand, appeared where the Glasses had originally been, carrying the blow hard. Originally, the Glasses felt Lu Xingzhou's move. He could definitely carry it off himself as no problem. Because of his knowledge of his summoned beasts, it was able to carry down Lu Xingzhou's 3 ice storm attacks. However, proved to be, he was still overthinking it. The moment the Angel of the Dead came into contact with the ice storm in front of him, his body was instantly frozen by the icy crystals. Click 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 dash. Ice, just like that, crawled up the arms, body, and then heart of the Angel of the Dead. In an instant, the Angel of the Dead, who was originally still raging, it was directly frozen into a large ice cube by Lu Xingzhou. The moment he saw this scene, Glass's original confident sneer was instantly as if it had been frozen as well. Frozen in time. How is this possible? How is it possible that you can't even carry it for a second? The Glasses are blinded. His expression, too, was momentarily frozen. He tried to recall his summoned beasts, but it was completely ineffective. It was as if the Angel of the Dead was completely cut off from him in this moment. It was out of his control. How is this possible? No, I don't believe. You guy. How did I fall into the hands of a guy like you? The Glasses looked at Lu Xingzhou, never expecting it. Himself, today, he would actually be undermined by this magic apprentice. However, Lu Xingzhou did not respond and spoke directly. Do it, I can't anymore. Between words, Lu Xingzhou also pretended to look weak, and then slowly sat on the ground, with one hand propped up. Hihua was next to him and was the first to react. Straightforward, 0 frame start, skill streak. Instantly the arrows fell like rain and shot directly towards the Glasses not far away. At this time, Glasses clutched the hegemony rune in his hand with a death grip, clenched his teeth, and chose to forcefully exit the copy. But it was at this time, the rain of arrows had fallen. Whoosh! In the sky, arrows rained down. The Glasses on the ground were pierced straight through the hedgehog. A summoner without the protection of a summoned beast was like a toothless tiger. Unbeatable. Fragile as hell. Lu Xingzhou also spoke slowly at this time. Well, was decisive. We're a perfect match. He braced himself with his own staff and stood up. It does seem to have been hollowed out by the freezing skill. Shirley put the shield away, then wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. It was a long relief to take a break from the panic that had just set in. Scared the out of me. Hua didn't listen to what he said and walked to the side of the Glasses by herself. Then, with a firm wrench of his fingers, from his hand, he snapped out the hegemony rune. I didn't realize that the copy didn't kill them, but it died at the hands of one of their own. Hey, Hihua slightly lamented, then turned his head and said to the 2 men with great bravado, let's split this rune between the 3 of us, and when the time comes to hand it over to the boss, the gold coins earned will be split into 3. 1 for each of us. After she said that, she felt that she was wrong to suggest this, and so rejoined. However, Lu Xingzhou really did us a great favor by being able to get this rune today. Why don't we split the money for this hegemony rune into 4? Lu Xingzhou will take half each, and we'll each take 1. Hearing this, Shirley forcefully nodded slightly in recognition. I think it's okay. Hihua laughed and threw the hegemony rune towards Shir-Dali, with absolutely no intention of taking possession of it. Nah, take it. Hey, throw it high. The Overlord rune flew over Shirley's head and fell to the ground behind him with a snap. Hua scratched his head apologetically and said, sorry, didn't get the force right. Shirley didn't blame her. Waving his hand, he turned around and went to pick up that hegemony rune. Would thing, just pay attention next time. However, the moment Shir-Dali turned around, Hihua's eyes narrowed slightly. Scratching his head, his hand went behind himself in a smooth motion. Then, gently, an arrow was drawn. After she drew that arrow straight out, with great speed, she put her hand on the bow. Because her proficiency in mastering this skill was so high, it was nothing more than a blink of an eye to finish setting up her bow and shooting arrows. Arrow! Whoosh! In an instant this arrow with a cracking sound flew directly towards Shirley. Next, there was a pft sound, and it went straight through his heart from behind him. Shir-Dali directly fell to the ground, and his body was also prostrated on the ground as a whole due to gravity and inertia. Not even a muffled grunt came out. After doing this, Hihua's eyes gradually turned cold. The previous kind of bravado had all but disappeared, replaced by a kind of indifference and viciousness. I really didn't expect it, but I actually got this hegemony rune. Humph, interesting. As Hihua spoke, he walked over to Shir-Dali, who had already been pierced through the heart by one of his own arrows. and then picked up the hegemony rune that had fallen on the ground. She patted the dust on this, then turned her head to look at Lu Xingzhou next to her with a cold face. However, at this moment, Lu Xingzhou acted as if he hadn't understood the situation and raised his eyes slightly to look at her. No more pretending? Ahua was slightly stunned. You saw it coming? It's your acting that's so clumsy. Lu Xingzhou shrugged and said very calmly, from the time you pretended to accidentally kill Hijab to the very decisive execution of glasses later on, all of these actions were done to remove the strongest competitor for yourself. You think you're doing it perfectly, but my game ID is called, always question. Ahua sneered, but at the moment she didn't care about those details. Kid, to be honest, I don't really want to kill you too much, because I can sense that you're not quite like them outlaws. But sorry, since everyone is dead, leaving you out alive will be trouble for me later. I suppose you understand this, that only the dead can keep secrets. Hearing this, the corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched. Inexplicably he thought of Xin Xining, the one who could manipulate the undead. Dean Xin of the Shangjing Academy. What if I told you that dead people can't keep secrets? Hearing this, Hua smiled. He thought that Lu Xingzhou was using a different way to beg for mercy from him. You think you can get me to leave you alone with that? Oh, you're so naive, boy. Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly and then said with a very innocent expression, is there some misunderstanding between us? When did I say that I was asking you to leave me alone? Hua's expression turned slightly cold, and in an instant, realized the meaning of Lu Xingzhou's words. You want to fight me? Yeah, you guessed it. Lu Xingzhou laughed. Chapter 116, The Gap in Strength. After Hua heard Lu Xingzhou's remarks, a wild smile instantly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Ha 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 ha. If it was you in your full strength just now, then I'm afraid I'd still be a bit wary of you. After all, your high-ranked instantaneous ice attribute magic does make me a bit wary as well. I don't know how you did it, but the power of that magic is indeed a bit scary. But now that you've unleashed your skills so many times, you're nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter in front of me now. Don't try to be brave and die in pain. Isn't it good? Lu Xingzhou didn't take her words seriously. He just moved his wrist for a moment, then slightly cocked his head and asked, I'm actually kinda curious. Don't you guys get tired of pretending to be yourselves all the time? Aren't you just the same, always hiding? Hua looked at Lu Xingzhou with a look of mutual reciprocity, but the tone of his voice revealed at all times that he was the final winner. Oh, Lu Xingzhou unhurriedly and slowly walked up a few steps, then faintly opened his mouth. And how do you know that I'm not hiding something right now? The moment she heard this, Hua's eyes narrowed slightly, and her hands instantly rested on her bow. She still gave considerable respect to the young man who was able to defeat Vanzels. If Lu Xingzhou was really able to use the terrifying ice attribute magic again, she, too, would find it very tricky. You're bluffing. Hua opened her mouth warily. A high-level magic that terrifying shouldn't be able to be used a few times for a low-level professional like you. You want to stall for time by this cheap, bluffing tactic? Lu Xingzhou pulled out the Eye of the Stars from his props bar. Cut the crap and do it. The words just fell. On Hua's side, her hand was already on top of her bow, and it was accompanied by a strong energy fluctuation. Two other illusory energy bows instantly appeared behind her. Fifth order skill, Split Shadow Breaking Arrow. The moment she pulled the bow, the other two energy bows and arrows were also stretched slightly as they were stretched and built up their strength. Then it fired directly in the direction where Lu Xingzhou was. Whoosh! 3 air-breaking noises, from far away and near, extremely fast, and it's more than just these 3 courses. Hua pulled the bow continuously and fired a dozen arrows in a row. Only after emptying all the quivers behind her did she stop. In the sky, a dense rain of arrows fell. Lu Xingzhou, on the other hand, had only one thought at the moment. Hey, your own old class seems to be an archer profession to come? Are the skills he uses as cool as this? Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin before slowly coming back to his senses. Hua couldn't help but sneer when he saw that Lu Xingzhou didn't even make a move to dodge. To dare to go out of his mind on the battlefield. This guy really isn't afraid of death. But come to think of it, how much combat experience can a student of this age have? It's not wrong to die by my hand. Hua thought so in her mind. As a professional hunter, she wasn't one of those powerful rare professionals, but there was a reason why she had been able to stay alive for so long. That is, she's smart and knows how to disguise herself. The ability to deliver a fatal blow to the opponent at a critical moment. The necessary sacrifices and hiding were worth it in her eyes. Just like when he had suffered some injuries before and then saved Lu Xingzhou's life. It was all to gain his trust, although she didn't expect that Lu Xingzhou would see through her disguise. But the results are the same. Doesn't matter. At the moment in her eyes, Lu Xingzhou is about to die with 10,000 arrows through his heart. But, when the rain of arrows fell in the sky and came into contact with the skin of Lu Xingzhou's body, only an inch away, a layer of frost armor suddenly appeared, covering his entire body. Click 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 dash. This thick layer of frost armor wrapped the entirety of Lu Xingzhou's body right around him. That dense rain of swords in the sky fell down, all of them hitting the armor. And just like that, it was stopped straight away. The rain of arrows in the sky landed on the layer of frost armor, but they couldn't even inch in. It just stopped right in midair. The scene was spectacular, and Hua was filled with shock. She could hardly believe what she was seeing before her eyes. Impossible. How is this? How is this possible? What is this skill again? At this point, Hua was filled with incredulity. She was in complete disbelief of the scene happening in front of her eyes. Not only did Lu Xingzhou have such a strong means of attacking with the ice attribute, but he even had this kind of skill. He's only a magic apprentice, right? How come he not only has this kind of attack skill, but even his defense skill is so strong? No, how is this possible? Is this still what he's supposed to be able to do as a magical apprentice? Hua never expected that the strongest strike he had mobilized all of his magic value and struck out had been defended so easily. And, as Lu Xingzhou's eyelids lifted slightly, the frost armor in the air instantly burst. The rain of arrows in the sky was directly bounced off by the aftermath of the explosion. Boom! The moment. Hua's eyes darkened, though she still couldn't believe it, but it was what it was. Facing Lu Xingzhou, who had mastered this ability, she was no match at all. No, that's not possible. I've gone through so much trouble and so much preparation. I killed all the other opponents already. I should have been the final winner. How could I be in the gutter at the hands of a magical apprentice like you? It's impossible. I can't take it. Hua's expression was already somewhat hysterical at this point. She really couldn't accept that she was so close to success, yet she was being blocked by a low-level professional that she had never looked up to. And the key thing is, the strength of this low-level professional was surprisingly terrifying. It's hard to even look at it yourself. It's like a cloud in the sky and a speck of dust in the ground. The gap is so large that it is difficult to cross. His own full-force strike was easily resisted without the other party even moving. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou's expression was very calm. He was not at all surprised by this outcome. Even Lu Xingzhou hadn't thought of a second result. Greed is not enough. It's your choice. Lu Xingzhou spoke indifferently, and then his right hand holding the eye of the stars was raised high. Then, out of thin air, he made a stroke in midair. Instantly, a swirl of flames was traced in midair, then thrust forward out of thin air. The blazing flames were like the gates of heaven, and the angels, glowing with fire, were welcoming her with open hands. At this moment, Hua's expression released instead. It's as if, by nature, people are prone to envy those who are a little better than they are. However, when they encountered existences that were much stronger than themselves, or even existences that they could never reach, they would never raise any feelings of jealousy. The reasoning, it's the same. Originally, she thought she was just taking credit for it, but it wasn't until the terrifying heatwave came to Hua's face that she realized where this was a lost cause. Myself, I lost too much from the start. Boom! The flames swept by, as if, purifying all the sins of this world. Chapter 117, Whose child is this? Chapter 118, Something's wrong. It's a double copy. At this moment, not only did Lu Xingzhou discover the strange movements within the copy, but on the other side, Shen Xining, who was outside the copy, also discovered the spatial fluctuations at this moment. It's like, already here, a spatial anomaly that appeared. Shen Xining slowly opened her mouth, and beside her, the expressions of the staff of the Shangjing Public Security Department all followed and slightly froze on their faces. Dean Shun, then what do you think about this matter? Need us to evacuate all the residents within the city? No, it should be less than a level 3 danger level. Shen Xining shook her head slightly. It is logical to categorize the danger of such events on a scale of 1 to 5. A level 1 hazardous event is a situation that is classified as having the potential to cause 100 casualties. A level 5 hazardous event is a situation that could cause the entire federal government to capsize. Currently, Shen Xining felt that this spatial anomaly only belonged to a dangerous event of around level 2. The spatial fluctuation at this time, judging from its intensity, is not a situation that would cause a widespread spatial collapse or the simultaneous generation of multiple copies. Therefore, the degree of harm is limited. As of now, it should just be a spatial passageway about to be generated. Hear that? The expression of the staff of that Shangjing Sheriff's Department sort of relaxed a few points. A level 2 dangerous event was nothing more than a trivial matter to Dean Shin in front of him. Having her here would definitely minimize the risk of a hazardous event. It seems like you don't have to worry about it. It was only that Shen Xining was indeed more optimistic despite her external judgment. However, she felt that the frequency of this spatial fluctuation was a bit weird. It's clearly a prelude to a new copy actually coming down the pike, but is slightly different. What is the difference? Shen Xining pondered in her heart and hesitated to speak. But just then, Gabriel Phil, who had left a moment ago, suddenly went and returned. And, returning with him, there was a big-bellied, balding man with gold-rimmed glasses. The moment she saw this person, Shen Xining's eyebrows twitched. Then, slightly surprised, he spoke. Principal's son? What are you? Coming here. That big-bellied middle-aged man was named Sun Wei, a mediocre name, but he is the vice principal of this Shangjing Academy. It's this Shangjing Academy, and even among the Shangjing, one of those who stand at the very top of the power hierarchy. Moreover, the principal of the Shangjing Academy is a god and a dragon, and the affairs of the academy, big and small, are actually basically represented by Principal Sun Wei. Principal Sun Wei, therefore, is very busy. There was even less time to practice on your own. Strength had been stuck in a bottleneck for many years without the slightest refinement. Time, for such big shots, is precious. Sun Wei ran over a few steps in a row, obviously exhausted. He braced his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. After a few moments, he used his other hand to hold up the few hairs on his head and reshaped his hair in two sides for the center fashion. Then this spoke up. Dean Shun, it's great that you're here. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Seeing Sun Wei's panicked appearance, Shinshuning's face became a few points more grave. Lowering his voice, then this opened his mouth to ask, what happened, you say? I'm telling you, the principal's precious daughter Sun Wei blah blah blah, emphasizing the key points many times. A lot is at stake at this point. A lot is at stake. It has to be taken care of before the principal, his old man, understands the situation. Must. Sun Wei was very excited as he spoke. Even Gabriel Fell, who was watching from the side, frowned slightly when he saw the scene. Good lord, this is no joke. Our future vice-chancellor, too, is too unstable. In his mind, he slurred. It can't be. It's a straw man, right? Gabriel sized up Sun Wei's attire. Although he was wearing a suit jacket on the outside, the buttons of the suit had been left open in the midst of running just now. It leaked out the inside of a white translucent senior limited sleeveless tank top. Just by the way he was dressed, Gabriel felt a little disappointed. In comparison, it was Dean Shin who looked a little more reliable. After Shinshining understood the situation, she turned her head and looked at the copy of the Nightmare Library in front of her. She then scoped out the teams that still existed among the copies. Inside, there are two other squads. One is a team of 4 people challenging for a normal level copy. The other is a team challenging for a warrior level copy with only 2 people. After Shin Shining relayed the results of his exploration, next to him, Vice Principal Sun Wei analyzed. But she shouldn't be challenging for a warrior class copy, right? If it's a normal difficulty copy, she should be out soon. Not a big problem. When the time comes, I'll pick her up and take her back. I'll leave the rest of the things here to you. Dean Shun. Shin Si-ning nodded. While the two were talking, suddenly, a teleportation glow came from outside the replica. Sun Wei turned his gaze directly away. Somewhat excitedly, he looked over at the 4 figures coming out over there. Then, with a flash of his body, he arrived in front of the crowd. Look east, look west. In front of each one, it was scrutinized for a long time, close enough to almost feel his body temperature, which had risen due to sweating after a strenuous workout. Sun Wei carefully observed each person's facial features, then tentatively asked, Missy, little ancestor, is that you? Or, are you? Ouch, my little ancestor, don't toss me, is it you know? However, the crowd looked at Sun Wei's expression. It's like looking at a perverted uncle with alarm. Even one of the teenagers, who had a strong sense of justice, drew his longsword on the strange uncle. Hey, strange uncle, if you come any closer, I'm going to cut you, even if at this time, how Sun Wei explains that he is really not a strange uncle or something like that. But, the other side saw this look of Sun Wei's sweaty body wearing a translucent sexy sweatshirt without a few hairs on his head. Truly, nothing convincing. Luckily, Dean Shin appeared in time and rounded him off. That's what explained the misunderstanding. But, at this time Sun Wei also completely recognized the reality. Bad. Missy, still in there. That Nightmare Library on warrior level difficulty. Sun Wei, as the vice principal, naturally knows the difficulty of the Nightmare Library, which is one of the mandatory courses of the university in Beijing. Many students, in their freshman year, simply don't have the ability to challenge this copy. He was, of course, still talking about normal level copies. If it's warrior level difficulty, that even a lot of sophomores have trouble getting through. But, Missy actually went into this copy? It's broken. Sun Wei was so anxious that he clapped his hands together. He even opened his mouth at this time. Wait for me. I'll go back to school and get the Skybreaker. I'm going to blast this copy right through the passage. Next to him, Gabriel Phil was listening in awe. And so on. Rular said that the treasure of that Shangjing Academy's town school, the supreme level artifact, the heaven-breaking ruler? What grass? This principal's son is crazy, isn't he? Shin Shining's mouth also twitched slightly when she heard this. Apparently it was also felt that Sun Wei had gone a little too far. But just at this time, Shin Shining suddenly remembered something. Then he turned his head to look at Gabriel Phil. The blonde teenager with the cross next to him, asked, I thought you said earlier that there was another teenager in the duplicate that didn't come out? Yes, he, it seems, is a magical apprentice. Gabriel Phil fought back to Lu Xingzhou's appearance, then spoke faintly. Speaking of magic apprentices, Shen Xining suddenly remembered someone. If, that is, it's him, maybe, there is a chance. Even a warrior-level difficulty copy shouldn't be a problem. She was inexplicably relieved at the thought. Then he said to Sun Wei next to him, Vice-Chancellor, don't worry about it, if my guess is good. Missy should not be in danger now. Sun Wei looked at the number of people left in the middle of that copy, which was only 2. Then, somewhat skeptically, he asked, are you saying that the magical apprentice who was with him can keep Missy safe? Aha. Since you said that, I'll just wait and see, okay? But just then, a violent shaking sound suddenly came from midair. Boom! Hearing the sound of vibration, both Sun Wei and Shen Xining subconsciously raised their heads. This is the anomaly of a new copy being born. However, 3 seconds later, the two subconsciously glanced at each other. 4. The copy did not descend. No new spatial passages are born, and there are no entry portals for replicas. However, that energy fluctuation just now was definite proof that a new copy had been generated. The two hesitated for a moment, and then, instantly, their eyes widened simultaneously, realized what was going on. Double copy. Shen Xining's expression at this time, too, was finally not calm. She shouted directly to Sun Wei, quickly go, bring the heaven-breaking ruler. Okay, wait for me. Make sure you wait for me. Sun Wei directly turned and accelerated, almost running off his shoes. Gabriel heard the slightly unfamiliar word and obviously had no idea what was going on. And at this time, Shen Xining added to the staff of the Shangjing Public Security Department next to him, saying sternly, put out a notification. There could be a level 4 hazardous event here. Evacuate, all masses, immediately. Inside the copy, Lu Xingzhou and that white-haired girl were trapped. The two sat on the floorboard and staring at each other. It's just that you've killed too many people and angered the god of replicas, so they won't let us go. You are solely responsible for this. That white-haired loli was already shirking her responsibilities. Lu Xingzhou lazily ignored her. Elementary school students this is. Say what you like. It's none of my business. Lu Xingzhou paced inside the copy, still searching for a possible way out. But, with a sudden vibration coming from the middle of the sky, with his powerful spiritual power, Lu Xingzhou suddenly sensed an inexplicable fluctuation. What's going on? Lu Xingzhou subconsciously looked up at the sky. As a result, it was seen that the space in the sky was being like a mirror. Breaking. Chapter 119, Can he still perform miracles? Chapter 120, Giant Flame Slime. Chapter 121, Because men are idiots. After Lu Xingzhou easily killed the flame slime in front of him, he once again shouldered the second self-detonation. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou's frost armor, even for the first time, a trace of cracks appeared. It does seem that the higher level copies are different. It has already been able to threaten the effect of his own Frost 3-piece set, Nightmare Library, although the level cap covers second-turn professionals. But that's actually for the purpose of allowing higher-level professionals to be able to challenge higher difficulty copies, like Adventure level, Warrior level. But this copy in front of us, the initial level should have already exceeded the level cap of the Nightmare Library. These two flame slimes just now should just be a downer for themselves. But, not a big problem. Just as Lu Xingzhou was thinking, the frost armor on his body instantly crumbled. Then, his armor regenerated once again. Armor's life value is also replenished directly to full. Come on, keep going. Zhu Linger regained her original appearance, then took a deep breath. Few tired me out. The difficulty of this copy is quite high. Even this little peripheral mongrel is so powerful. Lu Xingzhou looked at Zhu Linger, who had changed back to her original appearance next to him, and asked with some curiosity, I was just going to ask, why are you a man every time you transform? Doesn't that seem a little strange? Zhu Linger's round little mouth turned up, and she grunted in a very natural tone. Because, men, they're idiots. Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but spit in his heart. Yo, still a scumbag? Seeing Lu Xingzhou's smiling but silent look, at this moment, Zhu Linger suddenly ran to Lu Xingzhou in 2 steps. Except they're all too weak to be of much use. In a cute tone unique to lowly girls, she opened her mouth with a smile. Why don't you let me cheat a little too? Me? Lu Xingzhou stretched out a finger and pointed at himself rhetorically. Right. The white-haired girl nodded and said with a serious little expression. Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly before revealing a faint smile and said, Sorry, I'm not stupid. Zhu Linger's small mouth beamed. Turning his head, he hummed softly. the two of them gradually made their way inside the replica. On the other hand, Su Ruyun, after returning to Shangjing, had, apparently, also heard about what was happening with the copies outside of the Shangjing city district. The spatial passageway shattered and a double copy was born. Also, an emergency evacuation warning has been issued for the downtown area of Upper Kyoto. Once a situation like a double copy occurs, then a spatial collapse can occur at any time. By then, the temporal turbulence would not only affect the real world and all the professionals within the copy, moreover, would be trapped forever, unable to get out. Broken. Inside the office, Su Ruyun instantly shrank her neck like a child who had done something wrong. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly in embarrassment. At that time, after his own introduction, Lu Xingzhou should be in an accident now if nothing else. Wasn't he inside the nightmare library that gave birth to the double copy? Thinking of this, Su Ruyun blinked, then pulled out her cell phone. With the last glimmer of hope, he dialed Lu Xingzhou. God bless. God bless. Please, pick up the phone. Count on my sister to beg. Lu Xingzhou, my sister begs you. Su Ruyun whispered. She believes in all the Bai and hallelujah that she can, but there was nothing on the other side of the phone except a beep 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 echo. Silence. There was a silence. Su Ruyun hung up the phone and calmly put it away. Then toward the window. Seeing this, Su Ruyun's female assistant next to her suddenly hugged her from behind. Miss, don't be impulsive. Jumping won't work. Miss. Su Ruyun turned her head as if looking at a little cutie, like she glanced at the assistant behind her, then spoke faintly. Hey, do you think I'll die if I jump from this height? Quickly let go. Strangling me breathless. The female assistant looked at her arms that had fallen into that softness. I'm sorry, Ms. Su. She coughed lightly twice before realizing she was a bit out of line. She let go then took a few steps back. Well, but it feels pretty good in the hand. At this time Su Ruyun looked out the window, then said to herself with some entanglement, how about calling that guy? No, in that case, wouldn't that expose the fact that I'm looking for someone to collect the hegemony rune? But, if I don't save Lu Xingzhou, then my sister will definitely be angry with me after she knows about this matter. What if she won't let me have a kiss later? Su Ruyun was in a deep tangle. After a moment, she turned her head to the assistant beside her. Hey wait, how about you go find someone to rescue Lu Xingzhou? Me? The assistant froze. Since when do I have that in me? Ms. Su, what's the difference between you and letting Penumbra get rid of the longevity monk and his disciples? The assistant was silent. Su Ruyun was also sick and clearly she knew it. It's an approach that mostly doesn't work. Thinking for a moment, she let out a long sigh. Hey, I'll take a walk myself. Su Ruyun made up her mind. No matter what, it was better to save Lu Xingzhou first, whether it is out of the point of view of being responsible for Lu Xingzhou's consideration, or from the attitude of his own sister after knowing this matter. It's worth taking a risk yourself. Let's just say that it's a good idea to settle the matter as a swordbearer, though it might be slightly suspect, but there's not much of a problem. After thinking it through, Su Ruyun directly took a flying leap and jumped out directly from in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Whoosh! At this moment, Sun Wei, who was outside the copy, had also fetched the heaven-breaking ruler. The surface of this heaven-breaking ruler was covered with gnarled dragon scale patterns, with dark red starry flames surging between the seams of each dragon scale, as if the soul of an ancient war dragon was sealed. The 3'7" dark golden blade extended in an irregular broken shape, as if there was a might capable of tearing through the endless void hidden within it, just by looking at it from afar. It was as if the heart had been pinched by a large, invisible hand. You can't help but want to submit. Is it a supreme-level weapon? In the distance, Gabriel did not leave, but continued to wait here. When he saw the true appearance of this heaven-breaking ruler, in his heart, he was incomparably shocked. Scary as hell. This gap in strength even made Gabriel feel suffocated. When the heaven-breaking ruler was fetched, Shen Xining walked straight over. Principal Sun, get ready, it's getting late. Sun Wei naturally knew that, so he directly nodded to Shen Xining beside him, then pushed his glasses and said, Good, Dean Shun. I'll trouble you to protect me. No problem. Shen Xining agreed in one bite. Sun Wei sat down in front of the spatial portal of the replica, and as he slowly injected magic power into the heaven-breaking ruler, it was as if the space became thicker at this moment.